Dragon God Supreme Chapter 212 to Chapter 265. The news of Feng Wuchen threatening to annihilate the Taishu sect had already spread throughout the four great empires, and every country was shocked to the extreme. Yet the Feng clan acted as if nothing had happened. On this day, an extremely special guest suddenly arrived at the Feng clan. "Madam, third young master, a member of the Xiao clan requests an audience," a guard reported respectfully. A member of the Xiao clan? Feng Wuchen was extremely stunned when he heard this, and at the same time, his face instantly became icy cold. Noticing Feng Wuchen's instantly icy cold expression, Ling Xiaoxiao wondered in her heart. Xiao clan? Could it be Aunt Zhao's clan? Xiao clan? Xiao Qingqing slightly trembled. The familiar yet strange clan appeared in Xiao Qingqing's mind for the first time in many years. In the hall, the expressions of Feng Qianyang and the other Feng clan higher-ups instantly became much more unsightly, obviously not unfamiliar with the Xiao clan. Not only were they not unfamiliar, they were extremely familiar instead. The Xiao clan was precisely Xiao Qingqing's clan. It could be discerned from the unsightly expressions of the Feng clan higher-ups that the relationship between the Feng clan and Xiao clan wasn't good. Duan Wuqing and Lu Qingyang noticed a little as well, but they didn't know what exactly happened between the Feng clan and Xiao clan. But now wasn't the time to ask, so they could only hold it in. Feng Wuchen asked coldly, "What's a member of the Xiao clan doing here?" "I don't know." The guard shook his head. "Let him in," Xiao Qingqing said after that. "Yes." The guard nodded respectfully and walked out. No matter how unwilling Feng Wuchen was, since Xiao Qingqing had spoken, he had to respect his mother's opinion. Before long, a man a little over 40 years old walked into the Feng clan courtyard and walked step by step towards the hall. The man wore grey brocade, had a handsome appearance, long black hair that hung loosely on his shoulders, and his body emitted an extremely powerful aura. The man was from the Xiao clan, and his name was Xiao Qingshan. He was at the 8th level of the origin core stage. Xiao Qingshan's face carried slight arrogance and disdain as he entered the hall. "A tiny clan hasn't changed at all, your strength is still a mess, and your way of treating guests is even. If you want to talk nonsense, then get lost." Feng Wuchen interrupted coldly. He really couldn't stand Xiao Qingshan's mouth full of shit. "Stinking brat, even your father doesn't dare to talk to me like that. Who do you think you are?" Xiao Qingshan glared at Feng Wuchen and shouted, his contempt increasing. "Big brother, Chen is still young. Please don't blame him," Xiao Qingqing hurriedly said. "Big brother?" Hearing Xiao Qingqing call Xiao Qingshan big brother, Duan Wuqing, Lu Qingyang, and the others all widened their eyes in shock. Xiao Qingshan was Xiao Qingqing's big brother. Wouldn't that make him Feng Wuchen's uncle? It can't be? He's big brother Feng's uncle, but why? Miao Qingqing was confused. What is going on here? Chaos God asked with a frown. What could have caused the relationship between the two families to be this bad? Humph. Xiao Qingshan snorted coldly and arrogantly. He didn't take Feng Wuchen seriously at all. Feng Wuchen hated the Xiao clan to the bone. If it wasn't for his mother, he would have kicked Xiao Qingshan out long ago. Wuchen. Feng Qianyang patted Feng Wuchen's shoulder and shook his head. Xiao Qingshan was Xiao Qingqing's brother, but why was Xiao Qingqing's cultivation so much weaker? If it wasn't for Feng Wuchen's help these few months, Xiao Qingqing would only be at the 3rd level of the origin core stage, far weaker than Xiao Qingshan. Xiao Qingshan was at the 8th level of the origin core stage. It was enough to see that the Xiao clan's strength was very powerful. The Xiao clan's strength was indeed very powerful. The Xiao clan and the Feng clan did indeed have conflicts. The Xiao clan wasn't a clan from the 4 great empires. The Xiao clan came from the continent and was located at the westernmost part of the continent. The clan was enormous and had as many experts as the clouds. The strength of the clan was enough to crush the 4 great empires. The sea at the border of the Fire Empire and the continent was the place where Feng Jingxiong and Xiao Qingqing met. When they were young, the two of them fell in love at first sight. But when the Xiao clan found out that the Feng clan was only a small clan in the Fire Empire, they stopped the two of them from coming together and even heavily injured Feng Jingxiong many times. If it wasn't for Xiao Qingqing, Feng Jingxiong would have been beaten to death long ago. Xiao Qingqing disregarded the opposition of her clan and was determined to be together with Feng Jingxiong. Moreover, she directly followed Feng Jingxiong back to the Feng clan. Moreover, Xiao Qingqing still had an engagement at that time. But it was an engagement arranged by the Xiao clan, and it wasn't that she liked it. Xiao Qingqing and Feng Jingxiong's engagement caused the Xiao clan's reputation to be ruined. The Xiao clan's patriarch expelled Xiao Qingqing from the Xiao clan in a rage and sent people to the Feng clan to heavily injure Feng Jingxiong. He even wanted to annihilate the Feng clan. In the end, it was Xiao Qingqing who used her life to force the Xiao clan's experts to retreat. In the next few years, Feng Wuchen had already been born. The Xiao clan sent people over and ordered Xiao Qingqing to return. If she turned back now, the Xiao clan could still forgive her. Xiao Qingqing refused. As Feng Wuchen grew older, he learned about these things. After Xiao Qingqing refused many times, the Xiao clan decided to break off their relationship with Xiao Qingqing. This break lasted for more than 10 years. The Xiao clan looked down on Feng Jingxiong and the Feng clan from the beginning. They didn't put the Feng clan in their eyes at all, causing the relationship between the two clans to be extremely bad. Feng Wuchen didn't have a good impression of the Xiao clan since he was young. He even hated them. "Big brother, I haven't seen you for more than 10 years, but you haven't changed at all. Is father still doing well?" Xiao Qingqing smiled and gestured for Xiao Qingshan to sit down. Even though she was expelled from the Xiao clan, Xiao Qingqing was still very happy to see her family again. Xiao Qingshan said coldly, "If you had listened to father back then, with your talent, your cultivation probably wouldn't be inferior to mine. I almost forgot, you are no longer a member of the Xiao clan. Whether father is well or not has nothing to do with you. That's for the best, lest we have to send him off when he dies. It's bad luck." Feng Wuchen sneered. Feng Wuchen glanced at Xiao Qingshan coldly. He wasn't afraid at all and continued, "The Feng clan has nothing to do with you. Don't come to the Feng clan if you have something to do. If not, get lost. The Feng clan doesn't welcome you. Stinking brat, you don't even have the qualifications to talk to me." Xiao Qingshan glanced at Feng Wuchen with disdain and said coldly, "Where's Feng Jingxiong? Tell him to come out and see me." Xiao Qingshan ignored Feng Wuchen like this. Not to mention Duan Wuqing and the Crimson Emperor, even Xiao Qingqing was displeased. "Who do you think you are? Is my father someone you can meet whenever you want?" Feng Wuchen said without any trace of politeness. "Little bastard. Are you tired of living?" Xiao Qingshan said angrily. "Xiao Qingshan. Enough." Xiao Qingqing suddenly shouted angrily. She couldn't even bear to scold her own son. How could she let others insult her like this? Xiao Qingqing was as cold as ice and said, "If you just want to criticize the Feng clan, then please leave immediately. Qingqing, don't say that I didn't warn you. The Feng family is in trouble. Seeing how we're siblings, I've come to warn you out of goodwill. It's best if you leave the Feng family immediately, just in case you draw a fatal disaster," Xiao Qingshan said coldly and arrogantly. "I, Xiao Qingqing, was born a member of the Feng clan. Even if I die, I will be a ghost of the Feng clan," Xiao Qingqing said firmly. "The Feng clan is a matter. It has nothing to do with you," Feng Wuchen said coldly. "Feng Wuchen, I know you have some ability now. You have become the empire's commander-in-chief and some Feng master. However, the Xiao clan doesn't care about your little ability. Don't think too highly of yourself. What does the Xiao clan have to fear from a small empire?" Xiao Qingshan sneered. After pausing for a moment, Xiao Qingshan sneered again, "You have offended the Huangfu clan. This time even the empire can't help you. The Feng clan can just wait for death. If you kneel down and beg me, I might help you." Hearing this, Feng Wuchen sneered, "Huangfu clan? I am afraid they won't come. If you kneel down and beg me now, I might let you walk out of the Feng clan alive." "Beg you?" Xiao Qingshan was first stunned, then he laughed wildly, "Haha. Do you know what you are saying? Stinking brat, with just you? Idiot." The Crimson Emperor and the others shook their heads and looked at the arrogant Xiao Qingshan like they were looking at a fool. Feng Wuchen really couldn't stand Xiao Qingshan being so arrogant and condescending in the Feng family. However, just when Feng Wuchen wanted to make a move, Feng Qianyang stopped him again and said in a low voice, "Wuchen, don't be rash. Calm down. The Xiao clan's strength is beyond your imagination." The Xiao clan's strength was too strong, and Xiao Qingshan did indeed have the qualifications to be arrogant. With the Xiao clan's strength, even the four great empires weren't a match for the Xiao clan. "Qingqing, watch your son's mouth. Not just anyone can be offended. Don't think that you're something just because you have some ability. Little do you know that there's always someone better out there. If it weren't for you, I would definitely kill him for what he said earlier." Xiao Qingshan said coldly. A mere 8th level origin core stage martial artist dares to talk nonsense about killing a great leader? Luanshan was truly unable to endure it and said coldly, "If it wasn't for the fact that you are An Zhao's brother, you would already be a dead man." A mere 8th level origin core stage martial artist? Xiao Qingshan sneered arrogantly. "Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Do you think that the two of them who are at the 7th level of the origin core stage can kill me, or do you think that someone in the Feng clan can kill me?" As soon as he finished speaking, the formidable true essence within Xiao Qingshan's body was urged out. It was extremely formidable, and the Feng clan estate started buzzing and trembling. Instantly, it surpassed the 8th level of the origin core stage and was comparable to the 9th level of the origin core stage. The Xiao clan's resources were deep, and Xiao Qingshan's strength was absolutely not weak. "Xiao Qingshan, if you want to show off in the Feng clan, you have to choose the right time. The Feng clan's current strength is indeed inferior to the Xiao clan, but times have changed." "Don't be arrogant," Feng Qianyang said in a low voice. Xiao Qingshan glanced at Feng Qianyang with a contemptuous gaze and said disdainfully, "Times have changed. Then I want to see what ability the current Feng clan has. The arrogant person is you. You didn't inquire clearly before daring to barge into the Feng clan. Is the Xiao clan's strength very strong? Do they have Heaven Realm martial artists or Heaven Realm martial artists? In the continent, there are countless martial artists that are stronger than your Xiao clan. What does a mere Xiao clan count for?" Ling Xiaoxiao said coldly and mercilessly. Xiao Qingshan looking down on Feng Wuchen and insulting Feng Wuchen like this caused Ling Xiaoxiao to be furious in her heart. "Stinking girl. Clever and eloquent. Do you know the consequences of offending the Xiao clan?" Xiao Qingshan asked fiercely, and his eyes narrowed. Ling Xiaoxiao's aura instantly surpassed the 9th level of the origin core stage and was even more terrifying than Xiao Qingshan. Ling Xiaoxiao exploded out with a tyrannical strength, her aura even carried a strand of rage, and her icy cold eyes caused one to not dare look straight at her. Xiao Qingshan was instantly shocked, and he stared wide-eyed at Ling Xiaoxiao with an expression of disbelief. Peak of the 8th level of the origin core stage. Ling Xiaoxiao's cultivation was even stronger than Xiao Qingshan's, and her aura was above Xiao Qingshan's as well. Ling Xiaoxiao's strength could be said to suppress Xiao Qingshan. The cold and arrogant Xiao Qingshan's cultivation was even inferior to a 16 or 17-year-old young girl, yet he still had the face to show off in the Feng clan. For a moment, Xiao Qingshan only felt his face boiling hot to the extreme, and it had already swelled red. Xiao Qingshan was slapping his own face. Who was Ling Xiaoxiao? Only now did Xiao Qingshan react. There seemed to be no such person in the Feng clan. Who is this girl? Possessing such a formidable cultivation at such an age, her background is absolutely not small. With her natural talent, there are probably not many in the continent, and it's impossible for a tiny empire to have such a genius. Xiao Qingshan thought in his heart. He could be sure that Ling Xiaoxiao was absolutely not a descendant of the Feng clan. Looking at Ling Xiaoxiao, Xiao Qingshan asked. "If you're not a descendant of the Feng clan, then who are you? If you still don't K off, I'll make you crawl out," Ling Xiaoxiao said coldly. "You." Xiao Qingshan was enraged and clenched his fists tightly. When had he been looked down upon by a little girl, but Xiao Qingshan didn't dare act rashly. Not to mention Ling Xiaoxiao's strength was above his, just based on Ling Xiaoxiao's cultivation, the power behind her was surely terrifying, and no matter how strong the Xiao clan was, they didn't dare casually offend her. "Xiao Qingshan, the Xiao clan has already expelled my mother from the Xiao clan. The Feng clan has nothing to do with the Xiao clan. This time I will pretend that I didn't see anything." In the future, I will not step into the Feng clan. Otherwise, I will kill you. Feng Wuchen said coldly, staring at Xiao Qingshan fiercely. Even though Xiao Qingshan was Feng Wuchen's uncle, he had no feelings for him. Xiao Qingshan had never treated Feng Wuchen as his nephew, and Feng Wuchen had never treated Xiao Qingshan as his uncle. Kill me? Humph. Qingqing, look at how well you've taught your son. I want to see how long your Feng clan can be proud. Humph. Xiao Qingshan said darkly and furiously. He turned around and left the Feng family. Don't forget to find out Brother Feng's identity. Ling Xiaoxiao added coldly as she slowly withdrew her tyrannical aura. Ling Xiaoxiao was most annoyed by people not putting Feng Wuchen in their eyes, insulting and looking down on Feng Wuchen. This was what she couldn't tolerate the most. Mother, the Xiao clan has treated you so well. Why are you so polite to them? Feng Wuchen looked at Xiao Qingqing and said. Hearing this, Xiao Qingqing sighed and revealed a helpless smile. Xiao Qingqing never thought that the Feng clan and Xiao clan would be in such a deadlock. In her subconscious, Xiao Qingqing hoped that the two clans could live in harmony and not become enemies. On one side was the clan that Xiao Qingqing cared about, and on the other side was the Feng clan that Xiao Qingqing couldn't let go of. She couldn't choose at all. The Xiao clan has never put our Feng clan in their eyes. They even expelled Mother from the Xiao clan and cut off all relations. We can't let the Xiao clan look down on Mother. Feng Zhan gritted his teeth and said angrily. Mother has never regretted her decision. Xiao Qingqing smiled with gratification. With 3 such promising and filial sons, Xiao Qingqing was already satisfied. Feng Jingxiong wasn't here, but at least she still had Feng Wuchen and his brothers to support the Feng clan and make it stronger. Xiao Qingqing indeed didn't regret it. Otherwise, she would have left the Feng clan long ago and wouldn't have rejected the Xiao clan so many times. In the past, the Feng clan was indeed very weak. But now, the Feng clan had grown at a terrifying speed. It was only a matter of time before they surpassed the Xiao clan. Xiao Qingqing couldn't let the Xiao clan look down on Feng Jingxiong, it was just that Feng Jingxiong's whereabouts were unknown. Aunt Xiao, don't worry. Xiao Xiao will accompany you to relax. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled and held Xiao Qingqing's hand. Aunt Xiao, I'll go with you too, Miao Qingqing said. After leaving the Feng clan, Xiao Qingshan's face was extremely ferocious. Thinking about how he was shocked by a little girl, he was filled with anger and had nowhere to vent it. Just where did this stinking girl come from? Xiao Qingshan gritted his teeth and said angrily. The more he thought about it, the more sullen and angry he felt. After so many years, Xiao Qingshan didn't know that the Feng clan had become so unyielding. They didn't take the Xiao clan seriously at all, especially Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen. Xiao Qingshan gritted his teeth. His eyes flashed with a ruthless killing intent. The furious Xiao Qingshan stopped a passerby and asked in a deep voice, Tell me about Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen? Seeing Xiao Qingshan's angry look, the passerby said with a face full of fear, Feng Wuchen is the Empire's commander-in-chief, the overlord of the Cloud Prefecture, the first in the genius-ranking martial arts competition, the commander of the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army. He destroyed the Tianyun clan and led the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army to destroy the Polaris sect and the Fantasy Cloud sect. The Polaris sect and the Fantasy Cloud sect? Xiao Qingshan frowned slightly and asked, How strong are they? The Polaris sect and the Fantasy Cloud sect both had Sky Prime elites. Both of them were killed by the commander-in-chief, the man said in horror. What? Feng Wuchen killed Sky Prime elites? Xiao Qingshan's face went pale as he stared at the man with extreme shock. The man nodded in horror. No, that's right. What's Feng Wuchen's cultivation level? Xiao Qingshan asked again. Only now did he remember that when he was at the Feng clan, he was utterly unable to discern Feng Wuchen's cultivation level. With his understanding of Feng Wuchen, it was utterly impossible for Feng Wuchen to possess such terrifying strength. Thus, he overlooked it. I heard he's at the 7th, peak of the 7th level of the Origin Core stage, the man replied in horror. Peak of the 7th level of the Origin Core stage? Xiao Qingshan was stunned once again. His face went gloomy as he grabbed the man's collar and lifted him up. He shouted angrily at the man. Are you tired of living? How could a peak 7th level origin core stage martial artist possibly kill a Sky Prime elite? You're lying. This matter is absolutely true. The Commander-in-Chief indeed killed the Polaris Sex leader with a strength at the peak of the 7th level of the origin core stage. This matter is known by all 4 great empires. If you don't believe me, you can ask others, the man replied in horror. Hey! Are you a member of an empire or not? You don't even know about the Commander-in-Chief? Let me tell you. Don't be arrogant in Matchless City. This is the Commander-in-Chief's territory. A passerby shouted at Xianxia. Humph. I'll believe you for the time being. What else do you have to say? Speak quickly. Xianxia shouted angrily. Another passerby said complacently. Then listen well, don't be scared out of your wits. The Commander-in-Chief has another identity. He's a grade 5 weapons craftsman that can form equipment with a thought, and at the same time, he's also a grade 4 alchemist. The Commander-in-Chief is a peerless genius, unprecedented and unsurpassed. Grade 5 weapons craftsman that can form equipment with a thought. Grade 4 alchemist? Xianxia was dizzy from hearing this, and enormous waves had already surged within his heart. At this moment, Xianxia only felt that he was at the center of a tsunami, and the terror he felt was indescribable. Was Feng Wuchen really so terrifying? Grade 5 weapons craftsman, grade 4 weapons craftsman, able to kill a Sky Prime elite at the peak of the 7th level of the origin core stage, such a terrifying genius, not to mention a tiny empire, there isn't a second one in the entire continent. Xianxia's body was trembling, and his face was pale. He was utterly unable to imagine that a 17 or 18-year-old youth would have such terrifying ability. When did Feng Wuchen become so terrifying? Xianxia's entire body was dumbstruck, and he stood on the street without moving in the slightest. Xianxia didn't dare believe what he heard with his ears. Such shocking news was like a bomb that ceaselessly exploded beside his ears. Is Feng Wuchen really a grade 5 weapons craftsman and grade 4 alchemist? Xianxia said dumbfoundedly, and his face was already covered in beads of sweat, and was extremely pale. On the street, the cultivators that passed by all looked strangely at the motionless Xianxia, and they didn't know what Xianxia was frightened by to this extent. Shocking. Incomparably shocking. After an unknown amount of time, Xianxia finally recovered from his shock, and his back was already drenched in cold sweat. He took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. Xianxia's mind was completely filled with various terrifying identities and deeds of Feng Wuchen, as if unable to be erased, and he couldn't help but think about it. The shock that Feng Wuchen brought to Xianxia was too great, and it already caused Xianxia to be extremely fearful. As a Xiao clan expert, Xianxia was extremely clear of what a grade 5 weapons craftsman represented. I must confirm it clearly. Xianxia frowned. Xianxia didn't dare believe it by merely relying on the words of 2 people. But after he asked many people, he was completely sure. After finding out how terrifying Feng Wuchen was, Xianxia immediately returned to the Xiao clan, as he had to inform the Xiao clan higher-ups at the first possible moment. Feng clan courtyard. Not long after Xianxia left, Feng Wuchen's face suddenly went grim, and he frowned. There's killing intent. 9th level of the origin core stage. Ling Xiaoxiao frowned, and her beautiful face suffused an icy cold expression. They've come with ill intentions, everyone be careful, Feng Qianyang said seriously. Whoosh! Whoosh! Before long, 2 black figures flashed over and appeared in the Feng clan courtyard. They were 2 old men with cultivation at the 9th level of the origin core stage, and their strengths were extremely formidable. Sizing up the 2 old men, Feng Wuchen asked coldly, Who are you 2? What do you want? Taishu Sec's guardian He Xiong. One of the old men said in a low voice, and his old eyes revealed a ferocious expression. Taishu Sec's grand elder, Zhou Shan. The other black-robed old man said. So, it's the Taishu Sec's guardian and grand elder, nice to meet you, Feng Wuchen sneered and wasn't afraid in the slightest. With merely 2 9th level origin core stage experts, Feng Wuchen really wasn't afraid. It's actually the Taishu sect. The Crimson Emperor and the others had serious expressions. The Taishu sect's strength was formidable and absolutely couldn't be underestimated. Pausing for a moment, Feng Wuchen sneered. Looks like the two of you have come to kill me. A terrifying killing intent suffused out, and Xianxia said furiously, since you know, then hand over your life. You want to kill me with just the two of you? Feng Wuchen sneered. Even if the Taishu sect leader comes, he might not be able to kill me. I think the two of you are here to court death. The two old men that appeared in the Feng family's courtyard were both at the 9th level of the Origin Core stage. For 9th level Origin Core stage martial artists, the lineup could be said to be extremely terrifying. Feng Wuchen looked at the two old men that came from behind in surprise and said, "Isn't this the Water Moon Empire's Imperial Advisor?" What? You guys plan to interfere as well? The two old men were precisely the Water Moon Empire's Imperial Advisor, Qin Fei. The other old man was someone Feng Wuchen had never seen before and didn't know who he was. Qin Fei's old face was gloomy as he said furiously, "If we don't eliminate you, could it be that we'll wait for you to annihilate the Taishu sect and threaten the Water Moon Empire?" Feng Wuchen sneered and said, "You guys are thinking too much. I've never thought of threatening your Water Moon Empire, I only want to take revenge." Cut the crap. Feng Wuchen, you're still far from being able to annihilate my Taishu sect. Protector Xianxia shouted furiously as a terrifying power was urged out with a majestic aura. Staring at Qin Fei with an icy cold gaze, Feng Wuchen said, "Imperial Advisor, you have to think clearly. Once you guys make a move, I'll view the Water Moon Empire as an enemy." Humph. This is the Emperor's intention. Qin Fei shouted coldly. So that's how it is. Feng Wuchen sneered. If you want to kill me, then come with me. Feng Wuchen sneered. Activating the Qilin battle armor, Feng Wuchen flew away at top speed. Xianxia's group of 4 flashed and pursued. Ling Xiaoxiao condensed a pair of wings and urged on her true essence to fly away. Chase after him. The Crimson Emperor shouted, and everyone chased after him. Feng Wuchen's speed was extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he already flew out of the city and arrived at the forest where Feng Xianxiong was captured. The forest had long been destroyed and was now a stretch of yellow sand. Xianxiong's group of 4 wasn't slow either. The moment Feng Wuchen landed, the 4 of them had already flashed over. Zhou Shan was the first to charge up. Xianxiong's group of 3 flashed over to Feng Wuchen's surroundings and launched ferocious attacks. His eyes flickered with ruthless killing intent as Feng Wuchen sneered and said, "You guys really came at the wrong time." Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen urged his true qi, and a surge of vast power crazily rushed out. Golden light flashed, and the ground shook and burst open, collapsing in an instant. When they felt Feng Wuchen's terrifying strength, the faces of Xianxiong's group of 4 went ghastly pale and they revealed terrified expressions. 9th level of the Origin Core stage. The terrifying power scared the 4 of them so much that they immediately stopped in their tracks. How is this possible? He actually broke through to the 9th level of the Origin Core stage. Qin Fei turned pale with fright, and his old eyes almost popped out. Xianxia said in disbelief, he broke through 2 levels in a month. Zhou Shan's face was filled with horror as his body trembled. Feng Wuchen, who was at the peak of the 7th level of the Origin Core stage, was able to kill a Heavenly Origin stage expert. Now that Feng Wuchen had broken through to the 9th level of the Origin Core stage, wouldn't he be able to instantly kill a Heavenly Origin stage expert? Zhou Shan said in horror, "Let's go." The 4 old men decisively retreated. If Feng Wuchen hadn't broken through, then the 4 of them would still have a certain amount of confidence if they joined forces. But they never imagined that Feng Wuchen had broken through to the 9th level of the Origin Core stage. They were utterly unable to go against such a terrifying strength. "You've already come, yet you still want to leave?" Feng Wuchen sneered fiercely. His wings flapped, and with a strong rumbling sound, Feng Wuchen charged towards Zhou Shan with a terrifying speed. Zhou Shan's old face abruptly went ghastly pale as that intense aura of danger caused him to feel despair. "Grand Elder, watch out!" Xianxiong roared out in shock. Feng Wuchen was like a ghost as his figure flashed and appeared in the blink of an eye to block Zhou Shan's path. Seeing Feng Wuchen suddenly appear in a flash scared Elder Zhou Shan to the point his entire body trembled, and his face was filled with terror as if he'd seen a ghost. Feng Wuchen's speed was extremely swift, as if he'd surpassed the speed of sound. Feng Wuchen asked fiercely, and at the same time, he smashed his fist towards Zhou Shan, his palm carrying an imposing aura. Grand Elder, where do you think you're going? True Essence Protection. Mystic Earth Universe. Amidst his terror, Zhou Shan hurriedly roared out loudly and condensed a blue-colored energy barrier. At the same time, he condensed an enormous wall. Bang! Kacha! Pooh! Feng Wuchen's fist smashed out, and with a bang, the terrifying strength instantly shattered Zhou Shan's defense. Moreover, it shook Zhou Shan to the point he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his figure was blasted backwards. This? What strength is this? Zhou Shan was extremely terrified in his heart. As a 9th-level Origin Core stage martial artist, he was actually unable to withstand the strength of Feng Wuchen's fist. A tight fist caused Zhou Shan to suffer heavy injuries. Facing Feng Wuchen's terrifying strength, Zhou Shan was powerless to resist. The strength of Feng Wuchen's fist was sufficient to destroy a small mountain. Oh? You're actually still alive. Feng Wuchen said in surprise. He originally thought that this fist could kill Zhou Shan, but he didn't expect Zhou Shan to be so resistant. Grand Elder. He Xiong's figure flashed over with an extremely panicked expression. Humph. Feng Wuchen heavily snorted coldly at He Xiong, and a tyrannical soul force exploded out. Not good. He Xiong's face changed greatly. Pooh. The sudden soul force attack was unexpectedly unexpected, and he was instantly shaken to the point he spat out a mouthful of blood. A grade 4 alchemist actually has such a vigorous soul force. He Xiong was extremely shocked. As a grade 5 alchemist, he was actually unable to withstand Feng Wuchen's soul force. He Xiong looked at Feng Wuchen with extreme terror. He simply didn't dare believe that with his grade 5 alchemist soul force, he was actually unable to withstand Feng Wuchen's soul force. His soul body being injured, He Xiong's face was pale and his injuries were severe. In merely a single exchange, Feng Wuchen heavily injured 2 9th-level Origin Core stage martial artists. None of you will be able to escape. Feng Wuchen said fiercely, then he glanced at the nearby Qin Fei, an old man, out of the corner of his eye before his figure strangely flashed out explosively. He Xiong and Zhou Shan were heavily injured, and Feng Wuchen wasn't worried that they would be able to escape. Noticing Feng Wuchen shooting over explosively, Qin Fei's face went ghastly pale, and in his panic, Qin Fei hurriedly withdrew his middle-grade spirit weapon, causing his aura to instantly skyrocket. High-grade profound rank martial skill. Myriad Soul Saber. Qin Fei abruptly shouted out explosively, and his hands condensed terrifying energy as he repeatedly slashed towards Feng Wuchen. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. OM. Over 10 terrifying azure-colored energy sabers shot out explosively, bringing along intense sonic booms. Everywhere they passed, the ground within a radius of over 30 meters would tremble, and their might was extremely strong. Old Li. Give me your strength. Qin Fei shouted out loudly. Relying on his own strength, he was utterly unable to defeat Feng Wuchen. Old Li's palm struck onto Qin Fei's back and poured all his strength into Qin Fei's body. Qin Fei hurriedly urged his strength to instantly skyrocket by a few times, and the energy sabers that shot out explosively became even more terrifying. A single energy saber was sufficient to heavily injure a 9th-level Origin Core stage expert. After all, it was the strength of 2 people. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bang bang bang. Feng Wuchen dodged with extreme speed, and numerous afterimages flickered. Everywhere Feng Wuchen passed, a wave of explosions sounded out, causing large amounts of smoke and dust to rise up, and the ground to shake without end. Feng Wuchen's speed was shocking, and Qin Fei's energy sabers were completely useless. This stinking kid's movement technique is extremely strange, as smooth as flowing water. Old Li frowned, and his heart was filled with astonishment, as he'd never seen such a terrifying movement technique. He Xiong. Zhou Shan. Why aren't you 2 coming over to help? Qin Fei shouted angrily. Qin Fei's heart burned with anxiety when he saw Feng Wuchen swiftly approaching. He Xiong and Zhou Shan were already heavily injured and were already powerless to support them, and they were already unable to protect themselves. Whoosh! In the next second, Feng Wuchen's figure flashed over, swift as lightning. 3rd level Heaven's Fury Palm. Feng Wuchen shouted coldly, and his palm condensed a terrifying energy as it fiercely blasted towards Qin Fei. 3 palms overlapped, and its might shook the heavens and the earth. High-grade profound rank martial skill. Bone-shattering Vedra palm. Relying on Old Li's strength, Qin Fei roared loudly and met the attack with his palm. Bang! Pu pu. Om. The 2 palms collided head-on, and an explosion sounded out. A terrifying energy violently shook out, and even if Qin Fei borrowed Old Li's strength, the 2 of them were still shaken to the point they spat out blood. Both of them transformed into black lines that shot out. The 2 of them joined forces, but were still unable to block Feng Wuchen's palm. The palm descended, and the 2 ninth-level Origin Core Stage Elders were heavily injured. The battle had only just begun, and the 4 ninth-level Origin Core Stage experts were already heavily injured, as the difference in strength was incomparably enormous. Feng Wuchen's strength was simply terrifying. Feng Wuchen's figure flashed and vanished, and when he appeared once more, he was already behind Old Li. The latter completely didn't notice that Feng Wuchen was right behind him. Old Li! Behind you! Qin Fei roared in panic. Bang! Pooh! Before Old Li could react, Feng Wuchen's palm had already smashed down onto the top of Old Li's head, and an explosion sounded out. The terrifying energy shook Old Li to the point he spat out blood and knelt down, bleeding from his 7 apertures as he died. Old Li! Qin Fei held in grief, and the panic in his heart grew even stronger. Don't worry, I'll send you to see him now. Feng Wuchen sneered as his icy cold gaze swept towards Qin Fei. Qin Fei glared angrily at Feng Wuchen, his old eyes were filled with blood vessels, veins bulged out on his old face, and killing intent shot into the sky as he roared in rage. Feng Wuchen! This old man will absolutely not forgive you. You came to court death yourselves, how could I disappoint you? Feng Wuchen sneered as he executed his movement technique once more, and with a few flashes, Feng Wuchen arrived before Qin Fei. Imperial Preceptor, do you have any last words that you want me to pass on to Lei Zhenfeng? Feng Wuchen asked in a ghastly voice, and his icy cold and bone-piercing killing intent caused one's heart to tremble. I absolutely won't forgive you. Qin Fei gritted his teeth and roared in rage. Bang! Pooh! Feng Wuchen's cold-blooded and merciless palm smashed down onto Qin Fei's head, and with an explosion, Qin Fei spat out blood and died with blood flowing from his 7 apertures. The Imperial Preceptor of the Water Moon Empire had an extraordinary status, but Feng Wuchen didn't hesitate or worry in the slightest to kill him. How dare he? I never imagined that this stinking kid actually broke through to the 9th level of the Origin Core Stage. He Xiong's face was gloomy as he gritted his teeth and spoke in rage. Zhou Shan looked at Qin Fei and Old Li, who were killed in terror, and said in terror, he didn't use his full strength, we're utterly not his match. This stinking kid is a monster. I'm afraid only the sect leader can deal with him. The more Zhou Shan spoke, the more terrified he became, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Feng Wuchen indeed didn't use his full strength, otherwise, when dealing with a 9th level Origin Core Stage martial artist, Feng Wuchen had absolute confidence that he could kill one with a single punch. His gaze moved slightly to look at He Xiong and Zhou Shan, and Feng Wuchen said coldly, it's your turn. Noticing Feng Wuchen's gaze, He Xiong and Zhou Shan's entire body trembled. They were heavily injured and were already powerless to react, so they could only wait for death. Big brother Feng, kill them! Lu Qingyang suddenly shouted, and the soldiers all roared out one after another. Feng Wuchen wasn't a threat in the slightest when fighting 1 against 4. It wasn't that Qin Fei and the others were too weak, but that Feng Wuchen was too strong. Moreover, the 4 of them never imagined that Feng Wuchen would be able to break through from the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage to the 9th level of the Origin Core Stage within a month. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare look for Feng Wuchen even if they were given 100 guts. With a cultivation at the 9th level of the Origin Core Stage, even if Feng Wuchen didn't utilize the energy of his bloodline or the strength of the 2nd stage of the Exalted Body, his strength had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the Origin Core Stage by relying solely on the strength of his true essence and fleshly body. Such a formidable strength completely crushed the 4 of them. When they saw the 4 9th level Origin Core Stage experts not having the strength to fight back before Feng Wuchen, the Crimson Emperor and the others were extremely shocked in their hearts. shocked that Feng Wuchen's strength was becoming more and more terrifying. If He Xiong and the others were to know that Feng Wuchen suppressed the imperial family of the Tianwu Empire by himself, they would probably be terrified to the point their souls left their bodies. I've already said that all of you came at the wrong time. If it was a month earlier, then perhaps the four of you would really be able to deal with me if you joined forces. Unfortunately, Feng Wuchen said coldly as he walked step by step towards the heavily injured He Xiong and Zhou Shan. Feng Wuchen, your strength is indeed very strong, but compared to the sect leader, you're still far inferior. He Xiong gritted his teeth as he shouted angrily. He was extremely unwilling in his heart, unwilling to die at the hands of Feng Wuchen just like this. Feng Wuchen nodded without denying or agreeing, then said coldly and indifferently, the strength of the Taishu sect's master is indeed very strong. A cultivation at the second level of the heavenly origin stage is a few times stronger than a cultivation at the first level of the heavenly origin stage, and it's on a completely different level. Feng Wuchen stopped when he was 10 meters away from He Xiong and Zhou Shan, then he said, but the Taishu sect's master might not be able to kill me, so it's useless to say anything more. Since the Taishu sect's master sent all of you to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. Without the two of you two experts, the Taishu sect's strength will surely be much weaker. Feng Wuchen had dared to kill the Water Moon Empire's imperial advisor without even frowning. Naturally, he had the guts to kill the two of them. If you want to kill two elders of the Taishu sect, you'll have to see if I agree to it. Just as Feng Wuchen finished, a voice filled with authority echoed. Sect Master. Both He Xiong and Zhou Shan were shocked. They did not expect that the Taishu sect master would come in person. While the two elders were shocked, they also saw hope. At least they could survive. An extremely boundless aura descended from the sky, and a terrifying power spread out. The pressure was terrifying, and it made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Their faces were pale, and they looked like they were in great pain. Sky Origin Stage, second level. Lord of the Taishu sect. The faces of the Crimson Emperor and the others changed. That horrifying aura and power was not something a Sky Origin Stage cultivator could compare with. Humph. That old thing really came. Feng Wuchen frowned and thought to himself. It seemed that he had already guessed that the Taishu sect leader was in the dark. That was right. The one who spoke was Morong Tianlai, chieftain of the Taishu sect. Shoo. A figure with an imposing aura shot over like a bolt of lightning, arriving in a flash. The terrifying speed was above Feng Wuchen's. The boundless aura made even Feng Wuchen feel pressured. The second level of the Sky Origin stage was this terrifying. Third Heaven's Fury Palm. Feng Wuchen shouted coldly as he activated the power of his bloodline and the second stage of the Supreme Body. A strange blood chi rose up, and Feng Wuchen's power surged crazily, instantly surpassing the 9th level of the Yuandan stage and reaching the first level of the Sky Origin stage. Boom. Buzz buzz. The horrifying black figure arrived in an instant, and with a palm strike, there was a loud explosion. The ground within a radius of 100 feet shook violently, and the ground collapsed. After the collision lasted for a second, Feng Wuchen was sent flying. Morong Tianlai did not even take half a step back. This old man's strength is really strong. The second level of the Sky Origin stage is almost at the peak. His strength is even stronger than Lei Zhenfeng. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. If it wasn't for the Qilin armor, Feng Wuchen would have been injured. Morong Tianlai was at the second level of the Sky Origin stage, and his strength was terrifying. He was definitely not someone Feng Wuchen could fight against. After the collision, it was obvious who was stronger. Great leader. Pavilion Master. The Crimson Emperor and Huanyang were worried. They did not expect Morong Tianlai to appear. The black wings flapped, and Feng Wuchen forcefully stabilized his body. He looked at Morong Tianlai with a serious expression. Morong Tianlai was dressed in a black brocade. He was an old man with long black and white hair. His face was full of wrinkles, and his skinny body was emitting a horrifying aura. Morong Tianlai was also staring at Feng Wuchen. He was shocked that his palm strike did not injure Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's physical body is so strong that it is beyond my imagination. That burst of strength is definitely not ordinary. This kid is really scary. Morong Tianlai thought to himself. His old face looked calm, but his heart was filled with shock. Morong Tianlai did not know what kind of strength Feng Wuchen used, or if there was a mysterious strength hidden in his body. After the collision, Feng Wuchen was not injured at all. "Brother Feng, are you alright? Do you want us to work together to deal with him?" Ling Xiaoxiao flashed over and asked with concern. "No, I'm fine." Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, "This old man is really scary. Xiaoxiao, take the others and retreat. Protect mother and the others. Brother Feng, be careful." Ling Xiaoxiao reminded him and then flashed back. On the other side, Morong Tianlai also asked He Xiong and Zhou Shan to retreat to heal their wounds. The power that burst out from their battle was absolutely horrifying. The power of a Sky Origin stage cultivator is really scary, Feng Wuchen said coldly. Facing Morong Tianlai, Feng Wuchen was not afraid at all. Feng Wuchen slowly rose to the sky. The battle between him and Morong Tianlai was unavoidable. If Feng Wuchen wanted to destroy the Taishu sect, he had to fight Morong Tianlai. "Feng Wuchen, use your ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Let me see for myself how powerful it is." Morong Tianlai stared at Feng Wuchen and spoke slowly. He wasn't afraid at all. "Since you showed yourself, I will kill you today even if I have to die," Feng Wuchen said coldly. The Supreme Dragon God sword appeared in his right hand out of nowhere. Feng Wuchen was ready to fight at any time. "Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda." Feng Wuchen shouted and waved his hand. A golden light burst out from his body. It was Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. The bright golden light covered the entire area. Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda rose to the sky and expanded to more than 200 feet in size. The huge golden spell shrouded the area and a powerful suppressive force poured down. Morong Tianlai could clearly feel that his true core strength was suppressed. After experiencing it personally, he knew how terrifying Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda was. It is indeed an inferior celestial artifact. This suppressive force is indeed terrifying. Morong Tianlai frowned. His cultivation base of Sky Origin Stage Level 2 was suppressed to Sky Origin Stage Level 1. Under the suppressive force of Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, Feng Wuchen and Morong Tianlai would fight. It was hard to say who would win. He Xiong and Zhou Shan, who were seriously injured, were healing their wounds on a mountain peak and looking at the sky worriedly. Whoosh, buzz. Buzz, holding the Supreme Dragon God sword, Feng Wuchen did not hesitate to attack. He took the lead and launched a fierce attack. The bright blood-red sword ray shook the void wherever it passed. The overbearing blood-red sword ray burst out. Morong Tianlai did not show any fear. Even if he was suppressed by Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, he did not panic. Morong Tianlai slowly raised his right hand with his palm facing out. A terrifying force suddenly burst out. The terrifying sword ray that burst out could not move forward. It was completely blocked by Morong Tianlai's terrifying force. So powerful. He can block the great leader's sword ray with just a stretch of his hand. Huan Yang said in shock. Duan Wuqing frowned and said, "Such a powerful earth-rank martial skill can't do anything to the Taishu sect leader. It is really terrifying. The great leader is completely at a disadvantage." Seeing Morong Tianlai's terrifying means, the Feng family's higher-ups and soldiers began to worry. "Feng Wuchen, use your sword technique," Morong Tianlai said indifferently. He stretched out his hand and gently squeezed. Feng Wuchen's overbearing sword ray instantly shattered. Morong Tianlai easily crushed Feng Wuchen's sword ray, which scared the Crimson Emperor and the others. How terrifying was his strength to do that. Moreover, Morong Tianlai crushed Feng Wuchen's sword ray under the suppression of Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Feng Wuchen frowned and said to himself, "This old thing's strength should be reaching its limit soon." Buzz buzz. Feng Wuchen circulated his true yuan and poured it into the Supreme Dragon God sword. The overbearing and surging sword intent swept out. The long sword danced, and rays of blood-red light flickered. The overbearing power of the sword ray spread out, making people feel suffocated. Illusion sword art. Illusion destruction break heaven and earth. Feng Wuchen fiercely shot out, and the resplendent long sword swept out. Swish, buzz. Buzz, a huge blood-red sword ray broke through the air with a destructive aura. It was like a blood-red moon, carrying a resplendent radiance. The power of an earth-tier sword art is indeed impressive. When fighting against a powerful opponent, an earth-tier sword art will have the absolute advantage. Morong Tianlai said indifferently. His old eyes stared at the sword ray that was shooting over, and the true yuan in his body also began to circulate. Mid-grade profound tier sword art. Reverse heaven and earth. Morong Tianlai formed seals with his hands, and finally put his palms together. With a fierce shout, a resplendent green light enveloped the surroundings, and an extremely terrifying power crazily spread out. Feeling the power of Morong Tianlai, everyone's expression changed. Their faces were filled with fear, as if the end of the world was coming. No one had ever felt such a terrifying power and monstrous might. Following Morong Tianlai's shout, a miraculous scene appeared in the sky. Feng Wuchen's huge blood-red sword ray suddenly stopped when it was dozens of meters away from Morong Tianlai. Moreover, the sword ray actually slowly changed its direction of attack. Swish, buzz. Buzz, the blood-red sword ray suddenly shot back at Feng Wuchen. No matter if it was speed or power, it felt stronger. Morong Tianlai was actually able to control the energy of his opponent's sword art. How is this possible? Everyone was extremely shocked, and their eyes instantly widened to the extreme. The power of Feng Wuchen's Earth Realm sword skill was absolutely horrifying. Under the suppression of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, the Morong Tianlai would never be able to exert the power of Sky Origin Stage 2. When Feng Wuchen activated the second stage of the Supreme Body and the power of his bloodline, coupled with the Kylan armor and the Supreme Dragon God Sword, his combat power would definitely be comparable to Sky Origin Stage 1. Now, the Morong Tianlai could easily control Feng Wuchen's sword light and deflect it back. The existence of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda seemed to be unable to suppress the Morong Tianlai. Just from this move alone, one could tell how horrifying the strength of the Morong Tianlai was. Shoo! Buzz! The horrifying sword light was deflected back with a horrifying aura, causing the void to shake violently. Boom! Feng Wuchen dodged it, but the sword light was deflected all the way back. In the end, it crashed into a huge mountain, causing a loud rumbling sound. The mountain shook, and a huge hole was blasted on the huge mountain, causing huge rocks to roll down. Reversal of heaven and earth? Feng Wuchen frowned and said, "Impressive martial art. You are indeed the Taishu sect leader. Your strength is indeed horrifying." As soon as he finished his words, Feng Wuchen moved his mind, and the huge pagoda suddenly rotated. Feng Wuchen swung his arm down, and the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda smashed towards the Morong Tianlai. Boom! Buzz! Morong Tianlai raised his hand with his palm facing upwards, and a terrifying power spread out. With a boom, he smashed towards the pagoda. The terrifying power spread out, but Morong Tianlai easily blocked the pagoda's attack and did not move an inch. This old thing is too strong. The gap between us is too big. The pagoda's suppression power is not effective against him. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. The reason why Morong Tianlai could so easily divert Feng Wuchen's sword light was because of this. Morong Tianlai's cultivation was too strong. With a certain gap, Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda naturally could not suppress him. Under the suppression of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, Morong Tianlai was still above the first level of Sky Origin Stage. Morong Tianlai had once said that as long as Feng Wuchen did not ascend to Sky Yuan, he would not be a threat to the Taishu sect. Feng Wuchen, your strength is indeed extraordinary for being able to reach such a terrifying height with your cultivation at the 9th level of the Origin Core Stage. You can be proud of yourself if you're below the Heavenly Origin Stage, but you're not at the Heavenly Origin Stage after all. Morong Tianlai said coldly as he stared at Feng Wuchen with his old eyes. His words carried a trace of arrogance and contempt. No matter how strong Feng Wuchen was, he would not be able to defeat him. Morong Tianlai naturally would not take Feng Wuchen seriously. Then do you think that I'm not strong enough, or that my speed is not fast enough? Feng Wuchen asked with a sneer. Terrifying strength was once again injected into the Supreme Dragon God Sword. The resplendent blood light once again flashed. Hearing this, Morong Tianlai frowned slightly. He really did not know how to answer Feng Wuchen's question. Would Feng Wuchen's strength increase? Morong Tianlai did not dare to guarantee it. Buzz buzz. Along with Feng Wuchen injecting his domineering strength into the Supreme Dragon God Sword, a surge of vast and surging strength violently swept out. It was suffocating and filled with an imposing manner that caused one to be alarmed. However, when Feng Wuchen injected such a terrifying strength into the Supreme Dragon God Sword, it was not to execute a martial skill, because not even the slightest sword intent could be sensed. There was only a terrifying energy aura. Earth rank martial skill. Morong Tianlai frowned. The strength that Feng Wuchen condensed this time and the martial skill that he was going to execute was rather terrifying, causing Morong Tianlai to feel a trace of fear. Morong Tianlai was very curious. There was not a single Earth rank martial skill in the four great empires, so where did Feng Wuchen get so many Earth rank martial skills from? The strength that suffused out from the Supreme Dragon God Sword became more and more terrifying. The body of the sword flashed with a bloody light that seemed to be filled with destructive energy. Its might was monstrous. No one knew what kind of martial skill Feng Wuchen was going to execute, but one thing was for sure, the martial skill must be very terrifying. All the strength is concentrated on a single point, let alone an Earth rank martial skill. It cannot be underestimated. Morong Tianlai frowned and thought to himself. The point that he was talking about was naturally the Supreme Dragon God Sword. What kind of martial skill is Great Commander going to execute? I don't think I've seen it before. Luanshan was puzzled. I've never seen it before. This strength is even more terrifying than the sword light. Huanyang shook his head as he looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. Everyone was very curious about the martial skill that Feng Wuchen was going to execute. Morong Tianlai's strength is so terrifying. Can the Pavilion Master really defeat him? That old thing must be holding back. Duan Tianfeng was a little worried. Earth rank mid-grade martial skill. Feng Wuchen suddenly shouted and disappeared with the Supreme Dragon God Sword in his hand. Dragon God Pierce. When Feng Wuchen appeared again, he was already half a meter in front of Morong Tianlai. He shouted again and the Supreme Dragon God Sword mercilessly stabbed out with extremely terrifying strength. Morong Tianlai's expression changed slightly. This sudden turn of events was completely out of his expectations. It's teleportation! Lu Qingyang exclaimed. Using teleportation to launch an attack that the opponent can't guard against. As expected of the Pavilion Master. Crimson Emperor exclaimed in shock. Executing a powerful martial skill, using teleportation to shorten the distance and catch the enemy off guard. If Morong Tianlai was hit by this sudden attack, he would definitely die. Morong Tianlai didn't have any time to react. Seeing Feng Wuchen's Supreme Dragon God Sword coming, Morong Tianlai could only instinctively circulate his true origin and extend his palm to block. Boom, buzz. Buzz, the palm's energy collided with the Supreme Dragon God Sword's energy. A loud explosion sounded and the void shook. At the moment of collision, Morong Tianlai's expression changed greatly. His body turned into a black line and flew out. Morong Tianlai didn't expect this move of Feng Wuchen's. Even though he hurriedly circulated his energy, it wasn't enough to fight against Feng Wuchen. However, it had to be said that Feng Wuchen's Dragon God Pierce was extremely powerful. It was definitely not weaker than the illusion sword art. However, Morong Tianlai was in Sky Origin Realm 2nd level. No matter how powerful the Dragon God Pierce was, it couldn't injure Morong Tianlai. Even so, everyone was still shocked to the point of being dumbfounded. How terrifying was Morong Tianlai? Even such a powerful martial skill couldn't injure him. The Taishu sect's sovereign was actually sent flying by Feng Wuchen. Even if he wasn't injured, as long as this news spread out, it would definitely cause a huge commotion in the four empires. On the mountain peak, He Xiong and Zhou Shan were trembling with fear. When they saw Morong Tianlai being sent flying, they were so scared that their hearts almost jumped out. If Morong Tianlai was defeated, they would definitely die. The Taishu sect would definitely be destroyed. He wasn't injured? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. He seemed a little disappointed. A few hundred meters away, Morong Tianlai's old face was gloomy. Even though he wasn't injured, the blood in his body was surging violently. The power of an Earth-tier martial skill is extremely violent. It isn't any weaker than the sword light from before. If this kid had used his full strength, I'm afraid I would have been injured. Morong Tianlai frowned as he thought to himself. His palm was slightly aching. The Crimson Emperor and the others were a little disappointed that Morong Tianlai wasn't injured. This meant that there was still a certain gap between Feng Wuchen and Morong Tianlai. Feng Wuchen, use your full strength. Morong Tianlai said coldly. From the beginning, he knew that Feng Wuchen had been holding back. Morong Tianlai was the same. He hadn't used his full strength. Sovereign, get out of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda's range of suppression. He Xiong hurriedly shouted. Without He Xiong's reminder, Morong Tianlai knew that as long as he didn't enter the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda's range of suppression, Feng Wuchen wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, within the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda's range of suppression, Feng Wuchen wasn't able to do anything to Morong Tianlai. Morong Tianlai, who was at the edge of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda's array, retreated more than 10 meters and left the array's range of suppression. At this moment, Morong Tianlai's power had reached the second level of Sky Origin Realm. It was extremely terrifying. Buzz. Feng Wuchen circulated the power of his bloodline with all his might. The second stage of the Sovereign Physique's power also burst out. A bloody light flashed and covered the void. The majestic aura crazily increased. At this moment, an even more domineering and terrifying sword intent soared into the sky. Feng Wuchen's aura was also getting more and more terrifying. This was definitely Feng Wuchen's peak state. Soul-extinguishing sword art. Ling Xiaoxiao frowned slightly. This sword intent is truly frightening. The great commander's strength is too terrifying. Maybe he can injure Morong Tianlai. Luanshan said with a trembling voice. Wuchen is going to use his full strength. Feng Qianyang said. Everyone's expression became extremely horrified and they all held their breaths. This stinking brat still has such a terrifying sword art. He Xiong said gloomily. High up in the sky, feeling Feng Wuchen's earth-shaking sword intent, Morong Tianlai's expression changed and became dignified. He was even more shocked in his heart. Is this a high-grade earth-tier martial skill? Morong Tianlai frowned and guessed. This terrifying aura was much stronger than a mid-grade earth-tier martial skill. Feng Wuchen's monstrous sword aura made Morong Tianlai feel deeply afraid. Soul-extinguishing sword art. Extinguishing soul and crying ghost god. Feng Wuchen brandished the supreme dragon god sword and let out a fierce roar. Then, he swept it out mercilessly. Whoosh! Buzz buzz. A huge blood-red sword light burst out from the tip of the sword. The blood-red light was dazzling and carried a terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth as it rushed towards Morong Tianlai. Everywhere it passed, the void rolled like angry waves. Gulp, looking at the terrifying blood-red sword light and the unparalleled power, everyone was terrified and their faces were as pale as paper. He Xiong and Zhou Shan were dumbfounded, and their faces were full of fear. Just the terrifying aura alone made it difficult for everyone to breathe, and their faces showed pain. It was obvious how terrifying this sword light was. It's actually so powerful. Morong Tianlai's expression changed greatly. The fear in his heart became stronger and stronger, and he hurriedly used all his strength. Facing Feng Wuchen's terrifying sword light, Morong Tianlai did not dare to underestimate it. An extremely terrifying power burst out from Morong Tianlai's body. The green light burst out, and the majestic aura madly swept out. High-grade profound tier martial skill. Shimmer Tian Gang Slash. Morong Tianlai shouted and put his palms together. The terrifying power condensed into a huge green energy seal above his head, and it was filled with destructive energy. Feng Wuchen's all-out attack was earth-shattering. No one below the Sky Origin stage could defeat it. Feng Wuchen's power was beyond anyone's imagination. Morong Tianlai was at the Sky Origin stage, but he still had to use all of his power. It was obvious that he was afraid of Feng Wuchen. Two horrifying forces pierced through the air and clashed violently in front of everyone's horrified eyes. Boom! The bloody sword light and the horrifying energy seal clashed. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. The scene was still and the space was dead silent. However, a moment later, an unparalleled explosive force exploded like a heavy bomb. The horrifying energy ripples rolled out crazily, forming a huge energy ball that was dozens of feet wide. It seemed to be able to destroy the world. Puff. Buzz. The horrifying energy spread out and made Feng Wuchen spit out blood. Even the Kylan armor couldn't withstand it. Feng Wuchen turned into a black line and was shot out. The space within dozens of feet was shaking violently. To be able to cause the space to shake, it was enough to show how horrifying and unparalleled this force was. Even Morong Tianlai, who was at the second level of the Sky Origin stage, was blown away. However, Morong Tianlai's cultivation level was too high. This force still couldn't hurt him. The horrifying energy ripples spread out from the sky. When it reached the ground, even though the force had weakened a lot, the wild wind was still horrifying. The suppressive force still made it hard for people to stand straight. Those with weaker cultivation levels were directly pressed to the ground and couldn't move. Fear and despair filled their hearts. They thought it was the end of the world. The cultivators in the Wushuang city and the surrounding cities were all frightened by the horrifying energy ripples in the sky. Feng Wuchen tried his best to fight back. Although he was severely injured and his face was pale, he still couldn't hurt Morong Tianlai. This disappointed Feng Wuchen again. It could only be said that Feng Wuchen didn't understand the Soul Destroyer sword spell well enough. He couldn't unleash the true power of the Soul Destroyer sword spell. Otherwise, Morong Tianlai would definitely be injured. Brother Feng. Ling Xiaoxiao's jade-like hands were sweating. She was extremely worried and hurriedly used a flying martial skill to fly up, ignoring the terrifying energy ripples that were spreading out. Morong Tianlai, that old bastard's strength is too terrifying. Commander is no match for him. Wanchen said anxiously. Xiao Qingqing was also worried. She fidgeted and said, Chen Er's injuries are so serious. How will he deal with Morong Tianlai? Feng Wuchen had already tried his best, the most terrifying sword art was also displayed, but he was still unable to injure the Morong Tianlai. Brother Feng, your injuries are very serious. You can't fight anymore. Ling Xiaoxiao hurriedly said. The second level of Sky Origin stage is indeed powerful. I can't even hurt him with all my power. Feng Wuchen gasped. He didn't want to admit defeat. After all, Feng Wuchen was only at the 9th level of Origin Core stage. It was normal that he couldn't defeat the Morong Tianlai. Brother Feng, when you break through to Sky Origin stage, it will be easy to deal with him. You don't have to rush. Ling Xiaoxiao comforted. She then took out a healing pill and fed it to Feng Wuchen. Although the Morong Tianlai wasn't injured, the surging blood in his body was very intense. He almost couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The Morong Tianlai was shocked. The power of the sword art is so terrifying. It almost injured me. Sect leader. Quickly kill Feng Wuchen. He Xiong roared. Feng Wuchen was seriously injured. If they didn't kill him now, when would they? If they missed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, they definitely wouldn't have a second chance. This kid can't be allowed to live. Once he breaks through to Sky Origin stage, I will definitely not be his match. This kid will definitely not let the Taishu sect go. The Morong Tianlai said fiercely in his heart. His old eyes flickered with a terrifying killing intent. When he thought up to here, the killing intent emitted by the Morong Tianlai became even more terrifying. The energy ripples gradually dissipated, and the space returned to normal. Staring fiercely at Feng Wuchen, the Morong Tianlai rushed up without hesitation. His speed was shocking. Ling Xiaoxiao suddenly turned around and glared at the Morong Tianlai. She said coldly, if you want to kill Brother Feng, you have to kill me first. Stupid girl, you are also a threat to the Taishu sect. If I don't kill you, wouldn't I be leaving a seed of disaster for the Taishu sect? The Morong Tianlai said coldly. His figure instantly arrived. The Morong Tianlai urged his true essence and fiercely blasted a palm at Ling Xiaoxiao. Ling Xiaoxiao did not show any fear. Instead, she became even more ferocious. When the danger approached, the surface of Ling Xiaoxiao's body instantly condensed a green energy barrier. The Morong Tianlai's expression changed drastically when he sensed it. He could clearly feel that extremely terrifying energy. However, the Morong Tianlai who had already made his move could not force himself to stop. Boom! Pft, an extremely vicious palm blasted out. With a loud boom, the terrifying energy instantly churned. The shock caused the Morong Tianlai to spit out blood and his body was sent flying. The Morong Tianlai's terrifying strength could not even shake Xiaoxia's green barrier. The more powerful the attack, the more terrifying the rebound force would be. Faction Master He Xiong and Zhou Shan were shocked. They were scared out of their wits by Xiaoxia's terrifying barrier. Barrier. The Morong Tianlai looked at the green barrier in front of Xiaoxia in horror. The Morong Tianlai's injuries were somewhat serious. His face was filled with horror and shock. Who the hell is this girl? What kind of barrier is this? It actually has such terrifying power. The Morong Tianlai's heart became more and more frightened. He had never seen such a terrifying barrier. The Morong Tianlai's cultivation was unrivaled in the four great empires, except for Lei Zhenfeng. Even with such terrifying strength, he was unable to withstand the terrifying power of Xiaoxia's cyan barrier. The Morong Tianlai could not imagine how terrifying Xiaoxia's barrier was. In the face of the barrier's power, the Morong Tianlai's strength was like a stone sinking into the sea. It was completely useless. Seeing that the Morong Tianlai was injured, Xiaoqingqing and the others were relieved. At least the Morong Tianlai could not break Xiaoxia's barrier. It was a pity that Feng Wuchen had been seriously injured. Otherwise, he might have been able to take the opportunity to kill the Morong Tianlai. The power of this barrier can only be displayed by at least an expert in the celestial being realm or the heaven realm. This girl has a powerful background. The Morong Tianlai guessed in horror. The horror of this barrier made the Morong Tianlai extremely afraid. He did not dare to make any more moves. After staring at Xiaoxia for a long time, the Morong Tianlai decisively descended and flew away with the seriously injured He Xiong and Zhou Shan. Xiao, thank you very much. Feng Wuchen thanked her. If it were not for Xiao, Feng Wuchen would have died in the hands of the Morong Tianlai. It's a pity that I couldn't help brother Feng. Xiao said. Looking at the seriously injured Feng Wuchen, Xiao felt very upset. The Morong Tianlai's strength is too terrible. Even if we joined hands, we could not defeat him. You don't have to blame yourself. Feng Wuchen shook his head and smiled bitterly. Feng Wuchen used the soul-destroying swordsmanship. If the Morong Tianlai was in the suppression array of the ninefold cosmos pagoda, the Morong Tianlai would have been seriously injured. Xiao descended with the seriously injured Feng Wuchen. Xiaoqingqing and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Quickly bring Wuchen back to heal. We have to be prepared. The imperial advisor of the Water Moon Empire has been killed. This matter will trigger a war between the two empires. Feng Qianyang said solemnly. A war between the two empires. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. Only then did they remember that Qin Fei was killed by Feng Wuchen. Xiaoqingqing panicked and said, "This is troublesome. Will the emperor blame us?" Aunt Xiao, don't worry. This is not the fault of the great commander. They were the ones who asked for it. Duan Wuqing said. Huan Yang, Huan Shen, immediately return to the empire and report this to the great general and the emperor. Report this matter. The Crimson Emperor frowned and said with a serious expression. Okay. Huan Yang and Huan Shen quickly returned to the empire. They did not dare to delay. This matter was related to the war between the two empires. This matter was very serious and they had to take it seriously. Qin Yang, immediately go to the cloud region. Tell old sect leader Mu and the others to prepare. Feng Qianyang looked at Lu Qingyang and said. Yes. I'll go immediately. Lu Qingyang nodded and immediately rushed to the cloud region. Morong Tianlai and the other two looked very gloomy. It was as if they had eaten explosives. Sect leader, if we miss this opportunity, it will be difficult for us to kill Feng Wuchen. He Xiong was very unwilling. He saw that he could kill Feng Wuchen, but he did not expect that Xiaoxiao would have such a terrifying enchantment. That girl's background is not simple. I'm afraid that the enchantment was set up by a Heaven Realm master. Morong Tianlai said solemnly. When he thought of that terrifying enchantment, Morong Tianlai could not help but feel terrified. If it wasn't for that stinky girl, Feng Wuchen would have died at the hands of the sect leader. Zhou Shan said gloomily. He was also very unwilling and was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. This matter is not over yet. Feng Wuchen killed the national master of the Shuiyue Empire. Lei Zhenfeng will not let it go. That old bastard has been looking for a chance to attack. This is his best chance. Fortunately, my injuries are not too serious. Morong Tianlai sneered. Sect leader, you did not stop Feng Wuchen from killing Qin Fei. Do you want the Shuiyue Empire to go to war with the Yanhua Empire? He Xiong suddenly asked. A mountain cannot have two tigers. If Lei Zhenfeng really gets the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, do you think he will let the Taishu sect exist? If the two empires go to war, their vitality will be greatly damaged. That is our real chance. I am about to reach the peak of the second level of the Sky Origin stage. Even if Feng Wuchen breaks through the Sky Origin stage, he will not be a threat to me. Morong Tianlai said confidently. The Shuiyue Empire is the head of the four empires. The other three empires are pressuring the Yanhua Empire at the same time, forcing Feng Wuchen to hand over the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. If the two empires go to war, the Tianwu Empire and Luoyun Empire may join forces with the Shuiyue Empire. By then, the Yanhua Empire will be destroyed. Zhou Shan sneered. Morong Tianlai sneered. Lei Zhenfeng has always been at odds with the Taishu sect. This time, he took the initiative to join forces with us. Isn't it to deal with Feng Wuchen? That stinky girl saved Feng Wuchen and gave us a better chance. Although he was unwilling to accept the fact that he couldn't kill Feng Wuchen, he had obtained a better opportunity. In the royal palace of the Scorching Fire Empire, Huan Yang and Luan Shen had told Duan Tianhun and the others about Feng Wuchen killing Qin Fei. The hall was filled with a heavy atmosphere. Duan Tianhun and the others looked very serious. It was obvious that this matter was very serious. Preposterous. How dare he? Duan Tianhun said angrily. His face looked ferocious. How dare he assassinate our teacher? Yang Tianxian and Situ Zhentian were furious. Emperor, you can't blame the great general. The Taishu sect and the Water Moon Empire worked together to kill the great general. This has nothing to do with the great general. Luan Shen quickly explained. He was worried that Duan Tianhun would punish Feng Wuchen. Huan Yang quickly said, Emperor, the Morong Tianlai also attacked. If it wasn't for Xiaxia's enchantment, the great general would have been killed by the Morong Tian. Humph. Morong Tianlai, that old bastard. Duan Tianhuan's face turned gloomy. A terrifying murderous aura swept through the entire hall, scaring the officials. Do you really think the Scorching Fire Empire is easy to bully? You don't respect me at all. Duan Tianhun stood up. His eyes were filled with viciousness. He said angrily, send an ambassador to the Water Moon Empire. Ask them what the Water Moon Emperor wants. How dare he assassinate the great general? If he doesn't give me a reasonable explanation, don't blame me for starting a war. Yang Tianxian and Situ Zhentian were shocked. They looked at Duan Tianhun in shock. The Water Moon Empire was the leader of the four empires. They were extremely powerful. Duan Tianhun dared to start a war? What kind of courage was this? Where did Duan Tianhun get his confidence from? Was it because he heard Feng Wuchen say that the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army had not shown their true strength? Huan Yang and Luan Shen were shocked. They didn't know where the emperor got his confidence from. However, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Previously, they thought that Duan Tianhun was blaming Feng Wuchen, which made them extremely worried. Starting a war between two countries was not a small matter. A war between two countries would endanger countless lives and cause countless families to be destroyed. War was cruel, and no one was willing to have their family destroyed. I'll head to the Water Moon Empire right away, the ambassador said respectfully before leaving the hall. Duan Tianhun ordered again, Great General, listen up. This official is here. Yi Zongqiong bowed respectfully. Order all the generals of the empire. Summon all the empire's troops immediately. Be on standby. Duan Tianhun shouted coldly. His qi was boundless and he was behaving like an emperor. Yi Zongqiong said respectfully, yes. Huan Yang. Chaos God. Duan Tianhun looked at the two present. The two of them said respectfully. Their blood was boiling in their hearts. Duan Tianhun then ordered, "The Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army are my empire's most elite soldiers, they are the empire's protectors. When the two countries go to war, you will play a decisive role and display your strength. Let the Water Moon Empire take a good look." "Yes, Emperor," the two of them said respectfully. They were excited and their blood was boiling. The Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army had been training with Feng Wuchen for so long. It was time for them to display their true strength. "Return to the great general's side immediately and be prepared to fight with him," Duan Tianhun shouted. "Yes." Huanyang and Chaos God immediately headed to Wushuang City. Lei Zhenfeng. Don't underestimate the Scorching Fire Empire. The Scorching Fire Empire is no longer what it used to be. Duan Tianhun narrowed his eyes and said angrily. In the Water Moon Empire's royal palace. The upper echelons of the empire had heard that the imperial advisor, Qin Fei, had died in the hands of Feng Wuchen. The entire empire was enraged. The soldiers and officials of the empire were all shouting to destroy the Scorching Fire Empire. Preposterous. This is preposterous. How dare you kill the imperial advisor? Good for you, Feng Wuchen. You don't have any respect for the Water Moon Empire. In the hall, Lei Zhenfeng was furious and murderous. Emperor. Attack. The great general roared furiously, his killing intent surging. Attack. Destroy the Scorching Fire Empire and avenge the imperial advisor. The officials were all furious. Destroy the Scorching Fire Empire. Destroy the Scorching Fire Empire. Outside the palace, the soldiers of the empire were all shouting angrily. Their voices were earth-shattering, and a terrifying murderous aura filled the air. In the hall, Lei Zhenfeng's face was ferocious. His veins were bulging, and he looked very scary. Lei Ju's face was very serious. He thought to himself, must it be like this? No matter how strong Feng Wuchen is, he has no intention of threatening the empire. Why did father send people to kill him? Is it because of the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda? Lei Ju did not agree, but he was only a prince. He had no right to speak and could not interfere. Emperor, please give the order to attack. The officials all knelt down. Report. A soldier rushed into the hall and said respectfully, Emperor, the Scorching Fire Empire's ambassador requests an audience. The Scorching Fire Empire's ambassador? Let him in. Lei Zhenfeng's face was gloomy. The great general shouted, Are you here to apologize? You're courting death. The Scorching Fire Empire's ambassador, Zhao Yanfeng, entered the hall. Even though he was facing many angry officials, he was not afraid at all. It was a rule to not kill an ambassador. Greetings, Emperor. Zhao Yanfeng greeted politely. Humph. You came at the right time. Let me ask you, Feng Wuchen killed my imperial advisor. How is Duan Tianhun going to explain this to me? Lei Zhenfeng asked angrily. Hearing this, Zhao Yanfeng's face showed no signs of fear as he said in a neutral tone, the Water Moon Empire dispatched the Grand Tutor, the Taishu sect's protector, and the Grand Elder to join forces and assassinate my empire's great commander. My empire's emperor is furious, and I have come under orders. I would like to ask, what is the Thunder Emperor's intention? Emperor, please give me a reasonable explanation. Ridiculous. When did I send the imperial advisor to assassinate Feng Wuchen? When did I join hands with the Taishu sect? Lei Zhenfeng shouted, but his face was getting more and more ferocious. Zhao Yanfeng nodded and smiled, that's true. As the emperor of the Water Moon Empire, why would he send the imperial advisor to peerless city of the Scorching Fire Empire to assassinate the great general? Since the emperor did not give the order, Qin Fei can only blame himself for not being strong enough. He secretly colluded with the Taishu sect and went to peerless city of the Scorching Fire Empire to assassinate the great general. In the end, he was killed by the great general. You. Lei Zhenfeng was furious, but he could not refute. Zhao Yanfeng then said, Emperor, if you want to pursue the matter of the unification of our empire, please give our emperor a reasonable explanation. You keep saying that the imperial advisor, the Taishu sect's protector, and the Great Elder joined hands to assassinate Feng Wuchen. Do you have any evidence? In my opinion, the imperial advisor was passing by Peerless City and was discovered by Feng Wuchen. Then, he was killed by Feng Wuchen. One of the officials shouted coldly. Zhao Yanfeng looked at that official and sneered, then what evidence do you have to prove that Qin Fei was killed by the great general? Qin Fei passing by Peerless City? You're so stupid. How did you get your position as a minister? Also, why did Qin Fei go to Peerless City? There was also a 9th-level origin core stage expert with Qin Fei, but his identity is unknown. That official's face flushed red. He was speechless and instantly fell silent. Looking at Lei Zhenfeng, Zhao Yanfeng said, Emperor, our emperor also said that if you don't give a reasonable explanation, the emperor will send troops to suppress the Watermoon Empire. The great general's status in our empire is much higher than the prince and imperial advisor. The emperor will absolutely not let this matter go. Send troops to suppress our empire? The great general had a face full of disdain. Try it if you have the ability. What's a mere scorching fire empire? Just based on Xianxia? Go back and tell Duan Tianhun that our Watermoon Empire awaits at any time. Another general shouted angrily. Since it's like this, then I'll follow everyone's wishes and return to convey it to the emperor. Farewell. Zhao Yanfeng sneered and turned to leave after he finished speaking. Lei Zhenfeng's face was gloomy as he stared at Zhao Yanfeng. He guessed that Duan Tianhun had the guts to send troops because of the relationship between the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army. The strength of the two most elite troops of the Scorching Fire Empire was something Lei Zhenfeng had witnessed before. Emperor! Duan Tianhun is too arrogant. Quickly give the order. The great general gritted his teeth and said angrily. He already couldn't wait to send troops to annihilate the Scorching Fire Empire. Zhao Yanfeng had just left when the Watermoon Empire immediately welcomed a distinguished guest, the Taishu sect's third elder, Lu Liang. Third elder, may I know what's the matter? Lei Zhenfeng asked. Lu Liang said respectfully, Emperor, Feng Wuchen is already at the 9th level of the Origin Core Stage. 4 9th level Origin Core Stage martial artists fought with him, 2 died and 2 were heavily injured. The sect leader was also almost injured in the battle. What? 9th level of the Origin Core Stage? The instant they heard this, Lei Zhenfeng and the other higher-ups of the empire exclaimed in shock, and all of them stared with their eyes wide open. This? How is this possible? Lei Ju was frightened to the point his entire body trembled. He broke through from the peak of the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage to the 9th level of the Origin Core Stage in a month. The great general was dumbfounded. Lei Zhenfeng was also dumbfounded. No one could imagine such a terrifying speed. This person's cultivation speed is extremely terrifying. If he breaks through to the Sky Origin stage, I'm afraid no one in the 4 great empires can do anything to him. Therefore, we must take advantage of the fact that Feng Wuchen hasn't broken through to the Sky Origin stage to eliminate him. The sect leader's intention is to let the emperor mobilize troops and the Taishu sect secretly assist the empire. Annihilate the Scorching Fire Empire and Feng Wuchen. Lu Liang said. Emperor, Third Elder's words are reasonable. We can't give Feng Wuchen any time to cultivate. We can't delay any longer. Once Feng Wuchen breaks through to the Sky Origin stage, I'm afraid even the emperor and the Taishu sect leader won't be able to do anything to him. The Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda is an inferior celestial artifact. At that time, our empire will probably... Emperor! Quickly give the order to mobilize troops. Send people to the Tianwu Empire and the Falling Cloud Empire. Our 3 empires will definitely be able to annihilate the Scorching Fire Empire and kill Feng Wuchen. The officials in the main hall panicked. When they thought of Feng Wuchen's terrifying strength, they were extremely afraid. Lei Zhenfeng stood up, his face gloomy as he ordered, pass down the order. Mobilize troops to suppress the Scorching Fire Empire. Avenge the Imperial Advisor. Lei Zhenfeng had no other choice. Qin Fei's death had already caused Feng Wuchen to become enemies. He could only mobilize his troops now. Hearing this, Lu Liang's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Feng Wuchen's amazing cultivation talent made the Watermoon Empire extremely worried. If this drags on, once Feng Wuchen breaks through to the heavenly Yuan stage, no one will be able to do anything to Feng Wuchen. Father, please reconsider. Lei Ju finally spoke up. No need to say any more. Feng Wuchen is too big of a threat to our empire. He must be eliminated. Lei Zhenfeng said in a deep voice. He will not change his mind once he has decided on something. Father. Feng Wuchen never meant to threaten our empire. You are just worrying for nothing. Father, think about it. Feng Wuchen has such a terrifying cultivation talent. What if you can't kill him? You will only get an even more terrifying revenge from Feng Wuchen. Lei Ju said resolutely. After a pause, Lei Ju continued, although the death of the imperial tutor has angered Feng Wuchen, there is still room for negotiation. Once the war starts, there will be no turning back. Prince, you are boosting the morale of others and diminishing our own. How can the Watermoon Empire be afraid of Feng Wuchen? The general said unhappily. Lei Ju said in a deep voice, do you want to see the countless people of the Watermoon Empire living in misery? Do you want the people of the Watermoon Empire to die? We must avenge the death of the imperial tutor. The general said angrily. Humph. Is it the style of an emperor to ignore the lives of the people? Father, as the emperor of the empire, you should put the people first. Not for your own selfish desires. Lei Ju said coldly. Hearing this, Lei Zhenfeng frowned and said angrily, pass down the order immediately. All forces of the empire are to be on standby and fight for the empire. Father. Lei Ju still wanted to stop him. Enough. Lei Zhenfeng angrily shouted. He looked at Lei Ju and said, my son, you are still young. You do not understand the dangers involved. In the future, you will naturally understand that the safety of the commoners is based on absolute strength. Without strength, the commoners will truly be living in fire and water. Prince, you must know that the empire is built with strength. Lu Liang added. Lei Ju was silent. He knew that no matter how much he said, he would not be able to change the views and decisions of these people. Son, go back and rest first, a beautiful woman said slowly. Although she was the madam of a country, she did not interfere in the affairs of the court. Lei Ju shook his head helplessly. He turned around and walked out of the hall. He said, I don't understand any great principles, but I know that there are things that a man should do and things that he shouldn't do. This is what father taught me since I was young. Hearing Lei Ju's words, the main hall fell silent. The emperor has given his orders. 3 days later, they would attack the Inferno Empire. All the major and minor forces of the empire were on standby. Assist the empire in destroying the Inferno Empire. The news quickly spread from the imperial family to every region of the Watermoon Empire. The imperial preceptor is courting death, and now you want to drag us down with you? Feng Wuchen is so scary, offending him won't end well. Feng Wuchen is too much of a threat to our empire. Once the empire is defeated, we will all have to submit to Feng Wuchen. This matter has nothing to do with us. If the two countries are at war, our sect will definitely not interfere. All the major and minor forces of the Watermoon Empire had different thoughts. The Wind Thunder sect's sect master rejected without hesitation. They had already submitted to Feng Wuchen, so how could they dare to betray Feng Wuchen? Not only did they not betray him, they even sent someone to Wushuang City to report. Tianwu Empire's main hall. The general of the Watermoon Empire came personally. After reporting the matter, he hoped that Emperor Tianwu would send troops to attack the Inferno Empire and eliminate Feng Wuchen. However, Emperor Tianwu rejected him. Emperor Tianwu, Feng Wuchen's strength is getting more and more terrifying. If you don't act now, once he breaks through to the divine origin realm, none of us will be able to do anything to him. The general of the Watermoon Empire said anxiously. He did not expect Emperor Tianwu to reject him. When the three empires were pressuring him, Feng Wuchen had already offended the three emperors. Logically speaking, Emperor Tianwu had no reason to reject him. Emperor Tianwu shook his head and said solemnly, I've recently suffered a backlash from my cultivation, and my cultivation has weakened significantly. I need to recover as soon as possible. Moreover, there's a serious problem with the 100 battle armor-piercing crossbow. I can't send troops to help. Hearing that Emperor Tianwu did not want to interfere, the general of the Water Moon Empire was helpless. How would the Water Moon Empire know that Feng Wuchen had single-handedly suppressed the Tianwu Empire's royal family? Emperor Tianwu was now extremely fearful of Feng Wuchen. He did not dare to make Feng Wuchen his enemy. The scene of Feng Wuchen suppressing the royal family was still fresh in everyone's memory. No one could forget how terrifying Feng Wuchen was that day. The Water Moon Empire's military strength is strong. Dealing with the Inferno Empire is not a problem. General, you can go back, Emperor Tianwu said. The general of the Water Moon Empire was secretly disappointed. At the same time, in the main hall of the Falling Cloud Empire, the ambassador of the Water Moon Empire, Duke Wang, arrived at the Falling Cloud Empire. Ambassador Wang of the Water Moon Empire greets the Falling Cloud Emperor. Ambassador Wang bowed respectfully. So it's Ambassador Wang, the Falling Cloud Emperor nodded and smiled. However, his smile was very unnatural. The imperial advisors and officials in the hall all had strange expressions on their faces. They did not know what had happened. Ambassador Wang felt that something was wrong as soon as he entered, but he did not know what was going on. The Falling Cloud Emperor gestured for Ambassador Wang to sit. Then, he smiled and asked, "What is the matter, Ambassador Wang?" Hearing this, Ambassador Wang could not be bothered with the strange expressions of the people in the hall. He said, "Feng Wuchen killed my imperial advisor. The emperor is enraged and will send troops to destroy the Inferno Empire in 3 days. As such, he sent me here to ask Emperor Tianwu to send troops to destroy the Inferno Empire and Feng Wuchen." Oh? Feng Wuchen killed imperial advisor Qin Fei? When did this happen? The Falling Cloud Emperor asked in shock. However, his shock seemed to be an act. Just a few days ago. Ambassador Wang said, "Feng Wuchen is now at the 9th level of the Origin Core stage. This person's strength is terrifying. If we don't get rid of him now, no one will be able to deal with him when he breaks through to the Heavenly Origin stage. This person is a huge threat to our 3 empires." After a pause, Ambassador Wang continued, "The Grand General has already gone to the Tianwu Empire. I believe the Tianwu Empire will agree to send troops to attack the Inferno Empire." The imperial advisor of the Falling Cloud Empire said, "Feng Wuchen's strength is indeed terrifying. However, this is only a matter of the Water Moon Empire. With the Water Moon Empire's strength, destroying the Inferno Empire is a piece of cake. There's no need for Ambassador Wang to come here personally. Ambassador Wang, since the Tianwu Empire has agreed to send troops, my Falling Cloud Empire will not interfere. You know that the Polaris sect has already been destroyed. My empire can't afford to fight a war," the Grand General added. This? Ambassador Wang was stunned. He did not expect this to happen. Was the Falling Cloud Empire not afraid of Feng Wuchen? Now that there was such a good opportunity to destroy Feng Wuchen, why didn't the Falling Cloud Empire send troops? Ambassador Wang could not figure it out. Emperor of the Falling Cloud Empire, if we destroy Feng Wuchen, it will be beneficial to all 3 empires. The emperor said that the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda and Feng Wuchen's Earth-rank martial technique can be shared, Ambassador Wang said. If he took out the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda and the Earth-rank martial technique, he should not refuse, right? Not to mention the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda, just Feng Wuchen's terrifying Earth-rank martial technique was enough to make countless people pity him. Hearing Ambassador Wang's words, the Falling Cloud Emperor and the others were shocked. Cold sweat broke out on their backs. Did you not see whose treasure it was? How could you take it just like that? Moreover, even if they obtained Feng Wuchen's treasure, would the Water Moon Empire share it with them, who did not know that the Water Moon Empire was the leader of the 4 empires? After destroying the Inferno Empire, the Tianwu Empire and the Falling Cloud Empire would not be a match for the Water Moon Empire. The Falling Cloud Emperor was not a fool. How could he not understand? Ambassador Wang, we appreciate the Thunder Emperor's good intentions, but we are not interested in Feng Wuchen's treasure. If the Water Moon Empire and the Inferno Empire start a war, the Falling Cloud Empire will not interfere. The Falling Cloud Emperor shook his head. Emperor of the Falling Cloud Empire, please reconsider, Ambassador Wang said anxiously. Although the Water Moon Empire was the leader of the 4 empires, they still had to be polite when asking for help. The Falling Cloud Emperor raised his hand and said, Ambassador Wang, there is no need to say anything more. The Tianwu Empire and the Watermoon Empire are enough to deal with the Inferno Empire. Our empire is not as strong as before and cannot afford a war. Ambassador Wang shook his head helplessly and left in disappointment. Emperor of the Falling Cloud Empire, you have to think carefully. If you miss this opportunity, you will not be able to share my treasure. Feng Wuchen's faint laughter suddenly resounded in the hall. Then, his figure flashed and appeared in the hall. You must be joking, Ambassador. How could I dare to be your enemy? The Falling Cloud Emperor smiled bitterly with a trace of fear in his eyes. Before Ambassador Wang arrived, Feng Wuchen had already arrived at the Falling Cloud Empire and suppressed the Falling Cloud Empire's imperial family with overwhelming force. Otherwise, the Falling Cloud Emperor would have agreed to Ambassador Wang's request. In the hall, the Grand Advisor, the Great General, and many other officials were terrified. Feng Wuchen's strength was beyond their imagination. That's good. As long as the Falling Cloud Empire does not send troops, I will not threaten your survival, nor will I interfere in any of your matters, Feng Wuchen said calmly. Ambassador, the Watermoon Empire is powerful, and there is also the Taishu sect. They have 2 Sky Origin stage cultivators. Are you sure you can win? The Grand Advisor frowned and asked. No. Feng Wuchen shook his head. No? The Falling Cloud Emperor and the others were shocked when they heard this. If he was not sure, why would he dare to fight against the Watermoon Empire? Was he not courting death? Looking at the frightened faces of the crowd, Feng Wuchen said, however, it is impossible for them to kill me. I just want to see if my father was captured by the Watermoon Empire or the Taishu sect. Apart from the Watermoon Empire and the Taishu sect, Feng Wuchen could not think of anyone else. It was impossible for it to be the Huangfu clan. If Feng Jingxiong had been captured by the Huangfu clan, Huangfu Tianba and the others would have come for revenge long ago. Feng Wuchen did not stay for long and returned to the Falling Cloud Empire. 3 days later, the 2 nations would go to war. Feng Wuchen had to go back and prepare some medicinal pills. A storm was brewing in the Watermoon Empire and the Pyrefire Empire. Within the Watermoon Empire, the various forces that assisted the empire had already set off with the empire's army. Large swaths of the Watermoon Empire's military flags fluttered, and all the soldiers wore black battle armor. The army was vast and mighty, blotting out the sky and covering the earth with a monstrous aura. They represented the strongest army of the 4 empires. Although the Tianwu Empire and the Falling Cloud Empire didn't agree to send out troops, it didn't affect Lei Zhenfeng's determination to mobilize. The Watermoon Empire's army of 100,000 plus the cultivators from the various forces of the empire amounted to nearly 200,000 people. The lineup could be said to be extremely terrifying. The army of nearly 200,000 divided into 4 groups and rushed towards the Pyrefire Empire. Each group was like a long dragon swinging its tail. The Watermoon Empire's army was well equipped with cavalry, chariot, archer, and various siege machines. They had everything they could think of. However, this wasn't the Watermoon Empire's most elite army. As the head of the 4 empires, the Watermoon Empire was the strongest, so they naturally had their most powerful army. The Shadow Troop was the Watermoon Empire's most elite troop. At the same time, they were also an assassination troop that specialized in carrying out assassination missions. Their existence caused the 4 empires to tremble in fear. The Shadow Troop had over 1,000 people, and every one of them was at the 2nd level of the Origin Core stage or above. The strongest was at the 6th level of the Origin Core stage. All the elite soldiers were equipped with high-grade treasured weapons and battle armor. Their combat strength was extremely ferocious, and every one of them was brave and skilled in battle. The reason they were called Shadow Troop was because they came and went without a trace. The Shadow Troop hadn't moved out yet, or perhaps they had already moved out secretly. At the same time, the Pyrefire Empire had already gathered an army of 100,000. The various forces of various regions followed the empire's army and headed towards the 4 major passes of the 4 empires. Outside the 4 major passes was an enormous open space. It was a killing field. Zuantianzong, Fenchen Valley, Tiandu Auction House, Yi Family, Ni Family, Heaven Pavilion, and other large forces had all moved out in full force and were assigned to the empire's army. Although the Heaven Pavilion only had over 200 people, they were personally led by the Crimson Emperor, so their strength couldn't be underestimated. The cultivators of the Heaven Pavilion were absolutely not something ordinary soldiers could go against. The top 10 experts of the Heaven Pavilion were absolutely terrifying existences. The most terrifying was Xuantianzong. After a few months of terrifying tempering, Xuantianzong had already cultivated a group of disciples with tyrannical strength. The Skyflame Academy's dean, elders, instructors, and even the Origin Core Realm students were participating as well. The Infernal Empire's army was also close to 200,000 strong, and cultivators were constantly joining in, constantly increasing the strength of the army. Duan Tianhun, Yang Tianxian, and Situ Jintian had already arrived at the Empire's most important checkpoint, Blazing Fire City. The people of Blazing Fire City had already evacuated long ago. There were tens of thousands of soldiers stationed in the city. The other three armies were led by Yi Tsangqiong, Duan Wuqing, and Ling Zhantian respectively. Each army had tens of thousands of soldiers, and they were all waiting for the Water Moon Empire's army at various checkpoints. The military flag of the Inferno Empire was placed at all the checkpoints, with the word Yen written on it. The soldiers of the Infernal Empire were also well equipped. They had all sorts of firestone chariots, crossbows, steel shields, and so on. Their combat strength couldn't be underestimated. Of course, the most important thing was still the protector of the Inferno Empire. The Empire's most powerful army, the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army were led by Feng Wuchen. The Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army were no longer the same as before. They were the main forces of the Inferno Empire, and the entire empire was looking forward to seeing their true strength. Would these two elite armies be able to suppress the Water Moon Empire's Shadow Army? Time passed bit by bit, and the sound of bugles could be heard from the quiet 4 checkpoints. It was the army of the Water Moon Empire. The 4 armies of the Water Moon Empire had already arrived at the 4 checkpoints of the Inferno Empire. The army's aura was like a rainbow, and their killing intent was terrifying. Outside Blazing Fire City, the army led by Lei Zhenfeng had already arrived. On top of the city gate, Duan Tianhun stared at Lei Zhenfeng and said, "Thunder Emperor, you came really quickly." Lei Zhenfeng glanced around and didn't see Feng Wuchen's figure. He then said fiercely, "What? Feng Wuchen is afraid of death and doesn't dare to come? You don't have to worry about that." Duan Tianhun sneered. "Attack the city!" Lei Zhenfeng roared, and didn't waste any more words. "Attack the city! Release the arrows!" A general roared, and a large number of soldiers pulled their bows and released their arrows. A large number of soldiers pushed huge chariots towards the city gate. All sorts of martial skills were used, and they wanted to forcefully destroy the city gate. Shoo shoo shoo. In an instant, a large number of arrows flew towards Blazing Fire City. The attacks were fierce, and everywhere they passed, the buildings in the city were filled with arrows. Many soldiers became beehives. Duan Tianhun. "Come, let me see how much you have improved over the years." Lei Zhenfeng flew up and shouted at Duan Tianhun. A terrifying killing intent filled the air. "Throw the stones. Release the arrows." Duan Tianhun shouted and flew up into the sky. The terrifying power of a Sky Origin Stage Level 1 exploded, and the void shook. Under Duan Tianhuan's order, a large number of archers on top of the city gate pulled their bows and released their arrows. Within Blazing Fire City, the firestone chariots that had been prepared long ago suddenly attacked. One by one, the chariots threw up fireballs, and a magnificent scene appeared. Within Blazing Fire City, there were suddenly dozens of huge fireballs shooting up into the sky, and fiercely smashing towards the Water Moon Empire army outside the city. The war was about to start. Boom boom boom. Everywhere the firestones passed, there were explosions, and a large number of soldiers were killed instantly. At the same time, the other 3 checkpoints were also having a great battle. The firestones and arrows were crazily attacking. The soldiers and the cultivators from the various factions all launched a fierce attack, using all kinds of martial skills. The soldiers led by Duan Wuqing opened the city gate. Duan Wuqing held a long spear in his hand, and rode on a war horse to charge into the battlefield, looking majestic and majestic. The first and second princes of the empire personally went into the battlefield to kill the enemy. The soldiers' morale was high, and they were filled with killing intent as they fought with the Water Moon Empire army. The army led by Ling Zhantian defended the city gate to the death, and specialized in long-range attacks. Whenever the enemy rushed up, they would attack fiercely. It could be said that the city was impregnable. They would rather die than let the Water Moon Empire army enter the city. Once the city was lost, the Water Moon Empire army would rush into the checkpoint, and the people of Blazing Fire Empire would face a disaster. Xianxia's army was even more ferocious. They directly split into 3 groups. The left and right wings were led by Chu Wuhan and Xianxia, and Xianxia's army went straight for the enemy. They attacked from 3 sides and surrounded the Water Moon Empire army. The archers and chariots in the city madly attacked the enemy's central camp, and their main goal was to disrupt the enemy. The army led by Xianxia was personally trained by him. Although they were not as strong as the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army, they were still several times stronger than normal soldiers. War was cruel. In less than 10 minutes, the 2 armies had already suffered heavy casualties, and thick smoke filled the air. Every minute, every second, there was a soldier who died tragically. The battlefield was filled with corpses, and blood flowed like a river. The smell of blood was pungent. Tongtian City, the checkpoint guarded by Duan Wuqing. Reporting to the First Prince. The Water Moon Empire's shadow army is here. A soldier came to report, and his face was filled with fear. Big brother, what should we do? Duan Xianxia asked. Duan Wuqing frowned and said solemnly, the shadow army is the most elite army of the Water Moon Empire. Our army is not strong enough, retreat immediately. Retreat? It can't be, right? We still need to be afraid of the shadow army? Duan Xianxia was slightly stunned. Su Liang coldly shouted, you don't understand the art of war. Stop talking nonsense and retreat. Duan Wuqing's ability to lead troops and kill enemies was all learned from Xianxia. He had a lot of experience in war. Facing the most elite troops of the Water Moon Empire, Duan Wuqing could only retreat decisively. Fighting head-on would only result in heavy casualties. With the strong city walls as a shield, they could preserve their strength and weaken the enemy's strength. Under Duan Wuqing's command, Duan Xianxia led the army to retreat. Duan Wuqing brought up the rear and continued to kill the enemy. The Water Moon Empire's army chased after them. With the Shadow Army joining the battle, the morale of the Water Moon Empire's army rose. General Ho. Lead the soldiers to attack the city. Don't worry about Duan Wuqing. The leader of the Shadow Army shouted. Yes. General Ho respectfully replied. The Shadow Army had more than 1,000 people. Their speed was astonishing. They quickly caught up with the retreating Inferno Empire's army and began a massacre. Chi. Everywhere the Shadow Army passed, the Inferno Empire's army suffered heavy casualties. They were unable to resist and the soldiers were terrified. Duan Wuqing, no matter how strong you are, can you wipe out the entire Shadow Army? Duan Tianhun really did not worry about you and your brother guarding Tongtian City. The leader of the Shadow Army sneered. You're courting death. Duan Wuqing coldly shouted. He stepped on the back of his warhorse and charged towards the leader of the Shadow Army with his spear. Brothers! Spread out. Don't worry about me. The leader of the Shadow Army shouted. When he saw Duan Wuqing charging towards him, he immediately used his movement technique. His body turned into a black mist and disappeared. Xianxia! Quickly bring the soldiers into the city. Duan Wuqing shouted as he remained vigilant. Stop them. The leader of the Shadow Army shouted. The army chased after them, slaughtering everything in their path. Humph. Don't even think about it. Duan Wuqing fiercely snorted and turned around to kill his way back to the city. Duan Wuqing's speed was terrifying and his strength was even more terrifying. Everywhere he passed, there would be heavy casualties. No one could stop him. Noticing Duan Wuqing's retreat, the Shadow Army's expression changed. The leader of the Shadow Army who was chasing after them shouted, Stop Duan Wuqing. Don't let him enter the city. The Shadow Army that was chasing after Duan Xianxia decisively turned around to stop Duan Wuqing. Release the arrows. Duan Wuqing shouted. On top of the city gate, the soldiers hesitated. Duan Wuqing was still outside the city. If they released the arrows, it was inevitable that they would hit Duan Wuqing. Big brother. Duan She worriedly looked back. It could be said that Duan Wuqing was fighting alone against the Watermoon Empire's shadow army. Eldest prince. The soldiers were extremely worried. Quickly enter the city. Duan Wuqing angrily shouted. His killing intent soared to the sky. He ferociously charged into the shadow army without any fear. Duan Wuqing. You're courting death. No matter how strong you are, can you kill us all? One of the shadow army soldiers sneered. Enter the city. Duan She led the army into the city. Duan Wuqing had risked his life to fight for this opportunity. He could not miss it. Little prince, the eldest prince is still fighting alone. Throwing rocks and arrows might injure the eldest prince. One of the generals was worried and hesitant. Shut up. Duan She shouted angrily. He looked at Duan Wuqing worriedly and clenched his fists. Fire the arrows. Throw the rocks. The general shouted. The soldiers who were already prepared drew their bows and threw rocks and arrows. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Boom boom boom. Countless needles shot into the sky, and dozens of fireballs shot out, wildly bombarding the enemy. The imperial soldiers who rushed up to attack the city were either shot by arrows or blown up by flints. A wave of ferocious attacks caused the Watermoon Empire soldiers to suffer heavy casualties. Outside the city gate, the leader of the Shadow Army saw that Duan She and the rest had retreated back into the city. He shouted, "Stop Duan Wuqing! Don't let him enter the city. General Ho, continue to attack the city." The Shadow Army that was chasing at the front decisively turned around and rushed towards Duan Wuqing. Duan Wuqing rushed back and killed dozens of Shadow Army soldiers. His strength was tyrannical and no one could stop him. "If I want to leave, can you stop me?" Duan Wuqing said fiercely. His body was covered in the blood of his enemies. Bang! Swoosh! Duan Wuqing's palm hit the handle of the spear. With a muffled sound, the spear shot out like lightning and pierced through a few Shadow Army soldiers. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Boom boom boom. The Shadow Army soldiers used their martial arts to attack. It did not matter if they could hit their target. With 1,000 of them surrounding Duan Wuqing, how could they not kill him? Bring the bow. On the city gate, Duan She shouted, "Big brother! I will support you." Duan Wuqing was fighting alone. Duan She had to support him. Otherwise, Duan Wuqing would not be able to escape unscathed. Duan She raised the bow and infused his ethereal force into the arrow. Swoosh! Swoosh! The arrow was knocked on the bowstring. With a loud boom, the arrow glowed with blue light and shot out like lightning. In the next second, a Shadow Army soldier died on the spot. "Let me help too." Su Liang shouted and supported Duan Wuqing with his bow. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Duan She and Su Liang continued to draw their bows. One after another, powerful arrows flew out. They were extremely accurate and each arrow killed an enemy. "Good shot!" Duan Wuqing shouted. "Stop Duan Wuqing even if you have to risk your life." The Dark Shadow leader who was chasing after Duan Wuqing shouted angrily. His face was extremely ferocious, and his killing intent soared to the sky. Staring fiercely at the shadow troop that was rushing back, Duan Wuqing pushed his Jin Yuan, and a terrifying power erupted. A high-grade profound-ranked martial skill. Deity Slash. Duan Wuqing formed a seal with one hand and let out a loud roar. His left hand swept out, and an extremely terrifying blue energy slash shot out with majestic momentum. Dodge. It's over. It's too late. The dozens of Dark Shadow Troop soldiers were terrified. The soldiers with quick reactions managed to dodge the attack, while the unlucky ones were killed by the energy slashes. Duan Wuqing, I want to see how much Xin Yuan you have left. Continue to attack. The Shadow leader shouted. Dark Shadow, who was chasing after Duan Wuqing, continued to launch fierce attacks. One after another, terrifying martial arts energy rushed towards Duan Wuqing. Duan Wuqing turned around and glanced at the Dark Shadow leader and the other Dark Shadow soldiers who were chasing after him. Then, he executed his movement technique and continued to kill his way towards the city. When the soldiers who were attacking the city saw Duan Wuqing's ferocious return, they were all scared witless. After going through an intense battle, Duan Wuqing's Jin Yuan was greatly exhausted. Even though he was at the 7th level of the origin core stage, his face was still pale. However, the Dark Shadow Troop soldiers found it difficult to stop Duan Wuqing. Moreover, Duan Hengxi and Su Liang were on top of the city gate, supporting them with their large bows. No matter how strong the Dark Shadow Troop was, they were powerless against Duan Wuqing, who was at the 8th level of the origin core stage. Preposterous. The Dark Shadow leader was furious. Duan Wuqing's speed was too terrifying. They could not catch up, and the Dark Shadow soldiers who turned around were unable to stop Duan Wuqing. Seeing Duan Wuqing carving out a path of blood, Duan Hengxi's tensed nerves finally relaxed. He then shouted, "Open the city gate." Duan Wuqing arrived at the city gate and used his spear to split open the siege chariot. He shouted, "Release the arrows! Release the arrows!" Duan Hengxi immediately shouted, "Xiao xiao!" Boom boom boom. The dense rain of arrows and flints once again launched a fierce attack. The Water Moon Empire's army suffered heavy casualties. It was a tragic sight. No matter how strong the Dark Shadow Troop was, it was inevitable that many soldiers would die in the face of the rain of arrows and flints. "Big brother, how are you?" Duan Hengxi asked worriedly. "I'm fine. I just used a lot of Jin Yuan," Duan Wuqing said with difficulty as he panted slightly. "The Dark Shadow Troop's strength is too terrifying. The soldiers are no match for them. If this continues, Clear Sky City will fall," Su Liang said solemnly. "We have to hold on even if we have to die. We must not let the Dark Shadow Troop break through the gate," Duan Wuqing said fiercely. He was prepared to sacrifice himself at any moment. "All right. We must not let them in even if we have to die," Duan Hengxi said fiercely. The soldiers roared and their morale rose. The troops led by General Ho were already close to the city gate. The vanguard troops were defeated and the reinforcements had replaced them. The Dark Shadow Troop had also reached the city gate. Under the dense rain of arrows and flints, the enemy suffered heavy casualties. "General Ho! Break through the city gate! Take down Clear Sky City even if you have to die. Kill Duan Wuqing and Duan Hengxi and end the Inferno Empire's future." The leader of the Dark Shadow Troop shouted, "Brothers, go up the city gate." The Dark Shadow Troop soldiers activated their Jin Yuan and jumped up the city gate. "Don't let them come up," Duan Hengxi shouted. The soldiers drew their bows and shot arrows. Duan Wuqing held his long spear and swept it around. Terrifying spears flew out and the soldiers who jumped up were heavily injured and fell back down. However, there were too many soldiers in the Dark Shadow Troop. Duan Wuqing and the rest could not stop all of them. Soon, a large group of soldiers from the Dark Shadow Troop had jumped up the city gate. Their speed was shocking. The ordinary soldiers would be killed by them in an instant. "Kill!" Duan Hengxi shouted. He took out his war soul spear and led the soldiers to charge up the city gate. Duan Hengxi's cultivation was tyrannical. He had already broken through to the 5th level of the origin core stage. The enemy soldiers died one after another. "Kill them all. General Ho! Quickly break through the city gate and take down Clear Sky City." The leader of the Dark Shadow Troop shouted angrily. He jumped up the city gate and began his massacre. The Dark Shadow Troop was worthy of being called the elite soldiers of the Water Moon Empire. The soldiers of the Infernal Empire were powerless against them. Their existence was like a life harvester. Even with Duan Wuqing and Duan Hengxi guarding the city gate, they could not stop the thousands of soldiers from the Dark Shadow Troop from slaughtering them. Boom! Boom, boom! Below the city gate, loud bangs could be heard. The soldiers in the city were desperately defending the city gate. However, with such ferocious attacks, the city gate would not be able to hold on for long. "Kill the two of them. Let the Infernal Empire have no more descendants. The rest of you, get down the city. Open the city gate and let General Ho's soldiers in," the leader of the Dark Shadow Troop sneered. More and more soldiers from the Dark Shadow Troop jumped up the city gate and into the city. The Dark Shadow Troop closed in and the Infernal Empire's soldiers suffered heavy casualties. Duan Hen, you bastard! Watch me kill you! Duan Hen, she shouted angrily. He was about to charge towards the leader of the Dark Shadow Troop. Let me do it. Duan Wuqing glared at the leader of the Dark Shadow Troop and said coldly, you're only at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage. Let's see how capable you are. Duan Wuqing charged towards the leader of the Dark Shadow Troop. His murderous aura instantly doubled. Humph. Brothers. Kill Duan Wuqing with me. The leader of the Dark Shadow Troop shouted angrily. His face was extremely gloomy. Kill. Dozens of Dark Shadow soldiers rushed over at top speed, like ghosts. The Dark Shadow Troop had always been known to come and go without a trace. It was not a lie. Undying Battle Soul Spear. Shatter the star. Duan Wuqing shouted. Terrifying energy poured into the long spear. The body of the spear flashed with a dazzling blue light. The terrifying power of the spear was suffocating. Whoosh. Buzz. Duan Wuqing swept out his spear. A 60 to 70 foot long blue energy spear shot out. It was powerful and ferocious. Earth rank martial skill. The leader of the Dark Shadow Troop's face changed. He shouted in panic, be careful. Dozens of soldiers from the Dark Shadow Troop were terrified. They used their movement techniques to dodge. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. As for the other enemy troops, they were not so lucky. Faced with Duan Wuqing's terrifying spear light, anyone who came into contact with it was blown into a bloody mist. The power of a low-grade Earth-rank martial skill was extremely terrifying. Whoosh. TSK. TSK, TSK. At the same time, Duan Wuqing rushed out with his long spear. His body turned into a blue light. The spear flashed continuously. In the blink of an eye, dozens of soldiers from the Dark Shadow Troop were killed. Trash like you want to kill the future of my empire? Duan Wuqing said coldly. He looked ferocious and terrifying. Anyone who saw him would be terrified. First Prince, the soldiers can't hold on for much longer. General Yang shouted anxiously. Brother! Go down and hold the city gate. Duan Wuqing shouted. He quickly went down to help. There was a large gap in the city gate of Tongtian City. As the soldiers from the Water Moon Empire continued to attack the gate, the gap grew bigger and bigger. In addition, the soldiers from the Dark Shadow Troop had entered the city from above and were crazily slaughtering. The soldiers from the Inferno Empire were retreating. They would not be able to hold on for much longer. Brothers, kill them for me. Take down Tongtian City. We will kill our way into the Inferno Empire's Imperial Palace. The leader of the Dark Shadow Troop shouted. The soldiers' morale was boosted and they became even more ferocious. Whoosh. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky above Tongtian City. The Water Moon Empire's Dark Shadow Troop is indeed worthy of its reputation. The person in the sky sneered. Great Commander. Hearing this voice, Duan Wuqing's face changed. He looked at Feng Wuchen with joy. Feng Wuchen. Seeing Feng Wuchen appear, the soldiers from the Dark Shadow Troop were terrified. The soldiers on the city wall were so frightened that they jumped down. A large number of soldiers retreated in fear. Feng Wuchen's appearance raised the morale of the soldiers and made their blood boil. Wild monkey, if you didn't say it, I wouldn't have believed that Feng Wuchen is the Empire's commander-in-chief and has such terrifying strength. Su Liang said as he looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. His face turned pale because of Feng Wuchen's terrifying aura. Even a Sky Origin Realm cultivator died in his hands. How can it not be terrifying? With everyone united, it would be hard for us to lose. Duan Hen, she said with a smile. His heart was filled with excitement. Quickly retreat from Tongtian City. The leader of the Dark Shadow Troop shouted in fear. He took the lead and jumped up the city gate, escaping from Tongtian City. The soldiers of the Dark Shadow Troop also fled in fear. Outside the city gate, General Ho, who was commanding the soldiers to break open the gate, was also terrified. The soldiers all fled in fear, leaving Tongtian City. Feng Wuchen's existence was enough to make them tremble in fear. Looking at the frightened soldiers of the Dark Shadow Troop and Water Moon Empire fleeing, Feng Wuchen only sneered. It's true that the Water Moon Empire's Shadow Troop is very strong. No wonder there aren't any other powers in your troop. It seems like Lei Zhenfeng is very confident in you guys. Feng Wuchen sneered. After a pause, Feng Wuchen continued, if Lei Zhenfeng knows that all the soldiers of the Dark Shadow Troop are dead, I wonder what kind of expression he will have. Shoo shoo shoo. As soon as Feng Wuchen finished speaking, figures appeared on the walls of Sky Pass City. Powerful auras and murderous intent filled the air. There were hundreds of people. Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army. Seeing hundreds of people appear, the leader of the Dark Shadow Troop's face changed. General Ho and the soldiers were terrified. They actually have spiritual weapons and armors. How is this possible? The leader of the Dark Shadow Troop became more and more terrified. The Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army were the most elite soldiers of the Yanhua Empire. There were rumors that the strength of these two elite troops far exceeded the elite soldiers of the other three empires. The appearance of the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army made the officers and soldiers of Heaven Connecting City go wild with joy. Being able to fight alongside the Empire's most elite officers and soldiers was their supreme glory. I wonder if the Water Moon Empire's Shadow Squad is stronger, or if the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army under my command are stronger. Feng Wuchen said with a mocking sneer. How can a mere Umbra unit be a match for us? Huan Yang sneered, brothers, let the Umbra unit see our strength. Kill. Leave no one alive. Feng Wuchen fiercely ordered. Kill without mercy. Destroy the Water Moon Empire's Shadow Squad. Huan Yang shouted as he activated his True Yuan and took the lead to dive down. The other soldiers also followed suit. Open the city gates. Brothers. It's time for us to strike back. Kill them all. Duan Wuqing shouted as he leaped down from the city wall with a long spear in his hand. He joined the battle with Huan Yang and the others. Kill. Sky-piercing city's gates opened, and the soldiers roared as they charged out of Sky-piercing City like a swarm of ants. Their auras were majestic, and all of them were brimming with killing intent. Seeing the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army charging towards them, the Shadow Squad leader's face became extremely gloomy. The other soldiers were already trembling with fear. Brothers. Kill. The Shadow Squad leader clenched his teeth and roared as blue veins popped out on his face. As the most elite soldiers of the Water Moon Empire, how could they be afraid of the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army? If they ran away because of this, wouldn't they lose face for the Water Moon Empire? Kill. There were still more than 800 Shadow Squad soldiers roaring as they charged forward with all their might. General Ho, who was extremely terrified, hesitated for a moment before he also roared and led his soldiers to charge forward. Feng Wuchen hovered in the air outside the city, only watching the battle and not interfering. Li Fuqing to me. Duan Wuqing fiercely roared as he stared at the Shadow Squad leader and charged forward with his long spear. Duan Wuqing. Fuqing's face was savage as the flesh on his face twitched and a terrifying killing intent surged out. All right. Luan Shen and the others roared as their imposing manner became more and more terrifying. However, Fuqing was only at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage, while Duan Wuqing was at the 7th level of the Origin Core stage. The difference in strength between the two was enormous. The battle erupted once more. Whoosh! 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 The Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army soldiers led by Huan Yang and Luan Shen all executed teleportation, and the scene was extremely magnificent. Looking down from above, it was as if a single person executed a terrifying movement technique and created hundreds of illusions. The Shadow Squad soldiers and the soldiers led by General Ho were all dumbstruck. The speed of the soldiers was extremely terrifying, and in a few blinks of an eye, they had already charged before the Shadow Squad soldiers. After being equipped with Spirit Artifact weapons and Spirit Artifact battle armor, the strength of the Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army soldiers increased substantially. Whoosh! 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 Hundreds of the most elite soldiers instantly charged into the Shadow Squad army and continuously executed teleportation. Everywhere the soldiers passed by, the Shadow Squad soldiers fell one after another without any ability to fight back. The soldiers of the Dark Shadow Troop were killed without even seeing their shadows. How is this possible? They are simply devils. What movement technique is this? I can't see them at all. The Shadow Squad soldiers were incomparably terrified and scared out of their wits. Only when they truly faced the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army did they realize how terrifying these two squads were. They were simply devilish existences. In an instant, hundreds of Shadow Squad soldiers died tragically. The strongest squad of the Watermoon Empire only has this much strength. Too weak. A third-level Origin Core stage martial artist can't even withstand a single blow. Truly disappointing. The Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army soldiers were incomparably disappointed. They never thought that the Shadow Squad that once caused all the empires to tremble in fear would actually be so trash. Of course, it wasn't that the Shadow Squad was trash, but that the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army's strength were too strong. At the same time, Duan Wuqing had already approached Fu Qing with his spear in hand, and he was brimming with killing intent. Didn't you say you wanted to end my Scorchfire Empire's bloodline? Duan Wuqing said extremely fiercely, and the spear in his hand had already mercilessly stabbed towards the terrified Fu Qing. At this moment, Fu Qing was already dumbstruck. The formidable Shadow Squad was simply unable to withstand a single blow before the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army, and hundreds of people died tragically in the blink of an eye. As the leader of the Shadow Squad, Fu Qing was extremely clear of the Shadow Squad's strength, but now, before the two most elite squads of the Scorchfire Empire, they didn't even have the chance to make a move. How terrifying were these two squads? Hiss. Duan Wuqing's speed was terrifying. Even if Fu Qing noticed something, he was still too late and missed the best opportunity to dodge, and the spear mercilessly pierced through his heart. Leader. The other Shadow Squad soldiers looked at Fu Qing in terror. Fu Qing utterly didn't have the strength to fight back when facing Duan Wuqing by himself. Even if it wasn't Duan Wuqing that attacked, but the leader of the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry, Huan Yang, would be able to instantly kill Fu Qing in an instant. They were both at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage, but Huan Yang's strength was absolutely above Fu Qing. Humph. Duan Wuqing coldly snorted. His fierce gaze swept towards General Ho and the others as he loudly shouted, "Brother, Lai Yang, lead the troops and surround them. Don't let a single one of them go." Yes. Duan Henshi and Su Laiyang loudly shouted as they split up and charged out. Duan Wuqing held the spear in his hand as he charged towards the enemy single-handedly. He had the imposing manner of a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger. Duan Wuqing's strength was ferocious. He madly killed all the way, and no one could stop him. Duan Wuqing, as his name suggested, was cold-blooded and merciless. The Watermoon Empire soldiers died one after another. As expected of the Crown Prince of the Empire, truly extraordinary. Feng Wuchen secretly nodded. Duan Wuqing's excellence caused Feng Wuchen to admire him. In a short few minutes, under the frenzied slaughter of the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army, the Shadow Squad was completely annihilated. The Shadow Squad that was known as the strongest squad of the Watermoon Empire was nothing but trash in front of the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army. Quickly retreat. Quickly retreat. General Ho, who was extremely terrified, couldn't take it anymore. He fearfully shouted as he took the lead to escape. The Watermoon Empire soldiers had long since been scared out of their wits. No one dared to stay behind. However, there was no way back for them. Duan Henshi and Su Laiyang had already split up and surrounded them, cutting off their escape route. Want to run? Leave your life behind. Duan Henshi angrily shouted, "Brothers, kill them." The Watermoon Empire soldiers were in despair. Facing such a terrifying force, they had no way to resist. "Great Commander, please spare our lives. We surrender." General Ho fearfully knelt down and begged for mercy. He couldn't care less anymore. Saving his own life was more important. "Great Commander, please spare our lives." The remaining 10,000 soldiers all knelt down and begged for mercy. "Spare our lives?" Duan Wuqing fiercely said, "Have you ever thought of sparing our dead brothers?" "Brothers? Kill." Duan Wuqing angrily shouted. Wait! In the air, Feng Wuchen quickly stopped him. Great Commander! Duan Wuqing respectfully bowed. Wuqing, killing them will have no effect on the Water Moon Empire. However, fear will cause them to never dare to take even half a step into the Yanhua Empire. Rather than killing them, it's better to take them to the Water Moon Empire. Feng Wuchen slowly said. After pausing for a while, Feng Wuchen continued, think about it. If the Water Moon Empire's army surrendered, would they still dare to invade? At the same time, we can also intimidate the Tianwu Empire and the Luoyun Empire. For now, we will spare their lives. If they dare to invade again, just kill them. Yes, great commander. Duan Wuqing respectfully said. Wuqing, take them to the Water Moon Empire and attack the Water Moon Empire's royal family. Remember, do not harm a single hair on the common people. Those who disobey will be killed. Feng Wuchen ordered. Yes, great commander. Duan Wuqing respectfully accepted the order. In front of Feng Wuchen, he was not the first prince of the empire. He was Feng Wuchen's subordinate. Huanyang, Luanchen, follow me to Yanhua City. Feng Wuchen indifferently said. With a flap of his wings, he took the lead and flew towards Yanhua City. Yes, great commander. Great commander. The soldiers shouted respectfully. The Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army joined the battle and instantly turned the tide. Xiao xiao xiao. A moment later, the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the several hundred soldiers of the Black Flag Army all soared into the sky. They all condensed a pair of green wings and chased after Feng Wuchen. Seeing this scene, Duan Wuqing, Duan Henshi, and the tens of thousands of soldiers were dumbfounded. The Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army are getting scarier and scarier. Is this the true strength of our empire's most elite soldiers? They can actually fly. That's a flying martial technique. Sky Connect City was silent for a long time before the soldiers started to exclaim, their faces full of shock and disbelief. When the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army were crazily slaughtering the Shadow Army, they had already felt fear. This was simply an invincible army. The Shadow Army was not even worth mentioning in front of them. With such a terrifying army, which other army could contend against them? No. At least not in the three empires. The Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army became so terrifying under the leadership of Feng Wuchen. When Xianxia led them, although they were the empire's most elite soldiers, their strength was much weaker than the Shadow Army. How long had Feng Wuchen taken over? The Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army had undergone tremendous changes. Feng Wuchen's existence was like a god in the eyes of the soldiers of the Yanhua Empire, and all of them worshipped him. With such a terrifying army, destroying the Shadow Army was just a matter of minutes. If the Emperor of the Shuiyue Empire and the soldiers knew that the Shadow Army was completely wiped out, who knew what kind of expression they would have? Looking at the situation at the other passes, the army led by Xianxia suppressed the enemy, and the enemy could not get close to the city gates. Even with the help of the elites from the various factions of the Shuiyue Empire, they were now in a tough battle. Xianxia's strategy was powerful, and all kinds of military formations were unpredictable, causing the enemy to retreat and suffer heavy casualties. Looking at the army led by Ling Zhantian, there was Zhuan Tianzong's leader, Mu Yunshan, and the elites from the various factions of Yunzhou. Their combat strength was terrifying, not to mention the elites from Heaven Pavilion led by the Crimson Emperor. Even though the enemy also had many powerful cultivators, they were still retreating. The 10 elites of Heaven Pavilion alone were enough to make the enemy tremble in fear. The Crimson Emperor's strength was even more terrifying than the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army, and his strength was even comparable to Duan Wuqing. However, there were no elites from the Taishu sect in the battles at the various passes, not even the figures of their disciples. Still, no one knew if the Taishu sect was involved. Most of the Water Moon Empire's forces were gathered in Blazing Flame City, and many of their experts were gathered there as well. In the intense battle, corpses littered the large open space outside Blazing Fire City. Blood flowed like a river, a tragic sight that was horrifying to behold. The battle between the two armies could be said to have caused heavy casualties. Swish! Swish! Boom boom boom! The two armies continued to attack fiercely with arrows and flints. The chariots were littered with corpses with arrows stuck in them. The flints continued to bombard the chariots. The battle was extremely intense. The two armies fought fiercely. They were evenly matched, and both sides suffered injuries. The experts from the various forces of the two countries were engaged in an intense battle. Yang Tianxian, Situ Jintian, and the other experts all suffered different degrees of injuries. Up in the sky, Duan Tianhun was no match for Lei Zhenfeng, so Ling Xiaoxiao and Mu Tianyun joined the battle. The three of them worked together to fight against Lei Zhenfeng. Ling Xiaoxiao had already broken through to the 9th level of the Origin Core stage. Her strength was comparable to the first level of the Heavenly Origin stage after activating her bloodline power and wielding her magic treasure. Mu Tianyun had stepped into the peak of the 9th level of the Origin Core stage for many years and had successfully broken through to the first level of the Heavenly Origin stage. However, even if the three of them joined forces, they were still at a disadvantage in front of Lei Zhenfeng. If it wasn't for Ling Xiaoxiao's barrier blocking Lei Zhenfeng's strength at the critical moment, the three of them would have been defeated long ago. As a second-level Heavenly Origin stage expert, Lei Zhenfeng's strength was extremely terrifying. It was absolutely not something three first-level Heavenly Origin stage experts could contend against. Who the hell is this stinking girl? Why does she have such a powerful barrier? Her cultivation is at the 9th level of the Origin Core stage, and her strength is comparable to the first level of the Heavenly Origin stage. Lei Zhenfeng glared at Ling Xiaoxiao. He was extremely puzzled and was afraid of Ling Xiaoxiao. The terrifying barrier was definitely not something an ordinary expert could set up. Even with Lei Zhenfeng's strength, he was unable to shake Ling Xiaoxiao's barrier. It could be seen how terrifying the expert behind Ling Xiaoxiao was. Lei Zhenfeng was worried that he would offend the expert behind Ling Xiaoxiao. Not to mention the barrier, with Ling Xiaoxiao's terrifying talent and mysterious strength, it was enough to prove that there was a terrifying force behind Ling Xiaoxiao. And this force could destroy the Water Moon Empire in a matter of minutes. This old thing's strength is really terrifying. The three of us together can't defeat him, Mu Tianyun said solemnly. After going through an intense battle, his old face was slightly pale. Duan Tianhun said solemnly, if it wasn't for Miss Xiaoxiao's barrier, we would have been defeated long ago. However, the situation is still not optimistic. Morong Tianlai and the experts from the Taishu sect have yet to appear. Duan Tianhun was most worried about the Taishu sect. The Taishu sect's strength was terrifying. The sect master Morong Tianlai's strength was not below Lei Zhenfeng's. If Lei Zhenfeng and Morong Tianlai worked together, they would not be a match at all. If the Taishu sect were to intervene now, the Yanhua city's army would probably be wiped out. I don't know when Brother Feng will come. With the four of us working together, it should not be a problem to deal with Lei Zhenfeng. Ling Xiaoxiao said solemnly. That's right. The great general's strength is above us. With the four of us working together, it is indeed possible to deal with him. Mu Tianyun agreed. I don't know if the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army can destroy the Dark Shadow Army. I have never seen the true strength of these two armies, Duan Tianhun said solemnly. He only hoped that they could destroy the Dark Shadow Army and quickly come to support. Your Majesty, don't worry. They are very strong, Ling Xiaoxiao said with a smile. Other than Feng Wuchen, Ling Xiaoxiao was very clear about the strength of the two most elite armies of the empire. Even if Ling Xiaoxiao did not know the strength of the Dark Shadow Army, she was very confident in the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army. Boom! In the sky, Lei Zhenfeng glared at Ling Xiaoxiao. With a loud boom, he once again madly shot towards her. His speed was extremely fast, reaching her in an instant. Careful! Duan Tianhun frowned and shouted. He took the initiative to activate his True Yuan and sent out a palm strike. A terrifying palm strike smashed towards Lei Zhenfeng. Ling Xiaoxiao and Mu Tianyun dodged to the sides and simultaneously launched their attacks. Two terrifying forces blasted towards Lei Zhenfeng. Break! Lei Zhenfeng shouted and shattered Duan Tianhun's palm strike with a single punch. It was as easy as breaking water tofu. His ferocious gaze swept towards Ling Xiaoxiao. Lei Zhenfeng's body flashed and reappeared in an instant. His palm that contained a terrifying force smashed down. Not good. Duan Tianhun's face changed and he anxiously shouted, quickly condense a spirit barrier. Humph. Overestimating yourself. Ling Xiaoxiao's face was fearless as a terrifying green spirit barrier condensed. However, just when they thought that Lei Zhenfeng would attack, his figure flashed and disappeared again. Ling Xiaoxiao was shocked and immediately used her teleportation. When Lei Zhenfeng appeared again, he was already in front of Duan Tianhun and sent out a palm strike. Bastard! Duan Tianhun was furious. Xiao! Boom! At that critical moment, Ling Xiaoxiao appeared out of thin air and Lei Zhenfeng's palm strike landed. Lei Zhenfeng's face changed and it was too late to retract his attack. In a moment of desperation, Lei Zhenfeng forcefully retracted half of his strength. With a loud explosion, his palm landed on the spirit barrier and the terrifying rebounding force sent Lei Zhenfeng flying. Fortunately, Lei Zhenfeng retracted half of his strength in a moment of desperation. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured. Stupid girl. Lei Zhenfeng was furious. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. However, he could not do anything to Ling Xiaoxiao. Just when he was about to injure Duan Tianhun, Ling Xiaoxiao had guessed it. Duan Tiandi has been at Heavenly Yuan Stage 1 for many years and his cultivation base is deeply rooted. Old sect leader Mu has just broken through to Heavenly Yuan Stage and is not a threat to you. I don't even need to guess to know that you are going to injure Duan Tiandi. Ling Xiaoxiao said coldly. Lei Zhenfeng's face became even more ferocious and he was furious. Xiao. Buzz buzz. Right at this moment, a terrifying energy beam shot out from a mountain peak not far away and shook the void. Lei Zhenfeng frowned. With a wave of his hand, he used a tyrannical method to disperse the terrifying power. Zhang Tian ran. Lei Zhenfeng looked at the source of the terrifying energy and his face became even scarier. His killing intent soared to the sky. The attacker was the Wind Thunder Sect's sect leader, Zhang Tianran. Kill! A large group of experts roared and rushed towards the Water Moon Empire's army. This group of experts was from the Wind Thunder Sect and many disciples. Lei Zhenfeng stared at Zhang Tianran fiercely and shouted, Zhang Tianran, is your Wind Thunder Sect rebelling? Zhang Tianran swayed and killed the Water Moon Empire's soldiers. His strength was terrifying and none of the soldiers dared to get close to him. Even the experts from the Water Moon Empire did not dare to attack Zhang Tianran. Rebelling? The Wind Thunder Sect has already submitted to me. How is this rebelling? A faint sneer came from the sky. Xiao. A golden light flashed and appeared in the sky above blazing Fire City. Big Brother Feng. Ling Xiaoxiao was wild with joy. Master is here. Yang Tianxian and Situzhen Tian were overjoyed. This kid is finally here. Duan Tianhun breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Wuchen. Lei Zhenfeng's expression changed drastically. The terrifying aura that emanated from Feng Wuchen made him feel threatened. The soldiers of the Water Moon Empire, as well as the powerhouses of the various forces, were all horrified. Great Commander is here. On the other hand, the Blazing Fire Empire's soldiers were boiling with excitement. Feng Wuchen's appearance caused the fierce battle to temporarily stop. Everyone looked at Feng Wuchen. The Blazing Fire Empire saw hope while the Water Moon Empire began to panic. This 17 or 18-year-old youth was a devil in their eyes. The Wind Thunder Sect has already submitted to you? Lei Zhenfeng asked gloomily. Report. Emperor. Something bad has happened. Before Feng Wuchen could reply, a general at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage flashed over at top speed. His expression was extremely terrified, as if he'd seen a ghost. What's the matter? Lei Zhenfeng asked in a deep voice. The Shadow Division was completely annihilated? 30,000 died? Slaughtering their way into the imperial family? The general's words shocked everyone present, causing them to be dumbstruck. The Shadow Division was completely annihilated, the strongest division that the Water Moon Empire was so proud of, the elite soldiers that every nation feared, was actually completely annihilated. Was this possible? What did you say? Lei Zhenfeng trembled as he stared at the general. He couldn't believe that the Shadow Division was completely annihilated. The general trembled as he said, "The Shadow Division was completely annihilated." Boom. Everyone present instantly came back to their senses, extremely shocked. It was as if a sudden clap of thunder had exploded. Cries of alarm swept out like an avalanche. The Shadow Division was actually completely annihilated. This is impossible. Our empire's strongest division can't be completely annihilated. Did Feng Wuchen annihilate the Shadow Division? The upper echelons and soldiers of the Water Moon Empire were extremely shocked. The strongest division that they were so proud of was actually completely annihilated. Who did it? Lei Zhenfeng asked angrily, his eyes bloodshot. The Shadow Division was Lei Zhenfeng's blood, sweat, and tears. Now that it was completely annihilated, he was almost angered to death. Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army. The general said in shock, his voice beginning to tremble. What? Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army? Lei Zhenfeng's face was filled with shock. His eyes widened as he looked at Feng Wuchen inch by inch in shock. That's right. The Shadow Division was completely powerless. They are too terrifying. The general said in shock, his entire body trembling. Completely powerless? Duan Tianhuan's face was filled with shock as he said in shock, did the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army really become so terrifying? The Shadow Division didn't even have the strength to fight back. How did Feng Wuchen nurture such powerful soldiers? Mu Tianyun was extremely puzzled. Although the Xuantianzong disciples had indeed greatly increased their strength according to Feng Wuchen's method, they were still inferior to the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army. Completely powerless, these words exploded in everyone's ears like thunder. Everyone, including the people from the Infernal Empire, was incomparably shocked. Everyone's faces stiffened. The Water Moon Empire's strongest army, in front of the Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army, actually didn't have the strength to retaliate. Just how terrifying were the two armies of the Inferno Empire? The Water Moon Empire's Shadow Troop is only SOSO, far inferior to the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army. High in the sky, Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. Feng Wuchen. Lei Zhenfeng clenched his teeth and roared. A terrifying killing intent erupted from his body. Lei Zhenfeng had already guessed that the reason why Feng Wuchen had come out now was to eliminate the Shadow Squad. Thunder Emperor, do you want to see the strength of the Inferno Empire's most elite soldiers? Feng Wuchen asked with a cold smile. Swish. Swish. As soon as Feng Wuchen finished speaking, the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army's hundreds of soldiers flashed and appeared high in the sky at practically the same time. Right behind Feng Wuchen, energy wings condensed on the backs of all the soldiers. Besides that, the soldiers all possessed spirit weapons and spirit armor. Waves of ferocious aura suffused out, and the waves of terrifying killing intent caused one to be terrified. Hiss, everyone present was shocked to the point of gasping when they saw the scene of the light tube, and their eyes instantly dilated to the extreme. Flying martial skill. The Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army actually both possess flying martial skills. They both possess spirit weapons. It was them that eliminated the Shadow Troop? They're all at the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage or above. Their auras are too terrifying. Are they really the Inferno Empire Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army? The Water Moon Empire soldiers were both shocked and terrified. They couldn't help but tremble when they saw the two strongest troops of the Inferno Empire. They're actually so strong. Duan Tianhun exclaimed in surprise, and he was incomparably overjoyed in his heart. They were even stronger than he imagined. They're actually this strong. Mu Tianyun couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Every soldier possessed a spirit weapon, and they even possessed flying martial skills. How generous was this? Shocking. Everyone present was shocked. The Water Moon Empire's soldiers were incomparably terrified, and the Inferno Empire's soldiers began to feel their blood boiling. The Empire had two terrifying troops, and they all felt very proud of it. Just by looking at them, they already made people feel that they were very terrifying, let alone when they fought. Huan Yang, let the Water Moon Empire see your true strength. Feng Wuchen sneered slightly. Kill. Huan Yang shouted coldly, and the hundreds of soldiers abruptly circulated their true origin. The energy wings flapped, and the hundreds of soldiers swooped down crazily. Seeing the hundreds of the Inferno Empire's most elite soldiers swooping down, the Water Moon Empire's soldiers panicked. Even the Shadow Troop couldn't fight back, let alone these ordinary soldiers. Kill! At the same time, the Inferno Empire soldiers roared furiously, and their killing intent soared. The temporary ceasefire broke out once again. Swish, swish, swish. Hiss. Hiss. Hiss, hiss. The Heaven Shadow Flaming Cavalrymen and Black Flag Army soldiers teleported when they were still tens of meters away from the ground, and they charged towards the Water Moon Empire's army with a terrifying speed. Numerous figures flickered strangely, causing one to be unable to guard against them, and in the blink of an eye, a few hundred soldiers were killed. The Heaven Shadow Flaming Cavalrymen and Black Flag Army flickered ceaselessly within the large expanse of enemy troops with terrifying speed, and they were cold-blooded and merciless as they madly reaped the lives of the enemy soldiers. All the Water Moon Empire soldiers and cultivators of the various powers with cultivations below the 4th level of the Origin Core stage were instantly killed. The Water Moon Empire soldiers were killed at a shocking speed. The methods of the soldiers were extremely ferocious, and the scene was shocking and bloody. Everyone was scared out of their wits when they saw this bloody and ferocious scene, and they were unable to speak, as if they'd been paralyzed. Shrill cries, terrified cries, and cries for help filled the battlefield. Experts with formidable cultivations were terrified to the point their hearts went cold when they saw the cold-blooded and merciless Heaven Shadow Flaming Cavalrymen and Black Flag Army. The true strength of the Heaven Shadow Flaming Cavalrymen and Black Flag Army was completely displayed, and it completely intimidated the Water Moon Empire's army. As the head of the 4 empires, even the strongest army of the Water Moon Empire was unable to be fully equipped with spirit weapons, and it could be imagined how terrifying these 2 armies of the Inferno Empire were. For a time, the Water Moon Empire's army retreated step by step in defeat, and they were forced to retreat over 100 meters. The ground was covered with severed limbs and blood dyed the ground red, as if the ground was made of blood, and it was a ghastly sight. A person with a weak guts would absolutely be frightened to death. Feng Wuchen sneered as he looked at the incomparably astonished Lei Zhenfeng. Lei Zhenfeng, how's the strength of the Inferno Empire's most elite soldiers? Lei Zhenfeng's astonished face went gloomy when he heard this, and he said with a savage and furious expression, only a group of ants. Once this king kills all of you, annihilating them will be as easy as flipping my hand. A terrifying power was activated, and Lei Zhenfeng suddenly charged towards Feng Wuchen. His imposing manner was majestic and fierce, and his terrifying murderous aura was almost tangible, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda! Feng Wuchen shouted as he quickly took out the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, and a surging aura filled the air. The Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda flew up into the sky, and a golden light burst out. A golden spell enveloped the area, and a domineering suppressive force pressed down on Lei Zhenfeng's body. Lei Zhenfeng's body stopped moving, and his expression changed greatly. He was greatly shocked. Is this the power of an inferior celestial artifact? It actually has such a terrifying suppressive force. Under the suppression of the domineering suppressive force, Lei Zhenfeng's aura instantly dropped to the 1st level of the heavenly origin stage. Although he had seen the suppressive force of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, he had only felt it from the periphery of the spell. Now that he was inside the spell, Lei Zhenfeng truly realized how terrifying the suppressive force was. The power of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda would increase along with Feng Wuchen's cultivation level. At the same time, Feng Wuchen activated the power of the bloodline and the 2nd stage of the sovereign body. His entire body's blood and qi rose, and an extremely violent aura surged out, causing the void to tremble. A bloody light burst out, and it was incomparably dazzling. At this moment, Feng Wuchen's aura rose several times, and his consciousness surpassed the 1st level of the heavenly origin stage. Lady D, compared to the Morong Tianlai, how is your strength? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. His face was cold, and his murderous aura condensed into a gale that could freeze one's body. Lei Zhenfeng's face was extremely gloomy. He glanced at the Grand General and shouted angrily, Grand General, bring everyone back to the Empire immediately. Kill Duan Wuqing and arrest. This king wants to kill Feng Wuchen personally. Rest assured, Emperor. The first prince will protect the imperial family. Duan Wuqing and the rest will not be able to take down the imperial family. The Grand General shouted, but he quickly brought his men back. You want to leave? Stop them. Duan Tianhun shouted angrily. Yes. Huan Yang shouted, and dozens of soldiers used teleportation to chase after them. Xiao. Rumble. Lei Zhenfeng abruptly waved his hand, and a 200-meter-long energy slash shot down. Huan Yang and the other soldiers who were chasing after Lei Zhenfeng were so frightened that they retreated. Soon after, a rumbling sound rang out, and a huge crater dozens of meters wide appeared on the ground. Go. This king wants to see who dares to stop us. Lei Zhenfeng shouted angrily. Let them go. Leave the rest behind. Let me see how long the Watermoon Empire's army can last. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Duan Tianhun frowned and thought, is Feng Wuchen that confident? Lei Zhenfeng is not easy to deal with. Huan Yang. Luanchen. Destroy the Watermoon Empire's army for this king. Duan Tianhun shouted, but he did not make a move. With his status, it was not necessary for him to personally deal with those trash. Understood. The Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army soldiers became braver and fiercer as they fought. Rumble, Feng Wuchen was the first to attack. With a flap of his wings, Feng Wuchen rushed out at the speed of sound and arrived before Yi Futian in an instant. This stinking brat's strength is indeed not simple. Lei Zhenfeng said angrily. Feng Wuchen's frightening speed had shocked him. Rumble, Weng. Weng, Feng Wuchen arrived in the blink of an eye. His fist contained an extremely surging power as it smashed down on Lei Zhenfeng's head. Lei Zhenfeng countered with all his strength. With a deafening explosion, destructive energy ripples spread out, causing the void to churn. In a fierce clash of fists, Feng Wuchen was actually able to stand up to Lei Zhenfeng. Feng Wuchen's punch was on par with Lei Zhenfeng's. It was enough to intimidate the crowd. Of course, the reason why Feng Wuchen was able to contend with Lei Zhenfeng was entirely because of the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda's suppressive force. Duan Tianhun, Ling Xiaoxiao, and Mu Tianyun, the three Sky Origin stage powerhouses, were unable to defeat Lei Zhenfeng even when they joined forces. Feng Wuchen naturally did not have the ability to do so. The corners of his mouth curled into a dangerous arc as Feng Wuchen sneered. Looks like Lei Didi's strength is much weaker than Murong Tianlai. More than enough to kill you. Lei Zhenfeng shouted angrily. Oh? Is that so? Feng Wuchen sneered. This king wants to see what ability a 9th-level Origin core stage martial artist like you has. Lei Zhenfeng shouted angrily as he fully activated his terrifying true origin. His killing intent grew heavier. Boom boom boom. Weng weng. Lei Zhenfeng suddenly launched a fierce attack. Every move carried a fatal force. The sound of the collision constantly spread from the sky. The vibration of the void caused everyone's heartbeat to quicken. Feng Wuchen's strength has already surpassed this king's. Even if this king possesses the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, I may not be able to contend with Lei Zhenfeng. Duan Tianhun frowned as he looked at Feng Wuchen and exclaimed in his heart. Master's strength is getting stronger and stronger. Just by relying on his own strength, he is able to contend with Lei Zhenfeng. Situ Zhentian was shocked. Yang Tianxia nodded solemnly and said, with master's strength, perhaps he can really defeat Lei Zhenfeng. It was the first time they had seen Feng Wuchen fight with a second-level Heavenly Origin stage powerhouse. Although he relied on the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda's suppressive force to contend with Lei Zhenfeng, that was also a part of his strength. When the experts from the Inferno Empire and the Watermoon Empire saw Feng Wuchen's terrifying strength again, their hearts almost jumped out of their chests. It hadn't been long since the battle between Feng Wuchen and Lei Ju had ended, and Feng Wuchen had become so powerful, as if it had happened in the blink of an eye. They really couldn't imagine how terrifying Feng Wuchen's cultivation speed was. This stinking brat's strength has improved quite a bit. When he fought with this sect, he still did not have the strength he has today. Somewhere in the dark, Murong Tianlai frowned as he thought to himself. His fear of Feng Wuchen had become more and more intense. Sect leader, with Feng Wuchen's strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to heavily injure Lei Zhenfeng. Once both of them are injured, it will be our best chance. He Xiong coldly laughed. That damned girl isn't easy to deal with. Her barrier is too terrifying. Great Elder Zhou Shan said fearfully. Don't bother about that brat. Once we kill Duan Tianhun and Feng Wuchen, the others won't be a threat. Morong Tianlai said coldly. Ling Xiaoxiao had a terrifying barrier, but as long as they didn't attack her, she wouldn't be in danger. Morong Tianlai and the others had already achieved their goal. As long as they waited for Feng Wuchen and Lei Zhenfeng to be injured, they would take action. Boom boom boom. Weng weng. The fierce battle continued for 2 minutes. Feng Wuchen had such a strong physical body, but Lei Zhenfeng still wasn't at a disadvantage. This showed how strong he was. Lady D, your strength is only SOSO. In the fierce battle, Feng Wuchen suddenly sneered with a look of contempt. Lei Zhenfeng's face was gloomy as his flesh twitched violently. Wind-capturing claw. Amidst the ferocious attacks, Lei Zhenfeng roared. His palm instantly turned into a claw, and a terrifying suction force sucked Feng Wuchen, who was trying to dodge. Bang! Weng weng! Feng Wuchen suddenly struck out with his claw, and with a muffled sound, the two claws clashed. Lei Zhenfeng's left palm blasted out, and Feng Wuchen's left palm blasted out once again. With another explosive sound, a terrifying Jinyuan exploded out, and a resplendent blood-red light and green light flashed, each occupying half of the sky. You're courting death. Lei Zhenfeng roared, and the ice attribute Jinyuan in his body was crazily activated. A terrifying cold chi spread out from his hands and entered Feng Wuchen's body. Do you think it's useful? Feng Wuchen sneered. As an alchemist, how could Feng Wuchen be afraid of the ice attribute? Humph. This king knows that you're an alchemist. Lei Zhenfeng said angrily. Since Lei Zhenfeng knew that he was an alchemist, then he must have some other scheme. As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Zhenfeng activated his wood attribute Jinyuan and crazily spread it into Feng Wuchen's body. Lei Zhenfeng said fiercely, ice attribute and fire attribute turn into water, and water into wood. This king's wood attribute will become stronger when it enters your body. Wood gives birth to fire, and if this king introduces fire attribute into your body, you'll have 2 different fire attributes. Guess what will happen? 2 different fire attributes? Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. Humph. Lei Zhenfeng firmly grasped Feng Wuchen's hands, and once again activated his fire attribute Jinyuan. An extremely terrifying fire attribute burst out, and Lei Zhenfeng's body ignited with purple flames, causing the surrounding temperature to rise rapidly. This is Beast Fire. Feng Wuchen looked at the purple flames on Lei Zhenfeng's body in shock. That's right. An alchemist's Jinyuan and Beast Fire are 2 completely different types of flames, and the 2 flames will repel each other. Can your body withstand it? Lei Zhenfeng sneered proudly. Hearing Lei Zhenfeng's words, Duan Tianhun, Yang Tianxian, and the rest's faces changed. Ice attribute and fire turned into water, and water gave birth to wood. The wood attribute would become stronger, and would give birth to fire. Lei Zhenfeng's beast fire would naturally become more terrifying. The terrifying beast fire and the alchemist's Jinyuan would repel each other. Once the 2 terrifying forces burst out, and from within his body, how could Feng Wuchen withstand it? Hiding in the dark, Morong Tianlai said in shock, I didn't expect Lei Zhenfeng to have such a method. The beast fire in Feng Wuchen's body is extremely powerful, and even I don't dare to say that I can withstand it. This old thing is indeed not simple. This old bastard still has such a sinister method. Duan Tianhun said angrily, and could not help but want to attack. Lei Zhenfeng, who had sensed something, glanced at Duan Tianhun and sneered, Duan Tianhun, don't blame this king for not reminding you. If you don't want to die, it's best if you don't get close. Emperor, Brother Feng is fine. Don't worry. Ling Xiaoxiao said in a low voice, not worried in the slightest. Seeing Ling Xiaoxiao's calm expression, Duan Tianhun was slightly startled, and looked at Feng Wuchen. Emperor, kill Feng Wuchen. Kill Feng Wuchen. The Water Moon Empire's soldiers and practitioners all shouted excitedly. The terrifying beast fire in Feng Wuchen's body had already started to expand, but Feng Wuchen's expression did not change, and there was no panic or worry. Lei Zhenfeng and the Water Moon Empire's soldiers became even more excited, as if they could already see the scene of Feng Wuchen's miserable death. Feng Wuchen, your time of death has come. After getting rid of you, what are the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army worth? Even Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda won't be able to do anything to me. Lei Zhenfeng sneered. Looking at the complacent Lei Zhenfeng, Feng Wuchen said coldly, "Are you sure the beast fire can hurt me?" "Humph. You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die." "Die!" Lei Zhenfeng shouted angrily, and suddenly clawed, wanting to detonate the beast fire in Feng Wuchen's body. However, after Lei Zhenfeng clenched his fist, there was no reaction. Feng Wuchen's expanding body also did not explode as Lei Zhenfeng expected. What's going on? Lei Zhenfeng was slightly startled, and was extremely puzzled. He looked at Feng Wuchen in astonishment. The soldiers and practitioners of the two empires all looked at Feng Wuchen strangely, not knowing what was going on. "Oh?" Morong Tianlai said in astonishment, "Such a terrifying beast fire can't do anything to Feng Wuchen? The beast fire is not moving at all, as if it is not under Lei Zhenfeng's control. Could it be that Master's true fire is too terrifying?" Yang Tianxian frowned and said in puzzlement. "Miss Ling, what's going on?" Duan Tianhun looked at Ling Xiaoxiao and asked in puzzlement. Ling Xiaoxiao said, "This is related to Brother Feng's true fire. A mere beast fire can't do anything to Brother Feng." The Dragon God's breath in Feng Wuchen's body had already fused with the Dragon God's power. Feng Wuchen could use any type of true essence at any time as he pleased. And the azure flame in Feng Wuchen's body was not an ordinary flame, it was the dragon race's flame. How could a mere beast fire contend against it, even if he did not use the dragon race's flame? Feng Wuchen's Dragon God's breath, which had fused with the Dragon God's power, would allow Feng Wuchen to remain unharmed. The excited smiles of the Water Moon Empire's soldiers and practitioners had already stiffened on the spot. High up in the sky, Feng Wuchen waved his hand and the beast fire in his body was sucked out and condensed in his palm. Hiss, this tyrannical method caused countless people to be alarmed. Seeing the terrifying beast fire that he condensed being played with by Feng Wuchen, Lei Zhenfeng was incomparably shocked. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "Emperor Lei, your beast fire is too weak." Feng Wuchen sneered, then opened his mouth and swallowed the purple flame. Feng Wuchen actually swallowed the beast fire that Lei Zhenfeng condensed. Seeing this scene, everyone was scared out of their wits. Lei Zhenfeng could not help but shiver. Is this still a human? He's simply a monster. Show me your true ability. These insignificant tricks are useless against me. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His gaze was cold and carried some contempt. Preposterous. Sensing Feng Wuchen's disdainful gaze, Lei Zhenfeng flew into a rage. As the emperor of the Water Moon Empire, how could Lei Zhenfeng tolerate being looked down upon by a little brat? Buzz. A terrifying true essence erupted, and a green light flashed. Surging waves of qi rippled out. High-grade profound-level martial skill. Limitless berserk lion. Lei Zhenfeng roared fiercely and clasped his hands together. A terrifying green energy instantly condensed into a 200 zhang large berserk lion. Its huge eyes flashed with a bloody light. The berserk lion roared and crazily charged towards Feng Wuchen. Berserk lion martial spirit? Feng Wuchen narrowed his eyes. His killing intent surged as he said coldly, "Is this all you have?" The power of his bloodline was activated, and a bloody light flashed, resplendent. God-punishing soul-severing finger. Feng Wuchen roared coldly and raised his right arm. An extremely violent power condensed on his index finger. The dazzling bloody light was like a small sun. Xiao. Buzz. Earth rank martial skill. Lei Zhenfeng's face was extremely gloomy. From the tyrannical power of the bloody light, Lei Zhenfeng could tell that Feng Wuchen was using an earth rank martial skill. This bloody light made Lei Zhenfeng feel a trace of threat. Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda has such a tyrannical suppressive power, suppressing my strength. Lei Zhenfeng frowned and immediately retreated. In the blink of an eye, Lei Zhenfeng had already flashed out of the array. The suppressive power disappeared, and Lei Zhenfeng's aura rapidly rose. His second-level heavenly origin stage strength was instantly restored. Rumble. Buzz. The two terrifying forces instantly collided, and an earth-shattering explosion shook the heavens and earth. The destructive energy was like a devouring power, dispersing the clouds and the sky. Humph. Lei Zhenfeng coldly snorted and waved his hand. The terrifying energy ripples were instantly blocked by a tyrannical energy, unable to harm Lei Zhenfeng at all. Feng Wuchen was protected by the Qilin battle armor, so he was unharmed. Without the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda's suppressive power, what can you do? What can you do to me? Lei Zhenfeng arrogantly said with a condescending attitude. Feng Wuchen sneered, I'm not in a hurry. I have more time than you. If you don't believe me, you can look down. Hearing this, Lei Zhenfeng furrowed his brows and fiercely glanced down. The two armies fought fiercely, and the Water Moon Empire's army suffered heavy casualties. The soldiers were killed at a frightening speed. The Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army were crazily slaughtering. Adding the Infernal Empire's soldiers, the Water Moon Empire's army was powerless to resist. If this continued, the Water Moon Empire's army would definitely be annihilated. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Boom! With a flap of his black wings, Feng Wuchen suddenly shot out. In the sky, the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda followed Feng Wuchen at high speed. In an instant, the huge golden array once again enveloped Lei Zhenfeng, and the domineering suppressive force once again suppressed Lei Zhenfeng, causing his aura to plummet. Feng Wuchen arrived in the blink of an eye. The power of his bloodline had already gathered in his palm. Third Heaven's Fury Palm. Feng Wuchen coldly snorted, and a palm mercilessly struck towards Lei Zhenfeng. The power of the three palms was even more terrifying, and the wind from the palms was extremely oppressive. The feeling of being suppressed was truly unpleasant. The corner of Lei Zhenfeng's mouth twitched as he circulated his quintessence and roared, a high-grade profound ranked martial skill. Wind Palm. Boom. Buzz. In an instant, the two palms collided with each other. With a loud explosion, the void shook, and violent energy rolled out once again. The energy that rolled out was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Lei Zhenfeng's face sank, and his arms began to tremble. Feng Wuchen clearly had the upper hand in this clash of palms. In front of the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda's suppressive force, your strength is only SOSO. Feng Wuchen coldly said. His tyrannical physical body and domineering strength were enough to put him in an invincible position. Don't be arrogant in front of this king. Lei Zhenfeng gloomily said. As an emperor, how could he not be angry when his strength wasn't even comparable to a 17 or 18-year-old youth? Mid-grade profound ranked martial skill. Astral Wind. The furious Lei Zhenfeng's wind attribute quintessence burst out, and a huge storm was formed with the two of them in the center. The storm was over 20 feet tall, and it condensed into an incomparably solid wall of wind, completely sealing off Feng Wuchen's path of retreat. The terrifying storm swept down, and the soldiers of both armies retreated in fear. Ah! Save me! Quickly save me! Emperor, stop! The soldiers in the center of the storm were sucked into the storm, and miserable cries of despair resounded. The furious Lei Zhenfeng didn't care about the life or death of the soldiers. Even if they were from the Water Moon Empire, Lei Zhenfeng didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache. The storm was extremely terrifying, and the soldiers that were sucked into it were instantly torn into pieces. Preposterous. Simply inhumane. Duan Tianhuan's face was gloomy as he circulated his quintessence with all his might. Lei Zhenfeng didn't feel sorry for the soldiers, but Duan Tianhuan did. Duan Tianhuan's body flashed, and he condensed a terrifying power in his palms, using all of his strength to resist the storm. Overestimating yourself. Lei Zhenfeng, who sensed something, said with disdain. Feng Wuchen's face was gloomy as he circulated his wind attribute quintessence and condensed it on his right arm. A high-speed wind energy appeared on his right arm. Break! Rumble! With a flap of his wings, Feng Wuchen soared into the sky, and with a loud roar, his right fist punched towards the top of the storm. At the moment of collision, an earth-shattering explosion resounded. The incomparably ferocious punch forcefully created a huge hole in the terrifying storm. The huge storm collapsed. How is this possible? Lei Zhenfeng's face was filled with shock. He realized that all of his quintessences were nothing in front of Feng Wuchen. After destroying the storm with a single punch, Feng Wuchen's ferocious gaze swept towards Lei Zhenfeng, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Boom! In the next second, Feng Wuchen arrived in front of Lei Zhenfeng, and with a loud explosion, he sent the shocked Lei Zhenfeng flying with a single punch. Swish! Boom! Lei Zhenfeng was sent flying for tens of meters, but Feng Wuchen appeared again, and with another punch, Lei Zhenfeng was sent flying again. Feng Wuchen's movement technique was terrifying, and his speed was even more terrifying. Lei Zhenfeng couldn't defend against it. After a few consecutive punches, Lei Zhenfeng's mouth had a trace of blood, and he was obviously injured. However, even though Lei Zhenfeng was suppressed by the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, he was still at Sky Origin Stage 2. After receiving Feng Wuchen's ferocious attacks, he was only slightly injured, and it didn't affect him at all. You don't even care about the lives of your own soldiers, are you still human? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Humph. As long as I can get rid of you, sacrificing my soldiers' lives is worth it. Lei Zhenfeng was furious, and he was starting to lose his mind. Buzz buzz. Lei Zhenfeng, who was in a state of rage, once again activated his quintessences, and a green light exploded. Stinking brat, do you really think that this is all I have? Lei Zhenfeng shouted angrily. He put his palms together, and then pulled them apart. A white light exploded between his palms, and a tyrannical aura spread out. This was the aura of a mid-grade spiritual weapon, that's right. Lei Zhenfeng had taken out his magical weapon, a white jade stone floated between his hands, and it was emitting a tyrannical aura. After taking out his magical weapon, Lei Zhenfeng's aura surged, and he became even more intimidating. This jade stone contains an extremely pure energy. What kind of magical weapon is this? Feng Wuchen frowned. Duan Tianhuan's expression changed. 10,000 soul jade. Imperial tutor, what kind of magical weapon is this? Why does it contain such a large amount of energy? Ling Xiaoxiao asked curiously. Yang Tianxian's expression was extremely solemn. This is a magical weapon that can provide energy. It is called the 10,000 soul jade, and it can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and condense it into pure energy. Imperial tutor, you mean that Lei Zhenfeng can use the 10,000 soul jade to recover his quintessences? Ling Xiaoxiao frowned. That's right. Yang Xianxia nodded. Situ Jintian added, the 10,000 soul jade can also increase Lei Zhenfeng's combat power. You have the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, but I have the 10,000 soul jade. Lei Zhenfeng shouted angrily. Terrifying. Quintessences were injected into the 10,000 soul jade, and the jade stone exploded with a dazzling white light. At the same time, the 10,000 soul jade suddenly released an extremely large amount of pure energy, that's right. What the 10,000 soul jade released was indeed pure energy. The large amount of pure energy crazily poured into Lei Zhenfeng's body, and the quintessences that he had consumed were recovering at a terrifying speed. This old thing's quintessences have recovered. His aura has also increased by quite a bit. So that's how it is. Feng Wuchen frowned again, and his expression became more solemn. The 10,000 soul jade could be said to be Lei Zhenfeng's trump card, his strongest trump card. With the endless supply of pure energy from the 10,000 soul jade, Lei Zhenfeng's quintessences could be said to be inexhaustible. Powerful martial techniques could also be used as he wished. World annihilation, heavenly punishment / Feng Wuchen shouted fiercely and urged the power of his bloodline, condensing a terrifying energy that swept towards Lei Zhenfeng. Whoosh! Buzz buzz! A huge blood-colored energy slash broke through the air, carrying a ferocious aura as it rushed towards Lei Zhenfeng. Everywhere it passed, the space shook violently. Humph! What can an Earth-tier martial skill do to me? Lei Zhenfeng said arrogantly, completely ignoring Feng Wuchen's Earth-tier martial skill. Rumble! Buzz buzz! Lei Zhenfeng blasted out with his palm, and the energy slash suddenly exploded. Resplendent energy rays flickered unceasingly in the air. He could actually destroy Feng Wuchen's Earth-tier martial skill with his bare hands. What kind of terrifying technique was this? Formless energy. Feng Wuchen was secretly surprised. Lei Zhenfeng was not strong enough to destroy Feng Wuchen's Earth-tier martial skill with his bare hands. The reason why it exploded was because Lei Zhenfeng had used a formless energy. Feng Wuchen, this king wants to see how long you can last. Lei Zhenfeng roared, and his terrifying quintessences were fully activated. Azure light flashed, and his robes fluttered. High-grade profound tier martial skill. In wind palm. High-grade profound tier martial skill. Limitless wild lion. High-grade profound tier martial skill. Lei Zhenfeng's roars rang out continuously, and he used 3 different martial skills in one breath. 3 terrifying energies rushed towards Feng Wuchen. With the power provided by the 10,000 spirit jade, Lei Zhenfeng did not need to worry about quintessence's consumption. Lei Zhenfeng's advantage in a battle of attrition. No matter how strong the enemy was, once his quintessences were exhausted, it would be the best time for Lei Zhenfeng to kill his opponent. And now, Feng Wuchen was the same, seeing Lei Zhenfeng use 3 different martial skills in one breath, everyone was terrified. Facing these 3 terrifying energies, would Feng Wuchen be able to withstand them? Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Feng Wuchen roared, and the huge pagoda floating in the air suddenly rotated. Under Feng Wuchen's control, the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda's huge mouth had a terrifying suction force, and the 3 terrifying energies were all absorbed into the pagoda under the horrified gazes of the crowd. 3 terrifying energies were actually absorbed by the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. How tyrannical was this pagoda? Buzz buzz. Feng Wuchen's aura suddenly rose, and with a grab of his hand, the Supreme Dragon God Sword appeared out of thin air, and an extremely violent aura swept out from the sword. Feng Wuchen took out the Supreme Dragon God Sword. His aura increased rapidly, and a monster sword intent shot up to the sky. Feng Wuchen's battle prowess increased by a lot, and the blood qi on his body became more dazzling. A fierce aura that came from his bones spread out, and the fierceness in his eyes made people not dare to look at him directly. Taking out the Supreme Dragon God Sword meant that Feng Wuchen was going to use his full strength. Lei Zhenfeng had an inexhaustible supply of Jinyuan. Although Feng Wuchen's Jinyuan recovered quickly, it was not as fast as Lei Zhenfeng's. Therefore, Feng Wuchen had to severely injure Lei Zhenfeng. Otherwise, Feng Wuchen's Jinyuan would not be able to last as long as Lei Zhenfeng. Severely injuring Lei Zhenfeng would at least weaken him. Even if Lei Zhenfeng had an inexhaustible supply of Jinyuan, it would be useless. The 10,000 soul jade could only recover Jinyuan, but not injuries. However, Lei Zhenfeng was not stupid. He could tell that Feng Wuchen was going to use his full strength. Lei Zhenfeng immediately retreated out of the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda array, and his strength returned to Sky Origin Stage 2. Lei Zhenfeng had seen the power of Feng Wuchen's sword skill. Under the suppression of the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, he did not have the confidence to fight against Feng Wuchen's sword skill. Feng Wuchen, you want to injure me? Stop dreaming. Lei Zhenfeng shouted angrily. After recovering to Sky Origin Stage 2, Lei Zhenfeng immediately activated his sword skill. Buzz. The terrifying power of Sky Origin Stage 2 exploded, and a bright green light shot up to the sky, covering the entire area, making people unable to open their eyes. Without the suppression of the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, Lei Zhenfeng's power was extremely terrifying. Sky Origin Stage 2 is not easy to deal with. Although this old thing is not as strong as Murong Tianlai, he is not much weaker. Feng Wuchen frowned and thought, if I break through to Sky Origin Stage 1, I can kill this old thing with one punch. Reaching the Sky Origin stage could make a cultivator go through an earth-shaking change. His power would be greatly improved. Feng Wuchen possessed such a terrifying bloodline power and the second stage of the sovereign body. If he could break through to the heavenly Yuan stage, his strength would be even more terrifying. Not to mention Lei Zhenfeng, even if he joined forces with Murong Tian and Lai Lai, Feng Wuchen wouldn't be afraid. Unfortunately, Feng Wuchen had yet to break through to the Sky Origin stage. Breaking through to the Heavenly Origin stage wasn't so easy. Even if Feng Wuchen possessed the evil dragon god's memories and abundant experience, he still needed a lot of time to cultivate. Ever since Feng Wuchen broke through to the 9th level of the Origin Core stage, he didn't have much time to cultivate. Looking at his palm, Feng Wuchen muttered, "The heat in my body has appeared again." Feng Wuchen did not think too much about it. He began to circulate all the power in his body. A bloody light flashed, and an even more terrifying sword intent burst out. It was overbearing, vast, and intimidating. Weng Weng, the extremely terrifying sword light swept out madly, and everyone's frightened gazes once again swept towards the sky. The battle once again fell into a temporary pause. The sword intent of the soul annihilation sword technique. It's even stronger. Ling Xiaoxiao thought to herself. In the dark, Morong Tianlai frowned and said, Feng Wuchen's comprehension of the sword technique is getting deeper and deeper. Once he completely comprehends such a terrifying sword technique, his strength will be even more terrifying. This isn't the sword technique he used in the battle with Zhu Er. Lei Zhenfeng frowned and thought to himself. He was shocked in his heart. Lei Zhenfeng could feel the suffocating and terrifying sword intent. It was even more terrifying than the illusory sword technique. High-grade profound rank martial skill. Yin-yang destruction finger. Lei Zhenfeng fiercely shouted as a terrifying energy condensed at the tip of his finger. Shortly after, it shot out as fast as lightning. Lei Zhenfeng wanted to gain the upper hand by striking first. Whoosh, Weng Weng, a green energy pillar as thick as an arm shot towards Feng Wuchen with lightning speed. The void shook violently as if it was about to be destroyed. Brother Feng, be careful. Ling Xiaoxiao shouted in panic. Master. Yang Tianxian and Situ Jintian were burning with anxiety, and their faces were filled with panic. Great Commander. Huan Yang and the other soldiers looked at Feng Wuchen worriedly. Without the suppression of the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, Lei Zhenfeng's strength was too terrifying. Even if Feng Wuchen used his full strength, he wouldn't be able to withstand this terrifying strength. Soul Annihilation Sword Technique. Soul Annihilation Deity Cry. Feng Wuchen poured all of his strength into the Supreme Dragon God Sword, and the sword body erupted with a tyrannical and vast energy. That kind of imposing aura made everyone tremble. Whoosh! Weng Weng, as soon as Feng Wuchen shouted, the Supreme Dragon God Sword swept out horizontally. A huge blood-red sword light that was close to 20 feet long burst out with an imposing aura, and drew a long bloody light in the sky. Quick, do it! Duan Tianhun shouted anxiously as he rushed up to the sky. At the same time, he activated all of his strength and took out his magic treasure. Ling Xiaoxiao and Mu Tianyun flashed over and activated all of their strength at the same time. High-grade Mystic Martial Technique. Splitting Blade Wind. High-grade Mystic Martial Technique. Heaven Battling Divine Fist. Primal Chaos Sword Art. Primal Chaos Divine Sword. Feng Wuchen and the other three used their tyrannical martial techniques one after another. Four terrifying forces were released at the same time, piercing through the void. The radiance was boundless, and the energy could destroy heaven and earth. The faces of the crowd below were pale and filled with fear. What kind of sword art is Feng Wuchen using? And this brat, her sword art is also so terrifying. Lei Zhenfeng said gloomily. He felt threatened when the four of them attacked together. Boom, puff. Puff. Puff, Lei Zhenfeng's terrifying green light beam collided with Feng Wuchen and the other three's forces. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion sounded. At that moment, the destructive energy suddenly spread out. Feng Wuchen and the other three spat out blood at the same time. Even Lei Zhenfeng could not withstand it and spat out a mouthful of blood. After the fierce collision, Feng Wuchen and the other three were seriously injured. Their faces were as white as paper. Lei Zhenfeng's injuries were not light either. No matter how terrifying his strength was, it was difficult for him to withstand the power of Feng Wuchen and the other three. This collision was evenly matched, but it also caused both sides to be injured. Buzz buzz. The terrifying power crazily attacked. Lei Zhenfeng alone resisted the power of Feng Wuchen and the other three's forces. Old thing. I don't believe that the four of us can't deal with you. Duan Tianhun shouted angrily. Even though he was seriously injured, he still tried his best to hold on. Lei Zhenfeng gritted his teeth and said angrily, "You're courting death." The pure energy of the 10,000 spirit jade was continuously supplied. Lei Zhenfeng's true yuan did not weaken at all. The green light beam's aura did not weaken at all. Rumble. Boom. Boom, under the crazy impact, when it reached its limit, several forces suddenly exploded. The terrifying explosion swept out, once again causing Feng Wuchen and the other three to spit out blood. Their bodies were sent flying. Lei Zhenfeng also spat out a mouthful of blood. He was seriously injured. In the terrifying battle, the 5 of them were engulfed by the explosion. High up in the sky, a huge energy ball condensed and expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. The terrifying power that could topple mountains and overturn seas was like a raging wave. Feng Wuchen and the other 3 joined hands and successfully injured Lei Zhenfeng. However, they also paid a painful price. Gulp, the army and the many practitioners below could not hide the fear in their eyes. They all swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. Although the terrifying energy that spread out had dissipated a lot, it still turned into a gust of wind that swept up a large amount of dust. The armies of the 2 countries seemed to be in a sandstorm, causing them to be unable to open their eyes. Their bodies swayed left and right. The terrifying energy ripples lasted for 5 minutes before gradually dissipating. The space was calm. Everyone held their breaths and looked at the sky. They looked at Feng Wuchen and the other 3 who were gradually appearing in their line of sight. Feng Wuchen, Duan Tianhun, and Mu Tianyun were seriously injured. Especially Duan Tianhun and Mu Tianyun. Their floating bodies were already swaying. The one with the lightest injury was Ling Xiaoxiao. After being sent flying, the barrier had automatically opened. She did not receive a second injury from the energy ripples. At the critical moment, Ling Xiaoxiao was also unable to protect Feng Wuchen and the others. "Brother Feng, are you okay?" Ling Xiaoxiao asked worriedly. "I'm fine." Feng Wuchen struggled. His body was strong and he had the protection of the Qilin armor. Feng Wuchen could still hold on. Staring coldly at Lei Zhenfeng, Feng Wuchen muttered to himself, "The heat is getting stronger and stronger. It seems that my bloodline will be completely awakened soon." Duan Tianhun gasped for breath and said, "This old thing's strength is really terrifying." "Old Sect Master Mu, how are your injuries?" Feng Wuchen asked as he looked at Mu Tianyun. "Old man can still hold on." Mu Tianyun gritted his teeth and said. Looking at Lei Zhenfeng in the distance, Lei Zhenfeng was seriously injured. His face was pale and his clothes were tattered. "Preposterous," Lei Zhenfeng said in anger. Lei Zhenfeng was fighting 1 against 4 and was not at a disadvantage. It was enough to see how strong he was. "Emperor." The Water Moon Empire's army was extremely worried. "Lei Zhenfeng can't hold on for much longer. Quickly take the healing pill and heal your injuries. Leave the rest to me." Feng Wuchen said solemnly as he took out a few blood fusion recovery pills and gave them to Duan Tianhun and the others. Only in such a dangerous situation could the importance of pills be shown. "Be careful," Duan Tianhun warned. Their injuries were too heavy and they could no longer fight. After taking the healing pill, Feng Wuchen's injuries quickly recovered. As long as he was still breathing, Feng Wuchen would not miss any chance to kill Lei Zhenfeng. "This stinking brat can still hold on." Lei Zhenfeng gritted his teeth and said angrily. Feng Wuchen took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the surging blood in his body. He then held the Supreme Dragon God Sword and rushed towards Lei Zhenfeng. "Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda!" Feng Wuchen shouted. With a thought, the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda flew out and floated above Lei Zhenfeng. A tyrannical suppressive force came down and crazily suppressed Lei Zhenfeng's strength. "Emperor Lei, your injuries are too heavy. Even if your true origin is inexhaustible, you will still die," Feng Wuchen said coldly. "The one who will die is you," Lei Zhenfeng shouted angrily. Water attribute true origin was crazily activated, and a terrifying force swept out again. Lei Zhenfeng's hands moved, and layers of whirlpools appeared in front of him. After a while, they became more than 10 feet large, just like a whirlpool on the surface of the sea. "Feng Wuchen, don't think that you are the only one who has an Earth-rank martial skill. This emperor also has one," Lei Zhenfeng said fiercely. With the appearance of the whirlpool, Lei Zhenfeng's aura began to surge crazily. "Earth-rank martial skill?" Duan Tianhuan's face changed. "Lei Zhenfeng also has an Earth-rank martial skill?" Everyone was shocked. "Low-grade Earth tier martial skill. Raging waves." Lei Zhenfeng suddenly shouted and a terrifying water attribute energy burst out from the whirlpool. The whirlpool condensed a large amount of air and water. After a short while, the whirlpool turned into a huge lake with terrifying power. Feng Wuchen frowned and said seriously, "This old thing still has a trick up his sleeve." Gulp, everyone below was trembling in fear. Their bodies were powerless and they were scared out of their wits. Earth tier martial skill. Lei Zhenfeng, this old thing really hit it well. Morong Tianlai frowned and thought secretly. This was the first time he was afraid of Lei Zhenfeng. He Xiong said in shock, "I'm afraid that Lei Zhenfeng was planning to leave his earth tier martial skill for you, sect leader." Humph. Morong Tianlai coldly snorted and the killing intent in his eyes intensified. Lei Zhenfeng, Duan Tianhun and Feng Wuchen are all heavily injured. Sect leader, it's time for us to act. Zhou Shan said coldly. Don't worry, they will all die and no one will be able to escape. Morong Tianlai sneered. Morong Tianlai's strength was terrifying and could be said to be the strongest existence in the four great empires. Feng Wuchen couldn't defeat him even if he used all his strength, not to mention being heavily injured. Once Morong Tianlai attacked, Lei Zhenfeng, Duan Tianhun and Feng Wuchen would all die. Lei Zhenfeng was heavily injured and even if he used his earth tier martial skill, he wouldn't be able to display its true power. After all, Lei Zhenfeng had the ninefold cosmos pagoda above him. Humph. Using an earth tier martial skill with such heavy injuries, I think he doesn't want to live anymore. Duan Tianhun said angrily with a hint of fear in his eyes. The huge amount of water attribute energy condensed into a whirlpool. If it tilted downwards, who knew how many soldiers would die because of it? Absorb. With a thought, Feng Wuchen shouted and the ninefold cosmos pagoda above him started to spin rapidly. A tyrannical suction force spread out from the bottom of the tower. The tyrannical suction force crazily absorbed the water-attributed true essence of the whirlpool. Feng Wuchen. This king has an endless amount of true essence. How much energy can your ninefold cosmos pagoda absorb? Lei Zhenfeng angrily roared as he crazily circulated his water-attributed Jin Yuan. As soon as the water-attributed quintessence in the whirlpool was absorbed, its strength skyrocketed once more. After swallowing the blood fusion small revitalizing pill and the purple heart mysterious soul pill, Feng Wuchen's injuries and true essence recovered a lot. Feng Wuchen coldly stared at Lei Zhenfeng and said to himself, "Give me a little more time." Just a little. Feng Wuchen controlled the ninefold cosmos pagoda to absorb the water-attributed quintessential essence from the whirlpool in order to stall for time so that his injuries and quintessential essence could recover further. Both of them were heavily injured. Even if the power of the earth rank martial skill wasn't much, Feng Wuchen's current condition would not be able to withstand it. Furthermore, as Feng Wuchen weakened, the ninefold cosmos pagoda's suppressive force also became weaker. Even if Lei Zhenfeng was heavily injured, his recovery strength was still terrifying. Feng Wuchen. Hand over your life. Lei Zhenfeng crazily roared and waved his hand. The enormous whirlpool crazily rushed towards Feng Wuchen with a ferocious aura. Big brother Feng. Ling Xiaoxiao turned pale with fright and wanted to fly over to support him. Even though Ling Xiaoxiao was heavily injured, her barrier could definitely block the terrifying power of the whirlpool. Miss Ling, please wait. Duan Tianhun hastily stopped her. He looked at Feng Wuchen with a serious gaze and said, "Feng Wuchen should have a way. Even though your barrier can block this power, it can't defeat Lei Zhenfeng. Let Feng Wuchen do it himself." Great Commander. Huan Yang and the other soldiers were extremely panicked. However, they could only watch helplessly. There was nothing they could do to help. You must block it. You must block it. Luanshan clenched his fists tightly and was extremely nervous. Great Commander. You must not lose. God bless you. Please don't lose. The generals and soldiers of the Pyrofire Empire prayed secretly. They were all frightened and nervous. Feng Wuchen was their hope. Once Feng Wuchen was defeated, Duan Tianhun and the others would not be able to stop Lei Zhenfeng. Even Ling Xiaoxiao would not be able to stop Lei Zhenfeng. At that time, the Pyrofire Empire would be destroyed. The enormous whirlpool quickly approached Feng Wuchen. However, Feng Wuchen still did not move. The more Feng Wuchen did not move, the more worried Duan Tianhun and the others became. What is Feng Wuchen doing? Hurry up and attack. Duan Tianhun said anxiously. He was so anxious that his heart was about to jump out. Brother Feng. Ling Xiaoxiao clenched her fists tightly. Her face was filled with anxiety. Somewhere in the dark, Morong Tianlai looked at Feng Wuchen strangely. He frowned and wondered, what is this brat trying to do? Seeing Feng Wuchen not moving, Lei Zhenfeng was also puzzled. However, he felt that Feng Wuchen had given up resisting. What? Giving up resisting? Lei Zhenfeng sneered and asked. Giving up resisting? Feng Wuchen sneered. He held the Supreme Dragon God sword tightly in his right hand and formed a sword finger with his left hand. He then pointed it at his forehead. Ancient Golden Dragon Seal. Feng Wuchen shouted. A golden light suddenly appeared between his eyebrows and condensed into a golden dragon seal. The ancient golden dragon seal martial spirit was activated. An extremely terrifying aura swept out. A terrifying power also spread out from the ancient golden dragon seal martial spirit. What kind of martial spirit is this? In the dark, Morong Tianlai was frightened by the terrifying aura of the ancient golden dragon seal. A martial spirit actually has such a terrifying aura. It must be a 9th grade martial spirit. Lei Zhenfeng's eyes widened in shock. Feng Wuchen's martial spirit is very powerful. This aura is very violent. It is more than 10 times more violent than the ancient power of the everlasting abyss. Duan Tianhuan's face was filled with fear. Everyone present was shocked and awed by Feng Wuchen's terrifying martial spirit. The ancient golden dragon seal was activated. Feng Wuchen's ancient golden dragon seal appeared between his eyebrows. The surface of his body was covered with a layer of golden light. In front of Feng Wuchen, a pitch-black hole was torn open. It was strange and mysterious, full of infinite imagination. A terrifying and overbearing devouring power spread out. What kind of power is this? Duan Tianhuan's face changed again. Feng Wuchen, what kind of martial spirit is that? Lei Zhenfeng's body trembled and became more and more frightened. Feeling the terrifying devouring power from the pitch-black hole, everyone was frightened again. Morong Tianlai was no exception. Devour. Feng Wuchen fiercely stared at the huge whirlpool in the lake. Suddenly, the devouring power from the pitch-black hole expanded more than 10 times. It was very terrifying, as if it could devour everything. The huge whirlpool in the lake was directly devoured by the pitch-black hole in front of everyone's terrified and shocked eyes. Shocking. Absolutely shocking, everyone present was dumbfounded. The atmosphere was dead silent and the atmosphere was strange. Duan Tianhun and the rest were trembling in fear. They had never seen such a terrifying martial spirit. What is that pitch-black hole? Such a huge whirlpool was devoured by it. What kind of martial spirit is Feng Wuchen's martial spirit? Why does it have such a terrifying power? Lei Zhenfeng was stunned. His face was filled with fear and shock. He had used his strongest martial skill, but it was actually devoured by the pitch-black hole in an instant. Roar. Staring coldly at Lei Zhenfeng, the golden dragon mark on Feng Wuchen's forehead suddenly exploded with a dazzling golden light. A terrifying power erupted from the mark, followed by a dragon's roar. An extremely terrifying aura shook the heavens and the earth. Boom. Pooh. A terrifying power blasted on Lei Zhenfeng's body. It was as if the dragon roar had injured Lei Zhenfeng. Lei Zhenfeng spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. Lei Zhenfeng was heavily injured. Lei Zhenfeng's injuries were already serious. Now that he was heavily injured, his aura became even weaker. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Feng Wuchen was also extremely exhausted. The little bit of true yuan that he had just recovered had already been used up to activate the ancient golden dragon seal. Emperor. The soldiers of the Watermoon Empire were already in despair. The soldiers of the Pyrefire Empire cheered in excitement. Their cheers soared to the heavens. Their faces were flushed with excitement and emotion. Lei Zhenfeng was heavily injured. This meant that their victory was right in front of them. Duan Wuqing and Mu Tianyun's tense nerves finally relaxed. Their pale faces were filled with joy. Lei Zhenfeng's injuries are too serious. He can no longer fight. Duan Tianhun said with a smile. Feng Wuchen's devouring skill meant that Lei Zhenfeng had lost. Of course, Feng Wuchen only won by a narrow margin. Up in the sky, Lei Zhenfeng's injuries were severe. He was barely able to hover in the air, but he was already on the verge of collapse. He could fall at any time. Feng Wuchen's situation was slightly better. Even though he couldn't hover in the air, he still had the Qilin battle armor. Don't forget that the Qilin battle armor was a divine artifact. A divine artifact with a soul. However, it wasn't a real divine artifact. Damn it. Damn it. This emperor is unwilling to accept this. The heavily injured Lei Zhenfeng gritted his teeth and said angrily. Feng Wuchen had elixirs to recover. In addition to the second stage of the sovereign body and the dragon bloodline, his injuries and true yuan were recovering at an astonishing speed. Lady D, I'll send you on your way. Feng Wuchen said coldly as he slowly flew towards Lei Zhenfeng. Morong Tian Lai. Why aren't you attacking? The heavily injured Lei Zhenfeng roared anxiously. Morong Tian Lai? Duan Wuqing's face changed as he shouted, Feng Wuchen, be careful. Xiao. Boom. Pooh. A black shadow flashed over. Feng Wuchen's face sank. The person fiercely punched Feng Wuchen's heart. With a loud explosion, Feng Wuchen spat out a mouthful of blood. His body shot out like a cannonball. Morong Tian Lai. Feng Wuchen had long guessed that Morong Tian Lai was hiding in the dark. However, after the battle with Lei Zhenfeng, he was already heavily injured. Even if he sensed it, he couldn't avoid it. Feng Wuchen. Brother Feng. Great Commander. Duan Tianhun, Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest were shocked. Ling Xiaoxiao desperately chased after Lei Zhenfeng, tears unknowingly falling from her eyes. Morong Tian Lai's sudden sneak attack caught everyone off guard. Brother Feng. Great Commander. Ling Xiaoxiao, Huan Yang, and the others ran as fast as they could. Feng Wuchen's injuries were severe. His body was falling and he had already fainted. Ling Xiaoxiao rushed over and felt that Feng Wuchen's aura was very weak. He was on the verge of death. Brother Feng. Ling Xiaoxiao took out a pill and fed it to Feng Wuchen. Her tears kept falling. Great Commander's injuries are very serious. Seeing that Feng Wuchen had already fainted and his aura was very weak, Huan Yang became even more panicked. Lady Ling, how is Great Commander? Luan Shen asked, looking very anxious. Brother Feng's injuries can't be healed. His aura is getting weaker and weaker, Ling Xiaoxiao said in a panic. She gave Feng Wuchen a pill but it didn't have any effect. What? Luan Shen, Huan Yang, and the other soldiers were completely stunned. Morong Tianlia's attack was terrifying. Even if Feng Wuchen was in his peak condition, he would definitely be severely injured by Morong Tianlia's attack, let alone when he was heavily injured. Morong Tian Lai. You despicable person. How dare you sneak attack a junior? Duan Tianhun was furious. He roared at Morong Tian Lai and his cold murderous aura swept out. Brother Morong. Kill Duan Tianhun. Lei Zhenfeng shouted angrily. Morong Tian Lai's attack made Lei Zhenfeng heave a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he would have died at Feng Wuchen's hands. Morong Tian Lai's appearance gave the Water Moon Empire's army hope. The Scorching Fire Empire fell into panic and despair. Duan Tianhun was severely injured. Mu Tianyun was severely injured. Feng Wuchen's condition was unknown. Even if Ling Xiaoxiao's injuries had healed, she was still no match for Morong Tian Lai. Morong Tian Lai reached out his hand and grabbed. The ninefold Cosmos Pagoda that had lost the support of Feng Wuchen's power instantly turned into an exquisite golden tower and flew towards Morong Tian Lai. Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Morong Tian Lai smiled proudly. After many twists and turns, he had finally obtained the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Morong Tian Lai looked at the furious Tianhun and coldly laughed. Why do you care about these things when you want to achieve great things? Don't you understand the law of the jungle? Even if Morong Tian Lai's sneak attack was not honorable and made the Scorching Fire Empire's army angry, how many people dared to curse him with his strength? This old monster still showed up. Mu Tianyun frowned. Morong Tian Lai's appearance was the most terrifying and troublesome thing. Duan Tianhun. Wait until I recover a bit, then I will destroy your Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army. Lei Zhenfeng roared. Such a terrifying army could not be left alive. Duan Tianhun's face was ferocious and terrifying. He gritted his teeth and roared, shameless. As the leader of the Taishu sect, aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the four great empires? His fierce gaze swept towards Lei Zhenfeng. Duan Tianhun angrily said, Lei Zhenfeng, do you really think this shameless person will help you? This shameless person is very ambitious. Do you think you will miss this opportunity? Stupid. Lei Zhenfeng frowned, but his expression did not change. He could not help but glance at Murong Tianlai. Duan Tianhun's words were not without reason. As the Water Moon Emperor, Lei Zhenfeng understood what Duan Tianhun meant. However, with the current situation, Lei Zhenfeng had no other choice. With Murong Tianlai's terrifying strength, if he wanted to destroy the two great empires, now was the best chance. Oh? Why do you think so? Murong Tianlai looked at Duan Tianhun in surprise and sneered. Humph. If you really wanted to help Lei Zhenfeng, would you have waited until now? You waited until both of us were injured before you showed up? Duan Tianhun said ferociously. Emperor, the great leader's injuries are too serious. His breath is getting weaker and weaker. Quickly think of a way to save him. Huan Yang brought the unconscious Feng Wuchen back and reported in a panic. Tears were flowing down his face. Imperial advisor. Quickly save Feng Wuchen. Duan Tianhun said anxiously. Yang Tianxian had already rushed over. His soul force was fully activated. The first step was to protect Feng Wuchen's soul. Then, he channeled his true yuan into Feng Wuchen's body to help Feng Wuchen heal. Not dead yet? There's still a trace of weak breath. Murong Tianlai sneered. Feng Wuchen was already seriously injured and was no longer a threat. Even if Feng Wuchen was still alive, Murong Tianlai was not worried at all. Unless Feng Wuchen could recover instantly, however, that was impossible. Imperial advisor, it's useless. I've already tried. I don't know why, but Brother Feng's injuries can't be healed. Ling Xiaoxiao cried bitterly. Why is that? Why can't pills heal his injuries? Yang Tianxian trembled in panic and said sorrowfully, even true yuan can't heal master's injuries. What? Duan Tianhun's expression changed. He looked at Feng Wuchen. Duan Tianhun also tried to channel his true yuan, but found that Feng Wuchen still had no reaction. His injuries could not be healed at all. Is there no hope? Impossible. Duan Tianhun shook his head, unable to accept this result. Such a terrifying genius died just like that. How could Duan Tianhun accept it? Feng Wuchen swallowed a pill, but there was no reaction. Yang Tianxian channeled his true yuan to heal him, but there was no reaction either. On the contrary, Feng Wuchen's breath was getting weaker and weaker, as if there was no hope left. Feng Wuchen's breath was getting weaker and weaker, until it completely disappeared. Feng Wuchen's breath had completely disappeared. This meant that Feng Wuchen was dead, the Pyrofire Empire's lieutenant general was dead. Brother Feng! Brother Feng! Ling Xiaoxiao cried bitterly, shaking Feng Wuchen's arm nonstop. Feng Wuchen, who had no breath, did not react at all. Lieutenant! Lieutenant General is dead. All the soldiers of the Pyrofire Empire could not accept this fact. With Feng Wuchen's death, all the soldiers felt that they had lost something. Great Commander! The Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Banner Army officers were grieving to the extreme, all of them crying loudly. The soldiers of the Water Moon Empire cheered loudly. What a pity! Murong Tianlai sneered. With Feng Wuchen's death, Murong Tianlai was completely relieved. Without Feng Wuchen's threat, who could do anything to Murong Tianlai? Duan Tianhun. Feng Wuchen is dead. Your Pyrofire Empire is hopeless. No matter how strong the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army are, you will still die. Lei Zhenfeng sneered proudly. The Water Knight Empire's threat had been completely eliminated. Without Feng Wuchen's threat, Lei Zhenfeng really did not put the Pyrofire Empire in his eyes. We must take revenge for Lieutenant General. We must take revenge. Huan Yang roared in grief. Take revenge for Lieutenant General. Take revenge for Lieutenant General. The Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army soldiers roared in grief, their bloodthirsty killing intent surging. Feng Wuchen's death had completely ignited the anger and killing intent of the two strongest troops, completely igniting their viciousness and brutality. The soldiers of the Pyrofire Empire were also enraged, each of them roaring in fury, their momentum extremely terrifying. Take revenge? With just the two of you? Morong Tianlai sneered in disdain. Morong Tianlai was at Sky Origin Stage 2, his strength was extremely terrifying. No matter how strong the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army were, in the eyes of Morong Tianlai, they were like ants. Reporting to the Emperor. Yi Zhangqiong's troops defeated our army, they are now heading towards the Imperial Palace. At this time a general ran over and reported in horror. Reporting to the Emperor. Ling Zhantian's troops are already heading towards the Imperial Palace. Another general ran over and reported in panic. Brother Morong, quickly kill Duan Tianhun and the others. We can't give them a chance to turn the situation around. Lei Zhenfeng urged, his gaze fixed on Morong Tianlai. Xiao. Morong Tianlai suddenly flashed over, causing Lei Zhenfeng's expression to change greatly. Morong Tianlai stretched out his claws and grabbed Lei Zhenfeng's neck. Lei Zhenfeng's injuries were too severe, he couldn't resist at all. Lei Zhenfeng was shocked and terrified. Morong Tianlai, what do you want to do? Emperor. The Water Moon Empire's army turned pale with fright, they were all scared silly. Morong Tianlai. What do you want to do? Let go of the Emperor. The general angrily shouted. This sudden scene caused the Water Moon Empire's army to panic, and the Pyrofire Empire's army had not expected this. As expected. Morong Tianlai, this old bastard. Duan Tianhun frowned. He had guessed it right. For a moment everyone was stunned, their terrified gazes fixed on Morong Tianlai. Morong Tianlai glared at the terrified Lei Zhenfeng and coldly said, Lei Zhenfeng, although the Taishu sect is in the Water Moon Empire, it is not under your empire's control. Don't speak to me in such a commanding tone. Lei Zhenfeng's expression changed, he could feel Morong Tianlai's intense killing intent. Morong Tianlai's grip tightened as he coldly said, you've been the emperor for so many years, it's enough. A mountain cannot have two tigers, don't think I don't know that you've always wanted to destroy the Taishu sect. Stop. Lei Zhenfeng strenuously said, his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. Lei Zhenfeng didn't expect Morong Tianlai to really want to kill him. He would rather die in the hands of Feng Wuchen than in the hands of such a despicable person. Emperor. The general and the others cried out in horror, they couldn't stop Morong Tianlai at all. Everyone watched in horror as Lei Zhenfeng's neck was slowly being crushed by Morong Tianlai. Lei Zhenfeng could no longer make a sound, his whole body was struggling violently. Morong Tianlai coldly snorted as he exerted force on his wrist, directly breaking Lei Zhenfeng's head. Morong Tianlai didn't hesitate to kill Lei Zhenfeng. Morong Tianlai released his grip, and Lei Zhenfeng's body fell to the ground. Emperor. The general and the Water Moon Empire's army were all stunned, their eyes filled with fear and despair. Morong Tianlai coldly said, the four empires have occupied God Valley for so many years, it's time to give it up. From today onwards, God Valley belongs to the Taishu sect. Morong Tianlai was really ambitious. Other than Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, he also wanted God Valley. After killing Lei Zhenfeng, the Water Moon Empire's strength was greatly damaged. Duan Tianhuan's injuries were serious, and Morong Tianlai could easily kill him. Therefore, the Tianwu Empire and the Luoyun Empire wouldn't dare to refuse Morong Tianlai's request for God Valley. Zhang Tianran, I heard that your Thunder Wind sect has submitted to Feng Wuchen. What's wrong? Does your Thunder Wind sect want to become enemies with my sect? Morong Tianlai asked coldly as he looked at Zhang Tianran. Morong Tianlai was very powerful. If Zhang Tianran did not submit, the Wind Thunder sect would not survive. A wise man submits to circumstances. Although Zhang Tianran's actions were despicable, he was much better than those who had died. At least he could stay alive. Zhang Tianran. You old bastard. How dare you betray the great commander? Huan Yang roared and glared at Zhang Tianran. Traitor. Luanshan scolded. I shouldn't have given you a chance. I should have killed you. I will destroy the Wind Thunder sect. Zhang Tianran submitted to the Taishu sect, and the soldiers were furious. Zhang Tianran, destroy the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army. Morong Tianlai ordered. Yes. Zhang Tianran and the other higher-ups of the Wind Thunder sect responded respectfully. The survival of the Wind Thunder sect was in their hands. Whether they lived or died depended on what they did. Brothers, let's fight it out with them. Huan Yang roared with killing intent. Destroy the Wind Thunder sect. The soldiers roared. The Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army rushed out in anger. They used their teleportation techniques and were very fast. Morong Tianlai. The Water Moon Empire will not forgive you. We will destroy the Taishu sect and kill you to avenge our emperor. The general of the Water Moon Empire roared after he recovered from his shock. Those who follow me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. Morong Tianlai replied coldly. He did not care about the soldiers of the Water Moon Empire. Those who do not submit will die. He Xiong appeared and shouted at the soldiers of the Water Moon Empire. His terrifying murderous aura burst out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The higher-ups and disciples of the Taishu sect came one after another. There were so many of them that it was like they had turned out in full force. The army of the Water Moon Empire that attacked the Scorching Fire City was slaughtered by the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army. There were less than 10,000 of them left. The disciples of the Taishu sect came one after another. There were more than 10,000 of them. The Taishu sect was already prepared. They were waiting for the chance when both sides suffered. Duan Tianhuan's face darkened again when he saw the Taishu sect's experts and disciples appear. Even though the Inferno Empire still had over 20,000 soldiers, the situation was not optimistic. After all, Morong Tianlai's strength was too terrifying. Moreover, he had the help of the Wind Thunder sect. Duan Tianhun, how about we stop fighting? The great general of the Water Moon Empire asked Duan Tianhun. Cease fire. Destroy the Taishu sect for me. Avenge Feng Wuchen. Send reinforcements from the 3 armies of the empire. Duan Tianhun roared crazily, and a terrifying murderous aura swept across the area. I'll go. A Black Flag Army soldier shouted loudly. He fiercely used instant transmission and flashed towards the Water Moon Empire. Blazing Fire City was located at the border of the Blazing Fire Empire and was not far from the Water Moon Empire. Destroy the Taishu sect. The general of the Water Moon Empire roared. All at once, the 2 armies joined forces and more than 30,000 men charged madly towards the Taishu sect, one to avenge their emperor and the other to avenge their commander-in-chief. Humph. Just shrimp soldiers and crab generals. He Xiong disdainfully sneered and said. Terrifying true essence rushed out and suddenly unleashed a martial skill. Kill. Zhou Shan roared angrily. Dozens of Taishu sect higher-ups with profound cultivation base all channeled their true essence and led the charge. More than 10,000 disciples followed behind. Morong Tianlai was not worried at all even when facing more than 30,000 soldiers, Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry, and Black Flag Army. Boom. Buzz. In the sky, Morong Tianlai suddenly slammed his palm down on the soldiers below. With a loud boom, the terrifying power instantly killed hundreds of soldiers. Boom. 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 The higher-ups of the Taishu sect unleashed their martial skills one after another, crazily killing the soldiers of the 2 nations. The battle broke out again. Avoid the elites. Eliminate the disciples of the 2 sects first. Huan Yang roared. Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army used their powerful instant transmission to avoid the higher-ups of the Taishu sect and the elites of the Wind Thunder sect. They began to slaughter the disciples first. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh. Wherever the 2 terrifying armies passed, the disciples of the Taishu sect and the Wind Thunder sect were either killed or injured. They were cold-blooded and ruthless, and their methods were brutal. No matter how strong the higher-ups of the 2 sects were, they could not do anything to them. The combination of instant transmission and flying martial skills allowed the soldiers to move freely among the enemies. The battle was cruel and merciless. There were people dying every minute and every second. It was a bloody battle. Duan Tianhun, it's your turn. How do you want to die? Morong Tianlai looked at Duan Tianhun coldly and asked with a cold smile. Unforgivable. Duan Tianhun was extremely furious. His fierce eyes were fixed on the Morong Tianlai. Feng Wuchen's death had also completely ignited Duan Tianhun's anger. Duan Tianhun bit his finger and blood flowed out. He then put his palms together. With the blood of the emperor. Summon the spirit of the late emperor. Unseal the immortal artifact. Duan Tianhun chanted angrily. His body shone with white light as if he was possessed by the late emperor. A terrifying power began to erupt from Duan Tianhun's body. Buzz. The void shook. This terrifying power ignored Duan Tianhun's severely injured body and instantly restored Duan Tianhun to his peak state. Feeling the power of Duan Tianhun, everyone turned pale with fright and looked over at the first moment. Duan Tianhun has restored his peak state. He Xiong was extremely shocked. What's going on? Wasn't he severely injured? Zhou Shan was shocked and confused. The emperor has restored his peak state. The soldiers were overjoyed and a glimmer of hope was ignited. This is the power of the late emperor's spirit. The emperor is going to unseal the country-stabilizing celestial weapon. Yang Tianxian said in shock. The Yanhua Empire was facing a life-and-death situation. Duan Tianhun had to unseal the country-stabilizing celestial weapon. Otherwise, how could they fight against the strong enemy? Unseal the celestial weapon? Morong Tianlai looked at Duan Tianhun in shock. Although he did not know what skill Duan Tianhun had used to restore himself to his peak state, the words "unseal the celestial weapon" caught Morong Tianlai's attention. The Yanhua Empire has a celestial weapon? Morong Tianlai frowned. His eyes were burning with greed. Terrifying energy constantly exploded from Duan Tianhun's body. It had already surpassed Duan Tianhun's peak state. A small opening appeared in the barrier of the Yanhua Empire's Wuji abyss. Terrifying and violent ancient energy swept out. Swoosh, a white light suddenly shot out from the small opening. With a strong sonic boom, it disappeared in the blink of an eye. The white light flashed across the sky like lightning. It drew a long dragon in the sky above the Yanhua Empire. The scene was extremely spectacular. That white light was filled with a terrifying aura. Is that all you've got? Morong Tianlai looked at Duan Tianhun and sneered. Even if Duan Tianhun had restored his peak state or even surpassed it, Morong Tianlai was still not afraid. However, when Morong Tianlai finished speaking, his face changed drastically. He looked at the sky in the distance and said in shock, "What a terrifying aura. It's here." Yang Tianxian raised his head and looked at the void. Country-stabilizing celestial weapon. Situ Zhentian was excited. Everyone present could feel the terrifying aura coming from the sky. Everyone was terrified. Swoosh, in an instant, a dazzling white light shot out from the sky and appeared in front of Duan Tianhun. The terrifying aura was coming from that white light. Is this the celestial weapon? Morong Tianlai stared at the celestial weapon that was emitting white light in front of Duan Tianhun. He was extremely excited. Celestial weapon? Everyone's face changed drastically. The weapon that was floating in front of Duan Tianhun was a huge axe. This huge axe was actually the legendary celestial weapon. Everyone stared at the huge axe in fear. They could feel their souls trembling. The Yanhua Empire was hiding such a terrifying treasure. This was the country-stabilizing celestial weapon of the Yanhua Empire, the sky-splitting axe, Buzz. Buzz, Duan Tianhun held the huge axe. It was as if there was a resonance. Terrifying energy spread out from the huge axe. It shook the void. With the huge axe in hand, Duan Tianhun's aura was even more terrifying. His combat strength was close to Sky Origin Stage 2, with the terrifying celestial weapon. Duan Tianhun had the ability to go against Morong Tianlai. Morong Tianlai. I will not let you go. Duan Tianhun shouted angrily. Terrifying true core power was activated. Duan Tianhun did not hesitate to swing the axe. Swish, buzz. Buzz, the sky-splitting axe was swung out. A terrifying huge energy axe was shot out. It swept out with a terrifying aura. The huge energy axe was rushing towards Murong Tianlai with a violent aura. "Let me see the power of the celestial weapon," Murong Tianlai said in a low voice. His true core power was activated. He slowly reached out his right hand with his palm facing outwards. He was gathering a terrifying energy. Boom, buzz. Buzz, in a few blinks of an eye, the huge and terrifying energy axe clashed with Murong Tianlai's palm. There was an earth-shattering explosion. The violent energy axe pushed Murong Tianlai back a few meters. The vibrating energy destroyed the void mercilessly. Such power! Murong Tianlai was shocked. He was pushed back dozens of meters by the huge energy axe. SSS. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped in horror. What kind of divine weapon was this? It was so terrifying. Murong Tianlai hurriedly swung out his left hand. He used all his strength in both palms to block the attack of the huge energy axe. Murong Tianlai was shocked. Break! Rumble! Murong Tianlai suddenly roared, a terrifying power burst out, the energy axe exploded with a loud bang. Murong Tianlai looked serious. The power of the sky-splitting axe was indeed terrifying. "Duan Tianhun, you are giving me the celestial weapon," Murong Tianlai said coldly. He started to activate the power of Sky Origin Stage 2. "Come and get it if you can," Duan Tianhun shouted angrily. He was already rushing towards Murong Tianlai at a terrifying speed. With the sky-splitting axe in his hand, Duan Tianhun was full of confidence. Buzz buzz. "Let me show you my true power." Murong Tianlia's power increased again. He was now at the top of the second level of Sky Origin Stage. Peak of Sky Origin Stage 2. Duan Tianhuan's face turned gloomier. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "This old bastard hit his cultivation level. Murong Tianlai is Sky Origin Stage 2. Mu Tianyun and the others were shocked. Murong Tianlai was only at the second level of Sky Origin Stage, which was already terrifying. However, no one had expected that Murong Tianlai had been hiding his true cultivation level. The peak of the second level of Sky Origin Stage meant that he was half a step away from the third level of Sky Origin Stage. This was the real power of Murong Tianlai, a terrifying power spread out, intimidating the crowd. The terrifying power made it hard for everyone to breathe. They all looked like they were in pain. Even Duan Tianhun could feel the immense pressure. This old bastard has the power to suppress the four nations. Why did he hide it? Cunning old bastard, Duan Tianhun said angrily. Murong Tianlai had been so cautious to hide his cultivation level. He had been waiting for the perfect opportunity. This is going to be troublesome. Yang Tianxian frowned and said worriedly, even if the king has the sky-opening axe, he will not be able to defeat that old monster. Up in the sky, Murong Tianlai slowly raised his hand and pointed his palm at Duan Tianhun. He smiled coldly and said, "I have to thank you for the divine weapon." Boom! An invisible force suddenly exploded. With a boom, Duan Tianhun was sent flying dozens of meters away. The qi alone had such a terrifying power. It showed how terrifying Murong Tianlai was. Duan Tianhun was shocked. He stared at Murong Tianlai with his eyes wide open. He could not believe that he had been blasted away by the qi. Duan Tianhun, do you see that? I am much more powerful than you. Even if you have the divine weapon, you will never be able to defeat me. Hand over the immortal artifact and I will spare your life. Murong Tianlai sneered arrogantly. Don't even think about it. Duan Tianhun shouted. The sky-opening axe was the divine weapon that founded the Yanhua Empire. How could he give it away? Since that is the case, I will kill you. Then I will take the divine weapon. Murong Tianhun said coldly. His face turned dark. Buzz. As soon as Murong Tianlai's voice fell, Ling Xiaoxiao, who was guarding Feng Wuchen's corpse on the city gate, suddenly exploded with a terrifying power. Her whole body flashed with a bright purple light, and the city gate shook violently. Feng Wuchen's death ignited Ling Xiaoxiao's anger. The power hidden in her body erupted uncontrollably. Her long hair fluttered in the wind and her beautiful face was ice cold. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anger and ice-cold killing intent. This was anger that had lost all reason. Xiaoxia's aura skyrocketed. This mysterious and terrifying power was the power of Xiaoxia's bloodline. It was several times more terrifying than the true essence she had used before. This stinky girl is beyond the first level of Sky Origin stage. Who is she? Morong Tianlai frowned as he thought to himself. Such terrifying power and strength, just like Feng Wuchen, made Morong Tianlai feel fear. What made Morong Tianlai even more shocked was that Xiaoxia's injuries had already healed. She was severely injured in the battle with Lei Zhenfeng, but she had recovered in such a short time. No one had ever seen such a terrifying recovery speed. Xiaoxia's body is very special. Old man's injuries have only recovered by 20%, but she has already recovered. Mu Tianyunlai was extremely shocked. Xiaoxia took out her crystal ice sword. The sword was filled with a bone-chilling cold qi. Her majestic aura skyrocketed again, full of deterrence. Slowly flying up, Xiaoxia stared at Morong Tianlai with her cold and murderous eyes. She said coldly, "I want to avenge Brother Feng." Xiaoxia was so angry that she had lost her mind. There was only one goal in her mind, and that was to kill Morong Tianlai and avenge Feng Wuchen. Stinky girl, your enchantment is indeed very strong. I am unable to break it, but with your strength, you want to kill me? That is simply a fool's dream. Morong Tianlai said proudly. With his strength, he had the right to say such words. Shoo! Xiaoxia did not waste any more words. She held her crystal ice sword and rushed out. Her speed was so fast that a purple light flashed. A tyrannical sword intent burst out. The ice sword was filled with a terrifying power, ruthlessly stabbing towards Morong Tianlai. Ding! Buzz! Morong Tianlai stretched out his right hand. With a crisp sound, two of his fingers caught Xiaoxia's ice sword. A destructive energy vibrated out. Don't forget about me! Duan Tianhun roared angrily. He held his giant axe and began to attack ferociously. Duan Tianhun arrived in an instant. The sky-splitting axe slashed towards Morong Tianlai's head. That aura that could split mountains and rivers was terrifying. You overestimate yourself. Morong Tianlai glanced at Duan Tianhun with disdain. He instantly activated his vital essence and blasted his left palm towards Duan Tianhun. Boom! Buzz! The terrifying power of the sky-splitting axe clashed with Morong Tianlai's palm. The explosion was deafening. The terrifying power swept out again. As soon as the battle began, Xiaoxia and Duan Tianhun gave it their all. Looking at the terrifying power that spread out in the sky, the soldiers below trembled. Their eyes were filled with fear. Don't just stand there. Destroy Taishu sect and Thunder Breeze sect as soon as possible. After the shock, Huanyang roared angrily. The soldiers once again began their massacre. Brothers! Kill! Avenge the great leader! Luanshan roared angrily. Avenge the emperor! Destroy them even if we have to die! The great general of the Water Moon Empire roared. As the fierce battle in the sky began, the great battle below also began. At the same time, the three armies that were heading towards the Water Moon Empire had received the news and were rushing towards Scorching Fire City at full speed. Once the three armies arrived, no matter how strong Taishu sect and Thunder Breeze sect were, they would be destroyed. Among the three armies, other than the generals and soldiers of the empire, there were also experts from various forces in Yunzhou and Tianzhou, especially the Crimson Emperor and the others. After hearing the news of Feng Wuchen's death, the top 10 experts of Heaven Pavilion rushed towards Scorching Fire City at full speed. Yi Zongqiong, Mu Yunshan, Emperor Mu, Duan Wuqing, Duan Henshi, Chu Wuhan, Xiang Yan, Xing Tianfeng, Jinyun Tian, and other experts were the first to rush to Scorching Fire City. With their speed, they would definitely be able to reach Scorching Fire City within an hour. The news of Feng Wuchen's death made them sad and furious. When the entire Feng family heard the news, Xiao Qingqing fainted on the spot. She could not accept such a cruel fact. Feng Wuchen's death was undoubtedly a devastating blow to the Feng family. Looking at the sky outside Scorching Fire City, Xiaoxiao and Duan Tianhun joined hands and fought fiercely against Morong Tianlai. Boom. 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 Buzz. Buzz, wave after wave of destructive power rolled out like angry waves. The void was constantly in a state of vibration. The three terrifying powers seemed to be able to destroy the world. However, even if Ling Xiaoxiao activated the power of her bloodline, even if Duan Tianhun unsealed the country's immortal weapon, the two of them still could not suppress Murong Tianlai. The gap between their realms was not something that powerful martial techniques and immortal weapons could make up for. Ling Xiaoxiao had a powerful barrier and was not injured, but Duan Tianhun was slightly injured. Have you reached the limit of your powers? Murong Tianlai asked coldly. The extremely heavy murderous aura was as if it had materialized, making them feel pressured. If this goes on, we will waste our true essence for nothing. Duan Tianhun said angrily. Their combined attacks were completely useless. Instead, they were injured by Murong Tianlai. They did not have any advantage in hand-to-hand combat. Buzz. Buzz, distancing himself, Duan Tianhun activated his true essence and formed a seal with one hand. A surging power burst out. Mystic high-grade martial technique. Water Spirit Heaven Lock. Under Murong Tianlai's feet, pillars of water quickly condensed. They were like water snakes and immediately trapped Murong Tianlai. Lady Ling. Do it. Duan Tianhun shouted. Murong Tianlai sneered disdainfully. Duan Tianhun, you want to trap me with this little power? Chaos Sword Art. Chaos Divine Sword. Ling Xiaoxiao activated the power of her bloodline and decisively used the sword art. With a shout, she swept out her sword. Whoosh, buzz. Buzz, a gigantic purple sword light that was over 200 feet long pierced through the air and rushed toward Murong Tianlai. Its overwhelming aura was suffocating. Stupid girl, you have the enchantment, so I can't hurt you. But don't think that I can't do anything to you. Murong Tianlai said angrily. Terrifying true essence condensed on his palm and burst out with a dazzling green light. The terrifying power easily broke Duan Tianhuan's water spirit heaven lock. Boom. Crack. Murong Tianlai punched out fiercely. His fist collided with the sword light. With a loud bang, the violent power directly broke Ling Xiaoxiao's sword light. The terrifying sword light was unable to withstand a single blow from Murong Tianlai. This old monster's strength is too terrifying. Mu Tianyun, who was healing himself and watching the battle, was terrified. Seeing Murong Tianlai break Ling Xiaoxiao's terrifying sword light with a single punch, Mu Tianyun was scared out of his wits. Heaven-splitting divine axe. Duan Tianhun roared and swung his giant axe. The huge energy axe flew out with a majestic aura and a dazzling light shrouded the void. Duan Tianhun. I will send you on your way now. Murong Tianlai shouted fiercely. He pointed in the air and shouted, mystic high-grade martial skill. Great void finger. Whoosh, buzz. Buzz, a green light pillar as thick as a bucket shot towards the gigantic energy axe like lightning. Although the green light was only as thick as a bucket, it made Duan Tianhun feel fear. However, at this moment, just as the two terrifying forces were about to collide, Ling Xiaoxiao's figure suddenly appeared on the huge energy axe and condensed a green barrier. Seeing Ling Xiaoxiao's appearance, Murong Tianlai's expression changed and fear appeared on his face. Once the two terrifying forces collided, the explosion would be reflected by Ling Xiaoxiao's barrier. Murong Tianlai could not imagine what would happen to him. Stupid girl. Murong Tianlai was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. However, there was no time for him to think. He immediately activated his true core to condense an energy shield and used a defensive martial skill. He quickly retreated and distanced himself. Rumble. Puff, the two terrifying forces collided and exploded. The explosion was earth-shattering and caused everyone's eardrums to hurt. At the moment of the explosion, the destructive force swept out with lightning speed. Duan Tianhun spat out a mouthful of blood and was severely injured. With the protection of the barrier, Ling Xiaoxiao was unharmed. The terrifying energy ripples triggered Ling Xiaoxiao's barrier. An extremely terrifying destructive force spread out and instantly engulfed the explosion. The monstrous energy ripples caused the soldiers and experts of the two sects to stop in horror. Their fearful gazes swept towards the sky. The moment they looked up, time seemed to have slowed down. The destructive energy in the sky covered more than 100 feet, scaring everyone so much that their eyes almost popped out. No one had ever seen such a terrifying energy before, nor had they ever felt such a domineering pressure. Crack. Poof. Feeling the horrifying power, Xianxia's face changed dramatically. He was terrified. In just an instant, the destructive rebounding power shattered all of his defenses and caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The horrifying impact sent him flying hundreds of meters away. This is impossible. Xianxia was terrified. Even with his strength and layers of defenses, they were all destroyed in an instant. The moment the destructive energy hit him, that feeling of despair and helplessness made him feel as if he had fallen into a world of darkness. Xianxia could clearly feel the feeling of death. It was uncontrollably eating away at his heart, and he could not resist at all. What is that feeling? Xianxia's face was filled with fear and shock as if his soul had left his body. Sect Master He Xiong, Zhou Shan, and the other higher-ups of Taishu sect were shocked as they could not help but shout out in worry. However, Xianxia could not hear their shouts at all. Xianxia's world seemed to be filled with dead silence as he could not hear anything. The energy that erupted from Xianxia's barrier made him feel fear like never before. The energy contained within the barrier was beyond his imagination. Fortunately, the smart Xianxia knew how terrifying Xianxia's barrier was and had distanced himself from it. Otherwise, it would not be as simple as just being injured. Weng Weng. The extremely destructive energy spread down from the sky as the ground suddenly shook violently. The soldiers swayed left and right in panic. The vast and terrifying pressure almost suffocated everyone. In Blazing Fire City, buildings collapsed one after another. The ground outside the city cracked, and many soldiers fell into the cracks. Everyone was in panic. The power that spread down from the sky had such terrifying destructive power. One could only imagine how terrifying that power was. Under the protection of Xiaoxia's bounded domain, Duan Tianhun was not affected, but he was terrified. Who exactly is Miss Ling? How scary is this barrier? Duan Tianhun was terrified. He couldn't imagine how scary the barrier was. At the same time, Xianxia and many other experts who were hurrying back to the borders of the empire felt the destructive power and were all scared witless. What power is that? Xianxia and many other experts looked at the sky in horror. No one could imagine how terrifying that power was. After an unknown amount of time, the terrifying energy ripples in the sky gradually dissipated. Outside Blazing Fire City, the army and the experts of the two sects once again engaged in a bloody battle as the earth trembled and the terrifying energy dissipated. Under the frenzied slaughter of the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army, many disciples of the Taishu sect and the Wind Thunder sect died tragically. In the sky, the terrifying energy dissipated. Ling Xiaoxiao suddenly launched a ferocious attack. Her beautiful eyes were still filled with anger and cold murderous intent. Miss Ling, be careful. Duan Tianhun shouted anxiously. He also flew out with the sky-splitting axe in his hand. Ling Xiaoxia's speed was terrifying. She arrived in a flash. At this moment, Xianxia was still in fear, but he had already sensed the dangerous aura. The crystal ice sword fiercely pierced out. Xianxia suddenly woke up. He quickly put his hands together and caught Ling Xiaoxia's ice sword. Xianxia was secretly glad that he woke up in time. Otherwise, if this sword pierced through his heart, he would definitely die. Xianxia's injury was not too serious. After all, he had already pulled away. This injury would not affect his fighting ability. The ice sword attack was blocked. Ling Xiaoxiao's mind moved and the green bounded domain condensed again. Seeing the bounded domain, Xianxia was so scared that his whole body trembled. This terrifying bounded domain had become an indelible shadow in his heart. Xianxia's whole body trembled. At that moment, his hands that were holding the ice sword loosened. Ling Xiaoxiao took the opportunity and stabbed out with the ice sword. Xianxia was shocked. He quickly regained his senses and retreated a few steps in the air. He activated his true essence and blocked the attack once again. Go to hell. Duan Tianhun flashed over and roared. The sky-splitting axe chopped down at Murong Tianlai's head. Get lost. Looking at Duan Tianhun fiercely, Murong Tianlai roared. His power exploded with fear and anger. Not good. Duan Tianhuan's face changed. He quickly shouted, True Yuan protection. Boom. The terrifying power shook Duan Tianhun, who was chopping down. The energy shield was full of cracks. Fortunately, Duan Tianhun reacted fast enough. Otherwise, he would have been injured. Chaos Sword Secret Art. Chaos Destruction. Ling Xiaoxiao suddenly shouted. The violent power of her blood meridians poured into the ice sword. An even more terrifying sword, intense sword into the sky. A destructive sword aura spread out from the ice sword. Preposterous. Murong Tianlai, who sensed this, was furious. He couldn't do anything to Ling Xiaoxiao's enchantment, and Ling Xiaoxiao was risking her life to fight with him. If it wasn't for the terrifying enchantment, Ling Xiaoxiao's reckless fighting style would be exchanging her life for his. He couldn't hurt Ling Xiaoxiao and was injured by the enchantment. Murong Tianlai was angry and sullen. But he couldn't do anything. This feeling was worse than death. However, time didn't allow Murong Tianlai to think. The terrifying sword aura of the ice sword was about to burst out. Murong Tianlai didn't dare to touch it. Once he touched it, the terrifying power would touch the enchantment. There would be a destructive power waiting for him. Murong Tianlai retreated in horror. He didn't dare to touch it. Humph. Old thing. So you can be afraid too. Duan Tianhun said fiercely. Seeing Murong Tianlai retreating in horror, Duan Tianhun couldn't help but mock him. Xiao. Buzz. Murong Tianlai retreated. Ling Xiaoxiao swept out. An even more terrifying purple sword aura flew out. Wherever it passed, the void trembled. The terrifying power seemed to be able to cut a big hole in the void. Murong Tianlai activated his True Yuan and blasted out a palm towards the sword aura. Boom. Gotcha. Under the terrifying power attack, Murong Tianlai was still able to break Ling Xiaoxiao's sword aura and disperse the power of the sword aura. Ling Xiaoxiao's attack didn't have the slightest effect. If she wanted to injure Murong Tianlai, she could only rely on the enchantment's rebound power. However, how could Murong Tianlai, who had suffered a loss before, fall for it a second time? He didn't have the guts to eat it. Smelly girl. Staring at Ling Xiaoxiao fiercely, Murong Tianlai couldn't wait to tear Ling Xiaoxiao into pieces. Xiao. Ling Xiaoxiao flashed over without any fear. The angry Ling Xiaoxiao only wanted to avenge Feng Wuchen. It had nothing to do with anything else. Ling Xiaoxiao's appearance scared Murong Tianlai once again. He didn't dare to attack. Old thing. I'm waiting for you. Duan Tianhuan's angry roar came from behind the retreating Murong Tianlai. Duan Tianhun held the sky-splitting axe and mercilessly slashed towards the retreating Murong Tianlai. At the same time, Ling Xiaoxiao flashed over again. The two of them, one in front and one behind, Murong Tianlai's face changed dramatically again. The retreating Murong Tianlai created a gap for the two of them to attack. Murong Tianlai, who couldn't dodge in time, panicked. He quickly condensed his True Yuan on his palm. His right palm resisted Ling Xiaoxiao's ice sword and his left palm resisted Duan Tianhuan's sky-splitting axe. Boom boom. Buzz buzz. Puff puff. The collision of the tyrannical power made the void tremble. It instantly touched Ling Xiaoxiao's bounded domain. The terrible power suddenly rebounded, shaking Murong Tianlai and making him spit out blood. The terrible rebounding power rebounded from Ling Xiaoxiao. Duan Tianhun was affected by the power of the bounded domain and Murong Tianlai. He spat out blood and flew out directly. The terrible power didn't give Duan Tianhun a chance to condense his True Yuan to protect himself. What power is this? The celestial realm or the heaven realm? Duan Tianhun was extremely frightened. Duan Tianhun was seriously injured. The moment he flew out, he really felt the terrible power of the bounded domain. In front of the terrible power of the bounded domain, they were like ants. Murong Tianlai was also seriously injured. The terrible power collided, and the rebounding power of the bounded domain was even more terrible. Even if Morong Tianlai's cultivation was strong, he couldn't withstand it. Emperor! Master! Morong Tianlai and Duan Tianhun were seriously injured. The superiors of the Taishu sect and Huanyang were shocked. Their faces were full of fear and worry. Morong Tianlai's face was pale. He stared at Ling Xiaoxiao with fear and anger. He said angrily, "This girl is crazy. She doesn't even care about Duan Tianhuan's life? Here's the chance." Mu Tianyun was shocked. There was a glimmer of hope in his old eyes. Morong Tianlai was seriously injured. His aura was weakened instantly. His true yuan was greatly consumed, so his aura was only at the first level of the Tianyuan realm. Ling Xiaoxiao and Duan Tianhun joined hands and successfully injured Morong Tianlai. This was definitely a golden opportunity. "Miss Ling, do it. This old bastard's time to die." Duan Tianhun, who was seriously injured, suddenly shouted. Duan Tianhun was seriously injured and extremely weak. He couldn't fight anymore. Chaos Sword Technique. Chaos Destruction. Ling Xiaoxiao activated her bloodline power. She shouted and swung her ice sword mercilessly. Whoosh! Buzz! The horrifying purple sword light shone brightly in the sky. It pierced through the void. The irresistible violent power made Morong Tianlai feel a sense of despair. Morong Tianlai. Die. Ah! Ling Xiaoxiao angrily shouted and crazily urged her true essence. After using this horrifying sword light, Ling Xiaoxiao's face was extremely pale because of the huge consumption of her true yuan. Morong Tianlai was seriously injured. He couldn't withstand Ling Xiaoxiao's horrifying sword light anymore. "Master, be careful. Dodge it." He Xiong and the other superiors of the Taishu sect were panicking. If Morong Tianlai was killed, they would definitely die. The Taishu sect and the Wind Thunder sect would be destroyed. With half a foot in the third level of Sky Origin stage, Morong Tianlai couldn't believe that he would lose to a girl at the 9th level of Origin core stage. Of course, the 9th level of Origin core stage was just a stage. Ling Xiaoxiao's real strength had already surpassed the first level of Sky Origin stage. This was a humiliation to Morong Tianlai. Despair and unwillingness appeared in his eyes. "Morong Tianlai. Your death is here." Duan Tianhun shouted in joy. Even if he was heavily injured, it was worth it. "Brothers! Our chance is here. Morong Tianlai is dead. Taishu sect and Thunder Breeze sect will be destroyed. Kill!" Huan Yang shouted. While the two sects were panicking, the soldiers started to kill again. After a fierce battle, thousands of Taishu sect disciples died. Thunder Breeze sect was even worse. All of their disciples died, and only less than 100 of them were left. Although the soldiers of the Inferno Empire suffered heavy casualties, it was worth it. In the sky, Morong Tianlai suddenly woke up. Buzz buzz. A terrifying energy burst out, and a green light flashed, shaking the void. No matter how desperate Morong Tianlai was, he would never give up. No matter how unwilling he was, he would never admit defeat. "Old man. Still want to resist?" Duan Tianhun shouted. Morong Tianlai glared at Duan Tianhun and thought to himself, Duan Tianhun is the key. This brat's genuine origin energy is almost exhausted. As long as I can block this sword light, it will be their time to die. The ferocity in his old eyes became stronger. Morong Tianlai decided to fight to the death, activating all of his true energy. Morong Tianlai took out a crystal bead. It emitted a powerful aura. It was a mid-grade spiritual weapon. Morong Tianlai's aura skyrocketed after he took out his weapon. Low-grade earth rank martial skill. Great void destruction palm. Staring fiercely at the purple sword light, Morong Tianlai formed a seal with both of his hands, and a majestic aura skyrocketed. Then, with a fierce roar, he struck out with his palm with all his strength. Earth rank martial skill. Duan Tianhun's expression changed slightly and he said gloomily, this old monster actually dared to hold back. The Taishu Nirvana palm was a technique passed down by the ancestors of the Taishu sect, and it was such a terrifying technique that Morong Tianlai had kept it hidden until now. It wasn't that Morong Tianlai didn't want to use it, but Ling Xiaoxiao's barrier was too terrifying. The more powerful the attack, the more terrifying the rebound force would be. Swish. Buzz. Morong Tianlai blasted out a palm, and a huge cyan palm print broke through the air. Its momentum was like a rainbow, and it was incomparably ferocious. Even though its strength was not as strong as it was at its peak, it still gave people a feeling of fear. Final struggle. Ling Xiaoxiao shouted angrily. She formed a sword with her jade-like hand, and a golden light shot out from between her eyebrows. It was a scroll. It looked like an ordinary scroll, but it emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Celestial artifact. Feeling the terrifying aura, Morong Tianlai and Duan Tianhun's expressions changed drastically. They immediately confirmed that the scroll was a celestial artifact. This is the aura of a celestial artifact. Miss Ling also has a celestial artifact. Yang Tianxian looked at the sky in horror, and his old face was extremely dazed. It's a celestial artifact. He Xiong and Zhou Shan were shocked, and everyone's faces were filled with fear. Everyone was guessing in horror. Who was Ling Xiaoxiao? Not only did she have an invincible barrier, but she also had a terrifying earth-rank martial skill, and such a terrifying celestial artifact. Morong Tianlai, who still had a glimmer of hope, was in complete despair at this moment. No one had seen Ling Xiaoxiao's celestial artifact before, and this was also the first time that Ling Xiaoxiao had used a celestial artifact in front of everyone. At this moment, Ling Xiaoxiao's aura soared rapidly, and the power of the sword radiance instantly increased by several times, becoming even more terrifying. Rumble. Puff. The two destructive energies collided in front of everyone's horrified eyes, and there was a deafening rumble. An extremely terrifying energy ripple swept out with an unstoppable force. Under Morong Tianlai's horrified gaze, the terrifying energy caused him to spit out blood, and his body flew out. Ling Xiaoxiao had used a celestial artifact, and Morong Tianlai was unable to resist it. He was already seriously injured, and now he was injured again. His body that flew out was already falling at this moment. Morong Tianlai's injuries were serious, and he could no longer support himself. Ling Xiaoxiao had the protection of the barrier, and the energy ripple could not hurt her at all. However, Ling Xiaoxiao's face became paler and paler, and the consumption of her true essence was too great. Sect leader. He Xiong was terrified and hurriedly left. Protect the sect leader. Zhou Shan was burning with anxiety. Seeing Morong Tianlai defeated, the disciples began to panic. Imperial tutor. Stop him. Duan Tianhun shouted angrily. Emperor, don't worry. He can't run away. Yang Tianxian said gloomily as he chased after and stopped He Xiong at full speed. Miss Ling. Kill him quickly. Duan Tianhun shouted immediately. If he was not seriously injured and unable to continue fighting, Duan Tianhun would have rushed out long ago. Kill him. Huan Yang and many soldiers shouted in joy. Morong Tianlai was defeated, and the victory was already sealed. At this moment, all the soldiers felt that Ling Xiaoxiao was even stronger than Feng Wuchen. Of course, the biggest reason why Ling Xiaoxiao could defeat Morong Tianlai was because of the barrier, and not the celestial artifact scroll. Without the barrier to injure Morong Tianlai, the celestial artifact alone could not injure Morong Tianlai. Ling Xiaoxiao had already begun to weaken, and she was panting heavily. It could be said that she had used all her strength in this battle. Swish. Swish. Swish, swish. Just as Morong Tianlai was defeated, a large number of figures rushed over. There were even 10 figures flying over in the sky, and each of them had a very powerful aura. Yi Zongqiong and the others had rushed back. Great Commander. Pavilion Master. Father. Anxious roars sounded outside the blazing fire city. They are back. Duan Tianhun was overjoyed. Many experts from the Blazing Fire Empire had rushed back, and the Taishu sect and Thunder Breeze sect had begun to panic. Morong Tianlai was defeated, and they were destined to die. Father. The 3 armies have already entered the Empire's borders, and they will be here soon. Duan Wuqing quickly said. Good. Very good. Duan Tianhun laughed happily as he looked at Duan Wuqing with satisfaction. Chen Xiao Qingqing and the Crimson Emperor landed on the city gate. Feng Wuchen's corpse was lying quietly on the city gate. Chen my Chen Xiao Qingqing was heartbroken. She hugged Feng Wuchen tightly and cried bitterly. She was extremely heartbroken. The panicked Feng Qianyang hurriedly checked on Feng Wuchen's condition, but his old face immediately dimmed. He could no longer feel the life force in Feng Wuchen's body, and he couldn't sense anything. He was completely a cold corpse. Seeing Feng Qianyang's expression, everyone understood. The Crimson Emperor and the others couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen was really dead. Third brother. Pavilion Master. The Crimson Emperor and Feng Zhan's eyes were red. Their bodies were trembling, and tears rolled down their faces. Their minds were filled with memories of Feng Wuchen. Great Commander. Looking at Feng Wuchen's corpse, Xianxia and the others were completely stunned. Feng Wuchen's death had become a fact, but none of them were willing to accept it, and they couldn't accept it. Looking at the sorrowful and unacceptable expressions of the people who had rushed back, Duan Tianhuan's face was filled with grief and self-blame. The heavens are jealous of geniuses. The Academy's dean, Xing Tianfeng, shook his head in grief. High up in the sky, Ling Xiaoxiao's tears kept rolling down her cheeks. She was heartbroken. Even if she defeated the Murong Tianlai, she couldn't save Feng Wuchen's life. Ling Xiaoxiao's mind was filled with Feng Wuchen. It was filled with scenes of her cultivating and fighting side by side with Feng Wuchen. Along the way, it was filled with memories. The memories were beautiful, but at this moment, they were incomparably heartbroken. The most heartbroken person was undoubtedly Xiao Qingqing. Feng Wuchen was her most beloved son. She couldn't accept Feng Wuchen's death. Looking at the heartbroken Xiao Qingqing, Xianxia and the others fell silent. They were indebted to Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's death made them feel guilty. However, Feng Wuchen's spirit of fighting for the empire with no regard for his own safety earned the respect of everyone in the empire. Kill them all. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Huan Yang roared angrily. His eyes were glistening with tears, and he was abnormally furious. The soldiers were furious. They were all fighting with their lives, completely disregarding their own lives. Brother Feng. Xiaoxiao will avenge you immediately. Wiping her tears, Ling Xiaoxiao flew out with the ice sword in her hand. Murong Tianlai fell down powerlessly. It was easy for Ling Xiaoxiao to kill him. Ling Xiaoxiao was extremely fast. In a few blinks of an eye, she had already attacked. Stupid girl. Stop. He Xiong roared anxiously. He was so anxious that his heart was about to jump out. However, Yang Tianxian's obstruction made him helpless. Buzz buzz. However, at the moment when Ling Xiaoxiao stabbed out with the ice sword, Murong Tianlai's body suddenly exploded with an even more terrifying force. Ling Xiaoxiao, who was caught off guard, was directly sent flying. Fortunately, the enchantment was formed in an instant. Otherwise, she would have been injured. Ling Xiaoxiao was shocked. She looked at Murong Tianlai in horror and said in disbelief, "He broke through." Feeling the terrifying force, Duan Tianhun, Yang Tianxian, and the other experts' faces changed drastically. They immediately looked at Murong Tianlai. Sky Origin Stage Level 3. This old thing has broken through. Duan Tianhun was extremely frightened. He felt a strong sense of danger. Oh no! This old monster is breaking through at this time. Situzhentian was extremely worried. It's over. This old monster has broken through to Sky Origin Stage Level 3. Yizongqiong and the others were in a desperate situation again. Sect leader has broken through. He Xiong, Zhou Shan, and the others were stunned at first. Then, they were extremely happy. The feeling of falling from heaven to hell, and then returning to heaven from hell was really torturous. That terrifying force was at Sky Origin Stage Level 3, Murong Tianlai had successfully broken through at the critical moment of life and death. Such an outcome undoubtedly caused everyone in the Yanhua Empire to fall into despair. Murong Tianlai had broken through to Sky Origin Stage Level 3. Who else could fight against him? Duan Tianhun and Mu Tianyun were severely injured. Ling Xiaoxiao's true origin was exhausted. The other experts were no match for Murong Tianlai. Murong Tianlai has just broken through. He needs time. Everyone, attack! Duan Tianhun shouted anxiously. His face was filled with worry. Buzz buzz. Morong Tianlai's chi was increasing rapidly. His strength was getting more and more terrifying. He had just broken through to the third level of Sky Origin stage and his strength was increasing rapidly. Shoo! Shoo! Buzz! Many strong cultivators started to use their martial skills. A large amount of powerful energy shot up to the sky. All kinds of colorful lights burst out. It was a magnificent scene. Brothers! Attack! Huan Yang shouted. The Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army started to attack. Another large amount of powerful martial skills shot up to the sky. High up in the sky, Morong Tianlai didn't move an inch. His terrifying strength was still increasing rapidly. When his terrifying strength reached the third level of Sky Origin stage, a green energy shield started to form on the surface of Morong Tianlai's body. Boom! Boom! Buzz! Large amounts of martial skill energy bombarded the energy barrier one after another. All sorts of resplendent explosion lights flickered one after another, like fireworks, a tyrannical energy shock wave after wave. However, under such a large amount of martial skills bombarding, Morong Tianlai's energy shield didn't even budge. Inside the energy shield, Morong Tianlai wasn't hurt at all. He wasn't affected at all. The power of the third level of Sky Origin stage was extremely terrifying. It's too late. Duan Tianhun looked gloomy. He started to panic. We can't hurt him at all. Yi Xianxia was shocked. Hundreds of people attacked at the same time. That power was absolutely terrifying. However, it couldn't even shake Morong Tianlai's energy shield. All the power was blocked outside. His injuries are recovering. Mu Tianyun frowned. Morong Tianlai had a breakthrough in his cultivation. His serious injuries were healed. His strength was getting more and more terrifying. We still have hope. No matter how terrifying this old monster's strength is, he can't break Lady Ling's barrier. Duan Tianhun said seriously. He still had a glimmer of hope. Duan Tianhun was severely injured. The others were no match for Morong Tianlai. Their only hope was on Ling Xiaoxiao. It was just that Ling Xiaoxiao's true essence consumption was enormous, and it was unknown how long she could last. Everyone looked at Morong Tianlai in horror. Everyone from the Taishu sect and the Wind Thunder sect were relieved to see that he had broken through at the brink of death. Morong Tianlai alone was enough to deal with the Infernal Empire. High up in the sky, Morong Tianlai slowly opened his eyes. His old eyes flashed with two rays of light, incomparably terrifying. As the energy shield dissipated, a cold smile appeared on Morong Tianlai's face, as if he was looking down on all living beings. This old bastard. Seeing Morong Tianlai's expression, Duan Tianhun gritted his teeth and said angrily. Morong Tian looked at Ling Xiaoxiao coldly. He sneered, "You naughty girl. You broke through to the third level of Sky Origin stage at such a critical moment. I have to thank you." Ling Xiaoxiao's pretty face was cold, and she didn't respond. She flipped her hand, and a Dan pellet appeared in her palm. Ling Xiaoxiao swallowed it in one gulp. After a while, Ling Xiaoxiao's true yuan was recovering at a horrifying speed. The effect of the Dan pellet was terrifying. A grade 6 Dan pellet? Elder Wei Yun was shocked. He stared at Ling Xiaoxiao with his eyes wide open. The powerful chi of the Dan pellet shocked him. No. It's a grade 7 Dan pellet. Yang Tianxian was shocked. Grade 7 Dan pellet. Duan Tianhun and the others were shocked and frightened. Morong Tianlai looked at Ling Xiaoxiao fiercely again. He said fearlessly, "You naughty girl. Even if you recover your true yuan, you still can't do anything to me. I have already thought of the best way to deal with you." "Then you can try." Ling Xiaoxiao replied coldly. "The power of a Sky Origin stage cultivator is beyond my imagination." Morong Tianlai sneered. He slightly activated his true yuan and mercilessly struck out a palm strike towards the army below. "Not good." Duan Tianhuan's expression changed. "Get out of the way." Huan Yang and Luanshan shouted in fear. The Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army hurriedly teleported away and flew up. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. The terrifying palm imprint exploded, resembling the Buddha's palm. Outside the blazing fire city, a gigantic crater of over 100 feet appeared, shocking the hearts of the spectators. When the palm strike landed, thousands of soldiers died tragically. With such a horrifying power, no matter how many soldiers the Yanhua kingdom sent, they would not be able to kill Morong Tianlai. How dare you? Duan Tianhun was furious. His eyes almost burst out with anger. Morong Tianlai. What do you think you are doing? Yi Zongqiong shouted furiously. The Yanhua kingdom's experts and generals were furious. You have killed so many of my disciples. I am just taking revenge. I am just testing the power of a Sky Origin stage cultivator. Morong Tianlai sneered proudly. Testing the power of a Sky Origin stage cultivator and killing thousands of soldiers. Morong Tianlai's palm strike had already intimidated the soldiers of the Yanhua Kingdom and Watermoon Empire. No one dared to make a move. Otherwise, with another strike from Morong Tianlai, thousands more would die. His figure slowly descended. His cold and arrogant gaze swept towards Mu Yunshan and the others. Morong Tianlai sneered, all of you can come at me together. Attack! Crimson Emperor roared furiously without hesitation. He circulated his full strength and was the first to attack. Swish! Boom! In an instant, Crimson Emperor appeared and punched towards Morong Tianlai's chest. Boom! However, it was unable to shake Morong Tianlai at all. Morong Tianlai did not even frown. Morong Tianlai sneered in disdain, you want to injure me with your strength at the 7th level of the Origin Core stage? Boom! Pooh! As soon as he finished speaking, Morong Tianlai abruptly waved his hand. Bang! An explosion sounded out as the terrifying strength shook Crimson Emperor to the point he spat out blood, and his figure transformed into a black line that flew out. With a wave of his hand, the 7th level Origin Core stage Crimson Emperor suffered a heavy injury. Swish! Swish, swish! Mu Yunshan and the other experts charged over to surround Morong Tianlai from all directions. If they didn't fight now, when would they? Bang! 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 Pooh! Pooh, pooh! A few hundred experts swarmed over. Various martial skills emerged one after another as they executed their formidable techniques repeatedly, launching a violent attack towards Morong Tianlai, but all martial skill attacks were shattered by Morong Tianlai, and they posed no threat at all. The experts that flashed over were struck to the point of spitting blood and suffering heavy injuries one after another. A few hundred people launched a frenzied attack. In a short period of less than a minute, there were already a few tens of people that suffered heavy injuries, and some that suffered heavy injuries died on the spot. Even Mu Yunshan, who was at the peak of the 8th level of the Origin Core stage, was unable to injure Morong Tianlai in the slightest under his full-strength attack, and he was instead heavily injured by a single punch. Yang Tianxian, Situ Jintian, Duan Wuqing, and the other experts successively suffered heavy injuries. This is only 40% of my strength. Morong Tianlai laughed coldly and arrogantly. Merely 40% of his strength was already sufficient to crush all experts. If he exerted 100% of his strength, then Yang Tianxian and the others would probably be instantly killed. 40% of your strength? The faces of Duan Tianhun and the others went grim when they heard this. Morong Tianlai looked at the terrified faces of everyone and seemed to enjoy it extremely, then he said, I'll slowly allow all of you to feel the strength of the 3rd level of the Heavenly Origin stage. Swish! As soon as Morong Tianlai finished speaking, Xianxia's figure suddenly flashed out and swept out with her sword without the slightest hesitation. Clang! Weng weng! Morong Tianlai, who noticed this, raised his left index finger, and with a crisp clang, he actually used only one finger to block Xianxia's ferocious sword strike. The terrifying strength was completely unable to shake Morong Tianlai. Stinking girl! With my current strength, no matter how strong your strength is, you're still unable to harm me. Morong Tianlai laughed coldly in disdain. With Xianxia's strength, Morong Tianlai actually used only one finger to block it. With such terrifying strength, who was still a match for him, Seeing this, the eyes of Yang Tianxian and the others already started to feel despair. Clang clang clang. Ling Xiaoxiao launched a ferocious attack. The ice sword attack was swift and fierce, but Morong Tianlai still only used one finger to block all of Ling Xiaoxiao's attacks. There was no need for him to dodge at all. Due to his fear of Ling Xiaoxiao's enchantment, Morong Tianlai did not launch an attack and only blocked. Your attacks are useless and will only waste true essence. As long as I don't attack you, I won't be hurt by your enchantment. Morong Tianlai said disdainfully. After the breakthrough in his cultivation, he did not put Ling Xiaoxiao in his eyes at all. However, I said that I have a way to deal with your enchantment. Morong Tianlai said again, his old eyes flashing with a murderous intent. After saying this, Morong Tianlai's figure suddenly flashed and disappeared. His speed was extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, Morong Tianlai had already grabbed the seriously injured Duan Tianhun and flashed in front of Ling Xiaoxiao again, almost in the blink of an eye. Old thing. What do you want? Duan Tianhun asked in horror. The seriously injured Duan Tianhun was unable to break free. Even if he was at the peak of his strength, he would not be able to break free. Father. Emperor. Duan Wuqing, Yi Zongqiong and the rest of the empire's upper echelons suddenly panicked. Duan Hen, she roared fiercely, old bastard. If you dare to hurt a single hair of my father, I will not forgive you. Morong Tianlai completely ignored Duan Wuqing and the rest. His left hand grabbed Duan Tianhun's neck and sneered at Ling Xiaoxiao, stupid girl, I can see that your enchantment can appear on its own, but I don't know if you can control it. Hearing this, Ling Xiaoxiao's pretty face changed. She had already guessed Morong Tianlai's intention. Shameless villain. How dare you use me to threaten the younger generation? Duan Tianhun scolded angrily. He had also guessed Morong Tianlai's intention. Morong Tianlai grabbed Duan Tianhun so that Duan Tianhun could threaten Ling Xiaoxiao. As long as he attacked and activated the enchantment, Duan Tianhun would die with him. Morong Tianlai slowly raised his right hand. His palm was facing Ling Xiaoxiao. A horrifying power condensed and his palm exploded with a bright green light. Stupid girl. What are you going to do? Morong Tianlai sneered. A horrifying power suddenly burst out from his palm. Ling Xiaoxiao raised her ice sword in front of her. Boom. Puff. The horrifying green palm print arrived in a blink of an eye. With a loud explosion, the enchantment did not appear. The impact caused Ling Xiaoxiao to spit out a mouthful of blood. Her body was blown away. Ling Xiaoxiao was severely injured. Without the protection of the enchantment, she could not withstand the power of a Sky Origin stage cultivator. Oh? It seems like you can control the enchantment. I was right. Seeing Ling Xiaoxiao was severely injured, Morong Tianlai sneered proudly. The threat of the enchantment was completely eliminated. Duan Tianhun was the emperor of the Yanhua Empire. He was the lifeline of the empire. He must not die. Ling Xiaoxiao would rather be injured than let Duan Tianhun die. Otherwise, Ling Xiaoxiao would not have been injured by Morong Tianlai. Xiaoxiao. Miss Ling. Everyone was terrified. Miao Qingqing flashed out in a panic and executed a flying martial technique to soar into the sky and catch the falling Ling Xiaoxiao. Although Morong Tianlai's palm was powerful, he did not dare to kill Ling Xiaoxiao. Morong Tianlai could guess that Ling Xiaoxiao had a powerful background. If he offended the power behind Ling Xiaoxiao, not to mention the Taishu sect, even 10,000 Taishu sects would not be able to withstand the anger of the power behind Ling Xiaoxiao. Brother Feng, I'm sorry. Xiaoxiao does not have the ability to avenge you. Ling Xiaoxiao said sorrowfully in her heart. Tears rolled down from the corner of her eyes. Morong Tianlai used Duan Tianhun to threaten her. Ling Xiaoxiao had no choice but to do so. Morong Tianlai. You despicable man. Seeing that Ling Xiaoxiao was injured, Duan Tianhun was furious. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared furiously. Despicable man? Morong Tianlai said with disdain, Duan Tianhun, you're going to die soon. Boom. Puff. Morong Tianlai did not hold back and threw out a palm strike. Duan Tianhun flew out and spat out a mouthful of blood. Duan Tianhun was already injured. Now that he was hit again, his life was in danger. Father! Duan Wuqing ran out in a panic. He was furious. He hated himself for not being strong enough. He could not do anything when his father was injured. On the city gate, Miao Qingqing brought down the injured Ling Xiaoxiao. 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 Xiao Qingqing hurriedly took Ling Xiaoxiao and asked worriedly, Xiaoxiao, how are you? Don't scare Aunt Xiao. Auntie Xiao, I'm sorry. Xiaoxiao wasn't able to protect brother Feng. The severely injured Ling Xiaoxiao said weakly. Her pale face struggled to turn her head and look at the dead Feng Wuchen beside her. Tears gushed out again. Because his injuries were too severe, he fainted after speaking. Xiao Qingqing's face changed and she said in panic, Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao. Don't scare Aunt Xiao. Aunt Xiao, don't worry. Xiaoxiao just fainted. Miao Qingqing hurriedly comforted her. Her heart was filled with grief, and her eyes were red. Ling Xiaoxiao's call came from the depths of the dead Feng Wuchen's heart. His fingers suddenly trembled slightly, and an extremely weak stream of heat began to flow through his body. Xiaoxiao. Feng Wuchen weakly shouted from the depths of his heart. The heat in his body slowly spread throughout his body. His heart also began to beat, but it was very weak. No one noticed the changes in Feng Wuchen's body. Everyone's attention was focused on Duan Tianhun. Morong Tianlai's palm had almost killed Duan Tianhun. Fortunately, Yang Tianxian gave Duan Tianhun a pill and injected true essence to heal his injuries. Only then did Duan Tianhun's life survive. The strongest among them had already been severely injured, and the rest of them were no match for Morong Tianlai. Submit to me and prosper. Oppose me and perish. Morong Tianlai's fierce gaze swept across the empire's people as he coldly shouted. I'd rather die than submit to you, the Water Moon Empire's great general shouted angrily. Then die. Morong Tianlai said coldly. He suddenly reached out and grabbed at the Water Moon Empire's great general. Boom! An invisible and terrifying power blew the Water Moon Empire's great general into a cloud of blood. Great general! The Water Moon Empire's soldiers were so scared that they fell to the ground again. They were terrified and desperate. Who else? Morong Tianlai asked coldly. A terrifying aura spread out, intimidating the crowd. The entire place was dead silent. No one dared to speak. Morong Tianlai's methods were cruel. Anyone who didn't submit would die. Morong Tianlai. Even if you force everyone to submit, it's just a perfunctory act. It's meaningless, Mu Tianyun said slowly. Hearing this, Morong Tianlai sneered. You don't have to worry about that. As long as you submit, I don't care if you're sincere or not. Not only you, but I also want the Tianwu Empire and the Luoyun Empire to submit to me. From now on, the Divine Valley will belong to the Taishu sect. Old man, you think it's yours just because you say so? Don't you have any shame? Lu Qingyang suddenly shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, he froze and then laughed. No, I'm wrong. Sorry, you don't have any shame. Morong Tianlai frowned and glanced coldly at Lu Qingyang as if he was looking at a dead man. Don't look at me like I'm dead, Lu Qingyang shook his head and said, I'm telling the truth. So many people are watching. You little brat, I think you're tired of living. Morong Tianlai said coldly. A terrifying murderous aura spread out. No. I haven't lived long enough. How about you let me live a few more years? Lu Qingyang sneered. I think you don't dare. With my talent, I can surpass you in a year. You're worried that you'll be too old to move and can't do anything to me. You. Morong Tianlai's face twitched violently. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Buzz. A terrifying power burst out from Morong Tianlai's body and shook the void. What a despicable and shameless old bastard. I can't believe you're the leader of Taishu sect. You don't have the demeanor of a leader at all. Lu Qingyang sneered and looked at the disciples of Taishu sect. Lu Qingyang said again, Are you all blind? Don't you feel ashamed following this old bastard? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Morong Tianlai's face became more and more gloomy. He was so angry that his body was shaking. You little brat. Are you done? Xianxia asked coldly. A terrifying True Yuan burst out and he was ready to attack at any time. I'm not done yet. Old bastard. Why are you in such a hurry? Lu Qingyang scolded Xianxia without any scruples. Xianxia squinted his eyes and shot out a murderous aura. Whoosh. Boom. Mu Tianyun, who was floating in the air, suddenly waved his hand and a terrifying power burst out. Even though he was seriously injured, the terrifying power still forced Xianxia back and blew a big hole in the ground. Mu Tianyun. I don't want to kill you because you're an alchemist. But if you want to be my enemy, I don't mind killing you. Morong Tianlai looked at Mu Tianyun and said coldly with a murderous aura. Mu Tianyun had been healing himself. With the help of elixirs, he had recovered 40% of his injuries. He was considered the strongest expert now. Even so, Mu Tianyun was no match for Morong Tianlai. Old man is not from Thunder Breeze sect. Why would he submit to you? Mu Tianyun said calmly. Even though he was terrified, he had no other choice. We'd rather die in battle. We won't submit to you. That's right. We'd rather die than submit. All the experts and soldiers roared angrily, showing their unyielding spirit. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Huan Yang and the other elite soldiers quickly teleported over. Their terrifying movement techniques were terrifying. Qin Yang. Well said. The Empire's army has arrived at Blazing Fire City. Even if we can't deal with that old thing, we can at least kill all the Taishu sect disciples. At worst, we'll fight to the death. Huan Yang shouted coldly, his eyes flashing with viciousness. That's right. We'll make them lose a layer of skin even if we have to die together. Luanshan roared. That viciousness came from his bones. Seeing that Huan Yang and the others were not afraid of death, Lu Qingyang gritted his teeth and said angrily, Good. We'll fight to the death with you. We'll fight to the death with you. We'll avenge the great commander. The Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army soldiers shouted loudly. Their voices shook the sky and their auras were majestic. The loud and clear shouts and the soldiers' loyalty to Feng Wuchen made the blood of all the soldiers on the scene boil. Avenge the great commander. Avenge the great commander. An earth-shattering roar suddenly came from behind. Majestic army spirits surged, and an incomparably massive cold-killing intent soared into the sky. The roar resounded throughout the surrounding mountains, and the terrifying echoes continued to reverberate in the mountains, causing the mountains to tremble slightly. The terrifying aura frightened the people of the Taishu sect and the Wind Thunder sect. Even Xianxia and the other higher-ups couldn't help but be afraid. Everyone's expression was extremely solemn. They weren't like the Morong Tianlai who could fly in the sky. Facing such a huge army, they couldn't kill all of them even if they exhausted their true yuan. That's right. The Blazing Fire Empire's army had arrived, the three armies converged, and there were a total of 60,000 soldiers. They had arrived at Blazing Fire City in a majestic manner. Rows of soldiers lined up neatly, and their auras shook the world. The army was densely packed, and they surrounded Blazing Fire City, blocking off all escape routes. Morong Tianlai, no matter how strong you are, how many of them can you save? Since we're all going to die today, then let's die together. We'll wipe out the Taishu sect. Yizhangqiang roared, ready to fight to the death. The soldiers roared, wipe out the Taishu sect. Wipe out the Taishu sect. The Morong Tianlai frowned as he looked at the imperial army. Then, he looked at the few remaining disciples of the Taishu sect. Their ability was no match for the imperial army. Moments later, the Morong Tianlai nodded and said, There are indeed a little too many of them, but we should be able to wipe them all out in 2 to 4 hours. The Morong Tianlai's words were undeniably arrogant. He didn't think much of the imperial army that numbered over 70,000. Pausing for a moment, the Morong Tianlai sneered. Yizhangqiang. Don't you underestimate the power of the Taishu sect. I'll show you the great sect guarding array of the Taishu sect. Sentinels, 3 elders. Set up the array. A sect guarding array? The faces of the people of Yizhangqiang changed drastically. Xianxia, Zhou Shan, and the other elders took up positions in the north, south, east, and west. They channeled their true essence at random, and the four of them formed the same seal. Four terrifying energies shot up into the sky. Tiangang demon subduing array. Open! He Xiong and the other elders shouted at the same time. The four terrifying energies that shot up into the sky connected with each other, and a massive blue array instantly appeared on the ground. It was filled with a terrifying power. The remaining 1,000 or so disciples all channeled their energies into the array, and the massive array quickly expanded. Faction leader Zhang. Come and help if you don't want to die. He Xiong roared. Zhang Tianran did not dare to hesitate. The leaders of the Wind Thunder sect and the many disciples all channeled their true essence into the array. The array's power rose rapidly and expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. The power of the array is comparable to the first level of the heavenly origin realm. It's even more terrifying than the array of the Tianyun clan. Feeling the terrifying power of the array, Huanyang was so shocked that he trembled. The army of the empire was shocked and terrified. They had all seen the terrifying array of the Tianyun clan, which turned them into ashes the moment they got close. Now that they didn't know how terrifying the Tiangang demon subduing array was, no one dared to rush in. Duan Tianhun, who do you think is stronger, your empire's army or my array? Morong Tianlai flashed to the top of the huge array and asked Duan Tianhun with a cold smile. Tiangang demon subduing array. Duan Tianhuan's face was full of shock and he only exclaimed after a long time. Tiangang demon subduing array? Yi Zongqiong was slightly stunned and immediately said in shock, isn't this the array that mysteriously disappeared in the Divine Valley back then? Preposterous. You were the one who secretly stole the array back then, you old bastard. Cough. Duan Tianhun gritted his teeth and said angrily. Too agitated, Duan Tianhun coughed twice and spat out another mouthful of blood. Stole? Mu Tianyun and many other powerhouses looked at Duan Tianhun in shock. They didn't know anything about the Tiangang demon subduing array. Father, what's going on? Duan Wuqing asked curiously. He had never heard Duan Tianhun mention it. Back then, the four empires fought over the Divine Valley and it was chaos. The general led the troops to retreat from the Divine Valley and found an array book in a cave by chance. It was the Tiangang demon subduing array. At that time, they encountered a level 6 beast that was extremely powerful and had no choice but to retreat from the Divine Valley. The beast chased them all the way and the soldiers suffered heavy casualties. However, when the beast left, the array book disappeared. I didn't expect it to be stolen by this old bastard. Duan Tianhun became angrier as he spoke. There's no mistake. The array book at that time was the Tiangang demon subduing array. Yi Zongqiong said angrily. You didn't dare to take it, so I had to take it for you. After a trip to the Gods Valley, this sect has obtained quite a few treasures. Morong Tianlai sneered and did not deny it. As soon as he finished speaking, Morong Tianlai poured his terrifying power into the formation. The huge formation flashed with blue light and trembled violently. Not long after, an even more terrifying aura swept out. At the same time as Morong Tianlai's power poured into the array expanded once again. His horrifying power had reached the second level of Sky Origin stage. Such a terrifying array was much more terrifying than the array of the Tianyun clan. Come, let this sect see how powerful the Empire's army is. Morong Tianlai sneered in a mocking manner, looking extremely arrogant. General, what should we do? Chaos God asked with a frown. Such a scary formation was something no one could break. Yi Zongqiong's face was filled with malevolence. He did not know what to do either. Feng Wuchen, who was well versed in array formations, was already dead. No one else could break the array formation. Breaking the formation by force was even more impossible. The hope that had just been ignited in the Shuiyue Empire's army was once again extinguished. There was no solution at all. Morong Tianlai's strength was terrifying, and so was the Tiangang demon subduing array. No one could deal with it at all. The entire scene was deathly silent, and there was only a heavy and terrifying atmosphere. Seeing that no one spoke, Morong Tianlai sneered and said, "What's wrong? Such a big empire, no one knows how to break the array? If no one knows, then I won't hold back." At the end of his words, Morong Tianlai's voice became extremely heavy. And a fierce murderous aura spread out. Buzz buzz. The power of the array suddenly burst out, and the ground shook violently. Countless cracks spread out from the edge of the array. Everyone, be careful. Retreat quickly. Yi Xianxia shouted with a solemn expression. The army retreated in horror. They could not withstand the power of the magic treasure. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Buzz buzz. The huge magic treasure burst out with a dazzling blue light. Morong Tianlai slowly raised both of his hands, and the huge array suddenly burst out with a large amount of terrifying energy. It flew out in all directions, and the ground shook violently. Seeing that large amount of terrifying energy, the soldiers fled in horror. The scene was extremely chaotic. Dodge quickly. Huan Yang shouted. The Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army soldiers brought the Empire's higher-ups and flew into the sky. Boom boom boom. Ah! The terrifying energy exploded, and the Empire's army suffered heavy casualties. The explosions, tremors, and miserable screams intertwined together to form a song of death. The battle was extremely tragic. There were corpses everywhere, and it was too horrible to look at. Seeing so many soldiers die tragically, Duan Tianhun and the other Empire's higher-ups, as well as Mu Tianyun and the other powerful cultivators, were so angry that they clenched their teeth. They wanted to fight with their lives on the line. Morong Tianlai's merciless massacre was extremely cruel and heartless. Preposterous. Huan Yang, Luan Shen, and the other soldiers were extremely furious. They clenched their fists, but there was nothing they could do. They could only watch so many soldiers die tragically. They are worse than animals. Xiao Qingqing said in horror and anger. Emperor, let's fight with them. If this continues, our Empire's soldiers will all die. Luanshan couldn't bear it and said. Yang Tianxian shook his head and said, the array's power is too terrifying. We can't break it at all. Trying to break it by force will only be suicide. Are we just going to watch our soldiers get slaughtered like this? Lung Muching said gloomily. His face was extremely ferocious, and he was as terrifying as a ferocious beast. Despair. Incomparable despair. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. Wave after wave of terrifying energy shot out in all directions. The ground was crazily bombarded, and a large number of soldiers died tragically. In less than a minute, there were already more than 10,000 soldiers. The destructive power was extremely terrifying. Morong Tianlai. Stop. Duan Tianhun roared furiously. What? Is your heart aching? Even if you want to submit to me now, it's too late. I have decided to completely annihilate your Yanhua Empire. Haha. Enjoy it. Morong Tianlai sneered and then laughed arrogantly. His ferocious means made one's hair stand on end. At the same time, the various armies of the Water Moon Empire and the experts of the various factions of the empire were led by Lei Ju personally. They had already arrived outside Yanhua City. Lei Zhenfeng was killed. As the prince of the Water Moon Empire and the son of Lei Zhenfeng, how could Lei Ju just sit there and do nothing? However, even if Lei Ju led the army of the empire, it was useless. In the face of such a terrifying array, no matter how many soldiers came, they would all die. Avenge the emperor. The army of the Water Moon Empire roared and their aura soared to the sky. Prince Lei Ju, are you here to die too? Morong Tianlai sneered and glanced coldly at Lei Ju below. The two countries are at war because of Lu Liang's instigation. Duan Tianhun, let's stop the war. Lei Ju looked at Duan Tianhun and said. Lei Zhenfeng is dead. The two countries have stopped the war. We have a common enemy. Duan Tianhun said in a low voice. With Lei Zhenfeng's death, the war between the two countries had also ended. Then come and die. Morong Tianlai sneered fiercely. Boom boom boom. The terrifying magic formation was still bombarding crazily. The soldiers of the two countries suffered heavy casualties. Even the powerful cultivators could not escape death. The death toll was increasing at a terrifying speed. Inside the array, the disciples of the Taishu sect and the Wind Thunder sect looked pale and terrified when they saw so many soldiers die tragically. They did not expect things to turn out this way. They did not expect that Morong Tianlai would be so cruel and inhumane. However, they had no choice because they were disciples of the Taishu sect. It was all Morong Tianlia's fault for being so secretive. None of the disciples knew the real Morong Tianlai. They all thought that Morong Tianlai was a kind old man, a righteous faction master. When they fully understood, it was already too late. There was no way out. Duan Tianhun, it seems like you guys are very relaxed. Morong Tianlai said coldly as he looked at Duan Tianhun and the others fiercely. Shoo shoo shoo. With that, Morong Tianlai waved his hand and streaks of terrifying blue energy shot out like lightning. Dodge! Huan Yang shouted. The soldiers immediately used their teleportation techniques to dodge the attack. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. The terrifying blue energy blasted the scorching fire city behind them. In the blink of an eye, the scorching fire city was destroyed and a huge crater was formed. Feng Wuchen's corpse on top of the city gate also fell along with the collapse of the city gate. The moment Feng Wuchen fell, faint traces of blood qi started to appear on the surface of his body. However, no one noticed it. Your movement techniques are indeed impressive. This sect master wants to see how long you can hide. This sect master wants to personally destroy the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army. Morong Tianlai sneered and waved his hand. Shoo shoo shoo. Buzz buzz. A large area of densely packed blue energy appeared. There were at least a few thousand streaks. Each streak contained terrifying energy. The large amount of energy shot out crazily and a series of ear-piercing explosions resounded in the void. The power that could destroy the heaven and earth made everyone despair. If the large area of densely packed terrifying energy were to hit the army, it was unknown how many soldiers would die miserably. Under the control of Morong Tianlai, the terrifying array was extremely terrifying. Facing such a large area of terrifying energy, the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army were all intimidated. The terrifying pressure almost made them suffocate. Even though the soldiers had the ability to teleport, when facing such a large amount of blue energy, they didn't dare to guarantee that they could dodge all of it. If they couldn't dodge, once they were hit, they would definitely be blasted into a blood mist. Each streak of blue energy had the strength of Sky Origin Stage 1. With the cultivation of the soldiers, they couldn't withstand it. Ching ching. Quickly take Aunt Xiao and Xiao Xiao away. Quickly. Lu Qingyang shouted in fear. Miao Qingqing was so scared that tears started to flow. In such a desperate situation, her mind was blank. Quickly take the emperor away. On a huge rock below, Yang Tianxian shouted in fear. Huan Yang shouted in panic, quickly disperse. Wanchen, take the emperor away. Everyone was burning with anxiety and nervousness. The soldiers hurriedly circulated all their strength and tried to teleport away. Buzz buzz. At this moment, when all the soldiers were in fear and despair, a wave of destructive energy suddenly burst out. It was like a huge dragon had awakened. The earth shook violently. Streaks of resplendent blood light burst out from the ruins of the city gate. The terrifying power shook the heavens and the earth. The energy aura was violent and intimidating. The sudden eruption of terrifying power shocked everyone present. Everyone's fearful gazes swept over at the first moment. High up in the sky, thousands of terrifying blue energy turned into countless light spots and slowly dissipated under the suppression of this terrifying energy. The terrifying energy that made hundreds of thousands of soldiers despair actually dissipated under the pressure of this terrifying energy. Everyone was shocked. What kind of power is this? Is this brat still alive? Morong Tianlai looked at the resplendent blood light in shock as a trace of unease welled up in his heart. The aura of the commander. Huan Yang and Wanchen looked over. While they were shocked, their hearts were filled with fanaticism and joy. The commander is still alive. The Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army were most familiar with Feng Wuchen's aura. The moment this terrifying power erupted, the first thing they thought was that Feng Wuchen was still alive. This is really the Pavilion Master's aura. Crimson Emperor and Xue Feng were shocked. They were also overjoyed. Chen'er is still alive. Xiao Qingqing looked at the blood light in a daze. It's his aura. Duan Tianhun was overjoyed. Master is still alive. That's great. Yang Tianxian and Situ Jintian were so excited that tears filled their eyes. Mu Tianyun said in shock, he's still alive. This power is even more terrifying. The commander is still alive. The commander is still alive. The soldiers of the Inferno Empire shouted excitedly. They saw hope again, and the hope was very strong. In this situation of fear and despair, they could feel this aura and Feng Wuchen's terrifying power. The soldiers were so happy that they cried tears of joy. The feelings of the soldiers at this moment could not be described with words. Feng Wuchen was resurrected. Brother Feng. Ling Xiaoxiao, who was unconscious, woke up as her injuries recovered. Ling Xiaoxiao, who woke up, felt Feng Wuchen's terrifying aura. She was overjoyed. At least Feng Wuchen was still alive. Boom, where the scarlet light flashed, there was a ferocious explosion. The rubble of the ruined city gate instantly turned to ashes. Under the rubble, Feng Wuchen, whose entire body radiated a bloody aura, appeared before everyone. The rising blood qi condensed into numerous blood snakes that coiled around Feng Wuchen and lifted Feng Wuchen up into the air. The blood qi was extremely strange and caused people to feel apprehensive. An extremely terrifying heat spread out from Feng Wuchen's body, as if it was healing Feng Wuchen's injuries. His injuries were recovering at lightning speed, and his aura was also soaring at a terrifying speed, becoming more and more terrifying. Brother Feng's bloodline power is awakening. That's great. Ling Xiaoxiao was wild with joy, and a charming smile appeared on her beautiful face. Everyone's terrified gazes followed Feng Wuchen as he rose into the air. Feng Wuchen's aura has clearly disappeared, and there is no sign of life, but why is he still alive? What is with this terrifying power? Morong Tianlai frowned and was puzzled. He couldn't figure it out. The more he couldn't figure it out, the more uneasy Morong Tianlai became. Swish, buzz. Buzz, with a flash of viciousness in his old eyes, Morong Tianlai waved his hand, and an even more horrifying power burst out from the array, shaking the void. It was so fast that it arrived in a flash. Boom, before anyone could react, the horrifying power had already blasted onto Feng Wuchen's body. With a loud explosion, Feng Wuchen's body rippled like water, and instantly absorbed the horrifying power. Not a single trace of energy fluctuation spread out. Seeing this, Morong Tianlai's expression changed. Duan Tianhun and the other powerful cultivators were also extremely shocked. This meant that Feng Wuchen's power had become even more horrifying. The power of the array was at the second level of Sky Origin stage. It was absolutely horrifying, but it couldn't hurt Feng Wuchen at all. The power of the array can't hurt the commander. Yi Zongqiong was extremely excited. Feng Wuchen's qi is increasing rapidly. Duan Tianhun exclaimed. Commander! Commander! The soldiers shouted excitedly. The despair and fear they felt were all gone. High up in the sky, Feng Wuchen's wounds were fully healed, and the power he was emitting was even more horrifying. Ah! Buzz buzz! Feng Wuchen suddenly roared into the sky. The horrifying power burst out crazily, shaking the earth and the mountains. The power was earth-shattering. Feng Wuchen's qi was increasing at an even more horrifying speed as the horrifying power burst out. The resplendent blood light shrouded the entire sky, and it was all blood red as far as the eye could see. The horrifying blood light shot up to the sky, scattering the sea of clouds in the sky, and forming a huge whirlpool. The monstrous power made people tremble in fear. The horrifying qi was increasing rapidly, and in an instant, it seemed to have broken through the limit. The extremely horrifying qi swept over, and the monstrous airwaves rolled out crazily. Buzz buzz. The sky and the earth were shaking. The horrifying qi was enough to shake the Big Dipper demon formation. First level of Sky Origin stage. Commander has broken through. He has broken through. He has broken through. An even more horrifying power burst out. Duan Tianhun and the others were ecstatic, and their faces were full of smiles. First level of Sky Origin stage. Morong Tianlai frowned, and the uneasiness in his heart was intense. Inside the formation, He Xiong and the others were so terrified that they couldn't speak. They looked at Feng Wuchen as if they were looking at a monster, a devil. Feng Wuchen was already invincible when he was at the 9th level of the Origin Core stage. Now that he had stepped into the first level of Sky Origin stage, his power was absolutely horrifying. Feng Wuchen had broken through to the first level of Sky Origin stage, and everyone in the Empire was confident in him. Everyone in the Empire placed their hopes on Feng Wuchen, because he was the strongest in the Empire. Morong Tianlai was strong, but Feng Wuchen, who had broken through to the first level of Sky Origin stage, was definitely stronger. High up in the sky, as Feng Wuchen had broken through to the first level of Sky Origin stage, the horrifying qi and power began to withdraw, and the dazzling bloody light gradually disappeared. The sky gradually calmed down, and the entire place was silent. Countless eyes fell on Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen slowly opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light burst out from his eyes. Brother Feng's bloodline has completely awakened. Ling Xiaoxiao was even happier. She could feel the horrifying bloodline power in Feng Wuchen's body. That's right. The dragon bloodline in Feng Wuchen's body had completely awakened. The awakening of the bloodline helped Feng Wuchen to break through to the first level of Sky Origin stage. At the same time, it also meant that Feng Wuchen's bloodline power would be even stronger. Slowly raising his right hand and clenching his fist, Feng Wuchen murmured, "Is this the real bloodline power? It actually helped me break through to the first level of Sky Origin stage. That is horrifying." After the life or death battle, Feng Wuchen's bloodline was completely awakened. That was why Feng Wuchen's dragon bloodline was completely awakened. After all, Feng Wuchen had to thank Morong Tianlai. He glanced down and saw a lot of soldiers dying. Feng Wuchen was expressionless, but his heart was burning with anger. Feng Wuchen completely ignored Morong Tianlai. He took 1 step forward in the sky, and the next second, Feng Wuchen had already appeared at the edge of the huge array. Silently. His terrifying speed made everyone unable to react in time. After Feng Wuchen disappeared, everyone's gaze was still fixed on the sky. As they blinked their eyes, they realized that Feng Wuchen had already disappeared. Feng Wuchen. In the array, He Xiong and the others were trembling in fear. After hearing the voice, everyone's expression changed. They looked at the array in disbelief. Too fast. I didn't even notice it. Duan Tianhun was so terrified that his eyes almost popped out. Mu Tianyun and the other powerful cultivators, as well as Huan Yang and the other elite soldiers, were all stunned. On top of the array, Morong Tianlai was also stunned. Even he didn't notice when Feng Wuchen appeared at the edge of the array. That horrifying speed made Morong Tianlai extremely afraid. At this moment, Zhang Tianran and the others were the most terrified. Feng Wuchen's resurrection scared them to death. Feng Wuchen slowly raised his hand and pressed his palm on the array. The horrifying power of the array couldn't be stopped at all. Boom. Buzz, buzz. Puff, puff, puff. Feng Wuchen gently struck out with his palm. After a loud explosion, the huge array shook violently. Morong Tianlai's expression changed. In the array, everyone who was supporting the array spat out blood. The weaker disciples were killed on the spot. Crack. In the next second, the huge and horrifying array collapsed completely in front of everyone's shocked and terrified eyes. The horrifying array that made them feel hopeless and killed a large number of soldiers was so weak in front of Feng Wuchen. How horrifying was Feng Wuchen's gentle palm strike! The Tiangang demon array was destroyed. He Xiong and the others were severely injured. They were definitely going to die. Morong Tianlai couldn't save them. It was still unknown whether Morong Tianlai could defeat Feng Wuchen. How could He Xiong and the others fight against the hundreds of thousands of soldiers from the 2 empires? Is this really the power of a Sky Origin Stage LV1 cultivator? All the powerful cultivators were pale. They were terrified, but they didn't despair. No one knew how horrifying Feng Wuchen's power was after he broke through Sky Origin Stage LV1. The huge and horrifying array collapsed. Zhang Tianran and the other senior members of the Wind Thunder sect knelt down in despair. They were terrified and hopeless. They didn't have the courage to beg for mercy. Zhang Tianran, how dare you betray me? Feng Wuchen walked over step by step and said emotionlessly. Commander, we are weak. The Taishu sect is horrifying. If we don't surrender, we will die. Zhang Tianran said in fear. Aren't the soldiers weaker than you? Did they surrender? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. At the same time, he reached out his right hand and grabbed in the air, pulling Zhang Tianran up to the sky. "Commander, please spare my life." Zhang Tianran begged in despair. He couldn't resist that horrifying power. Boom! Feng Wuchen clenched his hand. With a loud explosion, Zhang Tianran, who was pulled up to the sky, exploded into a cloud of blood mist in front of everyone's horrified eyes. Feng Wuchen pointed his palm at Xianxia and the others, which scared them out of their wits. They couldn't help but step back. "Shoo!" Morong Tianlai suddenly jumped down and shouted angrily, "I won't let you, shoo! Shoo, shoo!" Before Morong Tianlai could finish, his face turned pale. Sounds of killing came from behind him. Within a second, Xianxia and the other leaders of the Taishu sect were all killed. Feng Wuchen was right behind Morong Tianlai. His horrifying speed was beyond Morong Tianlai's imagination. He didn't even give Morong Tianlai any chance to stop him. Arrogant. Morong Tianlai was terrified. He finally finished what he wanted to say. However, it was too late. The rest of the Taishu sect were all killed by Feng Wuchen. Even the leaders and disciples of the Wind Thunder sect were killed in an instant. Other than the disciples who were killed when Feng Wuchen broke the array, there were at least 500 or 600 people left in the two sections. So many of them were killed in an instant. How horrifying was Feng Wuchen's speed! The entire place was in dead silence. Everyone was shocked. Feng Wuchen, who had reached the first level of Sky Origin stage, gave everyone a feeling that he was a peerless cultivator. Morong Tianlai, who was at the third level of Sky Origin stage, was also shocked. The speed of a cultivator at the third level of Sky Origin stage was absolutely horrifying. However, even with such horrifying speed, Morong Tianlai was not as fast as Feng Wuchen, who was at the first level of Sky Origin stage. After reaching the first level of Sky Origin stage, Feng Wuchen had undergone a tremendous change. His body and speed had all improved tremendously. He could now use the teleportation technique as he wished. He killed so many people in an instant because of the powerful teleportation technique. Feng Wuchen couldn't kill hundreds of people in an instant with his speed alone. Feng Wuchen couldn't do it. "Morong Tianlai, you're the only one left." Feng Wuchen's cold voice sounded. Morong Tianlai's body trembled as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He couldn't help but tremble. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen's figure had already appeared in front of Morong Tianlai in the blink of an eye. His speed was so fast that it created a strong whirlwind. Third level of Sky Origin stage should be quite powerful. Feng Wuchen said coldly. The corners of his mouth curled up into a dangerous arc, giving him a rather evil and awe-inspiring feeling. Looking at Feng Wuchen's arrogant appearance, Morong Tianlai's old face became gloomy, and the flesh on his face twitched. Buzz! An extremely horrifying power burst out from Morong Tianlai's body. The ground cracked and collapsed. Violent airwaves swept out. The power of the third level of Sky Origin stage burst out, shaking the earth and the mountains. Feng Wuchen could easily destroy the Tiangang demon formation with one palm strike. It was enough to show that his strength was terrifying. Morong Tianlai didn't dare to underestimate him. Morong Tianlai burst out with all his strength. With the help of a mid-grade spiritual weapon, his combat power was absolutely terrifying. However, even with such terrifying power, he couldn't force Feng Wuchen to take even half a step back. Feng Wuchen moved his mind. The ninefold cosmos pagoda that was taken away by Morong Tianlai suddenly turned into a golden light and shot out towards Feng Wuchen. Ninefold cosmos pagoda. Morong Tianlai's expression changed. He reached out his hand to grab it back. Boom! The moment Morong Tianlai reached out his hand, an extremely horrifying airwave blasted him away. How is this possible? Morong Tianlai opened his eyes wide in shock. His face was filled with disbelief. Morong Tianlai burst out with all his strength, but he still couldn't resist Feng Wuchen's airwave. Hiss! Seeing this, Duan Tianhun and the other experts gasped in fear. Their bodies trembled and they broke out in cold sweat. My ninefold cosmos pagoda will not be taken away by anyone. Feng Wuchen didn't show any fear. He sneered and said, "You do have the power of a Sky Origin stage level 3 cultivator. I just don't know how strong you are." You will find out soon. Morong Tianlai said angrily. He punched towards Feng Wuchen. His fist was glowing with a green light. It contained an extremely horrifying power. Boom. Buzz. Feng Wuchen didn't want to be outdone and threw out a punch. The two fists collided, and there was a loud explosion. An extremely terrifying force swept out in all directions, causing the ground to shatter layer by layer. The two fists clashed. The destructive power was extremely horrifying. Your power is indeed strong. Feng Wuchen sneered. He was not at a disadvantage at all. Morong Tianlai attacked with all his strength, but he couldn't push Feng Wuchen back even half a step. Boom, boom, boom. Buzz. Morong Tianlai humped angrily. He suddenly started to attack fiercely. The fierce battle spread out waves of horrifying power. The two of them fought from the ground to the sky. The sound of explosions echoed in all directions. Leader has reached Sky Origin Stage Level 1. His body is extremely powerful. This old man is overestimating himself. Chaos God said coldly. After the breakthrough, Feng Wuchen's speed and power have changed tremendously. He is not inferior to Morong Tianlai at all. Mu Tianyu nodded. Duan Tianhun sneered proudly. Feng Wuchen is definitely not using his full power. You know this kid's power. He can definitely suppress a Sky Origin Stage Level 3 martial artist. Duan Tianhun was very sure. He recognized Feng Wuchen's power and recognized it. On the other side, Lei Ju stared at Feng Wuchen with a serious look. He didn't even have half a year to fight with Feng Wuchen. However, Feng Wuchen had already reached Sky Origin Stage Level 1, while Lei Ju was only at Origin Core Stage Level 8. Lei Ju was known as the strongest prince of the Four Kingdoms. He had an extremely high cultivation talent. However, the cultivation talent that Lei Ju was so proud of was nothing in front of Feng Wuchen. Father. Do you see it now? Feng Wuchen can already fight against a Sky Origin Stage Level 3 martial artist. If you are still alive, you will definitely regret it. Lei Ju thought to himself. Feng Wuchen's power was beyond everyone's imagination. The intense battle high up in the sky. Every fierce collision caused everyone's heart to beat faster. The destructive power made everyone's blood boil. All of Morong Tianlai's attacks were useless in front of Feng Wuchen. All of his vicious attacks were easily countered by Feng Wuchen. As the battle went on, Feng Wuchen's attacks became fiercer and fiercer. Morong Tianlai was starting to feel overwhelmed. Morong Tianlai's old bones couldn't take the high-intensity attacks. His fists and feet were already hurting. Preposterous. A mere Sky Origin Stage Level 1 martial artist. This stinking brat's strength can't be above mine. Morong Tianlai said angrily in his heart. Feng Wuchen has the upper hand. Duan Tianhun was overjoyed and excited. Pavilion Master's strength is too terrifying. The fierce battle makes my blood boil. The Crimson Emperor said excitedly. A surge of hot blood was surging in his body. Great Commander! Great Commander! The soldiers shouted excitedly. They were so excited that their faces turned red. They shouted with all their strength. The sound shook the heaven and earth and echoed in the mountains. Without the suppression of Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, Feng Wuchen still had the upper hand. It showed how powerful he was. Bang, bang, bang. Morong Tianlai was at a disadvantage and couldn't fight back. Feng Wuchen was getting fiercer and fiercer. Punch after punch landed on Morong Tianlai's body. The strength of every punch made Morong Tianlai fearful. The strength was violent and tyrannical. It was filled with explosive power. After a few punches, Morong Tianlai felt like he had received 10,000 points of damage. The last punch even sent Morong Tianlai flying 100 meters away. Morong Tianlai, are you sure this is the strength of a Sky Origin Stage Level 3 martial artist? Feng Wuchen sneered. His cold gaze swept over Morong Tianlai. Morong Tianlai's face showed a painful expression. Feng Wuchen's insult had made him furious. Feng Wuchen reached out his hand and grabbed the Supreme Dragon God sword that had fallen somewhere, sensed Feng Wuchen's summon and turned into a ray of light that shot up into the sky. Feng Wuchen held the Supreme Dragon God sword tightly and swung it at Murong Tianlai, who was 100 meters away. A horrifying blood-red sword chi instantly expanded over 100 meters and shot out with a destructive aura. Murong Tianlai's face changed again. That horrifying sword chi made him feel a strong threat. Murong Tianlai hurriedly dodged. The moment he dodged, the huge and violent blood-red sword chi flew past his original position. Rumble. Buzz, buzz. The horrifying sword chi flew far away and destroyed the top half of a mountain. The explosion was deafening. The horrifying destructive power once again made everyone break out in cold sweat. It was just sword chi, but it already had such a horrifying power. If it was a sword art, wouldn't the power of the sword light be even more horrifying? Sword chi, is this horrifying? Lu Qingyang's face was filled with fear as he spoke with a trembling voice. Too horrifying. What realm has third brother's strength reached? Feng Zhan took a deep breath in fear and tried his best to suppress the shock and fear in his heart. Murong Tianlai looked back and saw the top half of the majestic mountain was completely destroyed. He was also shocked and said in his heart, just sword chi alone has such power. After being shocked, Murong Tianlai's face changed again. He sensed that Feng Wuchen was shooting towards him at a terrifying speed. The Supreme Dragon God Sword was ruthlessly stabbing towards his back. Murong Tianlai panicked and condensed his true essence on his palm as he turned around to face the incoming attack. Ding! Buzz, buzz! The sword tip and the palm collided, and the horrifying energy ripples turned into rings of light that vibrated the void. It was as if angry waves were rolling. Stinking brat! Don't you look down on my strength! Murong Tianlai shouted angrily. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Oh? Is that so? Feng Wuchen sneered. He activated the power of the blood in his body, and an even more horrifying power burst out. What? Murong Tianlai was shocked. Boom! The power of the sword light exploded in an instant. With a loud explosion, Murong Tianlai was blown away. He was unable to defend against Feng Wuchen's sword light. His strength has increased. Murong Tianlai was shocked. This stinking brat didn't even use his full strength. Murong Tianlai didn't dare to imagine. With his strength of Sky Origin Stage Level 3, Feng Wuchen didn't even use his full strength, yet he was able to fight against him and even gain the upper hand. Impossible. This is impossible. Murong Tianlai shook his head in fear. Stinking brat! Shut up! Murong Tianlai roared ferociously. After being humiliated in front of so many people, Murong Tianlai's face turned red. One could imagine the anger in his heart. Buzz buzz. Activating a terrifying power, Murong Tianlai formed a seal with both hands. A dazzling green light burst out with a majestic aura. High-grade mystic martial skill. Great Void Finger. Murong Tianlai roared. Terrifying power condensed on his index finger. Immediately, a green energy beam as thick as an arm shot out. Shoo! Buzz buzz. The green light beam was like a green lightning. It flashed and arrived. The loud sound was ear-piercing. It was ferocious and powerful. God-slaying soul-severing finger. Feng Wuchen yelled. Terrifying power gathered in his left hand. The moment he yelled, a terrifying blood-red light broke through the air. Its aura was monstrous, and its power was domineering. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. In the blink of an eye, the two terrifying forces of green and red collided and exploded. The earth-shattering explosion caused everyone to be alarmed. Destructive energy ripples violently rolled out. Earth-grade martial skill. Murong Tianlai's face turned gloomy. His eyes were filled with fear. Feng Wuchen had reached the first level of the Sky Origin stage. His strength was already terrifying. Now that he had used an earth-grade martial skill, it was even more terrifying. Puff! Murong Tianlai spat out a mouthful of blood. His full power attack didn't hurt Feng Wuchen at all. Instead, he was injured. The terrifying energy ripples sent him flying hundreds of meters away. Murong Tianlai was shocked again. He couldn't believe that with his cultivation level of the third level of the Sky Origin stage, he couldn't compete with Feng Wuchen using a mid-grade spiritual weapon and a high-grade mystic martial skill. Morong Tianlai started to panic. He tried his best to use a high-grade mystic martial skill, but he still couldn't defeat Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen had the protection of the Qilin battle armor. The terrifying energy ripples could not hurt him at all. What was even more frightening was that Feng Wuchen didn't move at all. He allowed the terrifying power to sweep over him, but it still couldn't hurt him. From this, it could be seen how terrifying Feng Wuchen's physical body was. The general's power is much stronger than that old B********. That old B******* is dead for sure, Chaos God said excitedly. At the same time, he was scared by the terrifying energy ripples in the sky. Yi Xianxia laughed excitedly and said, Commander didn't even use ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, but he was able to easily injure that old bastard. Great Commander will definitely win this battle. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I would never believe that a level 1 Sky Origin stage cultivator could defeat a level 3 Sky Origin stage cultivator. Mu Tianyun said. Even though he saw it with his own eyes, he still found it hard to believe. Big brother Feng, kill that old bastard. Lu Qingyan shouted excitedly. Kill that old bastard. Avenge our brothers who died. Huan Yang and the other soldiers shouted angrily. High up in the sky, the black wings kept flapping. A strong wind blew and quickly dispersed the energy ripples. Feng Wuchen appeared in everyone's sight, unharmed. In this head-on clash, Feng Wuchen had completely defeated the Morong Tianlai with overwhelming power. He had shown his terrifying power. The terrifying power made the people of the empire believe that Feng Wuchen could definitely get rid of the Morong Tianlai, that crazy and inhumane animal. Feng Wuchen glanced at the Morong Tianlai with his cold eyes. He said coldly, Morong Tianlai, you injured Xiao, so you have to hand over your life. No one can save you today. Hearing this, the Morong Tianlai's stunned face turned sinister again. He glared at Feng Wuchen, as if he wanted to tear Feng Wuchen into pieces. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the Morong Tianlai said angrily, Feng Wuchen, don't be too proud. Do you really think you can kill me just because you want to? Then you can try. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Even if the Morong Tianlai had more terrifying power, Feng Wuchen was not afraid at all. The power of the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda would become even more terrifying as Feng Wuchen's cultivation broke through. Buzz buzz. Feng Wuchen activated the power of his bloodline. A bloody light flashed and poured into the Supreme Dragon God sword. The sword body also emitted a bloody light. An extremely domineering sword energy spread out, causing the void to tremble. Illusion Sword Art. Illusion 9 Heavens. Feng Wuchen suddenly shouted. The Supreme Dragon God sword floated in the air, and a bloody light formation appeared under his feet. A strange bloody rune rose up, followed by a suffocating bloody light that soared into the sky. The sword intent was monstrous, and its power was vast and majestic. The Illusion 9 Heavens sword art had become even more terrifying as Feng Wuchen broke through to the first level of the Sky Origin stage. It was definitely comparable to the 9th level of the Origin Core stage. Whoosh! Buzz buzz! Feng Wuchen formed a sword finger and pointed at the sky. The bloody light that soared into the sky condensed into a huge bloody sword. Under Feng Wuchen's control, it turned into a shocking long rainbow and flew out. It was majestic and unstoppable. The void became bloody red, and a long sword shadow was behind the bloody sword. Looking at the terrifying bloody sword exploding toward him, the Morong Tianlai swallowed his saliva. He was obviously very afraid. Low-grade Earth rank martial skill. Void Nirvana Palm. The Morong Tianlai circulated his true essence with all his strength, and his aura suddenly rose sharply. He formed a seal with both hands and finally shouted. Oh? Earth rank martial skill? Feng Wuchen was extremely surprised. He didn't expect that the Morong Tianlai actually had an Earth rank martial skill. Humph. You think only you have an Earth rank martial skill? The Morong Tianlai shouted angrily, and his old eyes narrowed. Then let's see whose Earth rank martial skill is stronger. Feng Wuchen sneered. Not only was he not afraid, but he was even more expectant. Whoosh! Buzz buzz! The Morong Tianlai fiercely blasted out a palm. A huge azure palm print that was over 60 meters long whistled out, and it swept out a violent storm with a terrifying power. Feeling the terrifying power of the palm print, Feng Wuchen sneered and said, "Its power is really not weak. Is this your strongest martial skill? No wonder you are so confident." The Morong Tianlai used an earth-rank martial skill, and that power was indeed very terrifying. Feng Wuchen didn't dare to underestimate it, and his expression became more serious. Rumble. Buzz buzz. The two extremely terrifying powers collided in front of everyone's frightened eyes. At the moment of collision, the space seemed to have stopped. Only the resplendent light of the collision could be seen, and no sound could be heard. After a few seconds, an earth-shattering explosion sounded from high up in the sky. It was as if a volcano had exploded, and the terrifying energy turned into rings of energy that spread out. Puff puff. The terrifying energy ripples spread out with an unstoppable force. In almost the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen and the Morong Tianlai vomited blood at the same time, and the two of them were shot out like cannonballs. The destructive energy that spread down made everyone below feel pressured. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on them, and it was difficult to breathe. The fear in their hearts was self-evident. Even Feng Wuchen found it difficult to withstand the terrifying energy from this head-on collision. However, Feng Wuchen had the Qilin battle armor and a strong physical body. Although he was severely injured, it didn't affect him much. The Morong Tianlai was different. He was severely injured, and the power of his martial skill was not as strong as Feng Wuchen's. Moreover, he was an old man, so how could he withstand it? After breaking through to the Sky Yuan realm, the power of my body is much stronger than I thought. The most important thing is the power of my bloodline. A fully awakened dragon bloodline is indeed terrifying. Feng Wuchen said in surprise. It seemed like Feng Wuchen's injuries were much lighter than he had expected. Although he was injured, Feng Wuchen was extremely excited at the moment because his cultivation had become stronger. In the distance, the Morong Tianlai was severely injured. His body was covered in blood, and his old face was pale. He looked like a lamp that had run out of oil. His pale old face was still ferocious as he said fiercely, "After this stinking brat broke through to the Sky Yuan realm, his strength is completely different from before. However, to be able to injure him, it means that his strength isn't much stronger than mine." The Morong Tianlai said to himself. Although that was the case, the Morong Tianlai was already severely injured. Feng Wuchen's strength was above his, so it was extremely difficult for him to defeat Feng Wuchen. A few minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The energy ripples in the sky gradually dissipated, and the space returned to normal. Did Big Brother Feng win? Lu Qingyang looked at the sky and asked. Not yet, but soon. That old thing is severely injured, and his chi has weakened a lot. He is definitely not a match for the great leader. Huan Yang sneered. That old thing has already used his strongest martial skill, but he still isn't a match for the great leader. His time of death has come. Yi Zhangqiong said. The Great Void Nirvana Palm was indeed the Morong Tianlai's strongest martial skill. It was his trump card. However, he still couldn't defeat Feng Wuchen. If he didn't have a stronger martial skill, he would definitely die. Morong Tianlai, do you have a stronger martial skill? Feel free to use it, Feng Wuchen sneered as he stared coldly at the Morong Tianlai in the sky. As soon as he finished speaking, a surging and vast sword intent started to spread out from Feng Wuchen's body. The power of his bloodline had already been poured into the Supreme Dragon God Sword. The sword buzzed as if it was very excited. Gulp. The vast sword intent made everyone tremble in fear. They all held their breaths. The Morong Tianlai frowned. He bit his finger and formed a finger sword before pointing it at his forehead. Buzz buzz. A green light burst out from the Morong Tianlai's forehead. A wolf head imprint appeared and filled with a terrifying power. Blood sacrifice martial spirit. Duan Tianhun's face changed. He said in shock, is this old thing crazy? Even if the blood sacrifice martial spirit gains great power, once the martial spirit disappears, he will still die. This old thing wants to perish together with Master. Yang Tianxian said angrily. Everyone turned pale with fright. Feng Wuchen, be careful. The blood sacrifice martial spirit can gain great power. Don't fight it head-on. Duan Tianhun hurriedly shouted. Feng Wuchen stared at the Murong Tianlai and said coldly, "Is this your final move? Are you sure that the power gained from the blood sacrifice martial spirit can defeat me?" "Humph. Stinking brat, even if I die, I will bring you with me," the Murong Tianlai said fiercely. He knew that he wouldn't survive today, but he still wanted to bring Feng Wuchen with him. Even if he died, he wanted to drag Feng Wuchen down with him. It could be seen that the Murong Tianlai was extremely ruthless. After the blood sacrifice martial spirit, the Murong Tianlai's chi surged crazily. In the blink of an eye, he had surpassed his peak strength and was close to the 4th level of Sky Origin stage. "Then let me deal with you." Murong Tianlai roared and crazily activated the power obtained from the blood sacrifice martial soul. The violent and savage power of the wolf martial soul burst out. Low-grade earth rank martial skill. Void Nirvana Palm. Activating all his power, Murong Tianlai roared and used the earth rank martial skill again. Weng Weng. Murong Tianlai's palm blasted out. It could be said that he was risking his life. A huge green palm print shot out and a huge blurry wolf head was faintly discernible. "Come on!" Feng Wuchen shouted. He waved his sword and reached the peak of perfection. Soul Extinguishing Sword Art. Extinguishing Soul and Crying Ghost. Feng Wuchen roared again. The monster sword intent was like a volcanic eruption. He held the Supreme Dragon God sword tightly with both hands and swept it out. The momentum was earth-shattering. Whoosh! Weng Weng! A 200-meter-long overbearing sword ray that was like a blood-colored crescent moon broke through the air. The resplendent blood-red light illuminated the void as if it filled every corner of the space. It carried an aura that could destroy everything as it rushed towards Murong Tianlai's palm print. "This is..." Seeing the terrifying sword ray, Murong Tianlai's face changed drastically. His body couldn't help but tremble as he recalled the scene when he was sent flying by Feng Wuchen. At that time, Feng Wuchen was only at the 9th level of the Origin Core stage. When he used the Soul Extinguishing Sword Art, he was able to send Murong Tianlai flying. Now that Feng Wuchen had broken through to the Heaven Origin stage, the power of the Soul Extinguishing Sword Art would definitely be even more terrifying. "The power of the sword art is too terrifying," Duan Tianhun said with a trembling voice. As an emperor, he couldn't help but shiver at this moment. The power of the great legacy sword art is simply unimaginable. Huan Yang and the rest trembled uncontrollably. The spectators held their breaths nervously as they stared at the blood-colored sword ray without blinking. It was as if they would miss the most exciting part if they blinked. The soul-extinguishing sword art was indeed terrifying, but it consumed a lot of true essence. After displaying the soul-extinguishing sword secret art, Feng Wuchen's complexion paled a bit, almost consuming half of the true essence in his body. Boom! Crack! Pooh! In the next second, the terrifying sword light collided with the palm print. At the moment of collision, the terrifying and huge palm print was shattered by the sword light in front of everyone's shocked eyes. It could not resist at all. Murong Tianlai suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? Murong Tianlai was so frightened that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. How could Murong Tianlai believe that the power obtained from the blood sacrifice martial spirit was so terrifying, and even after using an earth-rank martial skill, he couldn't even withstand a single blow? Hiss, the terrifying blood-red sword light was beyond everyone's imagination. Everyone was scared out of their wits. The blood-red sword light was unstoppable, and its speed and power did not weaken at all. It was mercilessly rushing towards the terrified Murong Tianlai. No. Impossible. The terrified Murong Tianlai shook his head dumbfoundedly as the terrifying blood-red sword aura expanded rapidly in his eyes. Rumble. Buzz buzz. Murong Tianlai, who had exhausted all of his true essence, could no longer dodge. He could only watch in horror as the blood-red sword aura rushed towards him. With an earth-shattering rumble, the blood-red sword aura blasted onto Murong Tianlai's body and instantly exploded. The terrifying energy ripples engulfed him. The terrifying energy of the explosion spread out like a tsunami. The void twisted violently as if it was about to be torn apart. In the face of such a terrifying energy, the severely injured Morong Tianlai might not be able to withstand it. Is that old thing dead? Luanshan asked in horror. I don't know. I can't sense his aura. It's all the power of the sword aura. The Crimson Emperor shook his head in a daze. No one knew if Morong Tianlai was dead or alive. After all, he was a Sky Origin Stage 3 expert. His strength was too terrifying. When the energy ripples dissipated, everyone was stunned. Where was Morong Tianlai? In the sky, other than Feng Wuchen, there was no sign of Morong Tianlai. There was also no trace of Morong Tianlai's aura. Is that old monster dead? Situ Zhentian asked in horror. Morong Tianlai's aura has disappeared. He's dead. He's turned into ashes. Duan Tianhun exclaimed. He's turned into ashes. Everyone was shocked. A Sky Origin Stage 3 expert was killed by Feng Wuchen in one strike and turned into ashes. How terrifying was that strike? Morong Tianlai's aura has indeed disappeared. Is he really turned into ashes? Duan Wuqing asked in shock. He killed a Sky Origin Stage 3 expert with one strike. Lei Ju was shocked. In the sky, Feng Wuchen took a deep breath and swallowed a dan. Feng Wuchen knew better than anyone that Morong Tianlai had turned into ashes. He couldn't be more dead. He didn't even have the chance to be reincarnated. Brother Feng. Ling Xiaoxiao flew over happily and jumped into Feng Wuchen's arms. Xiaoxiao, I'm glad you're all right. Feng Wuchen smiled gently. Brother Feng is so powerful. You turned that old bastard into ashes with one strike. Ling Xiaoxiao praised with a smile. Who told him to bully Xiaoxiao? Feng Wuchen joked and gently nodded Ling Xiaoxiao's nose. Commander! Commander! At this moment, the soldiers below began to shout excitedly. The words, Great Commander, reverberated throughout the mountain range. Congratulations, Commander, for breaking through to Sky Origin Stage. Kill Morong Tianlai. Huan Yang and the rest of the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army shouted respectfully. Their faces were filled with excitement. Feng Wuchen killed Morong Tianlai and became the strongest existence in the four great empires. This battle was enough to make Feng Wuchen's name shake the four great empires. His divine might was enough to intimidate the heroes. Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao descended. Xiao Qingqing was ecstatic as she rushed over and excitedly shouted, Chen Mother, Grand Elder, I've made you worry. Feng Wuchen smiled. It's good that you're alive. It's good that you're alive. Xiao Qingqing cried with joy. It seems like you've profited from a disaster. Feng Qianyang nodded with a smile. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Grand Elder is right. It's a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, I wouldn't have broken through to the Sky Origin realm so quickly. Duan Tianhun and the rest of the empire's upper echelons also gathered around. Duan Tianhun bowed and said gratefully, Feng Wuchen, you've eliminated a strong enemy for the empire and fought for the empire. This emperor is eternally grateful. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen said indifferently, I'm also a citizen of the Inferno Empire. It's my duty to fight for the empire. Moreover, I'm also the empire's commander. Why should the emperor thank me? Master is right. Yang Tianxian smiled happily. Duan Tianhun smiled and said, as expected of the Inferno Empire's #1 genius. No, it should be said that you're the strongest expert in the four great empires. The Inferno Empire's birth of a terrifying genius like Feng Wuchen was definitely a blessing for the empire. Otherwise, the Inferno Empire would have been destroyed in the war. The war ended and the Inferno Empire won. Everyone was very happy and felt extremely carefree. Feng Wuchen, thank you for avenging my father. Lei Ju's voice sounded. Looking at Lei Ju, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Prince Lei Ju, I remember you said that when we meet again, you'll defeat me. If I had that ability, would I still need you to kill that old bastard Morong? Lei Ju smiled bitterly and a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. Shaking his head, Lei Ju said, the war between the two empires was all because of Lu Liang's instigation. My father was blinded. I hope Emperor Duan will let bygones be bygones. I don't want war either. The Water Moon Empire will definitely become stronger in your hands. I hope that the friendship between our empires will last forever. Duan Tianhun smiled. Thank you, Emperor Duan. Farewell. Leiju cupped his fists and led the Water Moon Empire's army out of the Inferno City. Although there were many casualties in the war, it didn't cause any harm to the civilians. This was considered fortunate. Like father, like son. Lei Zhenfeng has such an outstanding son. He can die without regrets. Yang Tianxian smiled faintly. Duan Tianhun nodded and said, Lei Ju's future achievements will definitely surpass Lei Zhenfeng's. Emperor, this is the storage ring of the Murong Tianlai. The array belongs to the empire. The other treasures can be divided among the soldiers. Feng Wuchen handed a storage ring to Duan Tianhun. Duan Tianhun smiled excitedly and said, I only want the Tiangang demon array. As for the other treasures, whoever wants them can take them. Duan Tianhun had the sky-splitting axe and wasn't interested in spiritual artifacts. He also wasn't interested in the other treasures of the Murong Tianlai. Emperor, you don't want the Murong Tianlai's earth-rank martial skill? Yi Zongqiong asked. After thinking for a while, Duan Tianhun said, since it's that old monster's martial skill, then everyone can cultivate it. Hearing this, the empire's upper echelons and soldiers shouted excitedly. That was an earth-rank martial skill, a treasure that countless cultivators dreamed of obtaining. At the end of the war, looking at the excited smiles of the empire's soldiers, Feng Wuchen couldn't feel happy. Xiao Qingqing also had a forced smile on her face. Chen if your father could see your achievements today, he would be very happy. Xiao Qingqing suddenly said. That's right. Which father in the world wouldn't want to see their son achieve meteoric success one day? However, from the beginning to the end, there was still no news of Feng Xingxiong. Feng Wuchen originally thought that the Shuiyue Empire or the Taishu sect had captured Feng Xingxiong. Feng Xingxiong could be said to be their last bargaining chip. However, now that the war was over, he didn't see any bargaining chip. Lei Zhenfeng was killed, the empire was defeated, the Taishu sect was destroyed, and the Murong Tianlai was killed. Feng Xingxiong still didn't appear. Since it wasn't the Shuiyue Empire or the Taishu sect, then who captured Feng Xingxiong? What was the purpose of capturing Feng Xingxiong? Why didn't he appear? Feng Wuchen didn't know. No one knew the purpose of the person who captured Feng Xingxiong. Everyone in the Feng family was silent. It was supposed to be a happy thing, but because of Feng Xingxiong, they felt sad and sad. Mother, don't worry. Father will be fine. Feng Wuchen comforted. However, he didn't have any clues at all. He was just comforting himself. Feng Qianyang sighed softly and said, I hope so. Although that was the case, the Feng family didn't have much hope in their hearts. Because it had been too long since Feng Xingxiong disappeared. After the war, all clues were cut off. Without any clues, where could they find Feng Xingxiong? Since it wasn't the Shuiyue Empire or the Taishu sect, then the Feng family's enemy could only be the Huangfu family. After the war ended, the empire's army retreated back to the capital. All the powerful cultivators returned to their own homes. After this war, the Water Moon Empire was defeated. The Taishu sect and the Wind Thunder sect were destroyed. The Yanhua Empire could be said to have shaken the four empires. The Water Moon Empire was defeated, and the Yanhua Empire was undoubtedly the leader of the four empires. After the news spread, the four empires were shaken. The Water Moon Empire was defeated. The strongest Dark Shadow army was wiped out. The Water Moon Emperor, Lei Zhenfeng, was killed by the Taishu sect leader, and other shocking news spread across the four empires. The news that the Taishu sect leader, Murong Tianlai, wanted to annex the empires and take over the God Valley was also spread out. Countless people were shocked. When they heard that Feng Wuchen had broken through to Sky Origin Stage 1 and killed Murong Tianlai with overwhelming strength, they were all shocked. About the war, about Feng Wuchen, all kinds of versions began to spread across the four empires. The huge news frightened countless cultivators of the four great empires. The shocking news shocked the Tianwu Emperor and the Luoyun Emperor. They were so shocked that they sweated profusely. They couldn't believe that the Water Moon Empire was defeated, and they couldn't believe that the Taishu sect was destroyed by Feng Wuchen alone. Murong Tianlai had broken through to Sky Origin Stage 3. His strength was terrifying, but he was killed by Feng Wuchen. They were secretly glad that they didn't help the Water Moon Empire. Otherwise, they would have to pay with their lives. This was the truth, and they had to believe it. In this war, Feng Wuchen was the biggest contributor. The Yanhua Empire was able to win because of the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army trained by Feng Wuchen. The two strongest troops wiped out the Dark Shadow Army and frightened the Water Moon Empire. In this war, Feng Wuchen used the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda to suppress Lei Zhenfeng and severely injure him. In this war, Feng Wuchen benefited from the disaster. He broke through to Sky Origin Stage and killed the Taishu sect leader, Morong Tianlai. In this war, Feng Wuchen became the strongest existence in the Four Empires. He was known as the youngest Sky Origin Stage cultivator in the Four Empires. It had been 3 days since the war ended. In these 3 days, Feng Wuchen not only recovered, but also stabilized his Sky Origin Stage 1. Ling Xiaoxiao was cultivating in seclusion. After the intense battle, her bottleneck had been loosened. She wanted to seize this opportunity to break through to the Heaven Yuan stage. In order to let Ling Xiaoxiao enter the Heaven Origin realm as soon as possible, Feng Wuchen specially let Ling Xiaoxiao enter the 7th floor of the 9-level Universe Pagoda to cultivate. After the battle, the most important thing for the Feng clan was to track down Feng Xianxia. The Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army had already moved out once more. The great empires in front of them were in pursuit, and the other 3 empires had all sent out experts to assist them. Feng. That's for the best. Xiao Qingqing nodded her head in relief. She also held on to a trace of hope, hoping to find Feng Xianxiong as soon as possible. Feng Wuchen's expression was grave. He also hoped to find Feng Xianxiong's whereabouts, but what if he couldn't? Did that mean Feng Xianxiong was not in the Four Empires? That was what Feng Wuchen was most worried about. The only enemy of the Feng clan was the Huangfu clan. Huangfu Tianba and the others had already fled to the continent. If they were the ones who captured Feng Xianxiong, then Feng Xianxiong would naturally be in the continent. If we still can't find the family head, then it can only be the Huangfu family. Feng Qianyang said seriously. The upper echelons of the Feng family were now suspecting the Huangfu family. Huangfu family? Feng Wuchen frowned. His dark eyes flashed with killing intent. Taishu sect of the Shuiyue Empire. The destruction of the Taishu sect was a fact. However, the grand palace of the Taishu sect was still there. There were some younger disciples and a deacon elder. The rest were all dead. Most of the younger disciples were 12 or 13 years old. There were only a few dozen of them. Many of them were taken away by their families. They were worried that they would be killed. The huge Taishu sect was deserted and lifeless. It was no longer as glorious as it used to be. Morong Tianlai killed the Emperor Lei Zhenfeng. The Taishu sect should have been wiped out. However, Lei Ju showed mercy and pardoned the younger disciples of the Taishu sect. From this, it could be seen that Lei Ju's style was completely different from Lei Zhenfeng. If it was Lei Zhenfeng, he would have gotten rid of the younger disciples long ago. Whoosh! Above the deserted palace, a young man appeared in a flash. His body was filled with a powerful aura. To be able to fly in the sky without any support meant that the man was at the heavenly Yuan realm. Other than the powerful aura that the man was emitting, there was also a very strange aura. However, no one knew what it was. In short, it gave people a very uneasy feeling. 6 years. Looking down at the palace, the man muttered to himself. His face was calm, but there was a hint of hatred that was hard to detect in his eyes. The man slowly descended, and the younger disciples of the sect all gathered around him curiously, looking at the man curiously. Big brother, are you a disciple of the Taishu sect too? I don't think we've seen you before. I don't know when my master and the others will return. I'm going back to cultivate so that I won't be punished by my master. The 12 or 13-year-old disciples were all kind and naive. They did not know that the Taishu sect was destroyed at all. Your master will be back soon. Go back and cultivate. The young man smiled faintly. The younger disciples were clearly afraid of their master. All of them dashed back. Young master? At that moment, an old man walked out of the main hall. When he saw the young man, he was stunned at first before exclaiming in shock and confusion. Deacon Elder. The young man smiled faintly. Young master. It's really you. The Deacon Elder came over excitedly with tears streaming down his face. The young man before him was the young master of the Taishu sect. The fact that the younger disciples of the Taishu sect did not recognize the young master meant that the man had not returned for a long time. It's me. The man smiled faintly. The young man was indeed the young master of the Taishu sect, Morong Tian. Morong Tian was dressed in white brocade. He was quite handsome and looked like a gentleman. However, the aura emanating from his body was very strange. Morong Tian had been wandering the continent for many years. It had been 6 years since he returned to the Taishu sect. Everyone in the Watermoon Empire knew the name Morong Tian. His extremely high cultivation talent had once eclipsed Prince Lei Ju of the empire. Morong Tian was the #1 prodigy of the Watermoon Empire. It was a pity that he left the Taishu sect and the empire 6 years ago and never returned. If he was still in the empire, the title of the #1 prodigy of the Watermoon Empire would not have fallen to Lei Ju. Young master, you're finally back. The sect master and the sentinels are all dead. The Deacon Elder cried bitterly. He could not suppress the grief and anger in his heart. Morong Tian nodded and said, I know. I've heard. Young master, you must avenge the sect master and the others. Feng Wuchen killed them all. The Deacon Elder cried bitterly. His death has nothing to do with me. He killed my mother and I've severed all ties with him. The matters of the Taishu sect have nothing to do with me. However, I do want to see what such a terrifying prodigy is capable of in the Pyrefire Empire. If I can, I'll kill him as revenge for the dead of the Taishu sect, but not for Morong Tian Lai. Morong Tian said calmly. Sigh. Hearing this, the Deacon Elder sighed helplessly. He then led Morong Tian to the Great Hall and asked, Young master, where have you been all these years? The 9 states of the continent. I've been cultivating with my grandfather. My cultivation has improved a lot. Morong Tian replied. The Deacon Elder nodded and said to himself, the Nangong family of the 9 states of the continent is terrifying. No wonder the young master's cultivation has improved so quickly. It's been 6 years and the Taishu sect hasn't changed at all. Morong Tian smiled faintly. Hearing this, the Deacon Elder smiled and said, Indeed, the Taishu sect hasn't changed much. However, the young master has changed a lot. His cultivation is so powerful that I almost couldn't recognize him. 6 years ago, Morong Tian was still a young boy of 14 or 15 years old. 6 years later, he had grown up and became a powerful cultivator. The changes were too great. Morong Tian smiled and said, Speaking of strength, is Feng Wuchen really that powerful? Deacon Elder, how much do you know about Feng Wuchen? Can you tell me? Feng Wuchen's strength is indeed terrifying. The Deacon Elder said solemnly. He then told Morong Tian everything he knew. A grade 5 craftsman who achieves success with thought? And an alchemist? Morong Tian's face was filled with shock and disbelief after hearing this. Can he really do it alone? Where did he get so much time? Morong Tian frowned and wondered. He even suspected that the Deacon Elder was lying to him. A young boy of 17 or 18 years old, no matter how talented he was in cultivation, even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, it was impossible for him to achieve so much in 3 fields. Not to mention that he had a high talent in cultivation and could improve his cultivation quickly. What about an equipment craftsman and an alchemist? How much time would it take for him to achieve such high achievements in 2 fields? It was impossible for him to do it in 18 years. The Deacon Elder shook his head and said, I don't know about that. Everyone in the 4 great empires knows about Feng Wuchen. After a pause, the Deacon Elder said, By the way, young master, Feng Wuchen also has an inferior celestial artifact pagoda called the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. It has a very overbearing suppressive force and can suppress the opponent's true core strength. Oh? An inferior celestial artifact? It can suppress the opponent's true core strength? Morong Tian was surprised again. He guessed, could it be that Morong Tian Lai was killed because he was suppressed by the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda? No, after Feng Wuchen reached the Heaven Origin stage, he didn't use the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda in the battle with you. The Deacon Elder shook his head and said. In that case, Feng Wuchen killed a cultivator at level 3 of the Heaven Origin stage when he was only at level 1 of the Heaven Origin stage. His strength is really terrifying. No wonder he is valued by the empires. Morong Tian sneered. A surge of passion and fighting spirit surged in his body. Young master, we can't let Feng Wuchen go. The deacon elder said angrily. I'm really looking forward to meeting such a powerful opponent. Tomorrow, I will go to the Wushuang city of the Yanhua Empire to see if Feng Wuchen has 3 heads and 6 arms. Morong Tian became more and more passionate. That afternoon, something very strange happened in the Scorching Fire Empire. This strange incident spread from Scorching Fire City. In the battle 3 days ago, tens of thousands of soldiers from the 2 empires had died. After the battle, the corpses of the soldiers had been dealt with. There were too many deaths and it would take a lot of time. But this morning, they discovered that the corpses of the soldiers that had not been dealt with had all turned into bones. Almost overnight, the flesh and blood of the corpses of the soldiers had strangely disappeared. Even the corpses of the soldiers that had been dealt with and buried underground had all turned into a pile of white bones. Seeing this strange and frightening phenomenon, the soldiers who were dealing with the corpses were scared out of their wits. They even thought that there was a ghost. In just one night, a large number of corpses had all turned into bones. No one knew what was going on. When they discovered this strange phenomenon, the soldiers had already sent the news back to the imperial capital. Duan Tianhun and the other higher-ups were all shocked. They had never heard of such a strange thing. The battle had just ended and the empire had suffered heavy casualties. There were also many complicated matters that needed to be dealt with. Now, something strange had happened. No matter how many complicated matters they had to deal with, it was not more important than this strange incident. Duan Tianhun and Yang Tianxian rushed to Scorching Fire City immediately. The next morning, after Huan Yang received the news, he immediately rushed to Wushuang City's Feng family. Today, an uninvited guest had also come to the Feng family, and this uninvited guest was the man who had pretended to be the Feng family's guard. I am Hiemo. Greetings to the great commander. A man entered the hall and greeted Feng Wuchen politely. Feng Wuchen calmly sized up the man and asked, "Who are you? Why are you looking for me?" "It's you." As soon as Feng Wuchen finished speaking, Feng Qianyang's face suddenly changed. He pointed at the man and shouted angrily, "It's really you." "Oh? Great Elder has a good memory. You actually recognize me." Hiemo smiled. He was very surprised and did not panic. Wuchen, he was the one who pretended to be the Feng family's guard. The patriarch's capture must be related to him. Don't let him escape. Feng Qianyang hurriedly shouted. What? The faces of the Feng family's upper echelons changed drastically. Xiao Qingqing hurriedly shouted, "Chen don't let him escape." Knowing that it was the person who pretended to be a Feng clan guard, Xiao Qingqing and the others' first reaction was to not let this person escape. Feng Wuchen's expression turned frosty in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen had already appeared in front of Hiemo. The Supreme Dragon God sword was already pressed against Hiemo's neck. His speed was terrifying. Don't worry, Aunt Xiao. This bastard won't be able to escape. Lu Qingyang shouted angrily as he and Miao Qingqing dashed over to block Hiemo's escape route. Where is my father? Feng Wuchen coldly asked. His appearance was ferocious, and every word carried a biting cold-killing intent. If Hiemo dared to say no, Feng Wuchen would kill him without hesitation. Leader, you are cruel and merciless. I know it very well. You killed a cultivator at the 3rd level of Sky Origin stage when you were only at the 1st level of Sky Origin stage. That is terrifying. Hiemo smiled calmly. If you don't tell me the whereabouts of the patriarch, don't even think about leaving here alive. Feng Qianyang shouted angrily. It had been too long. The Feng clan had waited for too long. They had suppressed it for too long. Now that they finally got a clue about Feng Xingxiong, they couldn't miss it. Feng Wuchen coldly stared at Hiemo and coldly said, "You have the guts to come here. It means that my father is still alive. You can still remain so calm in front of me. It means that you are confident that you won't die here. You are indeed the #1 genius of the empire. Leader, you are indeed smart." Hiemo smiled. That's great. The patriarch is still alive. Hearing this, everyone in the Feng clan could tell that Feng Xianxia was still alive. For a moment, everyone in the Feng clan cheered. Speak. Where is Xianxia? Xiaoqingqing coldly asked, as if she was giving an order. Hiemo didn't show any fear. He smiled and said, Madam Feng, why are you in such a hurry? The supreme dragon god's sword lightly swiped across Himo's neck. A trace of blood flowed out. Himo's expression slightly changed as he felt the stinging pain. You seem to have underestimated my means. Do you really think that I won't kill you? If you don't want to try, you better tell me honestly where my father is. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to kill you. Feng Wuchen coldly said, and a majestic and terrifying aura burst out. Feng Wuchen continued, if I kill you, the power behind you will definitely send someone to find me. What do you think? Facing Feng Wuchen, Hiemo started to feel fear in his heart when he felt the terrifying aura. Cold sweat broke out on his back. Hiemo didn't dare to challenge Feng Wuchen's patience anymore. Suppressing the fear in his heart, Hiemo said, Feng Wuchen, my master wants to see you. I asked where my father is. Feng Wuchen coldly said. The supreme dragon god's sword moved forward a bit, and the wound on Himo's neck deepened. However, Hiemo was so frightened that his body trembled. Feng Wuchen only wanted to know the whereabouts of Feng Xianxia. He wasn't interested in who Himo's master was. In the 9 prefectures. Hiemo said in fear. He could no longer endure Feng Wuchen's terrifying aura and cold-killing intent. The 9 prefectures of the continent? It is indeed related to you. Feng Qianyang frowned and said, the 9 prefectures isn't far from the empire. It's the westernmost region of the continent. No wonder we couldn't find the whereabouts of your master. The 9 prefectures? Feng Wuchen frowned. He wasn't unfamiliar with the 9 prefectures. Because the Xiao family was in the 9 prefectures, the Xiao family was in the 9 prefectures, but they knew about Huangfu's family. Feng Wuchen guessed that Huangfu Tianba and the rest were also hiding in the 9 prefectures. Coldly staring at Hiemo, Feng Wuchen asked, what is your purpose in capturing my father? For the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda. Hiemo said straightforwardly. He didn't dare to beat around the bush. 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda? Feng Wuchen frowned. The 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda was indeed very tempting. The 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda was an inferior celestial artifact. Needless to say, it was very powerful. What was more frightening was that it had a domineering suppressive force. It was definitely a precious treasure for powerhouses. Even a high-grade spiritual artifact was very precious and rare, let alone an inferior celestial artifact. Especially a high-grade spiritual artifact with terrifying power, it was extremely expensive. The existence of a celestial artifact was very rare even in the continent. It was also a precious treasure that countless cultivators yearned for. Despicable and shameless. You want to use the family head to force Wuchen to hand over the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda. Feng Qianyang said angrily. A terrible murderous aura spread out. He couldn't wait to kill Hiemo on the spot. Lu Qingyang's face twitched, and he yelled angrily, what gall of you! To actually dare covet Big Brother Feng's 9-fold universe pagoda. I think that you guys are tired of living. Tired of living? Do you know who is behind me? The 4 great emperors and the big forces of the 4 great empires all want the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda. If my master wants to snatch it by force, the 4 great empires will be nothing. My master just doesn't want to attract attention, Hiemo said disdainfully. The 4 great empires were nothing in his eyes. It was obvious that the force behind Hiemo was very powerful. Go back and tell your master that I will go to the 9 prefectures. If my father loses a hair, I will destroy the force behind you. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Don't worry, great commander. Family head Feng is doing very well. What my master wants is the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda. He won't hurt family head Feng at all, Hiemo said with a smile. Get lost. Feng Wuchen shouted coldly. Farewell. Hiemo then turned and left. As soon as Hiemo left, Feng Wuchen looked at Xiaoqingqing and asked, Mother, you are more familiar with the 9 prefectures. Which force do you think it is? Xiaoqingqing shook her head and said, there are 5 major forces in the 9 prefectures. The Xiao clan can be ruled out, but there are 4 more. I don't know which force they are. Wuchen, since we know his name is Hmo, it won't be difficult to find out. We will find out when we go to the 9 prefectures, Feng Qianyang said seriously. Qingyang, go to the Heaven Pavilion immediately and ask Wuqing and the Crimson Emperor to go to the 9 prefectures to investigate, Feng Wuchen said. Okay. I will go right away. Lu Qingyang said seriously. He immediately used his flying technique and flew to the Heaven Pavilion. He still didn't know which force was behind Hmo and how strong they were. He had to find out. Lu Qingyang had just headed to the Heaven Pavilion when Huanyang appeared behind him. Greetings, Great Commander. Huanyang bowed respectfully, looking a little flustered. Huanyang? What is it? Feng Wuchen asked with a frown. Something strange happened yesterday. Huanyang reported, the dead soldiers of Blazing Fire City all turned into skeletons overnight. I don't know what happened, but the Emperor and the Imperial Advisor have already rushed to Blazing Fire City yesterday. What? They all turned into skeletons overnight? Hearing this, the entire Feng clan was shocked. Feng Wuchen was shocked when he heard this. There were tens of thousands of dead soldiers. How terrifying was it to turn them into skeletons overnight? Feng Wuchen frowned and asked, did anyone see the skeletons when they were found? Huanyang shook his head and said, I don't know either. I just got the news this morning and immediately rushed to report it to Great Commander. Let's go and take a look. Feng Wuchen nodded. Just as Feng Wuchen was about to leave, he suddenly felt a dense killing intent. His expression changed. Who is it? Heavenly Origin Realm. Feng Qianyang frowned. What a powerful aura. It's above Morong Tian Lai. Huanyang was shocked. There was an expert in the Blazing Fire Empire that was more terrifying than Feng Wuchen? Whoosh! A figure appeared in the air above the Feng clan's courtyard. It was a young man dressed in white brocade. He looked quite handsome and the powerful aura was coming from him. The young man was also sizing up Feng Wuchen with a faint smile on his face. 4th level of Heavenly Origin Realm. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and sized up the man in the air. He was puzzled. What's with his aura? It's an evil aura, filled with resentment and gloominess. Chen this person's aura is too strange. You must be careful. Xiaoqingqing warned in a low voice. The young man in white slowly descended into the courtyard of the Feng clan. Everyone in the Feng clan could feel the strange aura from the man, which gave them a very uneasy feeling. That aura was very evil. Just like what Feng Wuchen said, it was filled with resentment and gloominess. Feng Wuchen and the others sized him up for a long time. They were sure that they had never seen this man in white before, not to mention that he was at Sky Origin Stage 4. To have such a terrifying cultivation at such a young age, he must be a prodigy. You are Feng Wuchen, aren't you? Looking at Feng Wuchen, the man in white smiled and asked with a hint of arrogance. The man in white's arrogance was not intentional. It was as if he was born that way, giving people a feeling of superiority. The man in white must have a powerful background. Feng Wuchen asked indifferently, who are you? The man in white said, Morong Tian. Morong Tian? Feng Wuchen frowned. It seemed that he was related to the Morong clan. You are Morong Tian Lai's son? Feng Qianyang asked in shock. Upon closer inspection, he found that Morong Tian looked very similar to Morong Tian Lai. What? Morong Tian Lai's son? Xiaoqingqing and the others were shocked. Was he here to avenge his father? The more they looked, the more they found the resemblance. What was even more shocking was that Morong Tian's strength was actually stronger than Morong Tian Lai. No one expected that there was an even more terrifying powerhouse in the Taishu sect, Huanyang said in shock. His cultivation is actually stronger than Morong Tian's. You can say that, but I cut ties with him 6 years ago. Morong Tian said with a smile. What? Cut ties? What was going on? Feng Wuchen and the others were dumbfounded when they heard that. Their faces were in a daze. Morong Tian said indifferently, I'm not here for Morong Tian Lai. His death has nothing to do with me. I'm here for the Taishu sect. Do you want to avenge the Taishu sect? Huan Yang asked with a frown. Although I've severed ties with Morong Tianlai, how could I just sit by and do nothing when so many brothers and sisters of the Taishu sect are dead? Morong Tian said, a cold and arrogant smirk appearing at the corner of his lips. After pausing for a while, Morong Tian continued, of course, that is secondary. I heard that Feng Wuchen is very powerful. You killed a Sky Origin stage cultivator at the first level of the Sky Origin stage. I really want to see how powerful you are. That is my real goal. Bai Yunqi shouted angrily, in the end, aren't you here for revenge? You can also understand it that way. Morong Tian smiled indifferently. Wuchen, you must be careful. This person's strength is unfathomable. Feng Qianyang warned in a low voice. The feeling that Morong Tian gave him was much more terrifying and ferocious than Morong Tianlai. I know. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. He did not dare to underestimate Morong Tian. Morong Tian's strength was terrifying, and that strange qi made people feel uneasy. Among all the opponents that Feng Wuchen had faced, he was the most threatening and the most powerful one. With Morong Tian's terrifying strength, he alone was enough to destroy the four empires. Feng Wuchen's strength was also terrifying, but he was definitely not Morong Tian's opponent. Even if he used the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, he might not be able to defeat Morong Tian. Buzz. Morong Tian slowly rose up into the sky. The terrifying energy in his body was activated. In an instant, the void and the ground were shaking. It was as if the entire Wushuang city was shaking. Everyone in the city was terrified. The extremely terrifying aura was like a tsunami, pressing down on the people of the Feng clan. Their faces were pale and they were terrified. Even Feng Wuchen felt a trace of pressure in front of this terrifying aura. His strength is too terrifying. He is much more terrifying than old bastard Morong. Huan Yang was so terrified that he could not exert any strength. Even Morong Tianlai did not have such a terrifying aura. Is this the strength of a cultivator at level 4 of the Heavenly Origin stage? The higher-ups of the Feng clan were terrified. Except for Feng Wuchen, no one could withstand this terrifying aura. Morong Tian looked at Feng Wuchen and sneered, no wonder you are the #1 genius of the Yanhua Empire. You are really capable to withstand my aura. After saying that, Morong Tian suddenly withdrew his aura, and the terrifying aura disappeared. He sneered, I heard that you have an inferior celestial artifact, the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. It has a terrifying suppressive force. I would like to see it. But now is not the time. I have more important things to do. I will come to see you again. After saying that, Morong Tian disappeared in a flash. His speed was so terrifying that it was as if he had never been there. After the terrifying aura disappeared, the people of the Feng clan could finally catch their breaths. That aura was too terrifying. I didn't expect Morong Tianlai to have such a terrifying son. Feng Qianyang said in horror. His old face was pale. This person's strength is really terrifying. Judging from his aura, he is at level 5 of the Heavenly Origin stage. Feng Wuchen said seriously. Level 5 of the Heavenly Origin stage? Huan Yang was so shocked that his eyes widened. Chen, it is obvious that he wants to take revenge on you. You must be careful. Xiao Qingqing warned again. She was inexplicably terrified. Commander, what's wrong with his aura? I have never felt such a strange aura before. Huan Yang asked hurriedly. This is a kind of evil aura. It has something to do with his cultivation method. There are many evil cultivation methods in this world. Even if one's talent is not high, he can achieve a terrifying cultivation speed through certain means or secret methods. Feng Wuchen said seriously. Evil aura? Everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Morong Tian appeared at this time. Could it be that he wants to take the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda? Or could it be that the Patriarch's capture has something to do with him? Bai Yunqi guessed. It's possible, Feng Wuchen nodded and said, Huan Yang, let's go to Blazing Fire City to take a look. Okay. Huan Yang suppressed the fear and uneasiness in his heart. He then rushed to Blazing Fire City with Feng Wuchen. The strange thing that happened in Blazing Fire City was indeed unimaginable. Tens of thousands of corpses turned into skeletons overnight. They couldn't ignore such a strange thing. With Feng Wuchen's terrifying speed, it only took him an hour to reach Blazing Fire City from Wushuang City. When they arrived at the mountain where the corpses were buried, they couldn't help but gasp when they saw the huge pile of skeletons. The corpses of the dead soldiers had been transported to the mountain and a batch of them had already been buried. The remaining soldiers that hadn't been disposed of had all turned into skeletons. Even the corpses of the buried soldiers had turned into skeletons. In just 3 days, the corpses definitely wouldn't have decomposed so quickly. Moreover, there wasn't even a bit of rotten smell. Large piles of white bones were scattered all over the mountain. It was a ghastly sight. It was also Feng Wuchen's first time seeing such a horrifying scene. Anyone who saw such a horrifying scene would be scared half to death. Those who were timid would probably faint on the spot. What exactly is going on? Feng Wuchen asked curiously. The two of them descended beside Duan Tianhun and the others. Duan Tianhun said solemnly, I don't know either. There are no clues. I thought it was done by a ferocious beast. However, there are no footprints of a ferocious beast here. Moreover, the ferocious beasts of the Gods Valley have never left the Gods Valley. Did anyone see anything? Feng Wuchen asked. Situ Zhentian said, I asked everyone. No one saw anything. There wasn't even any movement. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. He then walked towards a skeleton and squatted down to observe carefully. Feng Wuchen said, the skeleton is very clean. There isn't any blood. Even the smell of blood has disappeared. Great Commander, did you see anything? Xianxia asked. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, I can't see anything. However, I can be sure that this was done by a human and not a ferocious beast. If it was a ferocious beast, these skeletons wouldn't be left behind. Feng Wuchen walked to the center of the skeletons and looked at the ground. Feng Wuchen said, there are so many corpses. The blood should have seeped into the soil. However, there isn't a trace of blood in the soil under these skeletons. That's right. There isn't any blood here. The soldiers at the other checkpoints have also turned into skeletons. There isn't any blood. It's too strange. The soldiers nodded. Duan Tianhun said solemnly, when I came, there wasn't any trace of blood on the ground outside Blazing Fire City. Outside Blazing Fire City was a battlefield. There were countless casualties and blood flowed like a river. It was impossible that there wasn't a trace of blood. When the two countries went to war, the soldiers suffered heavy casualties. The smell of blood is very strong. It's very likely that the smell of blood attracted the termites from the Valley of Gods. Only termites can devour the soldiers' flesh overnight. Xianxia guessed. Termites? Everyone couldn't help but shiver when they thought of the termites from the Valley of Gods. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said with certainty, it's definitely not termites. The ferocious beasts from the Valley of Gods don't dare to step into the Empire. If it's termites, then how do you explain the disappearance of the blood on the ground? Feng Wuchen stood up and said solemnly, the soldiers' flesh disappeared into thin air. The blood on the ground also disappeared. There is only one possibility. What possibility? Everyone looked at Feng Wuchen. Their flesh was absorbed by someone, Feng Wuchen said solemnly. Through the evil dragon god's memories, Feng Wuchen made this guess. Only such a guess could make sense. However, who had such a powerful ability? Without alerting any of the soldiers, who could absorb the flesh of tens of thousands of soldiers overnight? Absorbed by someone? Feng Wuchen's guess scared Duan Tianhun so much that he broke out in cold sweat. If it was absorbed by someone, then wouldn't that person be extremely terrifying? This is impossible, right? Even if it was absorbed by someone, how could they absorb so much? Luan Shen trembled as he spoke. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Great Commander, could it be him? Huan Yang suddenly woke up. He couldn't help but think of the evil Morong Tian. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, it's very likely him. Who? Yang Tianxian asked. Feng Wuchen frowned and said, Morong Tian Lai's son, Morong Tian. Morong Tian Lai's son? Duan Tianhun and the others' expressions changed. They were extremely shocked. Huan Yang said, that's right. It's him. When we were in the Feng clan, he came to find Great Commander. He was emitting an evil aura. It was very terrifying. He was also in Sky Origin Stage 4. The appearance of the Murong Tian had shocked Duan Tianhun and the others. Especially the cultivation level of the Murong Tian. The strongest in the Taishu sect was not the Murong Tian Lai, but the Murong Tian, who was at the 4th level of Sky Origin Stage. Bury the bodies of the soldiers. Feng Wuchen said. Commander, the Murong Tian must have come to you to avenge the death of the Murong Tian Lai. With such a horrifying cultivation level, I am afraid he is no weaker than you. Yi Xianxia said solemnly. He is indeed no weaker than me. In fact, he is much stronger than me. Feng Wuchen nodded. Can he absorb the flesh and blood of so many soldiers by himself? Can his body withstand it? Duan Tianhun frowned. Even though he had guessed that it was the Murong Tian who did it, he still could not believe it. Absorb flesh and blood to cultivate? The soldiers were terrified when they heard it. I don't know. Maybe he has a way. Feng Wuchen said. He frowned. Feng Wuchen said, fortunately, he only attacked the dead. If he attacked the living, I wonder how many people would die in his hands. This man must not be left alive. Yang Tianxian said viciously. The Murong Tian is horrifying. We must always be on guard against him and think of a way to get rid of him. Siti Zhentian agreed with Yang Tianxian. Let's put the Murong Tian aside for now. I have more important things to do. If he doesn't come to me, I don't want to waste my time on him. Feng Wuchen shook his head. The Murong Tian was strong, but Feng Wuchen was not weak either. Speaking of this, Feng Wuchen looked at Duan Tianhun and asked, how much do you know about the 9 states? 9 states? Duan Tianhun looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. He did not know why Feng Wuchen asked such a question. Then he said, there are 5 major forces in the 9 states. Each of them has the horrifying power to destroy the 4 great empires. The Shao clan, Nangong clan, Burial Valley, Xiaowang School, and Misty Wind sect are the 5 major forces. It is said that the Xiaowang School is the most horrifying. Xiaowang School? Feng Wuchen frowned. When he heard this name, the Murong Tian was the first person he thought. Murong Tian's evil qi was very likely related to the evil king sect. Feng Wuchen, why are you suddenly interested in the 9 provinces? Duan Tianhun asked curiously. But he was Tianhun School of Burial Valley. But I do not know which force. Feng Wuchen. Major forces in the 9 states? Duan Tianhuan's expression changed. He frowned and guessed, it seems like they are also after the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda. Feng Wuchen said, they are indeed after the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda. I have already sent people to the 9 states to investigate. I believe there will be news in a few days. The strength of the forces in the 9 states is beyond our imagination. No matter which major force it is not something we can deal with. Yang Tianxian said with a serious expression. Yang Tianxian was quite familiar with the forces in the 9 states. As a 5th-rank alchemist, Yang Tianxian was quite famous in the 9 states. All the major and minor forces gave him face. Even so, Yang Tianxian was still wary of the forces in the 9 states. It showed how strong they were. Duan Tianhuan's expression was very serious. After a long silence, he said, the temptation of the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda is too scary. If all the major and minor forces in the 9 states know about it, the consequences will be unimaginable. The appearance of the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda caused the major forces in the 4 great empires to fight for it. Even the emperor wanted it for himself. In the end, a war broke out. One could imagine how crazy the actions of the major and minor forces in the 9 states would be if they knew about the existence of the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda. The 4 great empires had always kept the existence of the Valley of Gods a secret. The people of the 4 great empires also did not dare to reveal it. They were all worried that they would be annihilated. The existence of the 9 states was not something the 4 great empires could fight against. No matter what, I have to save my father. Feng Wuchen said firmly. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. He did not care even if he had to hand over the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda. No matter how powerful the Nine States was, even if it was a tiger's den, Feng Wuchen had to barge in. He had to save Feng Jingxiong. Feng Wuchen did not only want to save Feng Jingxiong. If possible, Feng Wuchen did not mind eliminating the force that captured Feng Jingxiong. This force had already threatened the safety of the Feng family. How could Feng Wuchen let them go? After leaving Blazing Fire City, Feng Wuchen quickly returned to Wushuang City. At this moment, the Crimson Emperor and Wu Qing were already on their way to the Nine States. The war had just ended, and the Taishu sect had just been eliminated. It had only been a few days since the war had ended, and an even more terrifying enemy had appeared. Taishu sect. The Morong Tian appeared in a flash. That evil aura that made one feel uneasy quickly alerted the Deacon Elder. Young sect master, how was it? Did you see Feng Wuchen? The Deacon Elder flashed over and asked anxiously. The Morong Tian said, Feng Wuchen's strength is indeed not weak. His eyes are terrifying and filled with fearlessness. This person is not simple. It is not strange that the Morong Tian Lai died in his hands. Hearing that the Morong Tian had such a high evaluation of Feng Wuchen, the Deacon Elder asked, then, young sect master, are you confident in killing him? He is no match for me. What's so difficult about killing him? However, I have more important things to do now. I will let him live for a while longer. The Morong Tian sneered. He was very confident in his own strength. He was so confident that he looked down on Feng Wuchen. Hearing this, the Deacon Elder could not help but feel relieved. He smiled and said, that's good, that's good. Right, young sect master, what important things do you have? The Deacon Elder asked again. Only then did he react. The Morong Tian smiled mysteriously and said, Deacon Elder, please help me get the Taishu Spirit Stone. Taishu Spirit Stone? The Deacon Elder's expression suddenly changed. He asked in a panic, young sect master wants to open the Taishu barrier? You can't do that. The ancestral tablets cannot be disturbed. The Morong Tian Lai is dead. I have the final say in the Taishu sect. Go and get the Taishu Spirit Stone. The Morong Tian's voice became colder. The Deacon Elder was so scared that his heart trembled. That evil aura also made him very afraid. The Morong Tian disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already in front of an ancient palace in the back mountain of the Taishu sect. The ancient palace in front of him was filled with the vicissitudes of time. No one knew how many years it had existed. The words Great Void Pavilion hung on it. The Great Void Pavilion stored the ancestral tablets of the Taishu sect's sect masters. It was the sacred ground of the Taishu sect. Other than the sect master, no one was allowed to approach it. Moreover, the Great Void Pavilion was protected by a powerful barrier. Not long after, the Deacon Elder came over with the Taishu Spirit Stone and handed it to the Morong Tian. The Taishu Spirit Stone emitted a faint blue light. It was a special gem that was specially used to open the Great Void Barrier. Whoosh! The Morong Tian waved his hand, and the Taishu Spirit Stone flew out. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the barrier on the surface of the Great Void Pavilion. A layer of blue light rippled, and a hole was torn open in the barrier. Wait for me outside. I'll go in myself, the Morong Tian instructed. His figure had already rushed into the barrier and entered the Great Void Pavilion. What is the young sect master trying to do? The Deacon Elder was extremely anxious, but he did not dare to stop him. As the Morong Tian entered the Great Void Pavilion, the barrier on the surface had already healed. In the Great Void Pavilion, the Morong Tian appeared in a flash. There were more than a dozen ancestral tablets placed in the Great Void Pavilion. These were all the sect masters of the Taishu sect. If I want to dominate the 9 provinces, the power of the ancestors is indispensable, the Morong Tian thought to himself. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Ancestors, the Taishu sect is about to be destroyed. If you can't bear to see the Taishu sect disappear from the continent, please bestow your power to me. I will protect the Taishu sect, the Morong Tian said righteously as he looked at the ancestral tablets. As soon as the Morong Tian finished speaking, the ancestral tablets suddenly glowed with various colors. Waves of majestic and terrifying power began to spread out. Feeling the terrifying power, the Morong Tian was ecstatic. He suddenly stretched out his hands and activated his true yuan, crazily absorbing the power of the ancestors. Although this power is only around the first level of Sky Origin stage, if I absorb and refine it all, it will be enough for me to break through the 5th level of Sky Origin stage. By then, dominating the 9 provinces will be a piece of cake. The Morong Tian was extremely excited. The purpose of the Morong Tian's return this time was definitely not for the Taishu sect. It was for himself, for the power of the blood essence of the ancestors of the Taishu sect. In just a few minutes, the power of the ancestral tablets was completely absorbed by the Morong Tian. Humph. The Morong Tian smiled coldly. With a wave of his hand, the ancestral tablets were reduced to dust. Feng Wuchen alone could destroy the Taishu sect. Who would protect such a weak sect? What a joke. Moreover, I am not even a member of the Taishu sect now. However, I have to thank you for your power. I will try my best to kill Feng Wuchen and avenge the Taishu sect. The Morong Tian sneered disdainfully. Speaking of Feng Wuchen, the Morong Tian couldn't help but think of Feng Wuchen's 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda. He hadn't seen the power of the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda. However, after hearing the Deacon Elder's description, he wanted to try it out. 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda. The Morong Tian's eyes narrowed as greed flashed in his eyes. He sneered, since Feng Wuchen has such a powerful inferior celestial artifact, I will take it back just in case. With the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda, even if he encountered a stronger enemy, the Morong Tian would be invincible in the face of the overbearing suppression power. The Morong Tian dashed out of the palace and returned the Taishu Spirit Stone to the Deacon Elder. He smiled and said, I have paid my respects to the ancestors. Take care of the Spirit Stone, Deacon Elder. I have something to do, so I will leave first. With that, before the Deacon Elder could say anything, the Morong Tian had already disappeared in a flash. What is with the power emanating from the young sect leader's body? The Deacon Elder was puzzled. After a moment, he seemed to have guessed something, and his old face suddenly changed. The Deacon Elder trembled and said in a panic, Could it be that the young sect leader has absorbed the power of the blood essence of the ancestors? After absorbing more than 10 streams of blood essence, even though the Morong Tian was in the 4th stage of the heavenly origin stage, it was still difficult for him to bear. He had to find a safe place to refine and absorb the power. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. The Crimson Emperor and Wu Qing had returned to Wushuang City from the 9 continents. After 5 days of investigation, they had found out Feng Xiangxi's whereabouts. Pavilion Master, we have found out that the Feng family head is in the Burial Valley. The Crimson Emperor reported respectfully. Burial Valley? Feng Wuchen squinted his eyes. An extremely terrifying murderous aura flashed across his eyes. Absolutely. I even snuck into the Burial Valley. The Feng family head is safe and sound. He is just locked up in the dungeon. Duan Wuqing replied. Hearing this, Xiao Qingqing finally relaxed and cried tears of joy. After receiving Feng Xiangxi's accurate information, the entire Feng family heaved a sigh of relief. How is the strength of the Burial Valley? Feng Wuchen asked. Very terrifying. For Sky Origin stage experts. The Valley Master's aura is even stronger than the Pavilion Master's. I am afraid he is at the 5th level of Sky Origin stage. I am not sure about the details. The Crimson Emperor reported. 5th level of Sky Origin stage? The Feng family was terrified. How terrifying was that? Lu Qingyang said with a trembling voice, the Burial Valley is too terrifying. How are we going to save him? Are we really going to hand over the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda? The 3rd level of Sky Origin stage Morong Tian Lai was already able to suppress 2 great empires, let alone a 5th level Sky Origin stage expert. Feng Qianyang frowned and said, they are indeed powerful enough to destroy empires. It will not be easy to save the family head. If there is no other way, I am afraid we can only hand over the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda. As long as we can save my father, I don't mind handing over the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda to them for now. I will take it back in the future. Feng Wuchen said coldly. The Burial Valley was too powerful. It was impossible to fight them head-on. Feng Wuchen did not have the ability to do so. Of course, Feng Wuchen did not have the ability to do so for now. What if they kill us? Not only will we lose our lives, the treasure will also be taken away. Duan Wuqing frowned and asked. Duan Wuqing's words were reasonable. If the burial valley got the ninefold cosmos pagoda, they would be able to kill Feng Wuchen. At least, they would not let the news about the ninefold cosmos pagoda. Ninefold cosmos POF pagodas. Of Xiaoxia's of Xiao. S of I's. S, that's the only way. Feng Wuchen nodded. Feng Wuchen was not confident that he could fight against buried Spirit Valley. Feng Wuchen had just stabilized his cultivation at the first level of Sky Origin stage. His true combat power could only deal with a cultivator at the third level of Sky Origin stage. As for a cultivator at the fourth level of Sky Origin stage, he couldn't even defeat a cultivator at the fifth level. All in all, Feng Xianxia was still alive. It was a good thing for the Feng clan. Madam, third young master, Xianxia is here again. At this moment, a guard entered the hall and reported. Xianxia? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly, and an inexplicable anger surged in his heart. He didn't have any good impression of the Xiao family. He was having a headache because of Feng Xianxia, but Xianxia just had to come at this time. Xianxia walked into the hall. He still looked arrogant, but there was less disdain in his eyes. Ever since he found out about Feng Wuchen's identity, Xianxia was almost scared to death. When he sent the news back, the Xiao clan was shocked. A grade 5 weapon refiner and grade 4 alchemist. These two identities were enough to make the Xiao clan feel inferior. The Feng clan today was not the Feng clan of the past. Glancing at Xianxia, Feng Wuchen said indifferently, if you have something to say, say it. Otherwise, get lost. Seeing Feng Wuchen's expression, Xianxia smiled, what? Does the Feng clan not welcome me? If you have any self-awareness, then get out of here. Lu Qingyang shouted coldly without any trace of politeness. Xianxia held back his anger and sneered, Feng Wuchen, I know you are very capable now. If you are not a weapon refiner, then you are an alchemist. Many people in the 9 provinces have heard of the artifact creation ability, but there are also many people who want to kill you. Are you done? Feng Wuchen said coldly. Xianxia ignored Feng Wuchen. He looked at Xianxia and said, Qingqing, you haven't forgotten, right? In 20 days, it will be Father's 70th birthday. Father said that on account of Feng Wuchen's achievements, he will pardon your sins. From today onwards, you are still a member of the Xiao clan. I hope that you can go back and celebrate Father's birthday. Pardon? Haha. Feng Wuchen could not help but laugh. He said coldly, what a joke. Who does the Xiao clan's old master think he is? Expelling him as he pleases, pardoning him as he pleases? What do you think my mother is? On account of my achievements? What does my achievements have to do with your Xiao clan? It is not his turn to criticize the Feng clan, and he does not have the qualifications. If he wants to celebrate his birthday, then celebrate it by himself. It has nothing to do with my Feng clan. The more Feng Wuchen spoke, the angrier he became. A terrifying murderous aura uncontrollably spread out. The domineering aura frightened Xianxia. You. Feng Wuchen's words were cold-blooded and ruthless. Xianxia was so angry that his face turned ashen. He said angrily, Feng Wuchen, don't forget that he is your grandfather. Grandfather? Xianxia, is your head kicked by a donkey? Now you are talking about kinship with me? Feng Wuchen's face was full of contempt and disdain. He looked at Lu Qingyang and asked, Qingyang, has your grandfather not visited you for 18 years? Did he not ask about you for 18 years? Did he completely treat you as if you did not exist? Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, Xiaoqingqing's eyes flowed with tears. Lu Qingyang sneered and said, my grandfather treats me better than my father. Not to mention 18 years, he came to see me every day and supported me in everything. Xianxia, you heard it all? Feng Wuchen sneered and said, I, Feng Wuchen, do not have a grandfather. Only father and mother. Go back and tell that old thing that my mother does not need his pardon. My mother is a member of the Feng clan, not the Xiao clan. Don't think that your Xiao clan is amazing. After a pause, Feng Wuchen said again, also, go back and ask him what he has been doing all these years. Did he fulfill his responsibility as a father? If it was not for my mother, you would not even have the qualifications to step into the Feng clan. Good. Very good. Feng Wuchen. Don't think that you are amazing just because you have some achievements. Let me tell you, not to mention your Feng clan, even the Yanhua Empire, the Shao clan does not put them in our eyes. Xiao Qingshan was so angry that the veins on his face were bulging. Xiao Qingshan's face was extremely gloomy. He originally thought that the Shao clan would put down their face and move Feng Wuchen, but he did not expect Feng Wuchen to be so ungrateful and not take the Shao clan seriously at all. That is your Shao clan's matter, it has nothing to do with my Feng clan. No matter how strong your Shao clan is, it has nothing to do with me. Feng Wuchen said coldly, but I can tell you, the Feng clan will surpass your Shao clan sooner or later. Feng Wuchen possessed the memories and experience of the evil dragon god. As long as Feng Wuchen had enough strength, he could do whatever he wanted. Shameless boasting. Xiao Qingshan was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, but it also let him see Feng Wuchen's arrogance. Before Xiao Qingshan came to the Feng clan, he was extremely arrogant and did not take the Feng clan seriously at all. And after knowing Feng Wuchen's identity, he suddenly said that he would pardon Xiao Qingqing's crimes and restore Xiao Qingqing's status in the Shao clan. If he wanted to pardon Xiao Qingqing, why didn't he do it earlier? Why did he have to pardon her at this time? As long as one was not a fool, one would be able to guess the Shao clan's intentions. Feng Wuchen had now achieved extremely high achievements in the field of artifact forging and alchemy. No matter how strong the Shao clan was, did they have a grade 5 artifact forging master? Did they have a young grade 4 alchemist? No. The Shao clan did not. Now that the Shao clan suddenly wanted to pardon Xiao Qingqing, how could Feng Wuchen not know the Shao clan's intentions? Don't you think it's too late for the Shao clan to ease the relationship at this time? If Wuchen did not have today's achievements, I'm afraid you guys would never come to ease the relationship. Feng Qianyang asked coldly. Qingqing, the Shao clan gave you a chance, don't be ungrateful. Xiao Qingshan glared at Xiao Qingqing. Chance? My mother doesn't need the Shao clan's chance. What's so good about the Shao clan? Go back and be bullied, or go back and work for you guys? Feng Wuchen became more and more disdainful. The more the Shao clan acted so high and mighty, the more Feng Wuchen hated them. Brother, go back. As his daughter, I will definitely go to father's birthday banquet, but I will go as a member of the Feng clan, not the Shao clan, Xiao Qingqing said with an expressionless face. After saying that, she turned and left. Xiao Qingqing was expelled from the Shao clan back then, and the Shao clan cut ties with her. For 18 years, they did not ask about her matters. The blow to her was too great. Xiao Qingqing's words meant that she rejected the Shao clan's pardon. Looking at Xiao Qingqing's departing figure, Feng Wuchen felt very uncomfortable. He knew that this was not the result Xiao Qingqing wanted, but Feng Wuchen had to ask for so much. Otherwise, the Shao clan would forever step on the Feng clan's head, making them unable to raise their heads. Xiao Qingshan, go back and tell Xiao Tianchen not to disturb my mother again. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Feng Wuchen glared at Xiao Qingshan fiercely and said coldly. Xiao Qingqing was already worried and troubled by Feng Xingxiong's matter. After finding out Feng Xingxiong's whereabouts with great difficulty, Xiao Qingshan came to add salt to the fire. Humph. Our Shao clan will not exist. Just wait for your death. You don't know what's good for you. Xiao Qingshan said fiercely. He glared at Feng Wuchen and left angrily. After taking a few steps, Xiao Qingshan added coldly, I forgot to tell you that the Taishu sect's young master, Morong Tian, is the grandson of the Nangong clan's patriarch. The Huangfu clan has already received help from the Xiaowang school. I want to see how your little Feng clan will struggle before death. Feng Wuchen replied without hesitation, then open your eyes and watch how I trample them under my feet. Morong Tian is the grandson of the Nangong clan's patriarch. The Nangong clan is one of the 5 major forces in the 9 states. Their strength is terrifying. Feng Qianyang's expression became very ugly. Now that the Feng clan had to face the 3 major forces in the 9 states, the Burial Valley, the Nangong clan, and the Xiaowang school, they were in a very dangerous situation. Even if the Feng clan had the Pyrefire Empire behind them, it was useless. Any one of these 3. Major forces had the terrifying strength to destroy the Pyrofire Empire. On the 7th floor of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, Feng Wuchen was comprehending the Soul Destroyer sword art. Ling Xiaoxiao was cultivating beside him, so the two did not affect each other. Feng Wuchen had just broken through to the Heaven Origin stage. If he wanted to increase his battle prowess, he could only rely on comprehending the essence of the Soul Destroyer sword art. Feng Wuchen was still far from breaking through to the 2nd level of the Heaven Origin stage. It was impossible for him to do so in a short time. Feng Wuchen comprehended while waiting for Ling Xiaoxiao to break through to the Heaven Origin stage. Then, he would immediately rush to the burial valley of the 9 states. Feng Wuchen's biggest threat now was the Murong Tian. This person's strength was terrifying. Feng Wuchen did not have much confidence in facing the Murong Tian. The Soul Destroyer sword art was Feng Wuchen's strongest trump card. The deeper he comprehended it, the more powerful it would be. Feng Wuchen planned to use it to deal with the Murong Tian. 9 States Xiao family. When Xiao Qingshan returned to the Xiao family, he had already reported everything to the family head, Xiao Tianqin. Feng Wuchen's arrogance had infuriated them. Rejected the pardon? Humph. Does this brat really think he's that capable? How dare he look down on the Xiao family? An elder said angrily. He doesn't know what's good for him. Without the Xiao family's help, I'll see how he dies. Another elder said angrily. Looking at Xiao Tianqin's expression, Xiao Qingshan added fuel to the fire. Father, you don't know how arrogant Feng Wuchen is. He even said that you don't deserve to be his grandfather. He even cursed you to die early. He even said that the Xiao family has no right to interfere in their matters. Xiao Tianqin's expression darkened. He asked angrily, he really said that? How could it be fake? This brat thinks that he has some ability. He doesn't take the Xiao family seriously at all. Xiao Qingshan gritted his teeth and said angrily, Father, I think we should just get rid of that brat to prevent him from taking revenge on the Xiao family. No. The first elder immediately objected. Humph. Qingqing's good son. The family head, Xiao Tianqin, said angrily, his face was extremely ugly. How shameless. If it wasn't for Feng Wuchen being a blacksmith and alchemist, we wouldn't even care about him. One of the higher-ups said disdainfully. The head. And the family head. Families is. But use. The SS, he. And S. You. Xiao Tianqin snorted angrily. It's not the fault of the old man. It's Qingqing's fault. She didn't listen to the old man's advice and insisted on following Feng Xingxiong. Feng Wuchen's name has already spread throughout the 9 states. The family head should know very well what it means to be a grade 5 blacksmith. Furthermore, he's a grade 4 alchemist. There's no other genius like him in the 9 states. If we fall out with Feng Wuchen, it'll be very disadvantageous for the Xiao family, the elder said solemnly. At this point, he glanced at Xiao Qingshan and scolded, Qingshan, you're too rash. Feng Wuchen is young and hot-blooded. He's amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Now, not only have you failed to mend your relationship, you've worsened it. Xiao Qingshan wanted to say something, but he didn't dare to talk back. He felt very aggrieved. First elder, do you want the Xiao family to bow down to them? An elder said angrily. Bow down? The elder shook his head and said, it's not like you don't know the lofty status of a grade 5 blacksmith. Furthermore, he's a grade 5 blacksmith. The current Feng family is no longer the same as before. Don't underestimate the power of a grade 5 blacksmith. Feng Wuchen's status is even higher than our Xiao families. Hearing this, the Xiao family members fell silent. They knew very well how terrifying a grade 5 blacksmith's status was. It was precisely because they knew the extraordinary status of a grade 5 blacksmith that the Xiao family decided to pardon Xiao Qingqing to mend the relationship between the two families. However, the Xiao family had underestimated Feng Wuchen's backbone. I'm afraid that even if we bow down, Feng Wuchen might not be of use to us, Xiao Tianqin said in a deep voice. Xiao Tianqin said in a low voice. He had such a terrifying grandson. Who knew if Xiao Tianqin regretted not recognizing him, who would have thought that such a terrifying genius would be born in the small Feng family, Who would have thought that the Feng family's third young master would soar into the sky and become the strongest existence in the four great empires? Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Ling Xiaoxiao woke up from her cultivation and smoothly broke through to the first level of the Sky Origin stage. Half a month had passed in the outside world. Ling Xiaoxiao had cultivated on the 7th level of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda for a month. She had enough time to break through. Phew! I finally broke through. Ling Xiaoxiao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and smiled happily. Her terrifying aura surged crazily, vigorous and majestic. Feng Wuchen, who was beside her, smiled happily. With a solid foundation, it's only natural for you to break through. With Ling Xiaoxiao's terrifying talent, breaking through to the Sky Origin stage was a piece of cake. The terrifying aura emitted from Ling Xiaoxiao's body was absolutely terrifying. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled happily. It's all thanks to Brother Feng's pagoda and many other treasures. Now that we have time, let's consolidate the Sky Origin stage. Feng Wuchen continued with a smile. Wow! What a powerful sword qi. It seems like Brother Feng's understanding of the soul-extinguishing sword art is getting deeper and deeper. Ling Xiaoxiao praised as she looked at Feng Wuchen with her beautiful eyes. A sweet smile appeared on her pretty face. Feng Wuchen nodded and smiled. I should have completely comprehended the first move of the soul-extinguishing sword art. It took me a lot of time, but its power has increased by at least 2 times. Feng Wuchen's eyes were filled with confidence. After comprehending the first move of the soul-extinguishing sword art, he had absolute confidence in dealing with the Murong Tian. Even if his strength wasn't as strong as the Murong Tian's, the power of this sword art could definitely suppress the Murong Tian. Xiaoxiao, hurry up. We'll go to the 9 states in 3 days. Feng Wuchen continued. Ling Xiaoxiao stuck out her pink tongue and smiled. Wherever Brother Feng goes, Xiaoxiao will follow. Ling Xiaoxiao had the protection of a terrifying barrier, so she wasn't afraid of going anywhere. There were only 5 days left until Xiao Tianqin's 70th birthday. 3 days later, Feng Wuchen, Ling Xiaoxiao, and Xiao Qingqing would head to the 9 states together. There were only 2 days left until Xiao Tianqin's 70th birthday. With Feng Wuchen's speed, 2 days would be enough. Feng Wuchen was worried about Xiao Qingqing going to the Xiao family alone. He didn't want to go at first, but now he had to. He couldn't let his mother be bullied by others, right? As for Lu Qingyang and the others, they stayed at the Feng family to cultivate. As long as they had time, they had to seize every second to cultivate. In the face of such a crisis, increasing their cultivation was of utmost importance. This time, they were going to face the major forces of the 9 states. They were terrifyingly powerful, and each of them could easily destroy the Taishu sect. To Feng Wuchen, the 9 states was like a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. There was a high chance of death. Even if it was a dragon's pool and a tiger's den, Feng Wuchen had to go. It only took Feng Wuchen and the others half a day to arrive at the 9 states. Feng Wuchen was still quite unfamiliar with the 9 states. It was his first time here. The 9 states was Feng Wuchen's first step into the continent. Since this was the first step, Feng Wuchen absolutely couldn't back down from this step. With Ling Xiaoxiao leading the way, Feng Wuchen and the others arrived at a restaurant in Tianfeng City, the city closest to the Xiao family. Xiao Qingqing had not been to the 9 states for more than 10 years, but she was still familiar with the place. As soon as they entered the restaurant, Feng Wuchen and the others attracted the attention of the people in the restaurant. Ling Xiaoxiao's beauty attracted the attention of many men. Have you heard? The Pyrofire Empire has produced a 5th-grade weapon refiner who can achieve armament with thought. Moreover, he is very young and is the Pyrofire Empire's great general. That's right, that's right. I also heard that he is the #1 genius of the Pyrofire Empire. His name is Feng Wuchen, and I heard that he is only 18 years old this year. The news has just spread to the 9 states, and many experts have rushed to the Pyrofire Empire to ask him for help in refining weapons. He is now the strongest existence in the 4 great empires. He is not much inferior to the geniuses of the 9 states. In the restaurant, Feng Wuchen and the others had just sat down when they heard the people at the table next to them talking about Feng Wuchen. Brother Feng, your fame has spread to the 9 states. Ling Xiaoxiao covered her mouth and laughed softly. Xianxia smiled and said, such a big commotion in the four great empires, of course it can't be hidden. It's normal for it to spread to the 9 states. Who asked our Chen to be so powerful? Feng Wuchen smiled but did not say anything. If those people knew that Feng Wuchen was sitting at the table next to them, who knew what kind of expression they would have? After eating and drinking, a man walked into the restaurant and went directly to Feng Wuchen's table. The person who came was none other than Hemo. With regards to Hemo's appearance, Feng Wuchen was not surprised at all. Hemo smiled and said, Feng Wuchen, I didn't think that you would dare to come to the 9 states. Glancing at Hemo, Feng Wuchen said coldly, why wouldn't I dare? Hemo sneered and said, I heard that many people in the 9 states want to kill you. Many people? Tell me about it. Feng Wuchen was interested. He had also heard this from Xianxia. I don't know about that. Hemo smiled and said, let's go. Follow me to the burial valley. The Valley Lord is waiting for you. The timing is just right. Tomorrow, the Valley Lord will go to the Xiao clan to celebrate. What a coincidence. We are also going to the Xiao clan to celebrate. Since that is the case, we will wait for 2 more days. Your Valley Lord should not be in a hurry. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Feng Wuchen, don't play tricks. This is the 9 states, not the Inferno Empire. Don't forget that your father is in our hands. Hemo shouted in a low voice. Bang! Feng Wuchen did not say anything and quickly grabbed Hemo's neck. With a bang, he pressed Hemo onto the table, scaring everyone in the restaurant and attracting everyone's attention. If you dare to threaten me again, do you believe that I will kill you right now? Feng Wuchen said coldly. If you dare to threaten me, the Valley Lord will not let you go. The frightened Hemo shouted angrily. He did not expect that Feng Wuchen would dare to be so arrogant in the 9 states. Oh? Is that so? Then I will kill you right now. Feng Wuchen said coldly. He grabbed Hemo's neck and threw him out of the restaurant like he was throwing trash. The restaurant was dead silent. Shocked and slightly dazed gazes fell on Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen just casually threw it, but it had such terrifying strength. This young man's strength is really terrifying. He hit it very well. I can't see the depth of his cultivation. That person seems to be from the burial valley. This kid has guts. The quiet restaurant suddenly burst into a hubbub. Outside the restaurant, it attracted many cultivators to watch. They were very curious about what happened. Feng Wuchen put the gold coins on the table, then walked out of the restaurant and walked towards Hemo. Feng Wuchen's strength was very strong. With a swing of his hand, he threw Hemo from the street of the restaurant to another street, destroying 4 buildings in the process. Hemo's head was broken and bleeding. His body was heavily injured, but he was not dead. However, he could not get up. When he was in the Feng clan, Feng Wuchen did not dare to touch him. Hemo did not expect that after Feng Wuchen came to the 9 provinces, not only did he touch him, he even dared to kill him. Burial Valley's Hemo? Who is so ruthless? Who is so bold to even dare to hit someone from the burial valley? Looking at this trajectory, he flew over from the restaurant. Everyone's gaze followed the trajectory of Hemo's flight and saw Feng Wuchen's group of 3 walking over. 3 strangers, everyone was very sure that no one had seen Feng Wuchen's group of 3 before. So unfamiliar, Hemo was definitely injured by them. Who in the 9 provinces did not know about the burial valley? Who dared to touch Hemo? Although Hemo's cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the origin core stage, Hemo was quite famous in the 9 provinces. He also had a certain status in the burial valley. Of course, it was not because of himself, but because Hemo had an alchemist brother, Xianxia. Xianxia was a grade 3 alchemist, and he also had a grade 5 alchemist master. With these layers of relationships, it allowed Hemo to do well. Not many people in the 9 provinces dared to touch him. Feng Wuchen and the other 2 walked over, and the surrounding Xianxia all stepped back. The severely injured Hemo's pale face was extremely malevolent. He glared at Feng Wuchen and said, no one in the 9 prefectures dares to touch me. If you dare to kill me, I guarantee that you won't be able to return alive. Feng Wuchen was expressionless as he stared coldly at Hemo. His intimidating gaze frightened the surrounding cultivators. Such a young man actually had such a frightening gaze. Just because you're from the Burial Valley? Feng Wuchen asked coldly, his killing intent filling the air. The heavy and cold murderous aura made everyone tremble in fear. They looked at Feng Wuchen with even more fear. Where did this young man come from? His murderous aura was so terrifying. Knowing that Hemo was from the Burial Valley, he still dared to attack him. Could it be that this young man's background was even more terrifying than Hemo's? Hemo was flustered. At the same time, he was furious. When had he ever suffered such humiliation in the 9 prefectures? Even the experts from the other factions had to be respectful when they saw him. However, Feng Wuchen didn't even put him in his eyes. Young man, don't be rash. Hemo's brother is a 3rd-grade alchemist. His brother's master is a 5th-grade alchemist. Suddenly, an old man reminded. Oh? Feng Wuchen was slightly stunned. He immediately sneered and said, I see. No wonder you said that no one in the 9 prefectures dares to touch you. So you have the support of a 5th-grade alchemist. Stinking brat, you dare to attack brother Hemo without knowing the situation? I think you're tired of living. A man suddenly stood out and shouted at Feng Wuchen. It seemed like he wanted to help Hemo. You're courting death. Don't even think about leaving alive after injuring brother Hemo. A few other men with strong cultivation stood out. Feng Wuchen glanced at the 4 men coldly and asked, You want to stop me? Hemo had the support of a 5th-grade alchemist. This was a good opportunity to rope in Hemo, and he might even be able to obtain many benefits in the future. A 5th-grade alchemist had an extraordinary status. Who didn't want to curry favor with him, just like the Inferno Empire's Xianxia, a 5th-grade alchemist who was conferred the title of Grand Tutor by the Empire. Kill him and you'll be rewarded. The furious Hemo shouted angrily, as if he'd already forgotten the mission he came out on this time. Hemo's mission was to invite Feng Wuchen to the Burial Valley. However, he who was furious already completely didn't care about this. Don't worry, brother Hemo. With us here, he can forget about harming you in the slightest. An 8th-level Origin Core Stage man sneered confidently. But when he finished speaking, the man's face abruptly went pale. He suddenly saw a palm print rapidly expand before his eyes, and the palm that contained a violent force smashed down towards him. Bang! Pooh! Feng Wuchen's attack was fierce and merciless. Instantly, his palm smashed onto the top of the man's head, and with an explosive bang, the man spat out a mouthful of blood and died on the spot. Those who obstruct me die. Feng Wuchen said coldly, instantly scaring the other 3 people to the point they were paralyzed on the ground with pale faces. The surrounding cultivators were dumbstruck, and their eyes were filled with terror. An 8th-level Origin Core Stage expert was actually instantly killed by a single palm strike from the youth before them. Hemo was extremely terrified. He forcefully endured his heavy injuries and intense pain as he crawled up, wanting to flee for his life. So long as Hemo was able to flee, then he would have the chance to come back and take revenge. But unfortunately, one of the people that stood out to help Hemo was killed, and the other 3 had long since been scared out of their wits. The others completely didn't dare make a move. Killing an 8th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist with a single palm strike, such a terrifying strength had long since scared everyone out of their wits. Hemo looked at Feng Wuchen with terror and despair, and already regretted threatening Feng Wuchen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen to such an end. Whoosh! Feng Wuchen's figure suddenly flashed over and blocked Hemo's path. The sudden appearance of Feng Wuchen scared the cultivators on the street to the point they retreated in terror, and no one dared to approach. Where do you think you're going? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Don't kill me. Seeing Feng Wuchen appear in a flash, Hemo knelt down in terror and begged for mercy. Don't you have the support of a grade 5 alchemist? I want to kill you now, but why don't I see him come out? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Gulp, Hemo swallowed his saliva in terror, and his face was pale as a sheet. Feng Wuchen, I know I was wrong, please don't kill me. Hemo cowed out in terror and begged for mercy. Facing the aura of death, it had already crushed Hemo's line of defense. Feng Wuchen lowered his voice. His voice seemed as if it came from the depths of hell, icy cold and bone-piercing. causing one's hair to stand on end. Not only will I kill you, everyone in the burial valley who captured my father must die. Whoosh, as soon as Feng Wuchen finished speaking, a sonic boom suddenly sounded out from behind him, and a white-colored energy that contained formidable strength shot out explosively. Bang! Feng Wuchen, who noticed it, didn't even turn around as he swung his left hand backwards, and a muffled bang sounded out as he forcefully shattered the white-colored energy. Stinking kid, you have some ability. A proud sneer sounded out from behind him. The person that arrived was a young man that wore gorgeous brocade, held a carefree fan in his hand, and had the appearance of a scholar. Young Master Zhang. The gazes of the cultivators on the street swept over. The young man was the Skywind City's Zhang clan's eldest young master, Zhang Bufan. His cultivation had attained the 8th level of the origin core stage, and his cultivation was much more formidable than the young man from before. The Zhang clan was a large clan in Skywind City with deep resources and formidable strength. Zhang Bufan was a genius of the Zhang clan, a genius of Skywind City, and his cultivation had attained the 8th level of the origin core stage before the age of 20. Young Master Zhang. Quickly save me. When he saw Zhang Bufan, Hemo seemed as if he'd seen a life-saving straw, and he hurriedly cried out. No one can save you. Feng Wuchen said coldly and indifferently, then directly blasted his fist towards Hemo's chest. Swish, Zhang Bufan frowned, then he immediately urged his true essence to execute his movement technique. Swish. A black shadow flashed, and in practically the blink of an eye, he'd rescued Hemo from Feng Wuchen's fist. His speed was extremely terrifying, and under the same cultivation, Zhang Bufan's speed absolutely occupied the advantage. If you want to kill someone, you'll have to ask this young lord's permission. In terms of speed, this young lord is still very confident. Zhang Bufan sneered arrogantly. However, before he could finish speaking, his arrogant smile suddenly stiffened. Your speed is only SOSO. Feng Wuchen's icy cold voice suddenly sounded out from Zhang Bufan's left. Bang! Pooh! Feng Wuchen's figure flashed out strangely, then his fist blasted onto Hemo's chest, and with an explosive bang, the violent strength struck Hemo to the point he spat out blood, and his figure was blasted flying from Feng Wuchen's hand. Boom! 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 Under the terrifying strength, Hemo flew out like a cannonball, destroying one building after another, and stirring up a large cloud of dust. Feng Wuchen's punch had mercilessly killed Hemo. The terrifying strength caused many cultivators on the street to tremble in fear, and they could not help but tremble. How is this possible? Zhang Bufan's face was filled with shock. He simply could not believe that Feng Wuchen's speed was so terrifying that he could not detect it. Zhang Bufan had always been known for his speed, but in front of Feng Wuchen, the speed that he was so proud of was actually inferior to Feng Wuchen. The shocked Zhang Bufan stood in place blankly, as if he had lost his soul. Zhang Bufan could not believe that a man younger than him, whether it was speed or strength, was actually above him. And what made Zhang Bufan even more shocked was that Feng Wuchen had not even activated his true essence. What was the cultivation of this young man in front of him? Was he really so terrifying at such a young age? Feng Wuchen glanced at Zhang Bufan, who was beside him, and said coldly, if you intend to interfere, I don't mind killing you. Hearing this, the shocked Zhang Bufan frowned, and his face turned gloomy. As a genius of the Zhang family, when had he ever been looked down upon like this? Zhang Bufan was furious, and his tyrannical strength erupted. He said in a deep voice, you can try. I even dared to kill Hemo in the burial valley, why would I be afraid of your Zhang family? Feng Wuchen said coldly without fear, and a heavy and biting cold murderous aura spread out. Since he had killed Hemo, it was destined that this trip to the 9 prefectures would not go smoothly. Feng Wuchen was not afraid of making a big deal out of this. If he really turned the 9 prefectures upside down, who could do anything to Feng Wuchen? Chen Xiao Qingqing hurriedly came over to stop Feng Wuchen, and said, Chen forget it. Brother Feng, we still have important matters to attend to. Ling Xiaoxiao also came over to stop him. Let's go. Feng Wuchen withdrew his aura and said indifferently. Who are you? Zhang Bufan asked with a frown. Feng Wuchen did not answer, nor did he need to answer. The news of Hemo being killed by a young man of unknown origin quickly spread out from Skywind City. The mysterious young man killed an 8th-level Origin Core Stage expert with a single palm strike and killed Himo from the hands of the Zhang clan's young master. His speed and strength were both above Zhang Bufan. The news shocked the Zhang clan. Everyone in Skywind City knew of Zhang Bufan's strength, and he was a genius of the younger generation. Among the younger generation of Skywind City, there weren't many that could go against Zhang Bufan. Even among the large powers, Zhang Bufan could be considered as one of the top figures. Who exactly was it that had a strength above Zhang Bufan? The news was shocking and unbelievable, and the Shao clan and various large and small powers were greatly alarmed. In the 9 provinces, there was actually someone who dared to kill He Tianxiong's younger brother. The shocking news caused everyone to be in disbelief, and at the same time, they were very curious about who had such guts. Who in the 9 provinces didn't know He Tianxiong? The genius alchemist of the 9 provinces who was only a little over 30 years old, and his future accomplishments would absolutely not be low. His master was a grade 5 alchemist that dominated the 9 provinces, and he was known as the divine alchemist in the 9 provinces. Although there were many alchemists in the 9 provinces, there were only 2 that were able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine alchemist. The divine alchemist's alchemy strength was probably higher than Yang Tianxian. He Tianxiong was the divine alchemist's proudest disciple. How could the divine alchemist stand by idly when Himo was killed? On the other side, the news reached He Tianxiong's ears, causing him to be extremely furious. Moreover, he had already brought a group of experts to Skywind City. With his rallying power, many experts were very willing to help. After the news of Himo's death reached the burial valley, the higher-ups were in a state of rage. Himo was killed just after he brought back the news that Feng Wuchen had arrived in the 9 provinces. It must be Feng Wuchen's doing. A higher-up said furiously. An elder said with a gloomy face, with the divine alchemist's fame, no one in the 9 prefectures would dare to touch Himo. On one side is the divine alchemist, and on the other is the burial valley. Even the major powers would not dare to touch Himo. Other than Feng Wuchen, there is no one else. Killing Himo is no different from slapping the divine alchemist in the face. Feng Wuchen is dead for sure. They all guessed that it was Feng Wuchen who killed the higher-ups, but they couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen dared to kill Himo when Feng Xianxiong was in their hands. Moreover, Himo had the terrifying divine alchemist backing him up. If he angered the divine alchemist, Feng Wuchen will definitely die. If that's the case, what about Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda? Won't it fall into the hands of the divine alchemist? A higher-up frowned and asked. They captured Feng Xianxiong for the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. How could the treasure fall into the hands of others? The valley master frowned and squinted his eyes. A ruthless killing intent flashed in his eyes as he said coldly, if he dares to kill Himo, it means that he is confident. Wait for him to come to the burial valley. If he can't get the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, then he will kill Feng Xianxiong. Since this brat wants to be ruthless, then we will play with him. If he kills one person from the burial valley, then I will cut off one of Feng Xianxiong's legs. Send the news to Feng Wuchen. Let's see how many people from the burial valley Feng Wuchen can kill. I will go and cut off one of Feng Xianxiong's legs. That way, we can give the divine alchemist an explanation. A higher-up said viciously as he clenched his fists. The valley master said coldly, "Humph. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." At the same time, He Tianxiong brought over a dozen powerhouses to Skywind City. Seeing Himo's tragic death, He Tianxiong was so furious that his eyes were bloodshot and filled with killing intent. Who is it? He Tianxiong roared, scaring the people on the street and causing them to retreat in fear. Feng Wuchen and the other 2 had already left Skywind City. They are not from Skywind City. I don't know where they came from. They have left the city. A man and 2 women. A person on the street shouted. Chase after them. He Tianxiong shouted angrily. A dozen powerhouses quickly chased after them. The speed of the powerhouses was shocking. In a few blinks of an eye, they had already left Skywind City. Their cultivation was above the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage, and the strongest was at the 9th level of the Origin Core Stage. A grade 3 alchemist was able to rope in so many powerhouses. It could be seen that He Tianxiong was doing quite well in the 9 provinces. Offending He Tianxiong, that young man is most likely dead. Most likely dead? I think he is dead for sure. The divine alchemist won't sit idly by. He is truly courting death. Speaking of which, that kid's strength is really terrifying. Even young Patriarch Xiang is not a match for him. After He Tianxiong left, the people on the street discussed animatedly. Feng Wuchen and the other two had already left Skywind City. If He Tianxiong chased after them now, he would be utterly unable to find them. Firstly, he didn't know who they were. Secondly, he had never seen Feng Wuchen before. Thirdly, he didn't know where Feng Wuchen and the other two went. He Tianxiong was fuming with rage, and his lungs were about to explode. Tomorrow was the 70th birthday of the Shao clan's patriarch, and He Tianxiong and the divine alchemist were also within the invitation. They already didn't have the time to chase after Feng Wuchen, so they had no choice but to temporarily give up. Fortunately, they didn't find them. Otherwise, He Tianxiong would only be courting death. A mere grade 3 alchemist and a dozen origin core stage experts were ants before Feng Wuchen. Early the next morning, the various forces and rogue cultivators of the 9 provinces who received the invitation had already rushed to the Shao clan one after another. Feng Wuchen and the other two were also on their way to the Shao clan. Having not returned to the Shao clan for 18 years, Xiao Qingqing's mood was very complicated at this moment. There was worry, joy, sadness, anticipation, helplessness, and so on. Looking at Xiao Qingqing's complicated mood, Feng Wuchen said, "Mother, don't worry. I'm still here." Xiao Qingqing nodded, and her heart calmed down a lot. With Feng Wuchen around, she also felt a lot more at ease. "Mother, the Shao clan is so heartless. This time, they came to the Feng clan to ease the relationship because of my identity as a weapon refiner and alchemist," Feng Wuchen said. Xiao Qingqing nodded. She also understood the Shao clan's intentions very well. They had taken a fancy to Feng Wuchen's achievements in weapon refinement and alchemy. "Mother knows. The Shao clan has indeed disappointed me." "In their eyes, there are only benefits," Xiao Qingqing said. The Shao clan's huge and luxurious mansion was incomparably lively. Experts were everywhere. "The Nangong family is here to congratulate you." Inside the Shao clan's mansion, a guard shouted loudly. The Nangong family head and the other upper echelons cupped their fists and congratulated them. "Nangong family head, elders, please come in." The Shao clan head, Xiao Tianchen, welcomed them politely with a face full of smiles. "The Burial Valley's Valley Master and 3 elders are here to congratulate you. The Misty Wind Sect's Sect Master, Protector, and 5 elders are here to congratulate you. The Xiaowang School Sect Master, Protector, and 3 elders are here to congratulate you. The Divine Alchemist, He Tianxiong are here to congratulate you." The big and small forces of the 9 prefectures arrived one after another. The appearance of the experts of the big forces made many cultivators extremely excited. They all looked at the big shots of the 9 prefectures and the geniuses of the big forces. There were dozens of Sky Origin Stage 3rd and 4th Stage Sky Origin Stage cultivators. There were even 6 or 7 5th Stage Sky Origin Stage cultivators. Among them, there were even 2 6th Stage Sky Origin Stage cultivators. Their strength was terrifying. Xiao Tianchen and the upper echelons of the Shao clan welcomed them politely. They were all smiles and extremely happy. Almost all the big forces and experts of the 9 prefectures had come for Xiao Tianchen's 70th birthday. It was enough to show the high status of the Shao clan in the 9 prefectures. There were too many cultivators who came to congratulate him. The huge hall and courtyard of the Shao clan were filled with people. Just the birthday gifts alone were enough to make one's hands cramp. Just as Xiao Tianchen and the upper echelons of the Shao clan were happily welcoming the experts of the big forces, the guard's shout made Xiao Tianchen and the upper echelons' faces turn gloomy. "Madame Feng of the Feng clan of the Yanhua Empire is here to congratulate you." The guard's shout made Xiao Tianchen frown and his smile stiffen. "Madame Feng of the Yanhua Empire?" The experts of the big forces were confused. The Shao clan had invited someone from the Yanhua Empire. Everyone looked at the Shao clan's gate in confusion. At that moment, Xiao Qingqing walked in with Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao. "She is Shao clan head's daughter, Xiao Qingqing." An elder of the Nangong family suddenly exclaimed, but he was not sure. That's right. She is indeed the little girl from back then. I almost couldn't recognize her. Xiao clan head, what's going on? Didn't you say you severed ties with her? It really is Xiao Qingqing. She actually came back after leaving for so many years. The experts of the big forces looked at Xiao Qingqing in shock. They were all very surprised. The lively courtyard suddenly quieted down. Qingqing wishes father a happy birthday. Xiao Qingqing entered the courtyard and bowed. Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao remained silent. Feng Wuchen simply glanced at the experts present. At most, he glanced at Xiao Tianchen with a cold expression. However, what surprised Feng Wuchen was that his old friends were also present. They were Huangfu Tianba, Huangfu Yunzhong, and the other experts of the Huangfu clan. Huangfu clan is indeed in the 9 prefectures. That old man at Sky Origin Stage 5 must be the overlord of Xiaowang School. Feng Wuchen glanced coldly at Huangfu Tianba and the others. Huangfu Tianba had already broken through to Sky Origin Stage 1. His strength was absolutely terrifying. Father, our chance for revenge is here. I didn't expect Feng Wuchen to come to the 9 prefectures. Huangfu Yunzhong said in a low voice. His eyes were filled with killing intent. I didn't expect Xiao Tianchen to be Feng Wuchen's grandfather. Huangfu Tianba frowned and was worried. Huangfu Tianba and the others did not know about the tense relationship between the Feng clan and the Xiao clan. What Feng Wuchen cared about the most was the 2 Sky Origin stage experts present. They were the Nangong family head and the Burial Valley master. You still know to come back. Xiao Tianchen shouted. His face was filled with anger. He then looked at Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao behind Xiao Qingqing. However, it had been 18 years since they last met. Xiao Tianchen's heart was stirred. Father, that kid is Feng Wuchen. Xiao Qingshan angrily said in a low voice. He stared at Feng Wuchen fiercely. Xiao Tianchen nodded. He stared at Feng Wuchen and thought to himself, this stinking kid has completely concealed his aura. I can't tell how deep his cultivation is. He is Feng Wuchen? The faces of the Xiao clan's upper echelons turned gloomy. They wanted to eat Feng Wuchen alive. Clan head, Feng Wuchen is indeed a rank 4 alchemist. His soul force is extremely powerful. It is even more terrifying than the old man's. The first elder said in a low voice. He was shocked when he felt the powerful soul force in Feng Wuchen's body. Xiao family's grand elder Xiao Yuanshan was a grade 4 alchemist. It wasn't difficult for him to see Feng Wuchen's powerful soul power. It was precisely because he could see it at a glance that Xiao Yuanshan was so shocked. This kid is actually a grade 4 alchemist. This kid's talent in alchemy is extremely high. His soul power is extremely powerful. I can't believe it, the divine alchemist, He Tianxiong, and the other alchemists present were all shocked. They could see that Feng Wuchen was a grade 4 alchemist. To reach grade 4 alchemist at such a young age, he must be an extraordinary alchemy genius. That kid is a grade 4 alchemist? Hearing the divine alchemist's exclamation, the experts of the major forces were shocked. He's actually a grade 4 alchemist? How is this possible? The most shocked person present was none other than Zhang family's Zhang Bufan. He couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen was actually a grade 4 alchemist. Zhang Bufan, one of the geniuses of Tianfeng City, recalled the arrogant words that Feng Wuchen said to him in Tianfeng City. It instantly made him feel that his pride and dignity were ruthlessly trampled on. At such a young age, not only was his cultivation tyrannical, he was also a genius alchemist. With such shocking achievements, Zhang Bufan couldn't be compared to Feng Wuchen. Seeing Zhang Bufan's shocked expression, the Zhang family's patriarch asked, Bufan, you know him? Zhang Bufan shook his head and said, I don't know him. He's the one who killed Hemo in my hands. What? He's the one who killed Hemo? The expression of the Zhang family's upper echelon changed greatly. That's right. His strength is extremely terrifying. Although he only exchanged one move with me, he didn't even activate his true essence. His speed was already undetectable by me. I'm afraid his cultivation is at the heaven origin realm. Zhang Bufan frowned. The more he thought about it, the more fearful he became. While Zhang Bufan was fearful, he was also extremely furious. The news of Feng Wuchen killing someone in his hands had spread throughout the 9 provinces. It could be said that he had lost all face. For a moment, the shocked gazes of everyone in the courtyard fell on Feng Wuchen. Where did this young man come from? What's his relationship with Xiaoqingqing? He's actually a grade 4 alchemist. Everyone was puzzled and curious. Just who was this young alchemy genius? Xiaowang School's principal, that kid is Feng Wuchen, Huangfu Tianba whispered. Oh? He was Feng Wuchen, the first lieutenant of the Inferno Empire? The level 5 weapon refiner who can achieve craftsmanship with a single thought. Sect master of Xiaowang School was shocked again, and his eyes widened. Huangfu Yunzhong's eyes flickered with ruthless killing intent as he said in a deep voice, "It's him. He's already at the heaven origin stage. His strength is extremely terrifying, and his methods are vicious. The Huangfu clan was destroyed by his hands at that time. I really can't imagine that an 18-year-old little brat is actually a 5th-grade armament master. At the same time, he was also a 4th-grade alchemist. He has even broken through to the sky origin stage." The headmaster of Xiaowang School was stunned. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he was. He could not believe it. Seeing the ugly expressions of Xiao Tianchen and the upper echelons of the Xiao clan, Huangfu Tianba frowned and thought to himself, the relationship between the Feng clan and the Xiao clan seems to be. Apart from the Huangfu clan, the Xiao clan, and those who had just found out about Feng Wuchen's identity, no one else knew about Feng Wuchen's background. They might have heard of Feng Wuchen's name and knew a little about Feng Wuchen, but they had never seen Feng Wuchen in person. Young man, young and beautiful woman, 1 man and 2 women. Could they be the ones who killed Hemo? The divine alchemist frowned deeply as he stared at Feng Wuchen with a sharp gaze. There were not many people who dared to kill Hemo in the 9 states, and the 3 people in front of them fit the criteria. Let alone the divine alchemist, He Tianxiong, and many others present were guessing. However, they did not dare to jump to conclusions before they were completely sure. After all, Xiaoqingqing was a member of the Xiao clan, and they had to give the Xiao clan some face. Feng Wuchen, who had sensed something, calmly glanced at the divine alchemist as if he was looking at an ordinary person. He then looked away. Among the many experts present, there were not many who could threaten Feng Wuchen. Apart from the experts at the 5th and 6th stage of the Sky Origin stage, Feng Wuchen was not worried about the others. Feng Wuchen did not even care about the grade 5 alchemists. There were 3 grade 5 alchemists and a few grade 4 alchemists. Feng Wuchen ignored the rest of the grade 3 and grade 2 alchemists. There were also many blacksmiths, but the strongest was only a grade 4 blacksmith. In Feng Wuchen's eyes, these alchemists and blacksmiths were no threat at all. How could their little skills compare to the evil dragon god's blacksmithing and alchemy? Patriarch, don't be angry. If the Xiao clan wants to become stronger in the 9 states, we still have to rely on Feng Wuchen, Xiao Yuanshan reminded in a low voice. Hearing this, Xiao Tianchen's shocked expression softened. The gloomy faces of the Xiao clan's upper echelons also gradually disappeared. Xiao Tianchen's birthday celebration was a gathering of many experts from various factions in the 9 states. How could he allow the Xiao clan to lose face in front of so many experts? Qingqing, it's rare for you to come back from the Inferno Empire to celebrate my birthday. How thoughtful of you. Xiao Tianchen nodded, and his tone softened. Father, I came back this time not only to celebrate your birthday, but also to discuss something else, Xiao Qingqing continued. Xiao Tianchen frowned as if he had guessed something. He then said, what is it? Let's talk about it later. Qingqing, today is the Patriarch's birthday celebration. We can't neglect our guests. If there's anything, we can talk about it after the celebration. Xiao Yuanshan smiled amiably. I'll leave as soon as I'm done. Xiao Qingqing hurriedly said. I won't delay Father's birthday celebration. I hope the seniors won't blame me. Qingqing. Xiao Qingshan suddenly shouted. Just as he was about to say something, Xiao Tianchen stopped him. Looking at Xiao Qingqing, Xiao Tianchen said, if there's anything, just say it. Father, it's been 18 years. When Big Brother came to find me, I was very happy. I thought that Father had thought it through, but later I realized that I was too naive. It turned out that these 18 years were just my wishful thinking. 18 years is too long. My feelings for the Xiao clan have already faded. When Big Brother came to find me for the second time, I finally understood that I was nothing to the Xiao clan. I was only useful. Father, it's your 70th birthday. I've fulfilled my filial piety by wishing you a happy birthday. Xiao Qingqing held back her grief as tears streamed down her face. Hearing Xiao Qingqing's words, Xiao Tianqian and the upper echelons of the Xiao clan had ugly expressions. Xiao Qingqing was undoubtedly drawing a clear line with the Xiao clan. Sigh. Xiao Yuanshan sighed helplessly. He had already expected this outcome. If Xiao Tianqian hadn't been so heartless back then, things wouldn't have come to this. Unfortunately, it was all too late. The Xiao clan had only decided to mend their relationship after seeing Feng Wuchen's achievements, but it was already too late. Xiao Qingqing knelt down and kowtowed to Xiao Tianqian. After getting up, she said resolutely, "From now on, I, Xiao Qingqing, am no longer a member of the Xiao clan. The Xiao clan and the Feng clan have nothing to do with each other." Xiao Qingqing's decision was very decisive and without any hesitation. The Xiao clan's heartlessness had disappointed her. Xiao Qingqing already had her own family. The Xiao clan was no longer important to her. What was important was the Feng clan. As Feng Wuchen's mother, she wouldn't let Feng Wuchen fall into a bottomless abyss for the sake of the heartless Xiao clan. She also wouldn't let the Xiao clan use Feng Wuchen. Although this wasn't the outcome Xiao Qingqing wanted, it couldn't be changed. From now on, I, Xiao Qingqing, won't take half a step into the Xiao clan. Xiao Qingqing turned and left. From beginning to end, she never mentioned Feng Wuchen to the Xiao clan. Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao didn't say anything either. This was a matter between Xiao Qingqing and the Xiao clan. Feng Wuchen had no intention of interfering. Then, he left the Xiao clan under everyone's shocked and puzzled gazes. The Xiao clan was silent. Xiao Tianqian's face was extremely gloomy. Their plan to use Feng Wuchen to strengthen the Xiao clan had completely failed. Xiao Qingqing didn't give the Xiao clan the slightest chance. As expected, Huangfu Tianba narrowed his eyes. He was completely relieved. Without the Xiao clan's support, Huangfu Tianba and the others wouldn't be afraid of Feng Wuchen. Moreover, the Xiaowang school's strength wasn't any weaker than the Xiao clan's. The birthday banquet continues. Xiao Tianqian opened his mouth after a long while. His face seemed to have recovered, but an undetectable murderous intent flashed in his old eyes. Although the crowd didn't know what was going on, they tactfully didn't ask. After all, it was a matter of the Xiao clan. Dirty linen shouldn't be aired in public. Why bother asking? After Feng Wuchen and the others left, Zhang Bufan whispered to the Divine Alchemist, "Divine Alchemist, the person who killed Himo is that brat." "It's him?" The Divine Alchemist was slightly taken aback. Then, he said angrily, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Divine Alchemist, you also know that the Zhang clan's strength is far inferior to the Xiao clan. How would we dare to offend the Xiao clan's patriarch during his birthday banquet?" Zhang Bufan smiled bitterly. He Tianqiong's face turned ferocious. His eyes flickered with murderous intent. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "I definitely won't let him off. Send someone to keep an eye on that brat." So that brat is Feng Wuchen. This brat hid his strength well. He can't be underestimated. Looks like it was the right decision to capture Feng Jingxiong. The Valley Master of the Burial Valley frowned. He looked at one of the upper echelons of the Burial Valley and gestured. The upper echelon nodded and left. The upper echelons of the Nangong family and the Misty Wind sect seemed to have sensed something, but they didn't say anything. After leaving the Xiao clan, Xiao Qingqing felt much younger. "Mother, don't you regret your decision?" Feng Wuchen asked. Xiao Qingqing shook her head and smiled. "After making the decision, I feel like the burden in my heart has disappeared. Although this wasn't the result I wanted, I don't regret it. Compared to the heartless Xiao clan, I care more about the Feng clan because I have all of you. After settling the Xiao family's matter, the rest is father's matter." Feng Wuchen nodded, and his heart relaxed. "Brother Feng, I'm afraid all the major forces have guessed that you killed Himo. I'm afraid that the Divine Alchemist won't give up so easily. I also saw Huangfu Tianba and the others. Huangfu's clan has indeed found a backer. It seems to be the Xiaowang school. The aura on their bodies is very evil. Ling Xiaoxiao said with a serious expression. The experts in the 9 prefectures were as common as clouds, and the 4 great empires were no match for them. Feng Wuchen was only at the first level of the heavenly origin stage, and there were many experts who were stronger than him. Even so, Feng Wuchen was still not afraid. Feng Wuchen breaking through to the heavenly origin stage meant that he could use more methods of the evil dragon god. How could a mere expert of the 9 prefectures understand the terror of the evil dragon god? Who is it? Come out. Not far from the Xiao clan, Feng Wuchen noticed that someone was secretly following them, and he immediately shouted coldly. As expected of a grade 4 alchemist, your perception is extremely strong. A cold laugh sounded, and a black figure appeared. It was a man over 30 years old. 9th level of the origin core stage. He's from the Burial Valley. Ling Xiaoxiao frowned and said in a low voice, Brother Feng, there's someone else secretly watching us. Kid, you should be Feng Wuchen, right? The news came from the Skywind City, and you came from the Fire Empire, so it's not difficult to guess your identity. The man sneered slightly. So what if I am? Feng Wuchen said coldly. You killed the people of the Burial Valley, so I've already broken one of your father's legs. The man sneered mockingly. What? Xiao Qingqing's face changed greatly, and she was so frightened that her face turned pale. You're courting death. Feng Wuchen was furious, and a terrifying killing intent burst out. He was about to make a move to kill the man. Feng Wuchen, I know you're very strong, and it's easy for you to kill me. The man sneered fearlessly, but the Valley Master told me to tell you that if you kill one of the people of the Burial Valley, I'll break one of your father's legs. If you kill 2, I'll break both of your father's legs. Your father's hands, legs, and head, you can kill 5 people of the Burial Valley, but I don't know how long your father can last. You. Feng Wuchen was furious, but he really did not dare to make a move at this moment. Despicable and shameless. Ling Xiaoxiao cursed. Humph. Valley Master also told me to tell you to wait at the Burial Valley obediently and prepare the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda. After the birthday celebration, Valley Master will rush back immediately. Oh right, the Divine Alchemist already knows that you killed Hmo. The Divine Alchemist has a bad temper, so you better watch out. Don't die before you even see your father. The man sneered and left. Burial Valley. Feng Wuchen gnashed his teeth. His rage soared to the heavens, and a terrifying murderous aura erupted. The fact that Burial Valley had used Feng Wuchen as a threat had already infuriated Feng Wuchen. Now that one of his legs had been severed, it had completely ignited Feng Wuchen's anger. The furious Feng Wuchen couldn't help but want to laugh. A mere Burial Valley dared to make Feng Wuchen their enemy. Ling Xiaoxiao could feel Feng Wuchen's rage. After knowing Feng Wuchen for so long, Feng Wuchen had never been this angry, even when facing a powerful enemy or the Taishu sect. To the Burial Valley. Feng Wuchen suppressed the anger in his heart and spat out 4 words that were filled with terrifying murderous intent. The journey to the 9 prefectures began from the Burial Valley. Feng Wuchen and the other 2 hurried to the Burial Valley. If there was a chance, they could save Feng Jingxiong before the upper echelons of the Burial Valley returned. The 9 prefectures were huge. The Burial Valley was located in the mountains to the north of the 9 prefectures, while the Xiao family was located in the south of the 9 prefectures. After Feng Wuchen and the other 2 left, another person who was secretly monitoring them appeared. His face was filled with shock and astonishment. Sword kinesis flight. The man froze on the spot, dumbfounded. Swoosh. At the same time, a young man appeared. He had also seen Feng Wuchen flying on his sword. The young man was Xiao Yun, a descendant of the Xiao family. He was the number 1 genius of the Xiao family and had reached Sky Origin Realm Level 2. He had a high reputation in the 9 prefectures and was one of the favored ones. Xiao Yun's father, Xiao Ran, was Xiao Tianqin's eldest son. After Xiao Tianqin's 70th birthday, Xiao Ran became the head of the Xiao family. Xiao Ran's cultivation had reached Sky Origin Realm Level 5. The Xiao family had 2 Sky Origin Realm Level 5 cultivators, so their strength was terrifying. Sword kinesis flight, you are indeed capable. Number 1 Genius of the Pyrefire Empire, if I have the chance, I will let you know that the Xiao family is not a place you can climb up to. What's the point of being an alchemist? Strength is everything. Xiaoyun said confidently as his eyes flashed with ruthlessness. As the number 1 genius of the Xiao family, Xiaoyun had absolute confidence in defeating Feng Wuchen. Even though he knew a lot about Feng Wuchen and knew about Feng Wuchen's strength, Xiaoyun was still confident. When Feng Wuchen and the other two arrived at the burial valley, 4 hours had already passed. Even with Feng Wuchen's terrifying speed, it still took him 4 hours to arrive. It showed how far they were. The burial valley was located deep in the mountains. It had a huge and imposing palace. There were close to 20,000 disciples in the valley, including many talented disciples. It was definitely a colossus. Chen, can you sense your father's aura? Xiao Qingqing asked anxiously as soon as they arrived at the burial valley. Yes, he is very weak. He is heavily injured. Feng Wuchen said with a gloomy face. His anger exploded once again. Who are you? A disciple in front of the mountain gate suddenly shouted at Feng Wuchen and the other two when he sensed them. Boom! Boom, boom! Boom! Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and a terrifying force shot out. The two disciples were severely injured, and they spat out blood. Their bodies flew into the valley. The furious Feng Wuchen had forced his way in. Someone is attacking. A disciple shouted from within the valley. When they heard that someone was fighting their way into the vast spirit burial valley, a large number of disciples rushed out of their palaces. The disciples with strong cultivations all used their movement techniques to rush over. The huge square was instantly filled with disciples from the burial valley. Who are you? You have guts. Do you know where this place is? The leading disciple asked with a gloomy face. His body was emitting a terrifying killing intent. Burial Valley. Feng Wuchen replied coldly. You know this is the burial valley and you still dare to barge in. You are courting death. The leading disciple shouted angrily. He obviously knew that the 3 of them were here to cause trouble. Why are there so many ignorant people in this world? Another disciple shook his head and sneered. Tell me your name. I don't kill nameless people. The leading disciple shouted. His power of the 7th level of Sky Origin stage gushed out crazily. Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Feng Wuchen? The leading disciple and the other disciples from the burial valley were shocked. Their eyes opened wide. Fear slowly appeared in their eyes. They had heard about Feng Wuchen's terrifying power from EMO. Although it was not much, it was enough to frighten them. Even the leading disciple from the burial valley was terrified at the moment. The leaders of the burial valley had all gone to attend clan leader Zhao's birthday celebration. There was only a deacon elder and a disciple in the valley. Of course they were scared. Let go of my father. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His horrible killing intent swept out. The disciples were so scared that their faces turned pale. Some of the cowardly ones even fell to the ground. Feng Wuchen. If you want to save your father, give me the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda. The leading disciple shouted angrily, trying to suppress the fear in his heart. Come and get it if you dare. Feng Wuchen said fiercely. He waved his hand and the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda flew up into the sky. The dazzling golden light shrouded the huge palace. A huge golden spell array shrouded the burial valley disciples. The domineering and horrible power of suppression terrified them. The horrible power of suppression scared them out of their wits. With the appearance of the inferior celestial artifact, almost 20,000 disciples from the burial valley were suppressed. Facing the horrible power of the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda, a large number of disciples were suppressed to the ground and couldn't move at all. Feng Wuchen's horrible posture seemed like he was going to slaughter the entire burial valley before the leaders of the burial valley came back. Feng Wuchen, stop. An old man shouted angrily. An old man appeared in a flash. His horrible true core strength burst out. He was at level 1 of the Heaven Origin stage. You are only at level 1 of the Heaven Origin stage. How dare you stop me? Get lost. Feng Wuchen shouted angrily. He activated his true core strength. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and a magnificent power spread out in all directions. The disciples in the square were scared and fled in panic. Boom, puff, the old man at level 1 of the Heaven Origin stage was shocked. He activated all his strength to defend himself with a martial skill. Boom. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood. His body turned into a black line and flew backward. His defensive power was so weak that it couldn't withstand a single blow. The powerhouse at level 1 of the Heaven Origin stage was severely injured by Feng Wuchen with a wave of his hand. Feng Wuchen was cruel and merciless. He wouldn't even frown if he killed all the disciples in the burial valley. Let them go. I will kill every single one of you in the burial valley. Feng Wuchen shouted angrily. His magnificent chi rolled out crazily. With a thought, the ninefold cosmos pagoda floating above the palace started to rotate. Feng Wuchen looked so vicious that the disciples in the burial valley were all trembling in fear. This was only the first stage of the supreme body and his true core strength. He didn't even use the second stage of the supreme body and his bloodline strength. Feng Wuchen. You dare to kill a single disciple of the burial valley. You will never save your father. The deacon elder shouted angrily. Old man. You dare to threaten me? Feng Wuchen looked at the deacon elder fiercely. He waved his hand and a horrible power was shot out again. At the same time, the ninefold cosmos pagoda was smashing down. The huge pagoda smashing down would definitely kill a lot of disciples in the burial valley. Get out of the way. The deacon elder shouted angrily. Most of the disciples were running around like headless flies. Shoo! Bang! At this moment, a figure flashed over and waved his right hand gently. With a loud bang, Feng Wuchen's horrible power was shattered. Sky Origin Stage Level 3. Ling Xiaoxiao frowned. She didn't expect there to be a powerful cultivator in the burial valley. Boom! Buzz! The huge ninefold cosmos pagoda was smashing down. The man raised his hand. With a loud bang, the huge plaza shook and collapsed. Cracks spread across the entire plaza. However, the man was unharmed by the terrifying power of the ninefold cosmos pagoda. Even though he was suppressed by the domineering power, he still managed to block it. The man's power was absolutely horrifying. Feng Wuchen, don't be so angry. If you want to kill everyone from my buried spirit valley, you'll have to get through me first, the newcomer said with a cold smile. His expression was proud and his eyes were filled with confidence. The young man who appeared was the young master of the burial valley, Bei Ming Kong. He was at the 3rd level of Sky Origin stage. Bei Ming Kong blocked the ninefold cosmos pagoda's attack with one palm strike. Young master, kill Feng Wuchen. Kill Feng Wuchen. The disciples were relieved after Bei Ming Kong made his move. They roared in anger. Boom! Buzz, buzz! Bei Ming Kong's palm suddenly blasted out again. With a deafening boom, the terrifying power directly blasted the ninefold Qianquan pagoda into the sky. The ninefold cosmos pagoda is indeed powerful. No wonder the 4 kingdoms are fighting for it at all costs. Bei Ming Kong sneered. Bei Ming Kong put his hands behind his back and continued, You have just arrived in the 9 continents and you have already killed my people in the burial valley. Now you have broken into the burial valley. Feng Wuchen, you are not just arrogant. Do you think you are invincible? This man is very powerful. Feng Wuchen frowned. He looked serious. Feng Wuchen didn't expect Bei Ming Kong to be in the burial valley. It was impossible for Feng Wuchen to save them now. Big Brother Feng, buried Spirit Valley had long schemed and was just waiting for us to deliver ourselves to their doorstep. Ling Xiaoxiao said with a frown. Chen be careful. Xiao Qingqing reminded. Xiaoxiao, protect my mother. Feng Wuchen said. Bei Ming was at the 3rd level of Sky Origin stage. Feng Wuchen was not afraid of him. Even if Bei Ming Kong was at the 4th level of Sky Origin stage, Feng Wuchen could still fight him with the help of the ninefold cosmos pagoda. Feng Wuchen, hand over the ninefold cosmos pagoda, and you can take your father away. I won't go back on my word. Bei Ming Kong sneered, as if he was certain that he could defeat Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen had heard this kind of nonsense many times, so how could he believe it? Buzz. Activating the 2nd stage of the supreme body, Feng Wuchen's body started to emit traces of blood qi, and a terrifying power burst out from his body. Then, he activated the power of his bloodline, and his power increased explosively, causing the square to shake violently. Oh? Indeed, it's not simple. It actually increased such a huge amount of power. Bai Mingkong said in surprise, but that was all. Bai Mingkong shook his head and sneered, Feng Wuchen, you have no chance of winning. Your father could lose his life at any time in my hands. Qilin battle armor. Feng Wuchen shouted in a low voice as he took out the Qilin battle armor. The violent and bloodthirsty aura of the Qilin battle armor swept out crazily, and many disciples retreated back into the palace in fear. This pair of wings actually helped him increase his aura. Bai Mingkong frowned, and he was shocked by the terrifying aura of the Qilin battle armor. However, as Feng Wuchen's power increased explosively, the suppressive power of the ninefold cosmos pagoda became even more terrifying. Bai Mingkong's expression changed slightly as he looked up at the ninefold cosmos pagoda, and said in shock, the suppressive power is so tyrannical. Bai Mingkong clearly felt that the Zhen Yuan in his body was strongly suppressed, which made him realize the power of the ninefold cosmos pagoda. It actually suppressed my power by 1 stage. Bai Mingkong was shocked. The tyrannical suppression of the ninefold cosmos pagoda had forcibly suppressed Bai Mingkong's aura by 1 stage. Feeling the horrifying power of Feng Wuchen, all the disciples in the burial valley were scared out of their wits, and they were sweating profusely. When Feng Wuchen's power stopped increasing, it was already above the 3rd stage of Sky Origin stage. He actually increased his power by 2 stages. Bai Mingkong finally showed a shocked expression. Feng Wuchen's power was beyond his imagination. The disciples in the burial valley were terrified. They all looked at Feng Wuchen as if they were looking at a monster. Feng Wuchen was able to kill the Murong Tianlai, which meant that he was already at the 3rd stage of Sky Origin stage. Under the powerful sword attack, the Murong Tianlai couldn't resist at all. How could Feng Wuchen be afraid of Bai Mingkong with such ferocious power? Feng Wuchen was in his peak state, and his fighting power was absolutely horrifying. You have the strength to be arrogant. Come on. Show me what you got. How dare you come to my burial valley? Bai Mingkong frowned. His strong will to fight was aroused, and he was fully operating his Zhen Yuan. Boom. Hiss, hiss. Feng Wuchen stomped on the ground and flapped his wings. He suddenly shot out at a horrifying speed with a loud boom. Wherever he went, the horrifying power tore open a crack as thick as an arm. He was so fast that he arrived within a second. Bai Mingkong didn't want to be outdone. He gathered the horrifying power on his fist, which was shining with a bright blue light. Boom. Buzz, buzz. All of a sudden, their fists collided. After a loud explosion, the destructive power spread out crazily. The huge square collapsed completely. Large amounts of dust and rocks were blown in all directions. Even the palace in the burial valley was shaking. After the fierce collision, the two of them were evenly matched. You have the guts to come to the burial valley. You do have the right to do so. Bai Mingkong said coldly, however, you want to save your father with your strength? Dream on. Feng Wuchen said coldly, you talk too much. Humph. Bai Mingkong sneered. When the two fists collided, Bai Mingkong suddenly burst out of the gas and flew up into the sky. Shoo. Feng Wuchen appeared in a strange way. His teleportation speed was not slower than Feng Wuchen's. After appearing suddenly, Feng Wuchen immediately launched his attack. Boom, boom, boom. Buzz, buzz. The fierce battle began. The two of them collided fiercely. The sound of the collision echoed through the mountains. Gulp, the disciples of the burial valley were pale. They swallowed their saliva in fear and couldn't say a word. Bai Mingkong was the #1 genius of the burial valley. He had a horrifying cultivation and was famous in the 9 states. He was also one of the 9 states' top talents. Feng Wuchen still had the strength to fight against such a top talent. Feng Wuchen has such horrifying strength. The deacon elder was stunned. No wonder Feng Wuchen could severely injure him with a wave of his hand. If Feng Wuchen had used his full strength, the deacon elder would have been killed in one blow. Buzz, buzz. The horrifying power spread out wave after wave. The mountains around the burial valley began to tremble slightly. Countless birds and beasts fled in panic. Feng Wuchen's dragon bloodline had been fully awakened. His strength had become even more horrifying. Boom. Buzz, buzz. In the intense hand-to-hand combat, neither of them had the upper hand. In the end, their fists collided, and both of them retreated. The terrifying energy swept out like a storm, and the wind blades visible to the naked eye seemed to tear the void apart. Such power. No wonder he could destroy the Taishu sect. Bai Mingkong sneered. The more he fought, the more surprised he was. He also found that Feng Wuchen's physical body was extremely horrifying. Feng Wuchen's physical body was so strong that Bai Mingkong couldn't compare. Buzz, buzz. The horrifying power was activated. Blue light flashed. Bai Mingkong said coldly, I heard that your martial arts are horrifying. I would like to see it too. High-grade mystic martial arts. Azure sky-destroying slash. Bai Mingkong shouted. Horrifying power gathered on his right arm and swept towards Feng Wuchen. Swish. Buzz, buzz. The 200-meter-long blue energy slash flew out like a crescent moon. It was majestic and violent. Wherever it passed, the void shook. Then I will show you. I will show you how trashy your martial arts are. Feng Wuchen shouted coldly. His bloodline power was activated. Blood light flashed, and his aura surged again. World-destroying heavenly punishment slash. Feng Wuchen shouted. His right arm gathered the horrifying bloodline power. Swish. Buzz, buzz. The 200-meter-long red energy slash broke through the void. It was overbearing and as fast as lightning. The void shook like an earthquake. Earth-class martial arts. Bai Mingkong's face darkened. He was worried. Boom, boom, boom. Puff. In an instant, the two terrifying energies collided in front of the fearful eyes of all the disciples of Spirit Burial Valley. Bai Mingkong's expression changed drastically as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was blown away by the explosion. The deafening explosion resounded throughout the mountain range. All the disciples covered their ears with their hands, their faces filled with pain. Young master. The deacon elder was shocked. He couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen could hurt Bai Mingkong. Feng Wuchen's strength is too horrifying. The disciples of the Burial Valley were terrified and started to panic. Bai Mingkong was so powerful. He was definitely one of the top 5 young geniuses in the land of the 9 states. However, he was hurt by Feng Wuchen, who was only at Sky Origin Stage 1. On the other hand, Feng Wuchen was unharmed under the protection of the Kylan armor. He was only pushed back dozens of meters. What a mockery. Bai Mingkong was also shocked. It wasn't that he hadn't seen Earth-rank martial skills before, but Feng Wuchen's Earth-rank martial skill was so domineering that no one could resist it. Bai Mingkong had never seen it before. Under the suppression of the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, Bai Mingkong's strength was on par with Feng Wuchen's. However, in terms of martial arts, Feng Wuchen had the upper hand. Naturally, Bai Mingkong couldn't defend himself. This guy is stronger than I thought. Bai Mingkong frowned and stared at Feng Wuchen. Fortunately, Bai Mingkong was strong. Otherwise, he would have been severely injured by Feng Wuchen. Is this what you meant when you said I had no chance of winning? Looks like it is nothing. Feng Wuchen stared at Bai Mingkong and asked coldly. Hearing that, Bai Mingkong's face turned gloomy. A strong murderous aura spread out. He said coldly, don't be so smug. Do you really think this is all I have? Without the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, you wouldn't dare to be so arrogant in front of me. If you are so good, take out a better treasure. Don't blame others if you are not good enough. Feng Wuchen answered coldly. Buzz. A horrifying power burst out from Bai Mingkong's body. Blue light flashed and the void shook again. Bai Mingkong's expression changed completely. His aura became even more terrifying. A terrifying power burst out, and its might was monstrous. Suddenly, Bai Mingkong's power had surpassed Feng Wuchen's. Even though he was suppressed by ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, Bai Mingkong's power was still horrifying. He was indeed the pride of the 9 continents. The power that burst out was his true power. Feng Wuchen, don't be scared. Bai Mingkong shouted coldly. He was very confident in his own power. Feng Wuchen's face turned serious when he saw Bai Mingkong's horrifying power. Bai Mingkong was much more powerful than Murong Tianlai. Feng Wuchen didn't dare to underestimate him. When Bai Mingkong's aura stopped increasing, a proud smile appeared on his face as he looked down at Feng Wuchen. Unfortunately, I didn't use my full power either. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, Bai Mingkong's smile froze. His face turned dark. Feng Wuchen didn't use his full power? How is that possible? All the disciples of the Burial Valley were shocked. He was only at the first level of Sky Origin stage. He could fight against a cultivator at the third level of Sky Origin stage. He could even wound Bai Mingkong. But now, he said he didn't use his full power. Could it be that Feng Wuchen was bluffing? Of course not. Feng Wuchen didn't need to bluff. Buzz. Feng Wuchen's bloodline power was fully activated. An even more overbearing and terrifying power seeped out of his body. The blood qi that rose from his body became even more intense. A dazzling blood-red light enveloped the void, turning it into a blood-red space. In just a second, Feng Wuchen's power had caught up with Bai Mingkong. How can a cultivator at the first level of Sky Origin stage have such horrifying power? Bai Mingkong stared at Feng Wuchen in shock. Monster. Feng Wuchen is a monster. That is horrifying. How could he have such terrifying power? The Burial Valley's disciples and deacon elders were dumbfounded. They were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies. They had seen many geniuses, but it was their first time seeing a monstrous genius like Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen gave them the feeling that he had unlimited power and was a terrifying opponent that could never be defeated. Time is running out. I have to defeat him as soon as possible and save father. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Bai Mingkong's appearance had already wasted a lot of his time. The Burial Valley's higher-ups were not here. This was the best chance to save Feng Wuchen. Once they rushed back, Feng Wuchen would have no hope. He could only use ninefold Cosmos Pagoda to exchange. However, Feng Wuchen was not willing to hand over the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Feng Wuchen wanted to save Feng Xianxia, but he also wanted the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. He could not do without either. I would like to see. Do you really have such terrifying power? Bai Mingkong said angrily. He stepped into the void and left a whirlwind at his original position. He appeared in front of Feng Wuchen in an instant. High-grade mystic martial skill. Unfettered sky-shattering palm. Bai Mingkong shouted. His palm contained a suffocating power. He attacked Feng Wuchen fiercely. The terrifying palm wind seemed to have the power to topple mountains and overturn seas. Boom. Pfft. However, Bai Mingkong's expression changed drastically when he attacked. Then, there was a loud explosion. Bai Mingkong spat out a mouthful of blood and his body flew out inexplicably. He did not even have the chance to use his martial skill before he was sent flying. Hiss, seeing this, the Burial Valley's disciples gasped in fear. They did not even see what had happened. Speed. Absolutely terrifying speed, the unexpected attack made it impossible for the opponent to guard against it. The moment Bai Mingkong used his martial skill, Feng Wuchen took the opportunity to teleport and attacked fiercely. Bai Mingkong could not defend himself, Feng Wuchen's punch was full force. Bai Mingkong was caught off guard. Even if he did not die, he would lose a layer of skin. Bai Mingkong's face was filled with fear as if he had seen a ghost. He did not see Feng Wuchen's attack clearly. What's with his speed? Bai Mingkong was shocked. Feng Wuchen's attack was too fast. He did not notice it at all. Where are you looking? Feng Wuchen's cold voice came from behind Bai Mingkong. What? Bai Mingkong's expression changed again. He was so shocked that his body trembled. Feng Wuchen's terrifying speed completely shocked Bai Mingkong. The latter turned around in fear and looked back inch by inch. Boom. Puff. Feng Wuchen's terrifying punch struck again. Bai Mingkong spat out blood again and flew a few hundred meters away. God-slaying soul-severing finger. Feng Wuchen raised his arm and pointed at Bei Ming Kong, who was flying away, and shouted. Whoosh! Rumble! A blood-red energy beam as thick as an arm shot out towards Bai Ming Kong with an aura that could pierce through heaven and earth. Bai Ming Kong, who was flying backwards, could not avoid it at all. The beam hit him in the blink of an eye. With a loud explosion, the terrifying power blew Bai Ming Kong away, worsening his injuries. Young Valley Master! The Deacon Elder and many disciples shouted in fear. Deacon Elder, think of something. Young Valley Master is no match for Feng Wuchen. Why are the Valley Master and the elders not back yet? Young Valley Master will be dead if they don't come back soon. The disciples were panicking. The more they looked, the more anxious they became. However, there was nothing they could do. The Deacon Elder was severely injured. What could he do? The higher-ups of the Burial Valley were not back yet. Could the Deacon Elder make them come back? After stabilizing his cultivation in the first level of Sky Origin stage, Feng Wuchen's combat power had improved a lot. With the help of his teleportation, his attacks were absolutely terrifying. After taking 2 heavy punches from Feng Wuchen and the horrifying power of his Earth-rank martial skill, Bai Ming Kong was severely injured. His face was pale and his gorgeous clothes were in tatters. Bai Ming Kong breathed heavily. He stared at Feng Wuchen fiercely. As the pride of the 9 continents, he did not expect to be defeated so badly by Feng Wuchen. Of course, the most important thing was the suppression power of the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda. If it were not for that, Feng Wuchen would be the one who was severely injured. Whoosh! Feng Wuchen arrived in a flash. He stared at Bai Ming Kong coldly and said, If your father asked you to stay to deal with me, he is wrong. Feng Wuchen! Don't underestimate me. Without the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda, you are no match for me. Bai Ming Kong said angrily. Let go of my father and I will spare your life. Feng Wuchen said coldly. The cold murderous intent made people's hair stand on end. Feng Wuchen, how dare you kill the young Valley Master? This old man will kill your father first. The Deacon Elder shouted angrily. Whoosh! Pissed. Feng Wuchen pointed at the Deacon Elder. A horrifying blood-red energy shot down. It was as fast as lightning and instantly pierced through the Deacon Elder's heart. The Deacon Elder opened his eyes wide. His eyes were filled with despair. A one-hit kill, ruthless. Extremely ruthless. Killing without a word, Feng Xianxia was Feng Wuchen's bottom line. He could not offend Feng Wuchen at this moment. Otherwise, he would die. Deacon Elder. The disciples were frightened and angry. How dare you kill the Deacon Elder of the Burial Valley? Ah! Bai Ming Kong was enraged. He clenched his fists and roared to the sky. Berserk energy surged and exploded. Bai Ming Kong had actually sacrificed his own blood essence. His originally weakened state was instantly restored to its peak state. The turbulent and violent chi energy sent Feng Wuchen flying. Blood essence. Feng Wuchen frowned. Feng Wuchen. Give me your life. Bai Ming Kong shouted angrily. He sacrificed his blood essence. He was risking his life. At the same time, Bai Ming Kong took out a middle-grade spiritual artifact jade pendant. His aura surged again. Low-grade Earth-class martial skill. Xingtian sword. Bai Ming Kong put his palms together and condensed a terrifying power. Above his head, a huge energy sword more than 200 feet long was formed. It was suffocating with a terrifying power. Whoosh! Buzz buzz. Bai Ming Kong waved his hand and the violent energy sword shot out. It was so powerful that it could destroy heaven and earth. It shook the void, and the rolling airwaves were visible to the naked eye. An Earth-class martial skill with monstrous power. This is your strongest martial skill? It's too weak. Feng Wuchen said coldly. He looked down on Bai Ming Kong's low-grade Earth-class martial skill. Feng Wuchen stretched out his right hand and the Supreme Dragon God sword appeared out of thin air. He channeled his bloodline power into the sword. The sword was filled with domineering sword radiance and dazzling bloody light. Soul extinguishing sword art. Extinguishing soul and crying ghost. Feng Wuchen suddenly roared. His entire body glowed with blood-red light, and his monstrous aura skyrocketed. A vast sword intent soared into the sky as if it was going to break through the horizon. He was like a war god from the 9 heavens. What kind of sword art is this? Bai Mingkong felt the terrifying and domineering sword radiance. His face was filled with fear again. Whoosh! Buzz buzz! The supreme dragon god sword slashed out. A huge bloody sword radiance broke through the void. The terrifying aura seemed to be tearing the void apart. Brother Feng has really comprehended the first move of the soul-extinguishing sword art. Ling Xiaoxiao laughed excitedly. That's right. Feng Wuchen had completely comprehended the first move of the soul-extinguishing sword art, the real soul-extinguishing sword art. He had displayed the true power of the first move. When did Chen Er's sword art become so terrifying? Xiao Qingqing's face was filled with fear. Her voice was trembling. Feng Wuchen and Murong Tianlai's battle had only ended a month ago. Xiao Qingqing felt that Feng Wuchen had become stronger again. She felt like she was hallucinating. Boom! Pfft! Kacha! In an instant, the bloody sword radiance collided with the energy sword. A deafening explosion resounded through the surrounding mountains. Bai Mingkong spat out a mouthful of blood in front of everyone's disbelief. His energy sword was shattered instantly. He could not resist at all. Impossible. This is impossible. Bai Mingkong was horrified. He looked at the huge bloody sword radiance in horror. The dazzling radiance covered his eyes. The disciples of the Burial Valley were scared out of their wits. Feng Wuchen's terror was deeply engraved in their hearts. Rumble. Buzz buzz. The overbearing and surging sword radiance blasted mercilessly on Bai Mingkong. The turbulent and violent energy ripples engulfed him. No one knew if he was dead or alive. The destructive energy swept down. The terrifying pressure forced all the disciples to lie on the ground. The palace in the Burial Valley was also shaking. It could collapse at any time. The might of a single sword strike was overwhelming and it intimidated Buried Spirit Valley. Bai Mingkong sacrificed his essence blood and recovered his peak strength. His combat power was absolutely terrifying. However, Feng Wuchen used all his strength to perform the soul-extinguishing sword art. The collision injured Bai Mingkong, and its power was even more domineering. Bai Mingkong, who was at his peak strength, could not withstand a single blow from the soul-extinguishing sword art. Feng Wuchen could defeat Bai Mingkong in his peak state with this sword art. The soul-extinguishing sword art was indeed an immortal art. Its power was definitely not comparable to an earth-rank martial skill. The tremors slowly dissipated, and the Burial Valley was dead silent. All the disciples were lying on the ground in fear, not daring to move. They were completely shocked by Feng Wuchen's power. In the sky, Feng Wuchen's face was slightly pale. Performing the immortal art was too strenuous for the current Feng Wuchen, and it consumed a lot of his true essence. No matter how strong Bai Mingkong was, he would not be able to withstand the terrifying sword light attack. Even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. As the terrifying energy ripples dissipated, Bai Mingkong's blurry figure gradually appeared in everyone's sight. Bai Mingkong was covered in blood, and his injuries were extremely serious. His face was pale without a trace of blood. His floating body was shaking, and he would fall at any time. The extremely weak Bai Mingkong had already lost his combat power. He could only float in the sky with his willpower. Bai Mingkong was definitely lucky to be alive, but it was also the most painful. As one of the 9 states' geniuses, Bai Mingkong did not gain any advantage in the battle with Feng Wuchen. Instead, he was severely injured by Feng Wuchen. This was a great humiliation to him. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and the 9-fold cosmos pagoda returned to his body. He glanced at the terrified disciples below and said coldly, "Let my father go, or I'll kill him. Quick! Let Feng Xingxiong out." The eldest disciple of the Burial Valley suddenly woke up and shouted in fear. I can't believe I was defeated by you." The severely injured Bai Mingkong spat out a few words with difficulty. In the end, he could not hold on any longer. His vision turned black, and his body fell. Young Valley Master. The disciples of the Burial Valley were terrified. Kong-er! The moment Bai Mingkong fell, a panicked and furious roar suddenly came from the distant sky. Waves of majestic and terrifying auras were transmitted over at terrifying speeds. These were the higher levels of the Burial Valley. The experts of the Burial Valley had returned. Oh no. Xiaoxia's expression changed drastically as she said anxiously, "Brother Feng, the experts from the Burial Valley have returned." Oh no. Feng Wuchen frowned and hurriedly said, "Xiaoxiao, protect my mother." Swish, in a moment of desperation, Feng Wuchen used teleport and caught the unconscious Baiming Kong. Baiming Kong was undoubtedly Feng Wuchen's life-saving talisman. Feng Wuchen, stop. The Burial Valley's Valley Master roared madly, his eyes bloodshot. Feng Wuchen grabbed the unconscious Baiming Kong's neck and lifted him up. The higher levels of the Burial Valley were so frightened that they didn't dare to take another step forward. Valley Master and the others are back. The disciples of the Burial Valley were overjoyed as they saw hope. The higher levels of the Burial Valley were furious, but they were also shocked by Feng Wuchen's horrifying power. They knew how powerful Baiming Kong was. However, he was defeated by Feng Wuchen, which was beyond their expectation. Even though they knew Feng Wuchen was powerful, they didn't know Feng Wuchen was powerful enough to defeat Baiming Kong. Bastard! Let go of Kong. Otherwise, I will kill your father. The Valley Master of the Burial Valley, Baiming Ancestor, shouted angrily. He sounded like he was giving an order. His murderous intent soared up to the sky as his Sky Origin Stage Level 5 power burst out. How dare you kill Xianxia? I will kill your son. Xiao Qingqing shouted angrily. She looked tough. Xiao Qingqing. Do you really think you can leave the Burial Valley alive without the support of the Xiao clan? Let go of Kong. Baiming Ancestor's face turned ferocious and his eyes were fierce. You might not be able to kill us, Ling Xiaoxiao said coldly. Didn't you say you will break one of my father's legs if I kill one of your people in the Burial Valley? Look, the Burial Valley's Deacon Elder was killed by me. If any of you have the ability, you can try breaking my father's other leg, Feng Wuchen said coldly as he looked at one of the higher levels of the Burial Valley. Seeing Feng Wuchen's cold and murderous gaze, that person trembled as fear filled his face. This person was the 9th level Origin Core Stage powerhouse who passed the message to Feng Wuchen. You are the one who broke my father's leg, right? I remember you said it yourself, Feng Wuchen said coldly as he raised his left hand and pointed at the terrified higher level. Whoosh, hiss, terrifying energy condensed on the tip of his finger as a bloody light flashed, strange and terrifying. Then it shot out like a bolt of lightning and pierced the heart of the higher level in a flash. The terrifying bloody light flashed and the 9th level Origin Core Stage powerhouse lost his life. Huang Shan. Bastard. You actually dare to kill. Baiming Ancestor and the other higher levels flew into a rage. Feng Wuchen actually dared to kill, but none of them dared to stop him. Baiming Kong was in Feng Wuchen's hand, so they didn't dare to act rashly. You broke my father's leg, so pay with your life. Feng Wuchen said coldly and wasn't afraid of the Burial Valley's higher levels in the slightest. Valley Master. The old man heavily injured Feng Wuchen's soul. Take this opportunity to save the young Valley Master. We can't let them leave alive. The Grand Elder frowned and said in a low voice. Do it quickly. Baiming Ancestor said ferociously. He couldn't bear it anymore. He decided to tear Feng Wuchen into 1,000 pieces. The Grand Elder circulated his soul energy and attacked decisively. The soul energy of a grade 4 alchemist madly rushed towards Feng Wuchen. The Burial Valley's Baiming Ancestor was ready to attack. Once Feng Wuchen was heavily injured, he would save Baiming Kong as fast as he could. However, what puzzled them was that when the terrifying soul energy hit Feng Wuchen, there was no reaction at all. This? The Grand Elder was dumbfounded and confused. He didn't know what was going on. The Burial Valley's higher levels were also dumbfounded. What was going on? Old man. You want to hurt me with your little soul power? Feng Wuchen sneered with disdain. His lips curled into a proud smile. Humph. Puff. Feng Wuchen circulated his soul energy. It was powerful and domineering. Immediately, he snorted heavily. The majestic soul energy shook the Grand Elder and made him spit out blood. Grand Elder. Biming Ancestor and the others were shocked. How can a grade 4 alchemist have such a domineering soul energy? He can actually injure old man. The Grand Elder was terrified. They were both grade 4 alchemists, but Feng Wuchen's soul energy was so domineering that it injured the Grand Elder in an instant. The Grand Elder had been a grade 4 alchemist for many years. His soul energy was definitely strong. Biming Ancestor and the others couldn't believe that the Grand Elder's soul energy couldn't compete with Feng Wuchen's soul energy. Old man, judging from the fire poison in your body, you have been a grade 4 alchemist for 8 years. In these 8 years, your alchemy realm hasn't improved at all. On the contrary, the fire poison often acts up. It must be very uncomfortable, right? In these 8 years, your soul energy has only improved a little. Feng Wuchen said disdainfully. Hearing this, the Grand Elder was stunned. His old eyes stared at Feng Wuchen. How did Feng Wuchen know that the Grand Elder had been a grade 4 alchemist for 8 years? How could he see the fire poison? In 8 years, his soul energy had improved a little. What kind of divine ability was this? While Biming Ancestor and the others were shocked, a disciple came out with Feng Xianxia. Feng Xianxia's injuries were serious. His right leg was broken. Aunt Xiao. It's Uncle Feng. Ling Xiaoxiao quickly said. Xianxiang. Xiao Qingqing shouted worriedly. At this moment, Xiao Qingqing finally couldn't control her emotions. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Xiao Qingqing cried tears of joy. She finally saw Feng Xianxiang in person. Ling Xiaoxiao quickly brought Xiao Qingqing down. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Feng Xianxiang. The disciples were so scared that they fell to the ground and crawled away in fear. Qingqing? Chen. Why are you here? The heavily injured Feng Xianxiang asked in astonishment. He thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. Xianxiang, we finally found you. Xiao Qingqing cried bitterly. For the past few months, she hadn't had a day of peace. She had always been worried about Feng Xianxiang's safety. Uncle Feng, quickly take this pill. Ling Xiaoxiao took out a healing pill and gave it to him. Sky Yuan Realm. Feng Xianxiang's eyes widened. He looked at Feng Wuchen in horror and said, Chen broke through to the Sky Yuan realm. Seeing that Feng Xianxiang's leg was broken and his injuries were so serious, Feng Wuchen's murderous aura instantly increased by several times. I killed 2 of your people in the burial valley. Do you want to break my father's leg now? Feng Wuchen asked gloomily. His voice carried a low growl. Every word was filled with a biting cold murderous aura. Staring fiercely at Feng Wuchen, the Dark North Old Ancestor roared, Feng Wuchen, if Konger dies, you won't live either. The Dark North Old Ancestor suddenly flashed down. The Sky Yuan realm experts appeared one after another and surrounded Feng Xianxiang and the other 2. The Dark North Old Ancestor condensed a terrifying energy and pointed his palm at the 3 of them. He roared, Feng Wuchen. Let them go. Xiaoxiao, take my parents and leave. Feng Wuchen said coldly. He wasn't threatened at all. Humph. Do you think you can leave? An elder said angrily. He glanced at Ling Xiaoxiao and the other 2 with disdain. If I want to leave, you can't stop me. Ling Xiaoxiao said coldly. She circulated her true yuan and lifted Feng Xianxiang and Ling Xiaoxiao up. At the same time, she condensed a green barrier. Stinking girl, you're courting death. An elder roared. He circulated his true yuan and sent a palm strike forward. Boom. Puff. The palm strike landed on the barrier. With a loud explosion, the elder's face changed. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. How is this possible? The elder was terrified. That terrifying energy made him feel like he had fallen into hell. He was scared out of his wits. Second elder. The Dark North Old Ancestor and the other elders were shocked. They were terrified. How could a Sky Yuan stage 1st stage cultivator have such a terrifying barrier? What kind of energy was that? The second elder was at Sky Yuan stage 3rd stage, but he couldn't even move it. Instead, he was severely injured. You overestimate yourself. Ling Xiaoxiao said disdainfully. She then flew up to the sky with Feng Xianxiang and Xiao Qingqing. That's a barrier. The burial valley was dead silent. The higher-ups and disciples looked at Xianxia in horror. That green barrier was too terrifying. You captured my father in the burial valley and broke one of his legs. I, Feng Wuchen, will remember this. I will make you pay a painful price in the future. Feng Wuchen said coldly, his face expressionless. The claw that gripped Bai Mingkong's neck was slowly tightening. Feng Wuchen, stop. Old Ancestor Bai Ming roared in panic. His murderous aura swept across the area. He's already fainted. He won't feel any pain. Feng Wuchen said with an evil smile. Finally, he squeezed down with all his might. The force was so great that Bai Mingkong's throat was crushed by Feng Wuchen mercilessly. Feng Wuchen really killed Bai Mingkong. The expressions of Old Ancestor Bai Ming and the higher-ups in the burial valley changed drastically. They were in disbelief. Young. Bai Mingkong has been killed. The disciples fell into a state of shock and fear. Kong. Old Ancestor Bai Ming's body trembled. He looked at the falling Bai Mingkong in panic and grief. Bai Mingkong's throat was crushed. He was dead on the spot. They couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen had the guts to make an enemy of the burial valley and kill Bai Mingkong of the burial valley. Buzz. Anger. Monstrous anger spread out from Old Ancestor Bai Ming. He completely lost control of his terrifying power. It swept across the palace in the burial valley. The ground shook violently as if there was an earthquake. A murderous aura burst out. Old Ancestor Bai Ming's eyes flashed red. His face was hideous. Old Ancestor Bai Ming was furious. He had lost his mind. Feng Wuchen. Old Ancestor Bai Ming roared into the sky. His roar spread throughout the burial valley. His terrifying power erupted like a flood. His ferocious aura spread out like a storm. Valley Master, the higher-ups and disciples were terrified. The furious Old Ancestor Bai Ming's terrifying aura made them tremble. Soon, I will let you know the consequences of offending me. The next time we meet will be the day your burial valley is destroyed. Feng Wuchen said with an evil smile. He slowly loosened his grip and Bai Mingkong's body fell to the ground. I'm going to turn you into ashes. The enraged Dark North Ancestor roared. Boom, the Dark North Patriarch suddenly soared into the sky. With a boom, a terrifying power instantly destroyed the enormous square. Numerous palaces were shaken to the point of collapse. Patriarch Dark North's speed was terrifying as he soared into the skies. I'll let you people in Burial Valley live for a while longer. Enjoy this short period of time, Feng Wuchen said coldly. Swish, with that said, Feng Wuchen used instant transmission and disappeared. Boom. Buzz. The instant Feng Wuchen disappeared, the Dark North Old Ancestor punched out. An earth-shattering boom rang out, causing the void to tremble violently like a raging wave. Unfortunately, it was still half a second too late. Feng Wuchen had already used instant transmission to escape. The Dark North Old Ancestor was furious. His power was equivalent to Sky Origin Stage 6. Even if Feng Wuchen had the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, he was still no match for the Dark North Old Ancestor. Feng Wuchen would be a fool if he didn't run away from such a powerful enemy. Ah! The Dark North Old Ancestor roared to the sky, venting his anger. His terrifying power and killing intent spread out wildly, causing the surrounding mountains to shake. His power was equivalent to Sky Origin Stage 6. It was extremely terrifying. Bai Mingkong was the #1 genius of Burial Valley and the beloved grandson of the Dark North Old Ancestor. Now that he was killed by Feng Wuchen, how could the Dark North Old Ancestor accept it? Kong. The furious Dark North Old Ancestor's expression changed. He quickly flashed down and held the fallen Dark North Old Ancestor in his arms. Bai Mingkong was no longer breathing. There was no sign of life. Feng Wuchen. The Burial Valley will not rest until you are dead. The Dark North Old Ancestor roared again. Tears of sorrow rolled down from his old eyes. Pass down the order. Hunt down Feng Wuchen. Find Feng Wuchen at all costs, even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Third Elder shouted angrily. Yes. The head disciple of the Burial Valley nodded in fear. He then led all the disciples of the Burial Valley to move out. The higher-ups of the Burial Valley also moved out. The Burial Valley and Feng Wuchen had become enemies. Either the Burial Valley was destroyed, or Feng Wuchen was dead. Half an hour later, Feng Wuchen and the others were far away from the Burial Valley. They were now in a valley deep in the mountains. After taking Ling Xiaoxiao's healing pellet, Feng Xingxiong's injuries recovered quickly. However, the injury on his broken leg couldn't be healed by pellets. "Chen how's your father's leg?" Xiao Qingqing asked worriedly. They were too heavy-handed. "I'm afraid Uncle Feng's leg." Ling Xiaoxiao said softly. She was worried that Xiao Qingqing couldn't accept it. Feng Xingxiong's eyes flashed with sadness. However, he smiled and said, "It's already fortunate that I'm still alive." "What's a broken leg?" "Don't worry. Dad has cultivated the sovereign physique. As long as it's not broken, the broken bone will slowly recover." Feng Wuchen smiled. After checking carefully, Feng Wuchen was relieved. "Chen is what you said true?" Feng Xingxiong asked happily. "Of course it's true." Feng Wuchen said seriously, "But it'll take a long time. I'm afraid it'll take half a year to recover." "That's great. As long as it can recover, let alone half a year, even a year won't be a problem." Feng Xingxiong was overjoyed. He was worried that his leg was crippled. "It's good that you're fine." "It's good that you're fine." Xiao Qingqing was relieved. "Right, Qingqing, how did your cultivation advance so quickly? You've already broken through to the peak of the 5th level of the origin core stage." Feng Xingxiong asked curiously. He was extremely shocked in his heart. "Too many things happened after you were captured. I'll tell you about it slowly after we return." Xiao Qingqing smiled and revealed a happy smile. Looks like many things have happened. Chen and Xiaoxiao have both broken through to the Heaven Origin stage. My Feng clan has finally produced a Heaven Origin stage expert, and it's sufficient to go against the empires. The great powers of the empires can dream of coming to the Feng clan to behave atrociously. Feng Xingxiong smiled happily, and his face was filled with joy. However, what Feng Xingxiong didn't know was that Feng Wuchen was currently the strongest existence in the 4 empires. Moreover, he'd killed the Murong Tian, Lai, who possessed terrifying strength. "Uncle Feng, the great powers of the empires have all been annihilated by Big Brother Feng," Ling Xiaoxiao said with a light smile. "What? They've all been annihilated?" Feng Xingxiong's face went ghastly pale. He broke out in cold sweat and looked at Feng Wuchen in astonishment. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled and said, "Yes, including the most powerful Taishu sect." Feng Xingxiong was dumbfounded. Just how powerful was Feng Wuchen? The great powers of the empires had all been annihilated by him. Just how many things were there that he didn't know? Feng Xingxiong felt that there were even more shocking things that had yet to be said. Looking at Feng Xingxiong's shocked expression, Xiao Qingqing smiled but didn't say anything. "Xiaoxiao, bring my parents back to the empire first," Feng Wuchen said solemnly. "Big Brother Feng, you're not going back with us?" Ling Xiaoxiao asked. "Not for now. I've killed the young master of the Burial Valley, and the Burial Valley definitely won't let me go. If we go back together, the Burial Valley will definitely attack the empire. Wouldn't that implicate the empire and the Feng clan? I have to stay behind to restrain them," Feng Wuchen said solemnly. "What? You killed the young master of the Burial Valley?" Xiao Qingqing was shocked, and her heart almost jumped out of her chest. Panic appeared on her face. The Burial Valley's strength is terrifying. We're in trouble now. "Chen you're too rash. The Burial Valley's strength is terrifying, and they're one of the 5 great powers of the 9 states. They're even more terrifying than the Tianyun clan. If we offend them, even the empire wouldn't dare to interfere." Feng Xingxiong said in a panic, extremely worried. "Dad, don't worry. I have my ways. You guys go back and rest well." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. "Chen you take care of yourself," Xiao Qingqing reminded him. Ling Xiaoxiao brought the 2 of them back to the empire. With Ling Xiaoxiao's escort, Feng Wuchen was very relieved. At the same time, the Burial Valley's many higher-ups and disciples were mobilized. which attracted the attention and speculation of the various forces of the 9 states. The burial valley's full force was mobilized. What exactly happened? The nearly 20,000 disciples of the burial valley were scattered all over the 9 states, and they started a thorough search for Feng Wuchen's whereabouts. Not long after, the news that the young master of the burial valley, Bai Mingkong, was killed spread to all the forces of the 9 states. The news of Bai Mingkong's death shook the 9 states, as the young master of the burial valley, Bai Mingkong was the pride of the 9 states, and his strength was comparable to the 4th tier of the Sky Origin stage. Not many people dared to touch him. Even the major forces of the 9 states didn't dare to kill him. Such a powerful genius, who was it that killed him? Who would be so audacious? The Shao clan's 70th birthday had just ended, and such a big thing happened in the 9 states. All the major forces were very curious about who killed Bai Mingkong. Other than the burial valley, perhaps only the Shao clan could guess who did it. When He Mo was killed, the Shao clan had already guessed that it was Feng Wuchen. On the second day, Bai Mingkong was killed. It wasn't hard for the Shao clan to guess that it was Feng Wuchen as well. Other than Feng Wuchen, the Shao clan couldn't guess who else dared to kill Bai Mingkong. In the Shao clan's main hall, everyone was shocked because they guessed that it was Feng Wuchen who killed Bai Mingkong. Did Feng Wuchen really have the guts to kill Bai Mingkong? Bai Mingkong was in the 3rd tier of the Sky Origin stage. His strength was comparable to the 4th tier of the Sky Origin stage. Feng Wuchen couldn't possibly have the strength to kill him. An elder said in shock. He couldn't help but tremble as he spoke. Xiao Yuanshan said seriously, other than Feng Wuchen, no one dared to kill Bai Mingkong. If it was really Feng Wuchen who killed Bai Mingkong, then he is too terrifying. Xiao Ran said in shock. He couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen could be so powerful. Impossible. Feng Wuchen can't possibly be so powerful. Xiao Yun said with certainty. He also didn't believe that Feng Wuchen could be so powerful. Feng Wuchen was able to destroy the Taishu sect and kill the Murong Tianlai. It means that he is not weak. Moreover, he has the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda. Xiao Tianchen said seriously. He was starting to fear Feng Wuchen. He even started to regret not acknowledging Feng Wuchen as his genius grandson. Feng Wuchen killed Bai Mingkong and became enemies with the burial valley. Bai Ming forefather won't let this go. I'm afraid that Feng Wuchen won't be able to keep his life. Xiao Yuanshan sighed. The disciples of the burial valley could be seen everywhere in the 9 states. The disciples of the burial valley searched everywhere but to no avail. In order to find out more about Feng Wuchen as soon as possible, the burial valley even released a portrait of Feng Wuchen without a name. It also stated that the burial valley would reward anyone who could find the person in the portrait generously. However, the effect was not very good. The cultivators of the 9 states were not fools. How could someone who could kill Bai Mingkong be ordinary? Who would dare to offend him? Moreover, Feng Wuchen's name had spread from the Inferno Empire to the 9 states. Most people in the 9 states knew that Feng Wuchen was a grade 5 equipment forger who could achieve craftsmanship with thought. If Feng Wuchen's name was released, no one would dare to offend such a terrifying equipment forger. Have you seen the young man in the portrait? No. Have you seen this person? Look carefully. Think carefully. I think so, but I don't think so. Have you seen him or not? No. No. The disciples of the burial valley searched everywhere with the portrait but to no avail. The 9 states was so big. Looking for a person was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, Feng Wuchen was a Sky Origin realm expert. Who knew if Feng Wuchen was in the 9 states or had returned to the Inferno Empire? As Feng Wuchen's portrait was released, the first thing that all the major forces in the 9 states thought of was Feng Wuchen, who had appeared in the Shao family. Although the portrait did not look very similar, they could roughly tell. When the portrait reached the Shao family, they were even more certain that the person who killed Feng Wuchen was Feng Wuchen. The person in the portrait was too similar to Feng Wuchen. There was no mistake. After confirming it, Xiao Yun was completely dumbfounded. He used to look down on Feng Wuchen and arrogantly said that he would trample on Feng Wuchen. Now, Feng Wuchen had killed Bai Mingkong, who was stronger than him. At the same time, in the Xiaowang school, after receiving confirmation from Huangfu Tianba and the others, the Xiaowang school also knew that the person who killed Bai Mingkong was Feng Wuchen. Similarly, after confirming that it was Feng Wuchen, the higher-ups of the Xiaowang school and Huangfu Tianba were shocked. To think that Feng Wuchen was to kill Bai Mingkong, even if Feng Wuchen to kill Bai Mingkong, he might not be able to kill him. They didn't want to hear the news, but they had no choice but to believe it. The Nangong family and the Misty Wind sect also guessed who the person in the portrait was. Feng Wuchen came with Xiao Qingqing. They had seen him in the Xiao family. Moreover, he came from the Inferno Empire. Who in the Inferno Empire had such ability? Who else could it be other than the number one genius of the Inferno Empire, Feng Wuchen? The portrait spread throughout the 9 prefectures, which meant that Feng Wuchen had come to the 9 prefectures. Anyone who had seen Feng Wuchen at Xiao Tianqin's birthday banquet could vaguely guess Feng Wuchen's identity. The more they guessed Feng Wuchen's identity, the more shocked and even fearful they were. The grade 5 alchemist of the Inferno Empire, Feng Wuchen, had come to the 9 prefectures. After guessing Feng Wuchen's identity, the experts of the various forces were relieved. How could such a terrifying genius be afraid of the Burial Valley? However, they were puzzled. Why did Feng Wuchen want to kill Bai Mingkong? Why did he want to kill Hemo? What had happened in the meantime? Wasn't it asking for trouble to start a feud with the Burial Valley for no reason? I guessed it right. I have to let the Burial Valley know that I'm still in the 9 prefectures, Feng Wuchen said to himself in the sky above a city and sneered. Then, he disappeared in a flash. When Feng Wuchen appeared again, he was already in the city. He appeared behind a disciple of the Burial Valley silently. Are you looking for me? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. Who are you? The sudden voice gave the disciple a fright. Anger surged in his heart. He clenched his fists and suddenly turned around, wanting to throw a punch. However, when the disciple saw that it was Feng Wuchen, he was so scared that his face turned green. He fell to the ground and retreated in fear. Feng Wuchen. The disciple's face was pale as if his soul had flown away. Senior brother. I found him. It's Feng Wuchen. The disciple shouted in fear. It was as if calling the other disciples over would make him feel less scared. On the street, more than 10 disciples of the Burial Valley rushed over. When they saw Feng Wuchen, their faces were filled with fear. Go back and report to the Valley Master. Feng Wuchen is still in the 9 prefectures. A disciple said in fear. The group of people ran away, not daring to stay for even a moment. Feng Wuchen did not stop them, nor did he kill them. His main goal was to let the Burial Valley know that he was still in the 9 prefectures. He had achieved his goal. Feng Wuchen's terror was deeply engraved in the hearts of the Burial Valley disciples. He was definitely an existence that made them tremble in fear. Seeing the disciples of the Burial Valley running away in fear, the cultivators on the street were shocked. Useless. To think that they are disciples of the Burial Valley. They are so scared when they see a young man. They are a disgrace to the Burial Valley. Feng Wuchen is the number one genius of the Inferno Empire. Why is he in the 9 prefectures? A bunch of fools. Little brother, they all think that you are the grade 5 blacksmith Feng Wuchen. They are so scared when they see you. On the street, the passers-by sighed. Those who did not know Feng Wuchen even chatted with him. After Feng Wuchen left, the cultivators on the street regained their senses. They realized that the person in the portrait looked very similar to Feng Wuchen. Strange. Weren't the people of the Burial Valley looking for the person in the portrait? Why were they scared off when they found him? Was the young man in the portrait so scary? Feng Wuchen arrived at an unknown mountain. He found a hidden cave and set up a barrier. Feng Wuchen intended to cultivate in seclusion. If Feng Wuchen wanted to establish himself in the 9 prefectures, he had to raise his cultivation. There were many experts in the 9 prefectures. The Burial Valley wanted to kill him. The Divine Alchemist also wanted to kill him. The Xiaowang school would probably make a move under the instigation of Huangfu Tianba and the others. Moreover, Feng Wuchen still had to face the Murong Tian. This person was also a strong opponent for Feng Wuchen. Furthermore, the Murong Tian was backed by the Nangong family, one of the most powerful families in the 9 prefectures. if Feng Wuchen wanted to fight against them, he had to break through LV2 of Sky Origin Stage. Inside the cave, Feng Wuchen took out the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda and entered the third floor of the pagoda. The third floor was a huge storage space. There were countless treasures inside, dazzling one's eyes. Feng Wuchen found some treasures that could be used to cultivate. Although they were from the Divine Valley and wouldn't help a Sky Origin Stage cultivator, it was better than nothing. After taking the treasures, Feng Wu went to the fifth floor. Feng Wuchen needed to absorb a large amount of pure energy to cultivate. The fifth floor had a large amount of pure energy balls, enough for Feng Wuchen to break through to LV2 of Sky Origin Stage. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and a large amount of energy balls gathered toward him. Feng Wuchen absorbed them like crazy. A moment later, Feng Wuchen's body had swelled up like a rubber ball. His whole body was in pain and his face was contorted in pain. With a thought, Feng Wuchen arrived on the seventh floor of the pagoda. Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm himself down and clear his mind of all distracting thoughts. There were too many things in the evil dragon god's memory that Feng Wuchen didn't use. Now that he had broken through to Sky Origin Stage, Feng Wuchen could learn even more powerful things. The Supreme Dragon God technique quickly activated and entered a state of cultivation. Feng Wuchen began to refine and absorb the incomparably large amount of pure energy in his body. As Feng Wuchen began to cultivate, his body glowed with a faint golden light and emitted a terrifying aura. Feng Wuchen now had enough time to cultivate. Moreover, he was on the seventh floor of the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, which was equivalent to having twice the time to cultivate. After cultivating crazily, Feng Wuchen's cultivation increased at an alarming rate. He was breaking through to LV2 of Sky Origin Stage at a terrifying speed. The Divine Pill City of the 9 prefectures was located in the center of the 9 prefectures. The Divine Pill City was named after the Divine Alchemist. The Divine Alchemist, Mo Yan, lived in the Divine Pill City. In the Divine Pill City, there was also the largest auction in the 9 prefectures, called the 9 Prefectures Auction. The auction was considered a colossus in the 9 prefectures. Although it wasn't as powerful as the 5 major forces, no one dared to offend it because the Divine Alchemist, Mo Yan, was a guest elder of the auction. In addition, there were several powerful alchemists and blacksmiths in the auction. Their status was extraordinary, and no one dared to offend them. The Divine Pill City was the most prosperous city in the 9 prefectures. Many experts of the 9 prefectures gathered there throughout the year. Experts from various forces and clans of the 9 prefectures would often visit the auction. There were many treasures in the auction, and the cultivators of the 9 prefectures loved it. The largest and most imposing palace in the Divine Pill City was Mo Yan's residence, just like the city lord's residence. Mo Yan was known as the Divine Alchemist because he was the strongest alchemist in the 9 prefectures. No one in the 9 prefectures could compete with him in refining LV5 pills. So that brat is Feng Wuchen from the Inferno Empire. No wonder he dared to kill Mo. I didn't expect Feng Wuchen to be Xiao Tianqian's grandson. Fortunately, the 2 clans have fallen out. In the main hall, Mo Yan frowned. He already knew that the person in the portrait was Feng Wuchen, the one who killed Mo. We shouldn't have let him leave the Xiao clan alive. He Tianqiong said angrily, his eyes filled with killing intent. A LV5 alchemist with a single thought has an extraordinary status. Even in the Middle Prefecture, people are wary of him. No wonder Feng Wuchen is so arrogant and doesn't put the burial valley in his eyes. An elder said solemnly. Mo Yan frowned and said in a deep voice, this is the 9 prefectures. It's not his turn to behave atrociously. Feng Wuchen killed Mo, clearly not putting the old man in his eyes. If I don't teach him a lesson, others will think that the old man is afraid of a junior. Mo Yan's meaning was clear. The 9 prefectures was his territory. Even if Feng Wuchen was a LV5 alchemist, Mo Yan was not afraid of him. As a LV5 alchemist and the strongest alchemist in the 9 prefectures, Mo Yan had an extraordinary status. Naturally, he would not be afraid of Feng Wuchen. Pass down my order. Once Feng Wuchen is found, kill him without mercy. Mo Yan said coldly, Feng Wuchen killed Bai Mingkong, and the burial valley is also looking for him. This brat is powerful, send more experts. Reporting to Valley Master. We have found Feng Wuchen's whereabouts. He is in the 9 prefectures Mulberry Cloud City. In the Burial Valley's main hall, a disciple reported respectfully. Mulberry Cloud City? Old Ancestor Darknorth narrowed his eyes, which flickered with terrifying killing intent. He said coldly, "Go to Mulberry Cloud City." An extremely intimidating killing intent spread out. Looking at Old Ancestor Darknorth's posture, it seemed like he was going to personally take action. Valley Master. When we found Feng Wuchen, he was indeed in Mulberry Cloud City. Now, it's hard to say. We don't dare to follow him. That disciple said with some fear. Old Ancestor Darknorth said coldly, "He can't have gone far. Search within 1,000 miles of Mulberry Cloud City. You must find that little bastard. Since Feng Wuchen appeared in Mulberry Cloud City, he can't have gone far." Great Elder said gloomily. Thinking about how he was heavily injured by Feng Wuchen, he was filled with anger. Mulberry Cloud City is not far from Divine Pill City. Send a message to the Divine Alchemist and have them send people to search for Feng Wuchen. Old Ancestor Darknorth said coldly. Although Great Elder was afraid of Feng Wuchen's terrifying soul power, he still had to regain his face. Yes. That disciple said respectfully and quickly left the main hall. Old Ancestor Darknorth and the higher-ups all flashed into the sky and flew towards Mulberry Cloud City. As long as there was news of Feng Wuchen, they would not miss it. Even if they couldn't find Feng Wuchen, they could still narrow down the search area. After Ling Xiaoxiao brought Feng Xingxiong and Xiao Qingqing back to the empire, she immediately rushed to the 9 prefectures. With Feng Wuchen alone in the 9 prefectures, Ling Xiaoxiao couldn't be at ease. Ling Xiaoxiao could sense the dragon bloodline in Feng Wuchen's body. She knew where Feng Wuchen was. In the Great Hall of Xiaowang School, Sect Master Evil Soul and the other higher-ups of Xiaowang School, as well as Huangfu Tianba and the other experts, gathered together. A 5th-rank weapon. Forging Master, he is indeed a terrifying genius. Unfortunately, he killed Baiming Kong. It seems that Baiming He is going to come out soon. The evil soul shook its head. Baiming He. Hearing this name, the senior officials of Xiaowang School couldn't help but look terrified. The evil soul frowned and said, "I am afraid Baiming He has already surpassed the old ancestor Baiming. I don't think I can defeat him. Baiming He should be the first one to break through the 6th level of the Sky Origin stage. Even the Nangong clan and the Windy sect are afraid of him." The evil soul paused for a moment and continued, "That old bastard Xiao Tianchen is truly stupid. He actually refused to acknowledge such a genius as his grandson. He's probably filled with regret right now. If it was me, I definitely wouldn't have done something so stupid." Huangfu Yunzhong frowned and looked at the evil soul. He thought, that old bastard won't go back on his words, will he? Huangfu Yunzhong was worried that the evil soul would take a liking to Feng Wuchen. If the evil soul turned against them, it would be a great loss. Even though the Xiaowang School was Huangfu's backer, they still had to be careful. The Burial Valley has caused quite a commotion this time. The Divine Alchemist won't just sit by and watch. Maybe we can use their power to kill Feng Wuchen. But this kid is not that easy to deal with. Huangfu Tianba thought with a serious face. Brother Huangfu, maybe we don't have to do anything. Feng Wuchen will be killed by the old ancestor Baiming. No matter how strong Feng Wuchen is, he will never be able to defeat the old ancestor Baiming. The evil soul smiled. No matter how you looked at it, there was a knife hidden behind the smile. I hope so. Huangfu Tianba nodded, but he was still worried. Looking at Huangfu Tianba's face, the evil soul thought, such a terrifying genius, and a 5th-grade blacksmith. If we can control him, the Xiaowang School can use Feng Wuchen's refining skills to dominate the 9 regions. However, we can't rush this matter. The old ancestor Baiming is angry. If we intervene at this time, we will inevitably offend the Burial Valley. Let's get Huangfu's treasure first. The reason why the Xiaowang School helped the Huangfu family was because of their interests. The old ancestor Baiming and the higher-ups of the Burial Valley had arrived in Mulberry Cloud City. A terrifying pressure shrouded from the sky, shaking everyone in Mulberry Cloud City. Search. The old ancestor Baiming said viciously. Monstrous murderous aura covered the entire Mulberry Cloud City. Many experts of the Burial Valley scattered in Mulberry Cloud City, and even in the surrounding cities. They didn't restrain their terrifying aura, scaring everyone in Mulberry Cloud City into hiding. Not many people could withstand the anger of the old ancestor Biming. The old ancestor Biming of the Burial Valley. What a terrifying murderous aura. Who is the person in the portrait? He dared to kill the young valley master of the Burial Valley. He has caused us to be in trouble. Everyone in Mulberry Cloud City was terrified. No one could withstand the terrifying murderous aura of the old ancestor Biming. At the same time, the disciples of the Burial Valley scattered in the 9 regions began to gather in Mulberry Cloud City at full speed. It was Feng Wuchen's honor to have the entire Burial Valley move out. In the Divine Pill City, He Tianxiong led many experts to Mulberry Cloud City. Mo Yen spoke, and many experts came to help. The team was quite large, more than 1,000 people, and it was still increasing. If they could help Mo Yen find Feng Wuchen, they would be richly rewarded. Of course, the reward was secondary. The most important thing was to build a good relationship with Mo Yen. A large number of experts poured into Mulberry Cloud City, causing a huge commotion. Coupled with the terrifying murderous aura of the old ancestor Biming, a large number of cultivators in Mulberry Cloud City fled the city in fear. The cultivators in other cities also fled in fear, fearing that they would be killed. Everyone knew that old ancestor Biming Kong was the beloved grandson of the old ancestor Biming. No one could provoke him in the 9 regions unless they did not want to live anymore. The news of old ancestor Biming Kong's death had spread throughout the 9 regions. It would be strange if the old ancestor Biming was not angry. Who would dare to provoke an angry tiger? Feng Wuchen did not know what was happening in the outside world. At this moment, he was still cultivating in the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Feng Wuchen was not in Mulberry Cloud City, but he was not far from it. He was cultivating in a cave deep in the mountains. Wanting to find him was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. On the 7th floor of the pagoda, Feng Wuchen's body was still expanding. He was cultivating crazily, and his cultivation was increasing rapidly. Days passed. Mulberry Cloud City and the surrounding cities were searched, but there was no sign of Feng Wuchen. After a few days, there was no sign of Feng Wuchen in all the cities and towns within a radius of 1,000 miles. The disciples of the Burial Valley were exhausted. It was as if Feng Wuchen had disappeared from the face of the earth. Feng Wuchen was a heavenly origin realm expert. Many disciples guessed that Feng Wuchen had already flown away. Who would be so stupid to stay and wait for death? Not only did they not find Feng Wuchen, but they also wasted a few days. The old ancestor Biming Kong was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. It was not easy to find out that Feng Wuchen was in Mulberry Cloud City. Now, the clues were cut off. Cunning brat. The old ancestor Biming Kong's sinister old face was like an enraged ferocious beast. Even if they could not find Feng Wuchen, the disciples of the Burial Valley would continue to search. Even if they had to dig 3 feet into the ground, the old ancestor Biming Kong would find Feng Wuchen. At the top of a building in Mulberry Cloud City, Huangfu Yunzhong frowned and said, "Did Feng Wuchen run away?" Feng Wuchen's movement technique is very tyrannical. It will not be easy to catch him. Not to mention, he has already broken through to the heavenly origin realm. He even has the ability to kill Biming Kong. Huangfu Tianba shook his head. Recalling Feng Wuchen's strange appearance and miraculous disappearance, Huangfu Tianba was extremely afraid. Feng Wuchen wouldn't be hiding somewhere to cultivate, right? An old man frowned and guessed. He was somewhat worried in his heart. They had already seen Feng Wuchen's terrifying cultivation talent. If Feng Wuchen broke through again, it would be even more difficult to deal with him. Huangfu Tianba said solemnly, "Don't make a move until the last moment." Huangfu Tianba was so cautious. It was obvious that he knew that Feng Wuchen was not easy to deal with. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The 9 prefectures did not calm down because of the passage of time. Instead, it became more and more intense. Feng Wuchen killed Biming Kong and angered the old ancestor Biming Kong. At the same time, Biming Kong's father, Biming He, was forced to come out of seclusion. Everyone in the 9 prefectures knew of Biming He's existence. His name was known throughout the 9 prefectures. Biming He's terrifying strength had reached the 5th level of the heavenly origin realm. Among his peers, there were no more than 5 people who could compete with him. The news of Bai Minghe coming out of seclusion spread quickly and shook the 9 prefectures. When all the forces in the 9 prefectures knew that Bai Minghe had come out of seclusion, their expressions changed. In a month, they had almost searched the entire 9 prefectures, but still could not find Feng Wuchen's whereabouts. Therefore, after Bai Minghe came out of seclusion, in order to avenge his beloved son, he ordered the Burial Valley to kill their way to the Purifier Empire. He wanted to avenge Bai Minghe at all costs. The Burial Valley's strength was terrifying. They did not care about the Purifier Empire at all. Bai Minghe wanted to massacre the Feng clan and the Purifier Empire. He had decided to uproot the Purifier Empire. The Burial Valley's main hall was filled with terrifying killing intent. This was Bai Minghe's killing intent. No one in the main hall dared to speak. Even the old ancestor Bai Minghe did not utter a word. His old face was filled with self-blame and anger. He was partly responsible for not protecting Bai Minghe. Bai Minghe was no less terrifying than the old ancestor Bai Minghe. In the 9 prefectures, Bai Minghe's name was feared. Feng Wuchen is the Purifier Empire's domain chief. Are you afraid that he won't appear? How foolish of you to waste so much time. Bai Minghe shouted coldly. His face was cold and gloomy. No one in the upper echelon of the Burial Valley dared to speak. No one dared to provoke Bai Minghe's anger. The old ancestor Bai Minghe blamed himself. It's all the old man's fault. He was careless and harmed Kong. All disciples of the Burial Valley, listen up. Destroy the Purifier Empire for me. I want the entire Purifier Empire to be buried with Kong. Bai Minghe shouted angrily. His majestic voice resounded throughout the Burial Valley. The terrifying killing intent swept out from the main hall, frightening all the disciples. Bai Minghe said viciously, I want to see if Feng Wuchen has 3 heads and 6 arms. How dare he kill my son? I will definitely turn him into ashes. Reporting to the sect leader. We found Feng Wuchen. Just as Bai Minghe gave the order, a man flew over and reported in a panic while withstanding Bai Minghe's terrifying killing intent. Where is he? Bai Minghe shouted angrily. He looked at the man fiercely. His killing intent increased by 2 times. In the Divine Pill City. The man replied in fear. He was so scared that his body was trembling. Divine Pill City. Bai Minghe suddenly disappeared at a terrifying speed. The Divine Pill City was the most prosperous and largest city in the 9 prefectures. Inside the city, imposing buildings were lined up neatly. This was the largest auction in the 9 prefectures, the 9 prefectures auction. In such a prosperous city, there was no lack of influential figures and forces. The city was bustling with life. Feng Wuchen walked on the street as if nothing had happened. His expression was calm and natural. Beside him was a beautiful lady in white. The lady was Xianxia. Her beautiful face and sweet and pure smile attracted the attention of countless men. When Feng Wuchen and Xianxia walked on the street, 300% of the people turned their heads. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. When he saw beautiful accessories, Feng Wuchen picked one for Xianxia and personally put it on for her. His warm action made many women envious. Big brother Feng, is it beautiful? Xianxia asked with a smile. My Xiaoxiao is the most beautiful. You look good in anything. Feng Wuchen praised. Xiaoxiao's beautiful face revealed a charming smile. Feng Wuchen's praise made Xiaoxiao happy. She intimately held Feng Wuchen's arm. Big brother Feng, I will also pick one for Aunt Xiao. Xiaoxiao smiled happily and seriously picked one. At this moment, Feng Wuchen noticed some strange gazes, but he didn't care. Isn't that young man the one in the portrait? He looks like him. It should be him. That's right. He does look like him. Could he be the one that the Burial Valley wants to kill? That's not right. If he can kill Bai Minghe, he must be very powerful. I can't see his cultivation at all. He looks like an ordinary person. After killing Bai Minghe, he still dares to come out. Is he tired of living? On the street, many people's eyes fell on Feng Wuchen. At first, no one noticed it, but because of Ling Xiaoxiao's beautiful face, it attracted everyone's attention. Only then did they realize that Feng Wuchen was very similar to the man in the portrait. Even the couple selling jewelry looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. Apparently, they felt that Feng Wuchen was very similar to the man in the portrait. However, when Feng Wuchen entered the Divine Pill City, someone had already noticed him. "What's wrong with you?" Noticing the frightened look of the couple, Ling Xiaoxiao asked doubtfully. She followed their frightened gaze and glanced at Feng Wuchen. The man pointed at the wall on the left side of the street in horror. There was a portrait pasted on the wall, and the person in the portrait was very similar to Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao turned their heads to take a look. At first glance, they understood. Feng Wuchen was wanted by the Burial Valley. "Brother Feng, they made you look so ugly," Ling Xiaoxiao teased. Feng Wuchen shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, "I think so too. If you don't know how to draw, don't draw randomly." Ling Xiaoxiao waved her hand, and the portrait on the wall instantly turned into ashes. In the Divine Pill City, only Ling Xiaoxiao dared to destroy the portrait. Even if he knew that the Burial Valley was looking for him, Feng Wuchen was not worried at all. He did not care about this at all. "Xiaoxiao, let's go to the auction and take a look. When we came here, I heard that there was an auction in the Divine Pill City," Feng Wuchen said with a smile. He pulled Ling Xiaoxiao's hand and walked towards the 9 states auction. The Divine Pill City was Mo Yan's territory. Feng Wuchen was actually strolling around the city. Now, he even wanted to go to the auction. Mo Yan was the guest elder of the auction, and Feng Wuchen was simply going to throw his life away. Of course, Feng Wuchen didn't know about this. Just when the two of them turned around and planned to go to the auction, a tall and thin man led over a dozen guards to stop them. The man was a few years older than Feng Wuchen. He wore a gorgeous black brocade and had an extremely ugly appearance. No matter how well an ugly person dressed, they would still stink. Just looking at them would cause one to feel afraid. Although the man was extremely ugly, his cultivation wasn't weak. He was at the 7th level of the Origin Core stage. The man's background wasn't small. He was the young master of the Divine Pill City's Song clan. Such an ugly monster caused even Feng Wuchen to be shocked. He thought he saw a ghost. The ugly man revealed a smile on his face, and it almost caused Feng Wuchen to vomit. Ling Xiaoxiao directly closed her eyes, as if her eyes had suffered 10,000 points of damage. Exactly how frighteningly ugly was this? It caused one to not dare look directly at him. This was a new level of ugliness. "Little beauty, this young master has been staring at you for a long time. How about you give me some face and have a meal together?" The man smiled as his gaze moved unscrupulously on Ling Xiaoxiao's body. "Have a meal?" Feng Wuchen's expression froze. What the f***ck, he's so ugly and still wants to eat. It's already not bad that he didn't vomit. Eating with such an ugly person, what difference was it from eating feces? When he noticed Feng Wuchen's expression, the man shouted coldly. "I'm not talking to you. Want to have a meal with me? Stop dreaming. I want to have a meal with you?" Feng Wuchen's expression froze once again, and he blinked his eyes. He was completely deceived. Wishful thinking. Do you think any random person can have a meal with this young master? It's impossible in your entire lifetime. Just give up on this thought. The man spoke coldly and arrogantly, and he glanced at Feng Wuchen with disdain. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen's face couldn't help but twitch. The man's words made Feng Wuchen feel disgusted. "You're even uglier than a ghost. Even the ghost has been scared away by you. Look, there's no one here. I really don't know where you got the courage to come out. Please go and scare the ghosts, don't scare people." Feng Wuchen shook his head helplessly. On the streets, the previously bustling crowd was long gone. The streets were deserted, and it was like a ghost town. "Stinking brat. You're courting death." Feng Wuchen's words instantly enraged the ugly man. His murderous aura surged as he shouted angrily. "Kill this brat and bring this girl back." However, the dozen guards behind him were already terrified, and they looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. Young master, he's the person in the portrait." One of the guards trembled as he spoke. He's the one who killed the Burial Valley's young valley master, another guard said in horror. The person in the portrait? The ugly man's face went pale, and his body trembled. His ugly face was filled with terror. After looking carefully, the ugly man noticed that the Feng Wuchen in front of him was very similar to the man in the portrait. The more he looked, the more they resembled each other. Bei Ming Kong's strength was so terrifying, yet he died miserably at the hands of the man in the portrait, let alone him who was at the 7th level of the origin core stage. It's really him. He's the one who killed Bei Ming Kong. The ugly man was terrified. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat, and his face was extremely pale. You want to kill me? Feng Wuchen sneered as he asked, and his icy cold gaze swept towards the ugly man. Misunderstanding? Absolutely misunderstanding. Didn't I want to treat you to a meal? I'm afraid I'll scare you, so forget it. I'll also remind you that this Divine Pill City is the Divine Alchemist's territory. Goodbye. See you again. No, see you again. The ugly man said in horror. Before he finished speaking, he had already run far away. Dozens of guards ran away in panic. They were rolling and crawling, and they looked extremely miserable. Feng Wuchen wouldn't care about these small fries. However, it would be different if they were his enemies. The ugly young master of the Song family had left, and the real characters were here. Brother Feng, there's a murderous aura. Ling Xiaoxiao frowned, and her beautiful face turned cold. Shoo. Shoo, shoo. He Tianxiong was leading dozens of Divine Pill City experts over. Not only were there a lot of Sky Origin stage experts, there were 4 of them, and 2 of them were at the 2nd level of Sky Origin stage. It was a terrifying lineup. In a flash, dozens of experts surrounded Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao. Feng Wuchen, you've got guts. You killed the Burial Valley's young valley master, and you still dare to come to the Divine Pill City. He Tianxiong said coldly. His eyes were filled with hatred and murderous aura. You know me? Feng Wuchen asked in surprise. He Tianxiong shouted coldly, I'll kill you to avenge my brother. You're Hemo's brother. I see. I know your master is the 9 continents divine alchemist. I just heard that the Divine Pill City is his territory. Feng Wuchen smiled calmly as he glanced at the dozens of experts. The Divine Pill City will be your burial ground. He Tianxiong shouted angrily, kill Feng Wuchen. Buzz. Dozens of experts circulated their true origin, and waves of terrifying energy shot up to the sky. The ground shook, and the streets collapsed. The surrounding buildings were all shattered. I think you're here to die. Feng Wuchen sneered. Before the dozens of experts made their move, He Tianxiong's expression changed, and his face was filled with fear. When Feng Wuchen said die, he had already arrived in front of He Tianxiong. His right hand grabbed He Tianxiong's neck and lifted him up. The dozens of experts couldn't react to the terrifying speed. When they realized what was going on, they realized that He Tianxiong was in danger. You brought these trash to kill me? You've underestimated me, Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen sneered. Feng Wuchen, stop. A Sky Origin stage cultivator shouted angrily. He hurriedly moved behind Feng Wuchen and struck out a palm strike. The palm strike contained a terrifying amount of power. Boom. Buzz. The Sky Origin stage cultivator's palm strike landed on Feng Wuchen's back. A loud explosion sounded. He thought he had hit Feng Wuchen, which made him feel proud. However, what shocked him was that even with the full power of a Sky Origin stage cultivator, he couldn't even move Feng Wuchen half a step. How is this possible? The Sky Origin stage cultivator was shocked, and so were the other dozens of experts. The full power of a Sky Origin stage cultivator, Feng Wuchen was unharmed. Such a terrifying power couldn't even move Feng Wuchen. Did you see that? These are the experts you brought? Feng Wuchen sneered. The palm strike on Feng Wuchen's back didn't hurt him at all. Boom. Puff. An extremely violent energy gushed out from Feng Wuchen's back. With a loud explosion, the Sky Origin stage cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood and was blown away. The Sky Origin stage cultivator passed out. A Sky Origin Stage cultivator was a terrifying existence in the eyes of many cultivators. However, in front of Feng Wuchen, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. He Tianxiong looked at Feng Wuchen with fear. He knew how powerful Feng Wuchen was, but he couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen could capture him and severely wound the Sky Origin Stage cultivator when all the other cultivators didn't notice. Feng Wuchen didn't even make a move. He just used a violent power to wound a Sky Origin Stage cultivator and make him pass out. How horrifying was that? The dozens of cultivators were all shocked. They looked at Feng Wuchen with fear. None of them dared to make a move. Let's capture that stinky girl first. After regaining his senses, another Sky Origin Stage 2 cultivator suddenly shouted. Dozens of cultivators suddenly woke up and rushed towards Ling Xiaoxiao. He Tianxiong was in the hands of Feng Wuchen, and his life was in danger. Only by capturing Ling Xiaoxiao could they save He Tianxiong's life. In comparison, Ling Xiaoxiao was much easier to deal with. Feng Wuchen's strength was indeed horrifying. As long as they captured Ling Xiaoxiao, not only could they save He Tianxiong, they could also subdue Feng Wuchen. But, was it really that easy? When the dozens of cultivators made their moves, they regretted it. Buzz. A horrifying ice attribute vital energy was emitted from Ling Xiaoxiao's body. The horrifying cold air rolled out crazily, and the ground was freezing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Feeling the horrifying ice attribute vital energy from Ling Xiaoxiao, the dozens of cultivators were terrified. In the Divine Pill City, many powerful cultivators also felt the horrifying ice attribute vital energy, and they were all scared out of their wits. Many of the cultivators in the Divine Pill City were rushing towards the battlefield. Sky Origin Stage 1. No. This girl's strength is equivalent to Sky Origin Stage 3. Watch out. How is this possible? The dozens of cultivators were scared out of their wits. None of them had thought that this little girl could be such a horrifying cultivator, reaching Sky Origin Stage at the age of 16 or 17. How horrifying was she? What kind of powerful force could cultivate someone like her? Ling Xiaoxiao waved her hand, and the horrifying ice attribute vital energy spread out rapidly. Among the dozens of cultivators who were rushing towards her, besides the Sky Origin Stage cultivators, the rest were instantly frozen. The ice attribute vital energy spread out crazily, and wherever it went, the shattered buildings were all frozen. Everything within 100 feet radius was turned into ice sculptures. The 3 Sky Origin Stage cultivators were petrified, and their backs were already soaked with cold sweat. Crack! Ling Xiaoxiao waved her hand, and the dozens of cultivators who were frozen were all broken into pieces. In a flash, the dozens of cultivators were all turned into ice powder. Ling Xiaoxiao's strength was terrifying. She killed dozens of experts in an instant. What kind of terrifying method was this? Although Ling Xiaoxiao was a girl, her strength was absolutely terrifying. She was definitely not a flower vase. Many practitioners who came to watch the battle were also stunned by the scene in front of them. They looked at Ling Xiaoxiao in horror. He's the person in the portrait, one of the spectating experts suddenly exclaimed. He stared at Feng Wuchen with wide eyes. It's really him. He even wants to kill Alchemist He. This brat is too bold. How dare you come to Divine Pill City? The spectating experts immediately recognized Feng Wuchen as the young man in the portrait, and confirmed that he was the man who had killed Bai Mingkong. He Tianxiong, who was struggling just now, saw dozens of cultivators turned into ashes in an instant. However, he was too weak to struggle anymore. His face was as pale as paper. Suppressing the fear in his heart, the man at Sky Origin Stage 2 said, Feng Wuchen, we know you are powerful. But don't forget that this is the Divine Pill City. If you dare to kill Alchemist He, the Divine Alchemist will never let you go. He won't let me go anyway. Then I might as well kill all of you. Feng Wuchen sneered. How dare you? He Tianxiong suppressed his fear and shouted at Feng Wuchen angrily. I dare to kill your brother. Do you think I care about you? Your master might not be able to deal with me. I will send you to see your brother now. Feng Wuchen sneered. He suddenly increased the strength in his hand. He was really going to kill He Tianxiong. Boom. Boom, boom. Feng Wuchen swung his hand and fiercely threw He Tianxiong away. He Tianxiong's body turned into a black line as he flew along the street, crashing into buildings one after another. Feng Wuchen's throw had severely injured He Tianxiong. No one knew if he was still alive. Alchemist He. The man at Sky Origin Stage 2 ran away in a panic. Shoo. However, when he was running away, a dark shadow appeared out of nowhere and stopped him. You are quite bold. How dare you touch my woman? Do you want to die? Feng Wuchen said coldly. He was the one who gave the order to capture Ling Xiaoxiao. Feng Wuchen, someone has gone to report to Buried Soul Valley. Old Ancestor Bei Ming and the others will be here soon. If you kill me, you won't be able to live either. The Sky Origin Stage cultivator shouted angrily. Then I will kill you first. Let's see if the Dark North Forefather can kill me. Feng Wuchen said coldly as he threw out a palm strike mercilessly. Arcane Energy Shield. The man's expression changed as he activated his arcane energy to create an energy shield. Boom. Crack. Puff. Feng Wuchen threw out a palm strike with overwhelming power. After a loud explosion, the energy shield was shattered. The man spat out blood as he was blown away like a cannonball. A Sky Origin Stage cultivator was dead. He killed a Sky Origin Stage cultivator with one palm strike. Shoo, many powerful cultivators who were watching the fight took in a cold breath and trembled. Feng Wuchen killed a Sky Origin Stage cultivator with one palm strike without using any arcane energy. That was horrifying. Feng Wuchen was so powerful. No wonder he could kill Bai Ming Kong. With Feng Wuchen's strength, he could definitely be ranked among the top of the younger generation in the 9 states. The remaining 2 Sky Origin Stage cultivators ran away in fear. They didn't care about their comrade who had fainted. They didn't dare to stay for even a second. Xiaoxiao, let's go to the auction. Feng Wuchen said with a smile as he continued to hold Ling Xiaoxiao's hand and walked towards the auction. Brother Feng just said that I am his woman. Ling Xiaoxiao kept repeating Feng Wuchen's words in her mind. She blushed and looked very charming. On the completely destroyed street, everyone was looking at Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao in fear. Silence. If they hadn't seen Feng Wuchen's horrifying power with their own eyes, they wouldn't be so afraid of Feng Wuchen. After Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao left, everyone was still in silence. However, the news had started to spread in the Divine Pill City. A young man and a young woman had killed dozens of Divine Pill City's experts. It quickly shocked all the major families and countless cultivators. At the same time, Bai Ming He, Old Ancestor Bai Ming, and the higher-ups of the Burial Valley were rushing over. The Burial Valley was quite a distance away from the Divine Pill City. Even Bai Ming He and the others needed some time to get there. The Divine Pill City was too big. It took them almost half an hour to get to the entrance of the auction. Looking at the scale of the 9 states auction, it was much bigger than the Tiandu auction. It's a few times bigger than the Tiandu auction. Feng Wuchen was surprised. It was his first time seeing such a huge auction. Brother Feng, there must be a lot of treasures inside. There should be treasures that can help Sky Origin Stage cultivators. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled happily. After hearing Feng Wuchen's words, Ling Xiaoxiao became even more intimate with him. There were a lot of people coming in and out of the huge auction. The spacious auction hall was even more crowded with powerful cultivators. Feng Wuchen nodded and said with a smile, as expected of the 9 states auction. There are a lot of alchemists and blacksmiths. It seems like the auction is also a big force. Just as they arrived at the entrance of the auction, Feng Wuchen had already sensed a few soul powers and the unique aura of blacksmiths. Among them, there were even a 5th-grade alchemist and a 4th-grade blacksmith. These 2 definitely had a high status. The 9 prefectures auction was definitely a colossus. Moreover, it was a great power with a huge network of connections. Since he already knew that the higher-ups of the Burial Valley were rushing to the Divine Pill City, and that Mo Yan was in the Divine Pill City, Feng Wuchen still went to the auction. Wasn't he just seeking his own death? This way please. The auction guard respectfully made an inviting gesture. Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao entered the spacious auction hall. Soon, a beautiful maid came to receive them. The maid smiled respectfully and said, "May I know what treasures you 2 are looking for? Bring us around." As long as it's a treasure, the price is not a problem. Feng Wuchen said with a smile as if he was an experienced cultivator. From Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaxia's appearance and temperament, the maid could tell that they were not ordinary people. She didn't dare to neglect them and said respectfully, "Please follow me." "Look. What a beautiful girl. She is as beautiful as a fairy. Wow. So beautiful. She definitely won't lose to the 4 beauties of the 9 states. So beautiful. You can't find such a young and beautiful girl in the entire 9 states." In the auction hall, not long after Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao entered, many men who were looking at treasures turned their attention to Ling Xiaoxiao. They were completely attracted by Ling Xiaoxiao's beauty. On the other hand, no one noticed Feng Wuchen's existence. "Young master, she is definitely of the highest quality." In front of a private room on the 2nd floor, a young man in white was looking at Ling Xiaoxiao. The guard beside him said excitedly. The corner of the man's mouth rose slightly and he said with a smile, "Although she is not as voluptuous and charming as the chief auctioneer, she is indeed a rare beauty. There are not many like her in the 9 states." While speaking, the man in white couldn't help but look at the 3rd floor. On the railing of the 3rd floor, there stood a graceful and beautiful woman. The woman had a fiery figure and a curvy figure. She wore a fiery red cheongsam and her long hair fluttered in the wind. She was very charming and very tempting. She was the chief auctioneer of the 9 states auction, Mutsai. Looking at Mutsai's tempting figure, the man in white swallowed his saliva. He really wanted to turn into a beast and pounce on her. However, Mutsai's beautiful eyes were fixed on Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao who were walking up the stairs. The number 1 genius of the Inferno Empire, Feng Wuchen. What a daring guy. Interesting. Mutsai secretly shook her head. A black-cloaked guard appeared and reported respectfully, "Auctioneer, I just received news that 4 of the experts the divine alchemist sent to deal with Feng Wuchen are still alive. Alchemist, he was seriously injured and almost lost his life. The other 36 people were all killed." The black-cloaked guard's cultivation was very strong. He was at the 1st level of Sky Origin stage. He was Mutsai's personal guard and was responsible for her safety. "Did Feng Wuchen kill them?" Mutsai asked. "He killed a Sky Origin Stage 2 cultivator with 1 palm strike?" Shock appeared on Mutsai's beautiful face. She looked at Feng Wuchen in disbelief as he looked at the treasure. Is his strength really that strong? Killing a Sky Origin Stage 2 cultivator with 1 palm strike? Mutsai couldn't believe it. Feng Wuchen was only 18 years old. No matter how talented he was, it was impossible for him to reach such a high level. It's true. He is very powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill Bai Ming Kong. The guard in black said respectfully. Does the divine alchemist know about this? Mutsai asked. He should know. Feng Wuchen killed Hmo. The divine alchemist won't let Feng Wuchen go. Should we stop Feng Wuchen? The guard in black asked. Mutsai said seriously, if he is really that powerful, no one in the auction can stop him. Only the president can. But the president is still in seclusion. Besides, this is the divine alchemist's business. We should stay out of it. Feng Wuchen is not someone we can mess with. Yes. The guard in black said respectfully. Mutsai's pretty face tilted up slightly, and then she left. Is there anything you want? On the 2nd floor, the maid showed Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao the treasures and asked with a smile. Is there anything better? Feng Wuchen asked indifferently. Feng Wuchen didn't care about the treasures on the 2nd floor. What he needed were treasures that could help him improve his cultivation. Feng Wuchen didn't lack any elixirs or treasures. Feng Wuchen didn't care about the treasures on the 2nd floor, but it didn't mean that the treasures on the 2nd floor weren't popular. There were many precious treasures on the 2nd floor. 3rd and 4th grade elixirs, middle and high grade treasures, all kinds of treasures, herbs, and refining materials. Yes, there is. However, I don't know what kind of treasure you two want. The maid smiled bitterly. She was in a difficult position. Treasures that can help Sky Origin stage cultivators improve their cultivation. Feng Wuchen said directly. Treasures that can help Sky Origin stage cultivators improve their cultivation? The maid was shocked. She looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. She didn't know if Feng Wuchen could afford it. Even if he could afford it, could he use it? The maid didn't believe that Feng Wuchen had reached Sky Origin stage at such a young age. After a moment of shock, the maid hurriedly said, "There is, but it has to go through the auction house's elders. I can't make the decision." She was just a maid. She had no right to decide the treasures. The maid continued, "There will be an auction in 3 days. There will be a treasure that can help Sky Origin stage cultivators improve their cultivation. It is called the Sacred Geocentric Lotus. All the forces in the 9 states want it. If you too want it, please come back in 3 days." Sacred Geocentric Lotus? Feng Wuchen's eyes lit up. He was pleasantly surprised. The maid nodded and smiled, "Yes, there are many other precious treasures that will appear in the auction 3 days later. Brother Feng, the Sacred Geocentric Lotus can help you break through 1 level. We were right to come today." Ling Xiaoxiao smiled happily. The Sacred Geocentric Lotus is such a treasure. No wonder it is the 9 states auction. Such a treasure is even more precious than a 5th-rank pill. Feng Wuchen smiled. He was also determined to get the Sacred Geocentric Lotus. The Sacred Geocentric Lotus was a rare treasure that was nurtured by nature. It contained a huge amount of pure energy that could help Sky Origin stage cultivators improve their cultivation. It was very popular among Sky Origin stage cultivators. The Sacred Geocentric Lotus was definitely popular. With the huge amount of energy contained in the Sacred Geocentric Lotus, it was indeed enough to help Feng Wuchen break through 1 level in the shortest time possible. Don't even think about the Sacred Geocentric Lotus. It is not your turn. There are so many treasures in the 9 states auction that you can't count them all. You should look at the others. The 5 major forces in the 9 states are all eyeing the Sacred Geocentric Lotus. Do you think you have the ability to fight with them? At this moment, a cold laugh sounded out. The person who came was a young man with a handsome appearance. He wore a white brocade and had the aura of a noble. "Young Lord Jiang." The maid bowed respectfully. The white-clothed man waved his hand and signaled the maid to leave. The white-clothed man was the Divine Pill City's Jiang clan's young lord, Jiang Kuei. His cultivation was not weak, at the 8th level of the Origin Core stage. It could be seen that the Jiang clan's strength was very strong and had a certain status in the Divine Pill City. Jiang Kuei was the white-clothed man who had been staring at Ling Xiaoxiao. He slowly walked over and showed the appearance of a gentleman. Jiang Kuei only briefly glanced at Feng Wuchen with a trace of contempt in his eyes. Most of his gaze fell onto Ling Xiaoxiao. Noticing Jiang Kuei's gaze, Ling Xiaoxiao's beautiful brows frowned slightly. From Jiang Kuei's gaze, Ling Xiaoxiao saw a trace of ill intent. "I'm Jiang Kuei. May I know how to address Fairy?" Jiang Kuei asked with a courteous smile. "Big brother Feng, let's go," Ling Xiaoxiao said and completely ignored Jiang Kuei. She didn't even spare him a glance. How could Feng Wuchen not see through Jiang Kuei's intentions? He didn't even spare a glance before turning around and leaving with Ling Xiaoxiao, leaving behind the incomparably embarrassed Jiang Kuei. Jiang Kuei frowned slightly and a trace of anger flashed within his eyes. As the Jiang clan's young lord, when had he been disregarded like this? He felt that he was handsome, and among the women he met, there was really no one who disregarded him like this. Ling Xiaoxiao could be considered the first. "Young lord, they didn't take you seriously at all. How can you tolerate this?" The guard beside him said angrily in a low voice. "Shut up." Jiang Kuei scolded in a low voice and fiercely glared at the guard. The latter was so frightened that he quickly covered his mouth. "Stinking girl, wait until this young lord gets his hands on you. I'll make you hover between life and death," Jiang Kuei said fiercely in his heart, and various scenes of the decisive battle with Ling Xiaoxiao appeared in his mind. Thinking of this, Jiang Kuei suppressed the anger in his heart and hurriedly said, "Please wait." "What's the matter?" Feng Wuchen asked indifferently without any expression. "There will be a sea of people at the auction, and all the seats have been reserved. If the 2 of you don't mind, you can join me," Jiang Kuei quickly said with a smile. Although the 9 regions auction was huge, There were many experts in the 9 regions. The auction would definitely attract many cultivators. At that time, the huge hall would definitely be crowded. All the seats and private rooms had been reserved. If there were no seats, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao could only squeeze with the crowd in the hall. In the crowded hall, how could Feng Wuchen bear to let Ling Xiaoxiao come into contact with all kinds of strong men? Thank you, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. 3 days later, I'll be waiting for the 2 of you. Jiang Kuwei was delighted and hurriedly said with a smile. Seeing Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao turn and leave, Jiang Kuwei's face suddenly revealed a trace of a sinister smile. Humph. This young lord wants to see how long you can be arrogant for. Stinking girl, don't even think about escaping from this young lord's palm. Jiang Kuwei said coldly in his heart. His opened palm slowly clenched into a fist. Why does that kid look so similar to the person in the portrait? Not long after Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao left, Jiang Kuwei's guard suddenly frowned. He just realized that Feng Wuchen looked like the man in the portrait, but he was not sure. After thinking for a while, the guard shook his head and said to himself, it shouldn't be him. No matter how I look at him, he doesn't look like someone who can kill Bai Mingkong. Plus, I can't see through his cultivation level. He shouldn't be that powerful. Let's go. Go back and prepare. Jiang Kuwei sneered. After Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao left, Jiang Kuwei left as well. When the crowd was still praising Ling Xiaoxiao's beauty and admiring Feng Wuchen, the auction hall suddenly became noisy after a few people came back with the news. The man in the portrait killed again. 36 of the dozens of strong cultivators brought by Alchemist he were killed. Alchemist he was severely injured. The man in the portrait killed a Sky Origin stage cultivator with 1 palm strike. The news spread in the auction hall. Everyone in the auction hall was terrified. They were all trembling in fear. Isn't that young man the man in the portrait? Yeah. It is him. It looks like him. It must be him. Now that I think about it, it does look like him. Wasn't that brat a little too daring? He killed so many of the Divine Alchemist's men and he still dares to come to the auction? Doesn't he know that the Divine Alchemist is the guest elder of the auction hall? Let's go. Let's go. Something big is going to happen in the Divine Pale City. The more they talked, the more panicked they became. They all left in fear. If Jiang Kuwei had not left, he would have been scared to death by his own bold idea. How dare he have designs on Feng Wuchen's woman? Jiang Kuwei must be tired of living. At the same time, the news had reached Mo Yan's ears in the main city. He Tianxiong, who was severely injured, was carried back to the main city. He was on the verge of death. The Divine Alchemist was furious when he heard the news. Preposterous. Preposterous. Mo Yan was extremely furious. He said ferociously, Feng Wuchen, how dare you kill my Divine Pale City's men? Seeing his beloved disciple on the verge of death, Mo Yan's anger became more and more terrifying. Divine Alchemist, Feng Wuchen is too arrogant. We must get rid of him. One of the higher-ups said angrily. Feng Wuchen does not even put the Divine Alchemist in his eyes. He killed so many of us and even injured Tianxiong. We must not let him go. Another person said angrily. Mo Yan said angrily, lock down the Divine Pale City immediately. Chase after Feng Wuchen. Kill Feng Wuchen at all costs. Reporting to the Divine Alchemist, Feng Wuchen just went to the auction hall. At this time, a guard rushed into the main hall to report. Bastard. He killed people and still dared to go to the auction. This little bastard is too arrogant. One of the elders was furious. He slammed the table, and the terrifying power turned the table into dust. Mo Yan's old face became completely ferocious. His old face twitched violently. Feng Wuchen's actions not only did not put him in his eyes, but also did not treat him, the Divine Alchemist, as an existence. Feng Wuchen had killed so many experts of the Divine Pale City and still went to the auction as if nothing had happened. Such arrogance, to Mo Yan, was no different from offending the gods. What are you waiting for? Go and chase after Feng Wuchen. Do you want him to run away? The Divine Alchemist was furious. He roared at everyone in the main hall. Terrifying killing intent filled the main hall. The monstrous anger scared everyone out of the main hall. The divine alchemist was enraged. He ordered the entire city to hunt down Feng Wuchen. A large number of experts were dispatched from the main city. A large amount of powerful aura spread out in all directions with the main city as the center. Dozens of Sky Origin Realm experts were scattered around the Divine Pill City. Their terrifying aura was enough to make one's heart tremble. The Divine Alchemist was enraged, just like the Dark North Old Ancestor. He wanted to tear Feng Wuchen apart with his own hands. A large number of experts were dispatched from the main city, startling the Divine Pill City. The news had already spread throughout the Divine Pill City. The Divine Alchemist's anger was within everyone's expectations, but the scale was beyond their imagination. The Divine Alchemist, Mo Yan, had a high prestige in the 9 prefectures. As the strongest alchemist in the 9 prefectures, his network was definitely huge. With a single order, other than the dozens of Sky Origin Realm experts and hundreds of Yuan Dan Realm experts in the main city, the 5 major clans of the Divine Pill City and many rogue cultivators also took the initiative to send people to help. In just a moment, the entire Divine Pill City was filled with experts hunting down Feng Wuchen. The lineup was huge and terrifying. Brother Feng, we are in big trouble this time. The entire city is filled with people hunting us down. The experts from the Burial Valley should be here soon. Brother Feng, aren't you worried? Ling Xiaoxiao asked. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen smiled and said, if we want to leave, no one can stop us. However, we will implicate the Feng clan and even the Empire. Now is the chance for the Feng clan and Heaven Pavilion to strengthen their cultivation. I don't want anyone to disturb us. In short, we have to get through this difficult time. After leaving the auction house, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao arrived at the forest outside the city and walked towards the depths of the mountains. The city was not safe. The experts from the Burial Valley and Divine Pill City could appear at any time. No matter how strong Feng Wuchen was, he didn't dare to say that he could fight against so many experts. Big Brother Feng, Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Banner Army are your most loyal subordinates. Their growth speed is astonishing. Moreover, with Big Brother Feng's nurturing, they will definitely become terrifying experts in the future. You can be completely at ease with them. However, Big Brother Feng seems to have some misgivings about them. Ling Xiaoxiao said. Ling Xiaoxiao was very puzzled about this point. With Feng Wuchen's ability, he could absolutely make the Heaven Shadow Fiery Cavalry and Black Flag Army stronger. If he gave them powerful cultivation methods and powerful martial skills, the Heaven Shadow Fiery Cavalry and Black Flag Army would definitely become stronger. However, Feng Wuchen didn't do that. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, Huanyang and the others are indeed very outstanding. Although they are my subordinates, they are still soldiers of the Empire. My life is destined to be extraordinary, so why would I stay in the Empire? I've already made up my mind. Once I've settled everything, I'll head to the continent to explore. So, I can't bring them along. Feng Wuchen thought so, but the Heaven Shadow Fiery Cavalry and Black Flag Army soldiers might not think so. After a pause, Feng Wuchen continued, however, before I leave the Empire, I'll leave something for them. As for their future path, it'll be up to them to choose. I also have my own path to walk. As for Heaven Pavilion, I plan to hand it over to Duan Henshi. Wuqing will inherit the throne sooner or later, and my 2 brothers still have to take care of the Feng family. Only Duan Henshi is the most suitable. What are Big Brother Feng's plans now? Ling Xiaoxiao tapped her chin and asked again. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, take down the 9 prefectures. Ling Xiaoxiao chuckled and said, with Big Brother Feng's status as a 5th grade weapon refiner and 4th grade alchemist, you can definitely rope in countless experts. Taking down the 9 prefectures will be as easy as flipping your hand. If it were someone else, they would have already used this status to take down the 9 prefectures. With the terrifying rallying power of a 5th grade weapon refiner, as long as Feng Wuchen spread the news, there would definitely be countless experts working for him. What's the use if it's not my own strength? No matter how many experts I can rope in, they will only do it for benefits, unless they submit to me. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. What Feng Wuchen wanted was to submit. He wanted true friends, life and death brothers, and not those who only did it for benefits. If Feng Wuchen wanted to take down the 9 prefectures, he must have the strength to make all the forces in the 9 prefectures fear him. Feng Wuchen killed Bai Mingkong and angered the Burial Valley. This was only the beginning of Feng Wuchen's plan to take down the 9 prefectures. Looking at Feng Wuchen with her beautiful eyes, Ling Xiaoxiao asked with a smile, "Big brother Feng, are you planning to kill the chicken to warn the monkey? In addition, we have to completely eliminate the Huangfu clan, so as to prevent the Huangfu clan from rising from the ashes." Feng Wuchen said viciously. Huangfu Tianba had already broken through to the Sky Origin realm. If he didn't eliminate them, they would become the biggest threat to the Feng clan when Feng Wuchen left the empire in the future. At this moment, the Divine Pale City was filled with experts who were chasing after Feng Wuchen. However, after searching the entire Divine Pale City, they couldn't find Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao. Even if they scattered around the city, they still couldn't find them. Unable to find Feng Wuchen, Mo Yan was so furious that his lungs were about to explode. Swish! Swish, swish! In the sky above the Divine Pale City, 8 experts appeared in a flash. 8 terrifying auras spread out and almost covered the entire Divine Pale City, frightening everyone in the Divine Pale City. Extremely terrifying and heavy killing intent spread out, causing everyone in the Divine Pale City to be even more terrified. Old ancestor Bai Ming of the Burial Valley. And Bai Ming He. Bai Ming He has come out of seclusion. What a terrifying aura. The experts of the Burial Valley are all here. They must be here for the person in the portrait. Everyone in the Divine Pale City looked at the sky in fear. Although there were only 8 Sky Origin Realm experts from the Burial Valley, their strength was far more terrifying than the experts from the Divine Pale City. Sensing the aura of old ancestor Bai Ming and the others, the Divine Alchemist Mo Yan flashed over with a gloomy face. Divine Alchemist. Old ancestor Bai Ming said politely. The Divine Alchemist's gloomy face gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Feng Wuchen has killed dozens of experts from the Divine Pale City. We can't let him go. This little bastard actually dares to kill people in the Divine Pale City. He simply doesn't put the old man in his eyes." The more Mo Yan thought about it, the angrier he got. The higher his status and the more power he had, the more he couldn't accept being looked down upon. Feng Wuchen had killed dozens of experts from the Divine Pale City and even went to the auction. This was simply a slap to Mo Yan's face. "We have searched the entire Divine Pale City, but we still can't find him. This cunning little bastard must be hiding somewhere," Mo Yan said with a ferocious face. "He can't have gone far. Dig him out even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground." Bai Ming he shouted angrily. Yes. The experts from the Burial Valley rushed in all directions. Not long after, many Yuan Dan realm experts from the Burial Valley arrived and joined the team that was chasing after Feng Wuchen. There were thousands of people in the team. As more and more disciples from the Burial Valley joined the team grew bigger and bigger. In the end, there were more than 30,000 people. It was a large-scale hunt for Feng Wuchen. In the auction house, with the huge commotion in the Divine Pale City, the terrifying aura and killing intent of the experts from the Burial Valley had alerted the auction house president and elders. Bai Minghe's aura is getting more and more terrifying. I'm afraid his strength is not below old ancestor Bai Ming. The auction house president, Chu Chongkong, said solemnly. As the president, his cultivation was only at Sky Origin Stage 3. However, the auction house president was a grade 5 alchemist. His status in the 9 prefectures was definitely high. The auction house's grade 4 alchemist was the great elder, Tian Jizi. He was a white-haired old man, but no one dared to underestimate him. With these 2 big shots in the auction house, it was enough to make all the forces in the 9 prefectures wary. Tian Jizi frowned and said, "Feng Wuchen is indeed too arrogant. However, old man doesn't think that Feng Wuchen is stupid enough to offend the Burial Valley and the Divine Alchemist. How can the number 1 genius of the Yanhua Empire be so stupid?" All the forces in the 9 prefectures and countless cultivators only knew that Feng Wuchen killed Bai Mingkong. However, they didn't know why Feng Wuchen killed Bai Mingkong. They also didn't know what kind of grudge Feng Wuchen had with the Burial Valley. "President, Great Elder, in 3 days, Feng Wuchen will come to the auction house. He has his eyes on the sacred geocentric lotus. The auctioneer, Mutsai, said. Her voluptuous body made people's imaginations run wild. The auction will be held in 3 days. Many powerful cultivators from all over the 9 states will be gathered there. Feng Wuchen should know about this. Isn't he seeking his own death by coming? Chu Changkong frowned. The sacred geocentric lotus was a treasure that all the major forces were determined to get. Feng Wuchen already had a grudge with the Burial Valley and the Divine Alchemist. Now that he interfered with the sacred geocentric lotus, wouldn't he become the enemy of all the major forces in the 9 prefectures? Was Feng Wuchen stupid to do this, or did he have the strength to contend with the 5 major forces? Mutsai said, President, Feng Wuchen is not someone to be trifled with. I'm afraid that he is even more terrifying than we imagined. He killed a Sky Origin Realm expert with a single palm strike, and even killed Bai Ming Kong. Such strength cannot be underestimated. I think the auction house should handle this matter well and not get involved. After pausing for a while, Mutsai continued, a 5th-grade blacksmith and a 4th-grade alchemist. Such a genius, who can guarantee that there is no one behind him? Chu Changkong, Tian Jizi, and the others didn't say anything. Their old faces were very serious as they felt that Mutsai's words were reasonable. Feng Wuchen, get out here. The furious Bai Ming he directly roared in the sky above the Divine Pill City. Accompanied by a terrifying Jin Yuan, his roar was deafening. The roar resounded throughout the Divine Pill City, and many practitioners were extremely frightened. Deep in the mountains outside the Divine Pill City, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao were cultivating. When they heard the roar, they couldn't help but open their eyes. 5th-grade Sky Origin Realm, such powerful strength. I'm afraid his strength is not weaker than old ancestor Bai Ming. Feng Wuchen slightly frowned and said. Brother Feng, could he be Bai Ming Kong's father, Bai Ming he? Ling Xiaoxiao guessed. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, it should be him. His strength is on par with old ancestor Bai Ming. In the Burial Valley, there is only Bai Ming he alone. This strength is indeed not simple. Feeling Bai Ming he's monstrous anger and terrifying strength, Feng Wuchen's body began to surge with battle intent. He really wanted to test Bai Ming he's strength. Feeling Feng Wuchen's battle intent, Ling Xiaoxiao smiled and said, with Brother Feng's strength, you may not lose to him. Feng Wuchen shrugged and said with a smile, let's fight and we will know. Brother Feng, in the auction 3 days later, how do you plan to face the Burial Valley and the Divine Alchemist? The sacred geocentric lotus is something that all the major forces are determined to obtain. If Brother Feng interferes, you will become the enemy of the 5 major forces. Ling Xiaoxiao said with a serious expression. Currently, the sacred geocentric lotus was indeed the most suitable treasure for Feng Wuchen to cultivate. The sacred geocentric lotus contained a large amount of pure energy. For the current Feng Wuchen, it was the fastest way to raise his cultivation. In the heavenly origin realm, it was extremely difficult to raise one's cultivation. Without sufficient energy, it was difficult to raise one's cultivation just by absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Even a genius would find it difficult to raise his cultivation without the help of heavenly treasures and earthly elixirs. Even a so-called genius would have to rely on heavenly treasures to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The 9 prefectures auction had already gathered the upper echelons of the 5 major forces of the 9 prefectures. The Divine Pill City was filled with people, and the auction hall was filled with people. Every box in the auction hall was filled with experts from all the major forces of the 9 prefectures. In the box on the 3rd floor, the 5 major forces of the 9 prefectures were already seated, waiting for the auction to begin. The boxes on the 2nd floor were also fully occupied, and the auction hall was filled with clamor. There were so many people here, not only for the treasure, but also for Mutsai. Mutsai was the goddess in the hearts of countless men. Even if they couldn't win her heart, it would be worth it if they could win her smile. Young lord, why aren't Feng Wuchen and the others here yet? In a box on the 2nd floor, a guard asked worriedly and fearfully. How would I know? Jiang Kuei scolded, and his face was also filled with fear. Young lord, is he really the #1 genius of the Inferno Empire, Feng Wuchen? The guard asked again in fear. How would I know? Jiang Kuei scolded again, and glared at the guard. As one of the 5 major clans of the Divine Pale City, the Jiang clan had naturally received the news. Jiang Kuei quickly thought of the 2 people he met at the auction. After guessing Feng Wuchen's identity, Jiang Kuei regretted inviting Feng Wuchen. It was simply like being with a murderous demon. For his own evil plan, Jiang Kuei booked another box. Jiang Kuei's dirty thoughts instantly vanished. He didn't even dare to think about it, unless he didn't want his life anymore. Jiang Kuei was secretly glad that the news spread quickly. Otherwise, even the King of Hell wouldn't be able to save him. With Feng Wuchen's terrifying strength, the Jiang family was nothing in his eyes. Jiang Kuei just wanted to get away from Feng Wuchen, but since he had promised Feng Wuchen, he didn't dare to go back on his word. He could only wait in fear. After knowing Feng Wuchen's identity and how terrifying he was, Jiang Kuei dared not offend him. Of course, Jiang Kuei still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. After all the powerhouses of the 9 prefectures were gathered here, and Feng Wuchen's enemies were also present. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Kuei, who had been looking at the door, suddenly saw the figures of Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao. His body trembled and he immediately ran out of the room. Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao were the last group of people to enter the auction. The rest of the crowd was blocked outside because the hall was full. Feng Wuchen was wearing a bamboo hat, and his soul force aura was restrained, so no one recognized him. "Brother Feng, fairy, this way please." As soon as Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao entered, Jiang Kuei went up and invited them politely. He directly led Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao to the private room. Jiang Kuei's attitude was very respectful. The contempt he had for Feng Wuchen had long disappeared. Feng Wuchen was the last to enter with his bamboo hat. None of the powerhouses present recognized him, and they didn't even see Feng Wuchen. In the private room, Jiang Kuei looked at Feng Wuchen in horror and cupped his fists. "I didn't know Brother Feng's identity before. I hope you don't blame me for offending you." Feng Wuchen took off his bamboo hat and asked with a smile, "Since you know my identity, aren't you afraid that you will be killed by me?" Hearing this, Jiang Kuei hurriedly said, "If I don't say, if Brother Feng doesn't say, who will know? For the sake of your private room, I will keep it a secret for you," Feng Wuchen said indifferently. "Thank you." Jiang Kuei hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Jiang Kuei didn't dare to look at Ling Xiaoxiao from beginning to end, nor did he dare to have any bad intentions. As Mutsai walked onto the auction stage, the noisy auction hall instantly quieted down. Everyone's eyes were focused on Mutsai's extremely seductive body. Under her fiery red cheongsam, the inside of her slender legs made people's imagination run wild. Looking at her, many men's saliva almost flowed out. Their eyes were either staring at Mutsai's proud twin peaks or the inside of her beautiful legs. Mutsai had long been accustomed to everyone's gazes. Her beautiful face didn't show the slightest displeasure. Instead, there was a charming smile. "Brother Feng, Mutsai is a famous beauty. Don't be fooled by her ordinary cultivation. She has a Sky Origin Realm expert secretly protecting her. No one in the 9 provinces dares to touch her." Jiang Kuei smiled and stared at Mutsai without the slightest scruple. "She is indeed very beautiful." Ling Xiaoxiao couldn't help but praise. Jiang Kuei hurriedly flattered, "Fairy's beauty doesn't lose to hers." Ling Xiaoxiao's beauty was indeed not as good as Mutsai's. The 2 could be said to be on par. It was just that one was extremely charming while the other was youthful and beautiful. Feng Wuchen didn't express his opinion, nor did he speak. Mutsai's beautiful face was known by everyone in the 9 provinces. She was known as one of the 4 great beauties of the 9 provinces. The auction begins. Chu Chongkong's voice came from a box on the 3rd floor. On the auction stage, Mutsai chuckled and said, "I am Mutsai. I believe everyone knows who I am. There are 68 treasures in this auction. Each of them is very precious. Don't miss out on the treasures you like." As soon as she finished speaking, Mutsai flipped her hand and a treasure appeared out of thin air. The first treasure is a mid-level profound class cultivation method. This is a fire attribute cultivation method and is quite rare. The starting price is 5 million gold coins, and the increment must not be less than 100,000 gold coins. Mutsai chuckled and held the scroll in her hand. A mid-level profound class cultivation method was considered a powerful cultivation method even in the 9 provinces. For cultivators with fire attribute true essence, it would increase their cultivation speed by a lot. In the hall, the crowd was already excited. For ordinary cultivators, a profound class cultivation method was already considered a very powerful existence. 6 million. As soon as Mutsai's voice fell, someone immediately shouted. 6,200,000 gold coins. 6,500,000. One bid after another made the auction extremely lively. Everyone madly bid as if to win the beauty's smile. No one bid for the boxes on the 2nd and 3rd floor. Obviously, they didn't want them. Feng Wuchen pretended not to hear anything. Instead, he was secretly watching the experts of the 5 great forces. The strongest were undoubtedly the Namgong family and Misty Wind sect. The Xiao family, Burial Valley, and Xiaowang school were evenly matched. It's the Murong Tian's aura. Feng Wuchen slightly frowned. He sensed the Murong Tian's aura. That evil aura was very special. It meant that the Murong Tian had returned to the 9 provinces from the Yanhua Empire. This news undoubtedly made Feng Wuchen feel relieved. At least the Murong Tian wouldn't attack the Feng family. The Murong Tian's aura has become much stronger. He is not far from the 5th level of Sky Origin stage. Feng Wuchen frowned. He was still somewhat afraid of the Murong Tian's strength. In addition, Feng Wuchen's enemies were the Huangfu Tianba and the experts of Burial Valley. This auction could be said to be very dangerous. If he was not careful, Feng Wuchen could very well die in the auction. Even if it was dangerous, Feng Wuchen's expression didn't change at all. Since he was here, he might as well take things as they came. As time passed, one treasure after another was auctioned off. The atmosphere in the hall was heated to the peak. The price of each treasure was a huge number, which made everyone shocked and excited. The later the treasures were, the more expensive they were. The astronomical number was beyond anyone's imagination. During this time, some of the forces on the 2nd floor also participated in the bidding. Many precious dawn, martial skills, and other treasures were won by them. However, the 5 great forces didn't participate in the bidding. It seemed that they were all here for the sacred geocentric lotus and didn't care about the other treasures. It seems that the 5 great forces are all here for the sacred geocentric lotus. However, who the sacred geocentric lotus will belong to depends on their own abilities. Mutsai smiled and took out the next treasure. An exquisite storage ring appeared in Mutsai's hand, exuding a tyrannical aura. It was a high-grade artifact. Mutsai raised the storage ring and said with a smile, "The 66th treasure is a high-grade artifact storage ring. This storage ring is not simple. In addition to having a huge storage space, it also has a powerful defensive power. This is an ability that ordinary storage rings don't have. If you like it, don't miss it. The starting price is 50 million gold coins. The increment must not be less than 1 million gold coins." Mutsai continued. "Old man, 60 million. An old man on the 2nd floor was the first to bid. 70 million. 80 million. 100 million. The 2nd floor's private room started a fierce bidding war. The people in the hall were already dumbfounded, their faces full of shock. They didn't have the ability to bid for such a high-priced treasure. The price had far exceeded their range. A high-grade storage ring was indeed rare, not to mention that it had a defensive power. Such a treasure even moved the 5 great forces. 300 million. Sure enough, Xiao Ran's voice suddenly came from the Xiao family's private room. The moment Xiao Ran opened his mouth, he directly raised the price by 200 million, crushing everyone. The whole hall instantly quieted down. The private rooms on the 2nd floor that were fiercely bidding also went silent. The Xiao family's boldness shocked everyone and left them in the dust. Even if the forces on the 2nd floor wanted it very much, they didn't dare to bid because they didn't want to offend the Xiao family. The auctioneer Mutsai's pretty face was also a little stunned. She had seen a lot of gold coins before, but this was the first time she had seen such boldness. The other 4 great forces also looked at the Xiao family's private room in surprise. "Everyone, I'm really sorry, but my son just happens to be lacking such a treasure. I hope you can let him have it." Xiaoran walked to the window and said to the crowd with a faint smile. Since the Xiao family's patriarch has spoken, we can only give up. In the Song family's private room on the second floor, the Song family's patriarch smiled indifferently. This storage ring is indeed a good treasure. 300 million gold coins is indeed worth it. I originally wanted to buy it, but since the Xiao family's patriarch has spoken first, this old man won't snatch it away. Xiaowang School's sect master smiled faintly. Thank you, everyone. Xiaoran cupped his fists politely. But just when Xiaoran thought the bidding was over and Mutsai was about to announce the result, a faint voice sounded. A calm voice rang out, and the entire place fell silent. Time seemed to have stopped. Everyone looked at the source of the voice in disbelief. Mutsai also looked at the second floor in shock. Someone actually bid 500 million, someone actually dared to compete with the Xiao family, who was so bold. Who dared to compete with the Xiao family? Did they not want to live anymore? Xiaoran had raised the price by 200 million in one go. It was obvious that he was determined to get the storage ring. Even the other four major forces had to avoid him, not to mention the major families and forces on the second floor. Now, someone actually dared to compete with the Xiao family for 500 million. Was he planning to fight with the Xiao family? Xiaoran frowned. He did not expect that someone would compete with the Xiao family at this time and raise the price by 200 million in one go. The voice of the man bidding on the second floor was calm and sudden. No one could tell whose voice it was, but they could tell that it was a young man. The four major forces are not competing with the Xiao family. Who else in the 9 states has the guts to do so? Xiao Tianqian said in a low voice. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Knowing that the Xiao family was the one bidding, someone actually dared to bid. Clearly, they did not give the Xiao family any face and did not put them in their eyes. No matter who it is, as long as it's not the four major forces, this kid is dead meat. Xiaoyun said coldly. He narrowed his eyes and looked extremely fierce. How surprising. Who is it that dares to compete with the Xiao family? An elder of the Nangong family asked curiously. Xiaowang School's sect master smiled. Looks like the Xiao family is going to lose a lot. In another room, the Misty Wind sect master said calmly, I wonder if Xiaoran will give up the treasure or raise the price? I wonder what kind of person would have such courage. The people in the rooms on the second floor were definitely not the 5 major forces. If Xiaoran backed down, wouldn't it mean that the Xiao family was afraid? How could the Xiao family do such a shameful thing? The Xiao family could not afford to lose face like this. However, if the Xiao family bid, they would definitely lose a lot. The price of the sacred earth core lotus would be terrifying. At that time, they might not be able to compete with the other 4 major forces. The 4 major forces were secretly happy that the Xiao family would lose a lot of money. At least the Xiao family's threat would be reduced. I'm just worried that the other 4 forces are doing this on purpose, Xiaoran guessed with a frown. With one less competitor, the other 4 forces would have a glimmer of hope. Apart from this, Xiaoran couldn't think of anyone else in the 9 regions who dared to go against the Xiao clan. Everyone present was very curious as to who exactly was bidding. Everyone only sensed the aura of the 8th level origin core stage and 3rd level origin core stage martial artists emitted from the room, and the other 2 people didn't have the slightest energy fluctuation. This made everyone feel strange. There were no energy fluctuations. Could it be an ordinary person? If it was an ordinary person, then would that 8th level origin core stage expert dare go against the Xiao clan? 500 million. Who is that kid? He actually offered 500 million gold coins. I think he doesn't want to live anymore. The 4 great powers have already given the Xiao clan up, yet this brat just had to jump out and court death. I really want to know who he is and what will happen to him. When everyone returned to their senses, the silent hall instantly burst into an uproar, and clamorous sounds spread out like a landslide. Xiaoran, who had a gloomy expression, only bid after a long time, and his voice obviously carried a trace of anger. 600 million, 800 million. Xiaoran had just bid when a voice sounded out from the room on the second floor, and this time, it was actually a woman's voice. It increased by another 200 million. Hiss, everyone in the hall was shocked to the point they gasped. they finally understood that the person bidding was obviously going against the Xiao clan. A woman's voice? Who the hell are they? They're obviously going against the Xiao clan. If the bidding continues like this, I'm afraid the Xiao clan will be powerless to compete with the four great powers for the sacred geocentric lotus. The hall was once again in an uproar. Who the hell are they? Mu Kai stared blankly at the room as she was unable to guess who it was. The auction house master, Chu Chongkong, and the others were extremely curious as well, but no one knew who it was. The person bidding was naturally Feng Wuchen. The second bidder was naturally Ling Xiaoxiao. At this moment, in the room, Jiang Kuwei and the guard were already paralyzed on the ground, trembling in fear. If the various powers knew that he was with Feng Wuchen, the Jiang clan would be doomed. The reason why Feng Wuchen was bidding was not because of the storage ring, but because of the Xiao clan's bidding. Feng Wuchen hated the Xiao clan to the bone. When Xiao Ran was bidding, Feng Wuchen was quite surprised. Recalling how heartless the Xiao clan was to Xiao Qingqing, Feng Wuchen planned to make the Xiao clan bleed. As one of the five great powers of the 9 regions, how could the Xiao clan be afraid of a small power on the second floor? Feng Wuchen also guessed that the Xiao clan could not afford to lose face, so he immediately bid 200 million gold coins. Moreover, this way, Feng Wuchen would have one less competitor. The sacred geocentric lotus, Feng Wuchen was also determined to obtain it. How could Feng Wuchen let such a treasure fall into the hands of others? Hearing the bid of 800 million gold coins, Xiao Ran's face completely darkened. His facial muscles twitched violently, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Damn it! Xiaoyan flew into a rage. He wanted nothing more than to rush out of the room and kill the bidder. Who are you? Why do you have a grudge against my Xiao clan? Xiao Tianchen flashed out of the room and came to the railing on the second floor. He asked the bidder with a trace of anger in his voice. Xiao Tianchen appeared in front of everyone in a flash, causing everyone in the hall to panic. Even a fool could tell that the Xiao clan was angry. The various powers were waiting to watch a show, and no one interrupted. The hall quieted down again. Everyone looked at the private room on the second floor again, waiting for the person in the private room to speak. Old Master Xiao, anyone can bid for the treasures in the auction, right? Your Xiao clan has taken a fancy to it, and so have I. If your Xiao clan can bid, why can't I? Old Master Zhao's words are too unreasonable. If the Xiao clan doesn't have the ability, then I won't hold back. I can still fork out a mere 800 million gold coins. Ling Xiaoxiao's lukewarm voice sounded. You. Xiao Tianchen's face instantly darkened. Arrogant. Extremely arrogant, a little girl actually dared to speak to old Master Xiao like that. However, the mysterious girl's tone showed no fear, and she also knew about the Xiao clan's existence. This made everyone take her seriously. Despite knowing the Xiao clan's strength, she still dared to bid. She was not afraid of the Xiao clan's strength at all. This showed that she had a powerful background. If it were anyone else, would they dare to speak to old Master Xiao like that? What? Am I wrong? If I have offended you in any way, what can old Master Xiao do? The girl's lukewarm voice sounded again. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. They felt as if their souls were about to jump out of their bodies. They originally thought that the girl would restrain herself, but she was unexpectedly even more arrogant. This girl was simply too audacious. Who was this girl? How dare she be so disrespectful to Xiao Tianchen? In the auction, a maidservant's face was filled with fear. Her pretty face was pale, and her body could not stop trembling. The maidservant recognized Ling Xiaoxiao's and Feng Wuchen's voices. 3 days ago, this maidservant had received Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao, so she was very familiar with their voices. Ling Xiaoxiao's words were extremely sharp. Every word was like the tip of a knife stabbing into Xiao Tianchen's heart. The latter's face flushed red and gloomy. The Xiao clan was furious. Xiao Ran's face twisted. Ling Xiaoxiao did not give the Xiao clan the slightest bit of face. Stupid girl. How dare you be so disrespectful to my grandfather? You must be tired of living. Do you believe that I won't kill you right now? Xiao Yun shouted angrily. Then, he flashed out of the private room, and a strong murderous aura filled the air. You can try. Ling Xiaoxiao replied coldly. Not to mention Xiao Yun, Ling Xiaoxiao was not even afraid of Xiao Tianchen. Whoosh, seeing that the situation was about to spiral out of control, Chu Changkong quickly flashed over and said calmly, "Young Master Xiao, please don't be angry." Looking at Xiao Tianqian, Chu Changkong said, "Old Master Xiao, anyone can bid. Why are you so angry?" "Humph." Xiao Tianqian snorted fiercely and shouted, 1 billion. "Since Old Master Xiao likes this storage ring so much, I'll give it to your Xiao clan." Ling Xiaoxiao sneered when Xiao Tianqian started bidding. "How dare you?" Xiao Tianqian was enraged, and a terrifying murderous aura exploded. The upper echelons of the Xiao clan could no longer sit still, and they were all furious. "This stupid girl." Xiao Yuanshan said angrily. "Stupid girl. I don't care who you are. After the auction ends, I, Xiao Yun, will definitely kill you." Xiao Yun said viciously in his heart. She was deliberately making things difficult. Deliberately making things difficult, everyone in the hall was dumbfounded. Who exactly was this mysterious woman? Did she not know the strength of the Xiao clan? She did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. This girl is dead meat. Deliberately making things difficult for the Xiao clan. She definitely won't live to see tomorrow's sun. Offending the Xiao clan will not end well. Furthermore, she humiliated the Xiao clan in front of so many people. Old Master Zhao's anger is not something that anyone can bear. Everyone was horrified. Even Chu Changkong could not help but frown at Ling Xiaoxiao's arrogance. However, the auction had its rules. Anyone could bid freely. If Ling Xiaoxiao did not bid, there was nothing he could say. However, by doing so, Ling Xiaoxiao had completely offended the Xiao clan. This girl is quite bold. The Nangong family head was shocked, and he was even more curious about this mysterious girl's background. The Misty Wind sect master frowned and said, "This girl might have a powerful background. Ordinary people would not dare to embarrass the Xiao clan like this. She is not even afraid of the Xiao clan. The Xiao clan is really bleeding. 1 billion to buy a storage ring." The Xiaowang school sect master sneered as he took pleasure in the Nangong family's misfortune. However, just as he finished speaking, he noticed that Huangfu Tianba and Huangfu Yunzhong's faces were extremely ugly. It was as if they had guessed the identity of the person who had spoken. That's right. Huangfu Tianba guessed that the mysterious girl was Ling Xiaoxiao. Huangfu's family had fought with Feng Wuchen many times, so they were very familiar with Ling Xiaoxiao's voice. "Stupid girl. How dare you make things difficult for my Xiao family?" The current Xiao family head, Xiao Ran, could no longer sit still and shouted at Ling Xiaoxiao. A terrifying murderous aura swept through the auction hall. Xiao Ran's terrifying murderous aura frightened everyone. "Xiao family head, calm down." Chu Changkong frowned. If the situation went out of control, not only would the auction suffer heavy losses, many people would be killed. "Xiao family head, give some face to the old man, don't get angry." Divine alchemist Mo Yen flashed over. He was the guest elder of the auction and had the responsibility to maintain the order of the auction. With Mo Yan's appearance, Xiao Ran could only suppress the monstrous anger in his heart. Mo Yan was the divine alchemist, the strongest alchemist in the 9 prefectures. The Xiao family naturally had to give him some face. In the private room on the 2nd floor, Ling Xiaoxiao did not say anything. On the surface, things had calmed down, but even a fool knew that something serious would happen after the auction ended. The Xiao family was humiliated in front of all the forces in the 9 prefectures. The Xiao family would definitely not let this matter go. No matter what, the Xiao clan was still a big shot in the 9 regions. How could they allow themselves to be humiliated like this? In the private room, Jiang Kuei and the guard were scared out of their wits. They stood motionless as if they had been petrified. Their faces were ashen. Feng Wuchen smiled and bid. Ling Xiaoxiao did the talking and successfully angered the Xiao family. "Xiaoxiao, where did you learn those words from?" "Even I was almost fooled by you," Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. Seeing the Xiao family's upper echelons being humiliated, Feng Wuchen felt relieved. "My grandfather. I used to go out with my grandfather to gain experience, so I learned it from him," Ling Xiaoxiao said with a smile. "So that's how it is." Feng Wuchen gave a thumbs up. On the auction stage, Mu Tsai, who had been shocked for a long time, came back to her senses and said, "The storage ring belongs to the Xiao family." Mukai took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Then, she took out another treasure. It was a medicinal pill that exuded a very powerful spiritual qi. A huge amount of spiritual energy and a unique fragrance wafted out. Everyone who smelled it was shocked, and they instantly felt refreshed. A 5th-grade pill, the medicinal pills were extremely powerful, and once again, everyone was shaken. Even the 5 great powers were moved. Mutsai composed herself and said, "This elixir is a 5th-grade elixir, called the Heaven Origin Elixir. It can help the Heaven Origin stage cultivators improve their cultivation. It's a top-grade elixir among the 5th-grade elixirs, and it was personally refined by our Divine Alchemist." A 5th-grade pill refined by the Divine Alchemist? Dan beads for Sky Origin stage cultivators? The Divine Alchemist is willing to share it with us. As expected of the Divine Alchemist, to be able to refine such a powerful 5th-grade pill. Everyone was shocked, and the entire hall boiled with excitement. While everyone was boiling with excitement, Chu Chongkong said with a faint smile, "Even I can't refine such a powerful elixir. There is only one in the entire 9 prefectures. The refining process of the Heaven Origin elixir is very complicated and difficult. It requires a lot of precious herbs. Even the old man can't refine one Heaven Origin elixir easily." The Divine Alchemist added. It wasn't hard to imagine how precious this elixir was. There was no other elixir in the entire 9 prefectures. If I can get this elixir, I will definitely reach the 6th level of Heaven Origin stage. Biming, he said excitedly in a box on the 3rd floor. His eyes were filled with passion. The Heaven Origin elixir is powerful, but it is nothing compared to the sacred earth core lotus. Old ancestor Biming shook his head. He was still thinking about the sacred earth core lotus. Biming, he said, "If we can get both the Heaven Origin elixir and the sacred earth core lotus, Father, you will also reach the 6th level of Heaven Origin stage. By then, who in the 9 prefectures will be able to compete with us in the Burial Valley? We can't miss such an elixir. It can at least help Tian reach the 5th level of Heaven Origin stage." The master of the Nangong family laughed excitedly. Xiao clan, Xiaowang school, and the higher-ups of the Sky Mist sect were all tempted. They didn't expect that the Heaven Origin elixir would be available at the last moment. "Auctioneer Tsai, name your price," the master of the Xiaowang school urged. He couldn't wait any longer. Hearing that, Mutsai smiled charmingly. She said, "The starting price of the Heaven Origin elixir is 1 billion. No less than 10 million gold coins. 1 billion. The master of the Xiaowang school, Evil Soul, was the first to bid. The Evil Soul sect leader is so generous. The master of the Nangong family smiled faintly. 2 billion. I bid 3 billion. The master of the Wind Mist sect said indifferently. How can I miss out on such a lively event? 4 billion. Xiao Ran continued. Master Xiao is so bold. Old ancestor Biming smiled. He then said, 5 billion. Only the 5 superpowers were competing fiercely. The other superpowers and the crowd were all shocked by the astronomical number. The 5 superpowers were competing and raising the price by hundreds of millions. The other superpowers couldn't compete at all. In just a short moment, the price of the Heaven Origin elixir had soared to 2 billion. Stupid girl, why did you stop bidding? Xiao Ran glanced at the box on the 2nd floor and asked in a deep voice. Ling Xiaoxiao didn't even bother to reply. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, "Such a low-grade tier 5 elixir is worth 2 billion gold coins." This low-grade tier 5 elixir with blurry patterns was actually refined by Mo Yen, the Divine Alchemist of the 9 prefectures. Is this all a tier 5 alchemist can do? The Heaven Origin elixir refined by Mo Yen was indeed of low quality. However, it was definitely a first-rate tier 5 elixir in the 9 prefectures. As the price of the Heaven Origin elixir increased, the first to give up was the Misty Wind sect. Instead of spending so much gold coins on the Heaven Origin elixir, they might as well save the gold coins to bid for the sacred geocentric lotus. The second to give up was the Xiao clan. They had already spent a lot of money on the storage ring. If they bid for the Heaven Origin elixir, the Shao clan wouldn't have a chance to bid for the sacred geocentric lotus. The price of over 2 billion had shocked everyone. Just by looking at the astronomical number, one could tell how powerful the 5 superpowers were. It seems like Old Ancestor Baiming is determined to get the Heaven Origin Elixir. Old Ancestor Nangong smiled faintly and glanced at Old Ancestor Baiming's box. Old Ancestor Baiming smiled faintly and said, if Old Ancestor Baiming obtains this elixir, he will be able to break through to Sky Origin Stage 6. The old man is determined to get it. Old Ancestor Nangong, please let me win. When the price of the Heaven Origin Elixir rose to 2.8 billion, the evil soul sect leader had no choice but to give up. Only the Burial Valley and the Nangong family were left. Since Old Ancestor is determined to get it, Old Man will bet on the sacred geocentric lotus. Take it as me giving Old Ancestor face. Old Ancestor Nangong smiled. Haha, thank you, Old Ancestor Nangong. Old Ancestor Baiming smiled happily. In the end, the Heaven Origin Elixir was won by the Burial Valley at the price of 2.8 billion. 2.8 billion gold coins. This was an astronomical figure. The Heaven Origin Elixir is won by the Burial Valley. Mutsai announced excitedly on the auction stage. A single elixir had earned the auction house 2.8 billion gold coins. Everyone was envious. In the box, a smile finally appeared on Bai Minghe's face. Bai Ming Kong's death had made Bai Minghe extremely sad. He had never smiled before. Hatred had always filled his mind, constantly reminding him to avenge Bai Ming Kong. However, when Mutsai's voice fell, a sentence came from the box on the second floor that made everyone's expression change drastically. Even the divine alchemist Mo Yen couldn't believe what he had heard. The quality of the pill is low, the veins are blurry, and it doesn't have any luster. You actually have the nerve to put it up for auction. Don't you think it's embarrassing? You even cheated too. 8 billion gold coins. A faint voice suddenly came from a private room on the second floor. Feng Wuchen really came to the auction. Huangfu Tianba and Huangfu Yunzhong's faces darkened. From the voice, Huangfu Tianba and the others could conclude that it was Feng Wuchen. The box that had been silent for a long time moved again. When the words came out, everyone's expression changed drastically. Inferior grade 5 elixir, cheated too. 8 billion gold coins, what was going on? Hearing this, the divine alchemist's originally proud face stiffened instantly. Then, it became gloomy, and his fierce eyes swept over the box immediately. The higher-ups of the 5 forces were extremely shocked. Someone actually said that such a powerful grade 5 elixir was an inferior grade 5 elixir. Everyone present was dumbfounded. What was this person's courage made of? He dared to offend the strongest grade 5 alchemist in the 9 regions. It was fine to offend the Shao family, but how could he offend the divine alchemist? This guy is crazy. I can't believe that someone dares to insult the divine alchemist like this. Does he want to die? Everyone present, including the 5 forces, couldn't believe that someone dared to insult the divine alchemist in public. That's Feng Wuchen's voice. In the box of the Nangong family, Morong Tian was extremely surprised. The arrogance of the mysterious man in the box was even more out of line than the woman from before. It had already exceeded everyone's understanding of the word arrogance. The auction house president, Chu Chongkong, was shocked. He couldn't sit still anymore. He could stop the Shao family, but who would dare to stop the divine alchemist if he angered him? If the divine alchemist was angered, he could definitely summon all the experts in the 9 regions. With his terrifying charisma, the 5 forces didn't dare to offend him easily. Patriarch Dark North, 2.8 billion gold coins for an inferior grade 5 elixir. Why are you so happy? Haven't you seen a grade 5 elixir before? A voice came from the box again. This time, it wasn't a woman who spoke, but a man. The person who spoke was none other than Feng Wuchen, who had been silent all this time. The Dark North Old Ancestor frowned deeply and said in a deep voice, "Stinking brat, you've got guts. You've offended the Shao clan and now you dare to shamelessly insult a divine alchemist. How many lives do you have left?" Shamelessly? Feng Wuchen sneered and said, "The primary heaven elixir can indeed help Sky Origin Realm experts increase their cultivation. However, this primary heaven elixir is of low quality and has a lot of impurities in it. Although it can increase one's cultivation, the effect is pitifully small. Not to mention 8 billion, even 200 million is too much. If this isn't cheating, what is? Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to question the divine alchemist? If the divine alchemist can refine the primary heaven elixir, can you? Immediately, an expert stood out and pointed at the box on the second floor and shouted angrily. Many people in the hall stood out to speak for the divine alchemist. Many experts in the private rooms on the second floor also stood out to criticize Feng Wuchen. Mo Yan was known as the divine alchemist of the 9 prefectures. Naturally, he had a certain level of alchemy skills. Feng Wuchen insulted the divine alchemist in front of everyone. Wasn't that the same as saying that everyone in the 9 prefectures was blind? Insulting the divine alchemist was equivalent to insulting everyone in the 9 prefectures. Feng Wuchen chose to remain silent in the face of everyone's criticism. He was too lazy to respond. Mo Yan was a 5th-grade alchemist. However, a 5th-grade alchemist was different from a 4th-grade alchemist. It required many herbs and was extremely difficult to refine. Even if an ordinary 5th-grade alchemist had the prescription, they wouldn't be able to refine it. Even if they were able to refine it successfully, the quality of the pill would be extremely low and its effects would be minimal. For example, the heavenly primary pill that Mo Yan refined was such a low-quality 5th-grade alchemist. Feng Wuchen was speaking the truth. However, these laymen didn't understand. Since they didn't understand, why should Feng Wuchen waste his breath? Speechless? Brat, this is the 9 prefectures. How dare you insult the divine alchemist? Don't even think about seeing the sun tomorrow. That's right. And that brat? She's simply lawless. Divine alchemist. We can't let them off. Seeing that Feng Wuchen didn't respond, everyone started to curse. These people seem to want to gain the favor of the divine alchemist. There are many strange things in this world. There are also many strange people. They really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The Nangong family head shook his head. Grandfather, if you know who he is, you wouldn't say that. Morong Tian said. Hearing this, the Nangong family head looked at Morong Tian in surprise and asked, Tian, do you know who he is? Morong Tian smiled and said, he is the #1 genius of the Inferno Empire, Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen? It's him. The Nangong family head was shocked. The upper echelons of the Nangong family were also extremely shocked and in disbelief. Morong Tian smiled and said, although he has restrained his aura, I can still recognize his voice. I have seen him in the Inferno Empire. One of the elders said in disbelief, that's impossible, how could Feng Wuchen dare to come to the auction? He has killed so many experts from the Divine Pill City, and even killed Bai Ming Kong. Both the divine alchemist and Bai Ming he want to kill him, yet he still has the guts to come to the auction? He's a 5th-grade weapon refiner with a single thought, would he be afraid? Morong Tian said. Although he had only seen Feng Wuchen once, Morong Tian could see that Feng Wuchen was not afraid of trouble. The head of the Nangong clan frowned and said somberly, there's nothing to be afraid of if it really is him. Tian, you can avenge the Taishu sect now. Let's watch the show first, there's no need to rush. Morong Tian said with a smile. However, after offending the Burial Valley and the divine alchemist, Feng Wuchen would not be able to escape. Now, he had offended the Shao family and insulted the divine alchemist, which was enough for Feng Wuchen to die 10,000 times. Lunatic. He was definitely a lunatic. Young man, since you can point out the flaws of this old man's pill, I'm sure you're quite accomplished in alchemy. Why don't you concoct a heavenly yuan pill and let us see what you're capable of, said the divine alchemist with an ugly expression. He was about to explode at any moment. If Feng Wuchen could not refine it, or if he was not even an alchemist, the divine alchemist would definitely kill him on the spot. That kid doesn't even have soul power, he's not an alchemist. Let alone refining a heaven primary pellet, he can't even refine a recovery pellet. A 3rd-grade alchemist shouted angrily. Not an alchemist, everyone present was shocked. If he wasn't even an alchemist, how could he have the face to talk about others? If he wasn't even an alchemist, he didn't have the qualifications, let alone the qualifications to insult a 5th-grade alchemist. What about now? In the box, Feng Wuchen's indifferent sneer could be heard. An overbearing soul power suddenly spread out from Feng Wuchen's body and instantly spread throughout the auction hall. Feeling the overbearing soul power, the third-grade alchemist's face was instantly filled with horror. Every alchemist was shocked by Feng Wuchen's overbearing soul power. Fourth-grade alchemist. An alchemist exclaimed in horror. What? Fourth-grade alchemist? Hearing this, everyone's face changed and couldn't help but widen their eyes. What an overbearing soul power. President Chu Chongkong was extremely shocked and his old face was a little dazed. His soul power is actually far above old man's. The second elder of the auction house was extremely shocked. He was also a fourth-grade alchemist, but his soul power was far from Feng Wuchen's. Fourth-grade alchemist, this kid is really not simple. Divine alchemist Mo Yen frowned deeply. He didn't dare to underestimate this overbearing soul power. Feng Wuchen's overbearing soul power made the divine alchemist feel that it was even stronger than his own soul power. This made the divine alchemist's heart tremble. This young man is not simple. He is definitely an alchemy genius. This soul power is even stronger than old man's. An elder of the Namgong family said solemnly. Feng Wuchen's soul power was indeed terrifying. It was so terrifying that it could seriously injure a fifth-grade alchemist. When did the 9 prefectures have such a young fourth-grade alchemist? When did the 9 prefectures have such a genius alchemist? No. The 9 prefectures had never had such a young genius alchemist, a fourth-grade alchemist at such a young age. This was no small matter. Since the 9 prefectures didn't have such a young fourth-grade alchemist, then who was the man in the private room? He is Feng Wuchen. Evil Soul sect leader suddenly shouted as everyone looked at the private room on the second floor in horror. Feng Wuchen? The fifth-grade alchemist Feng Wuchen who could achieve success with a thought. Everyone's expression changed again. They were both shocked and frightened. The 9 prefectures have never had a fourth-grade alchemist genius. The only fourth-grade alchemist that appeared in the 9 prefectures recently is Feng Wuchen. Evil Soul sect leader continued. Feng Wuchen. Divine alchemist Mo Yan's expression changed drastically as his old eyes widened. Evil Soul sect leader's guess was right. It was Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen? Xiao Tianchen, Xiao Ran, and the other higher-ups of the Xiao family were stunned. Evil Soul sect leader is right. It is Feng Wuchen, the fifth-grade alchemist who could achieve success with a thought. Feng Wuchen is actually at the auction. It must be him. Other than Feng Wuchen, there is no other fourth-grade alchemist in the 9 prefectures. The youngest one is Alchemist He. The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone was certain that the level 4 alchemist was Feng Wuchen. While everyone was still in shock, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao walked out of the private room and appeared in front of everyone. When they saw Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao appear, everyone's expression changed again. As soon as Feng Wuchen appeared, more than 10 terrifying murderous auras filled the air. The entire auction hall was shrouded in murderous auras, scaring everyone out of their wits. Feng Wuchen. The divine alchemist, Mo Yan, said with a ferocious expression. Old ancestor Bei Ming He, and the other experts of the burial valley appeared from their private rooms. All of them glared at Feng Wuchen fiercely. The higher-ups of the Xiao family also appeared. The people who had made the Xiao family their enemy and humiliated them in public were Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao. In an instant, the atmosphere was filled with the smell of gunpowder. A war could break out at any time. Some of the more timid cultivators had already fled the auction hall in fear. Feng Wuchen had killed Bei Ming Kong, made an enemy of the burial valley, killed so many experts of the Divine Pill City, and made an enemy of the divine alchemist. No one could believe that Feng Wuchen still had the guts to attend the auction. Knowing that there was a strong enemy, Feng Wuchen still dared to come. Was he crazy? Not only was Feng Wuchen not afraid, he even stood out in front of all the experts of the 9 prefectures. Feng Wuchen's action was no different from dancing in front of an angry tiger. It's really Feng Wuchen. Mu Cai trembled as she looked at Feng Wuchen. Her heart was filled with fear. This kid showing himself at this time is simply courting death. Our chance has come. Huangfu Yunzhong said viciously, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Huangfu Tianba said fiercely, Feng Wuchen won't be able to escape today. Feng Wuchen, you finally dared to appear. You killed my son. Don't even think about leaving the Divine Pill City alive today. Bei Ming, he said coldly as he stared at Feng Wuchen with a ferocious gaze. That might not be the case. Feng Wuchen sneered without any fear. Feng Wuchen, how dare you make an enemy of the Xiao clan? I think you're tired of living. Xiao Ran shouted angrily. What is the Xiao clan? Is it that great? It's already merciful to let the Xiao clan spend 1 billion. You know better than anyone how the Xiao clan treated my mother, Feng Wuchen replied coldly. That's because your mother didn't listen to our advice. What does it have to do with the Xiao clan? Xiao Qingshan shouted angrily. I have to thank you for chasing my mother out of the Xiao clan. I have to thank you for looking down on the Feng clan. I have to thank you for giving me the chance to sever my ties with the Xiao clan. Feng Wuchen sneered. At this moment, all the major forces finally understood that Xiao Qingqing was chased out of the Xiao clan. They also knew that Feng Wuchen was actually Xiao Tianqin's grandson. Feng Wuchen targeted the Xiao family and made things difficult for the Xiao family because he wanted to help his mother vent her anger. Xiao Tianqin and the other upper echelons of the Xiao clan had ugly expressions. They couldn't wait to tear Feng Wuchen to pieces. Are you done? Divine Alchemist Mo Yen asked fiercely. Glancing at the Divine Alchemist, Feng Wuchen sneered unhurriedly. There are some things that I have to make clear so that all the major forces don't misunderstand me. I'm sure you don't understand why I killed Mo and Bai Ming Kong. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, the Burial Valley sent people to the Inferno Empire to capture my father and imprisoned him in the Burial Valley's dungeon for several months. In order to find my father, I almost flipped through the 4 empires. Before I was captured, Mo appeared in the Feng clan and lured my father away. When Mo appeared a second time, I interrogated him and found out that my father was captured by the Burial Valley. When I arrived at the Burial Valley, I found that one of my father's legs was broken. That was the reason I killed Bai Ming Kong. I've said everything that needs to be said. Why did the Burial Valley capture your father? Evil Soul Sect leader asked curiously. Everyone was curious as well. You have to ask the Burial Valley. Since they dared to do it, they should dare to admit it. Feng Wuchen sneered and looked at the Divine Alchemist. Feng Wuchen sneered, I'm already being merciful by not killing He Tianqiong. I'm also giving you, the Divine Alchemist, some face. How do you explain insulting the Divine Alchemist? An expert shouted angrily. Feng Wuchen, you are just a grade 4 alchemist. What right do you have to call the Divine Alchemist's primary heaven elixir a trash elixir? If you have the ability, try refining a primary heaven elixir. If you don't, then shut your mouth and wait for death. You can't be forgiven for insulting the Divine Alchemist. The Divine Pill City's experts and many alchemists present shouted angrily. The Divine Alchemist had a high status, so everyone supported him. Looking at the crowd's reaction, Feng Wuchen shook his head and stopped talking. He has offended so many people. This little bastard is going to die today. Xiao Qingshan gritted his teeth and said angrily. Xiao Tianqin gritted his teeth and growled, we can't let this little bastard leave alive. Feng Wuchen had insulted the Xiao clan in front of everyone. How could Xiao Tianqin let Feng Wuchen off so easily? The Feng clan and Xiao clan had already cut ties. They had no feelings for each other and were now mortal enemies. Looking at the Burial Valley's upper echelons, their faces were ferocious and terrifying. They kept silent and did not respond. It seemed like they had silently agreed to this. However, whether they admitted it or not, their determination to kill Feng Wuchen would not change. Bei Mingyi would not let Feng Wuchen off either. There were too many experts present who wanted to kill Feng Wuchen. Silence. Seeing that the situation in the hall had gone out of control, Chu Chongkong suddenly shouted, everyone, if you have any issues, please wait until the auction is over before dealing with them. There is still one last treasure. It will not take up too much of your time. Chu Chongkong's words silenced everyone. As the guest elder of the auction, the Divine Alchemist naturally knew the rules of the auction. He could only suppress the anger and killing intent in his heart. Brother Feng, no matter what you say, it is useless. As long as you have the ability, they will have to obey you, Ling Xiaoxiao said. I only said what I should say. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, "Fine, I'll let them see what alchemy is and what a real 5th-grade pill is." Feng Wuchen, "Don't even think about escaping, Bai Ming," he said coldly. Feng Wuchen sneered and did not answer. Then, he entered the room with Ling Xiaoxiao again. In the private room, Jiang Kuwei wanted to die. Things were getting out of hand. He couldn't wait to leave the private room, but he didn't have the guts. The guard was even worse off and fainted from fright. The entire hall quieted down, and the smell of gunpowder gradually dissipated. However, the terrifying murderous aura still permeated the hall. This was definitely the most frightening auction in the history of the 9 regions auction. The last one is the Sacred Earth Lotus. It can greatly improve the cultivation of Sky Origin stage cultivators. The starting price is 2 billion gold coins. The bid must not be less than 100 million. Mutsai said with a trace of panic. She no longer had her charming smile. The murderous aura that permeated the hall was too terrifying. It would be strange if Mutsai didn't panic. She had been hosting auctions for many years, but this was the first time she encountered such a terrifying scene. The Sacred Earth Lotus was the most important treasure of the 5 major forces. After waiting for so long, it was finally here. However, due to the terrifying murderous aura, everyone was terrified and no one dared to speak. 5 billion. The Misty Wind Sect Master was the first to bid. 3 billion. Xiaoran bid. 4 billion. The Evil Soul Sect leader didn't waste any time and directly raised the price by 1 billion. The 5 major forces understood that the starting price was just a warm-up. They could bid as much as they wanted, and the price would rise at a terrifying speed. 6 billion. Bai Ming, he said coldly, his fierce eyes staring at Feng Wuchen's private room. The price rose very quickly. This was a truly astronomical figure. 8 billion. The Misty Wind Sect Master bid calmly, as if he didn't care about this little amount of gold coins. 10 billion. Xiaoran bid calmly. The Xiao clan had a deep foundation, so they could still support it. The price of the Sacred Earth Lotus rose so quickly that it was beyond the imagination of the 5 major forces. The competition was very fierce. It was obvious that the Sacred Earth Lotus was very popular. The people in the private rooms on the 2nd floor and in the hall were shocked by the astronomical figure of the 5 major forces. They couldn't compete at all. Many people were wondering why Feng Wuchen didn't bid. Wasn't he a Sky Origin expert? It was impossible not to fight for such a treasure. Feng Wuchen didn't bid because he wanted to wait until the end. It was meaningless to bid now. In less than 5 minutes, the price of the sacred geocentric lotus had already exceeded the sky-high price of 20 billion gold coins. Everyone's originally fearful faces had now turned into shock. They had already been so frightened by the astronomical figure that they had forgotten about the terrifying killing intent in the hall. Gulp, in the hall, apart from the intense bidding of the 5 major forces, there was only the sound of people swallowing their saliva. However, when the price reached 25 billion, the speed of the bidding slowed down significantly. 25 billion. Xiaoran frowned slightly. Apparently, the Xiao clan was reaching its limit. Only 500 million? Looks like Patriarch Xiao can't hold on much longer. Evil Soul Sect leader smiled and said, 27 billion. 28 billion. Old Ancestor Darknorth's face turned serious. After Old Ancestor Darknorth's bid, the hall fell into a short silence. No one bid anymore. Looks like everyone's valuation of the Sacred Earth Lotus is around 30 billion. I just happened to bring 30 billion. Misty Wind Sect leader smiled and said, I'll go all out. 30 billion. Unfortunately, I brought a little more. Evil Soul Sect leader smiled proudly and said, 31 billion. Sigh, there's no other way. Misty Wind Sect leader sighed and gave up. The price had exceeded his limit. Old Ancestor Darknorth, are you still going to bid? Evil Soul Sect leader looked at Old Ancestor Darknorth and asked with a smile. Old Ancestor Darknorth frowned deeply. He didn't say anything and didn't bid. It was obvious that he had reached his limit. The Spirit Burial Valley had just spent 2.8 billion to bid for the primary heaven pill. Now, they did not have enough gold coins to bid for the sacred geocentric lotus. Otherwise, the Spirit Burial Valley might be able to suppress the evil king sect. Damn it. If it wasn't for Feng Wuchen, we still have at least 700 million gold coins. It's enough to beat evil soul sect leader. Xiao Ran said angrily. Xiao Tianxin's old face twitched violently. It could be said that he was furious. Feng Wuchen had purposely made things difficult for the Xiao clan, causing them to lose their last chance to bid. Looks like Patriarch Xiao can't hold on much longer. Evil soul sect leader looked at the Xiao clan with a bright smile. He felt even more proud. With no one bidding, it meant that the sacred earth lotus would belong to evil soul sect leader. Everyone was secretly envious. Such a precious treasure was going to fall into evil soul sect leader's hands. Evil soul sect leader can't hold on much longer, right? Patriarch Nangong, who hadn't bid for a long time, said slowly with a smile. Evil soul sect leader's expression changed slightly. The Nangong family hadn't bid for a long time, so he thought that they had given up. Evil soul sect leader was furious. This old thing still has a trick up his sleeve. Patriarch Nangong spoke, and everyone looked over. 35 billion. Patriarch Nangong raised the bid by 4 billion gold coins, 35 billion. Evil soul sect leader's expression changed drastically. This was completely beyond what he could bear. No one would be able to surpass such an astronomical figure. Preposterous. Evil soul sect leader's face was gloomy. The sacred earth lotus was almost in his hands, but it was snatched away by the Nangong family. The Misty Wind sect leader and other experts shook their heads. They regretted that they didn't prepare more gold coins. Otherwise, it wouldn't be impossible for them to win the sacred earth lotus. Evil soul sect leader, are you going to raise the price? Patriarch Nangong's faint laughter sounded. Humph. Evil soul sect leader snorted angrily. He didn't say anything and didn't bid. 35 billion gold coins had already exceeded the amount of gold coins that each major force had brought. Even if Burial Valley didn't spend 8 billion to buy the Heaven Origin pill, it still wouldn't be enough to compete with the Nangong family. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the price? If not, the sacred earth lotus will belong to my Nangong family. Patriarch Nangong looked at Burial Valley and other major forces and asked with a smile. Patriarch Nangong's words were full of confidence. He wasn't afraid of anyone bidding, which meant that the Nangong family had brought more than 35 billion gold coins. The whole place was silent. No one spoke. The Nangong family's price was already the highest. Seeing that no one was bidding, Mutsai said from the auction stage, if no one is bidding, then the sacred earth lotus will belong to the Nangong family. Patriarch Nangong, how many gold coins do you have? When Mutsai announced, Feng Wuchen's voice suddenly sounded from the private room. Patriarch Nangong's expression didn't change at all. He smiled faintly and said, Feng Wuchen, do you also want to get involved? If you want the treasure, then name your price. Patriarch Nangong wasn't afraid of Feng Wuchen's bid at all. It seemed that he was very confident in the amount of gold coins he had. Morong Tian frowned and sneered, you want to compete with us for the sacred earth lotus? Feng Wuchen, how many gold coins can your storage ring hold? Not to mention 35 billion, your Feng family can't even take out 10 billion gold coins. Morong Tian's contempt couldn't be more obvious. To be honest, Feng Wuchen didn't have 10 billion gold coins. Even if the Feng family sold everything they had, they wouldn't be able to take it out, let alone 35 billion gold coins. Patriarch Nangong seems to be very confident. Since that's the case, then I won't be polite. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, 50 billion, 50 billion. Feng Wuchen actually opened his mouth with 50 billion. It was 15 billion more than the Nangong family. Hiss, Feng Wuchen's words scared everyone present and made them gasp in shock. 50 billion. Everyone in the hall was scared out of their wits and collapsed to the ground. Is this kid joking? The divine alchemist's face was also stunned. Feng Wuchen actually opened his mouth with 50 billion gold coins. Xiao Ran was dumbfounded. Evil Soul Sect leader, Misty Wind Sect master, Dark North Old Ancestor, and other experts from the major forces were all shocked. 50 billion gold coins was something that even they couldn't take out with their resources, let alone a small Feng family. Patriarch Nangong couldn't sit still. 50 billion gold coins was far beyond the Namgong family's limit. Morong Tian was also completely shocked by this number. End of chapter 265. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.